Hi. Didn't expect me to start early, did you? Fucking weirdos. Why wouldn't you? I'm always early. Hey. Hey. What up? What are you guys talking about? Try to hope he gets to 60, but I'm not used to being a believer. Wow, you caught everyone gooning. I did catch everyone gooning. Stop gooning. Please. Okay, what am I going to start with? I feel weird starting when there's only like 100 people here, you know? Because otherwise I might have to repeat things, watch things back. You know what? We'll just game for a second, okay? And then we'll smash in. Okay. That's fine. When in doubt, Corey video. The Corey video's lined up, okay? Don't worry. We have it in the fucking vault. Don't worry. Pierce versus Zionism? Hell yeah. When will you go on Piers Morgan? Tomorrow. Can't wait. Oh, man. What Corey video? He's done a couple on just asking people in the public about things that have been developing in the war recently. Also, maybe some insight into. I feel like because of some of these questions, you can probably gain even a little bit more from asking like elaborative questions about certain things that have been polled on. For example, like expulsion or how Gazans view the aid situation, like all that kind of shit. As a music producer, you should check out the H3 orchestra conducting sketch they just did. Orchestra conducting has very little to do with music production, but I'm sure I could. This place is busy! Don't tap this place. Fuck. You were pleasantly surprised by the Palestinians' take on who should rule Gaza. Cool. Good. Well, I'm just gonna kill fucking... What are these guys? Gnolls. Kobolds. No problem. No problem. Ah! It's fine. That's no problem. Like I said, it's no problem. You actually pinged on time. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason I haven't really needed that much sleep recently. What class are you in WoW? I'm a rogue, obviously. I'm an assassin. A stealthy boy. Ooh, some rested XP. Okay. You know what? Let's start with the Corey videos. Let's make Sev happy. He deserves it. Where are we? There's do you support transfer? Do you support Netanyahu? Who should rule Gaza? Oh, it's West Bank Palestinians. Interesting. I thought it would be not them. Let's try this one first. Oh. Okay. Fuck.
היית תומכת בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית ושלעולם לא יחזרו? למה לא?
אני לא חושבת שמישהו יכול להחליט לאוכלוסייה אחרת ולקחת אותם כאילו הם חיילים במשחק שחמט ולהעביר אותם למקום אחר.
הייתם תומכים בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה
These guys are fascists, definitely.
שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
לא.
Oh no, they're not fascists. No, what they're saying is they're saying keep them in so they can kill them, right? Surely.
חלש יותר, אוקיי, אבל בסדר. למה לא?
למה לא?
כן.
כי לנו עשו את זה פעם.
אוקיי.
לא עושים דברים כאלה.
אוקיי. לא. היית תומך בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שעולם לא יחזור?
He'll say yes. He mad.
כן. כן?
כן.
אם זה היה בכוח גם, או רק אם זה שהם מחליטים?
אני חושב שצריך הסכמה מסוימת, אבל גם לנסות לשכנע כל אחד זה בלתי אפשרי.
אם יגידו, לא, מישהו אומר, אני לא עוזב, מה עושים?
לנסות לבדוק אם אפשר להשאיר אותו, כמובן בזכויות של אזרח, אבל גם חובות של אזרח.
אוקיי. אזרח ישראלי?
Oh,
הוא עושה
really?
את החובות ויקבל זכויות.
מישהו אחר? הם ברחו.
Interesting. Fucking
היית
once
תומך
later.
בתוכנית
Very
מסודרת
conditional
לשלוח את
once
כל
later.
העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
שאלה כבדה. כל העזתים לא. אני חושב שמי שמעוניין ללכת לשם, כי הוא מעוניין לברוח למדינה אחרת, לתת לו את האופציה, ומי שמעוניין להישאר, שתי מדינות לשני עמים.
אז לא בכוח, כאילו.
לא בכוח.
היית תומכת בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
אם זה תלוי בי,
כן.
לא רק שולחת אותם, בדרך מוודא שיש
Uh-oh.
מחנות ריכוז
Holy
שישרפו אותם.
shit!
If you want me to answer this in English, I would be more than happy to answer it.
Go for it.
The people from Gaza came over and destroyed us all on October 7th. Not only the people that they hurt physically, they hurt everybody's heart, all the Jews all over the world. And for this, I would send them as far as possible, one-way ticket, never come back.
Holy
Thank
shit!
you so much.
האם היית תומכת בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית
She's the 82%. Oh god.
שלעולם לא יחזרו?
Bah!
למה לא?
למה לא? כי אני חושבת שזה לא ריאלי להעתיק אוכלוסייה שלמה ממקום למקום. אנשים צריכים לבחור באופן...
נגיד שהם רוצים.
אם הם רוצים, שילכו. אבל זו לא החלטה שלי לאן אחרים ילכו.
It's interesting that counter poll that was saying that it's actually like 45% of people who want to support the expulsion. It's interesting with them because even if you look at their answers more detailed, only 15% of the people who said that. So of the people who want them expelled, only 15% of them want to settle Gaza. Like that's how low. She's the one Noah Samson puts in his videos. Hell yeah! Absolute fucking queen. He loves her. He's really relieved by her existence. He's watching this and he's like, oh, nah, fuck that. Oh, no. 2 states, 2 people. Fuck off. Lib cuck. Concentration camps. Yes! My queen. That's definitely how he reacted to that video.
I'll ask this in Hebrew because I have it written in Hebrew. היית תומך בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שעולם לא יחזרו בה?
First of all, it's very complicated, and I don't think that I know the best what is the right solution to do. I don't want to make someone do something that he doesn't want to. I mean, if all of the people that live in Gaza want to transfer themselves, okay. But if they don't want to, I don't want to do it
By force.
against their will. Yeah.
היית תומך בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית ולעולם לא יחזרו?
נמנע, לא אוהב
לא?
פחות מתחבר לדברים האלה.
אוקיי, אתה יכול להגיד לנו
What
למה?
flag is this? Black, red, and white. What the fuck is that like a football team or is this a different country? What flag is this? I hope it's a terrorist flag, but it probably isn't. It would be good memes if it was a terrorist flag. It's a football thing. Okay, that's what I thought.
למה?
כן, למה אתה לא רוצה לענות?
זה בן אדם
Free Reich Germany.
שמכבד את כולם ולא מעוניין לפגוע באף אחד ולהגיד את הדעות
כולו לב.
לב ענק גדול.
הייתם תומכים בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
לא יודעת למה.
זה נראה לי הסיבה שלנו.
לא נראה לי מה?
שזה נראה לי הסיבה שלנו, באיזה נושא זה.
לא הבנתי מילה.
שזה מה ששאלנו, אם אפשר לדעת על איזה נושא.
אני לא יודעת למה.
יש לך דעה על זה או לא?
יש לי דעה ואני לא יודע אם אני רוצה to publish it.
מה שאתה רוצה.
עדיף שלא.
אוקיי, בסדר. היית תומך בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
כן, רעיון טוב. למה לא?
כן?
Of course the guy with the
תומך
hat.
בהבאת המשיח, זה נראה לי רעיון הרבה יותר טוב.
עוד פעם?
הייתי תומך בהבאת המשיח, זה רעיון הרבה יותר טוב.
אוקיי, אבל...
גם הרבה יותר בר ביצוע.
אבל אם זה היה בכוח, נגיד שהם לא רוצים.
אני אגיד לך, כל התוכניות האלה שאתה מציע זה תוכניות זמניות. יש את הפתרון הנצחי, זה הרבי שליט"א מלך המשיח. זה הגאולה העתידית והשלמה. דבר שהרבה יותר קל להביא אותו מאשר לשלוח 300 עזתים, נתחיל עם כל העולם בזה. זה בגדול.
אבל פוליטי, נגיד שהיה איזה מנהיג שאומר, אנחנו בכוח נשלח אותם. היית תומך בזה?
אולי, למה לא? רעיון טוב.
הייתם תומכים בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו?
אם יש משהו מסודר וטוב, פתרון, הייתי תומך.
היית תומך.
If they want to, yes.
Oh, in English we could do this. Great, even better, if they want to. The question is, what if it was by force? They don't want to.
No. Probably no. Still not sure.
Still yes. You yes, no. Why yes and then no?
If they want to, so of course yes.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
If someone wants something.
אני חושב שאין... כל מה שיהיה יהיה בכוח. כל דרך שנעשה תהיה בכוח. אז או מלחמה בכוח, או שלום בכוח. לא דעתי.
אוקיי. אבל אתה יודע שזה טיהור אתני, לפי המדינה. לפי העולם, סליחה.
אפשר להתווכח.
לא, ברור. אבל כמעט כל העולם יגידו שמחקנו אותם.
העולם גם ככה אומרים. אנשים הולכים עם צלב קרס, כבר אנחנו במקום אחר בעולם. לא משנה מה יעשו, יגידו טיהור אתני. נלחמים בעזה, טיהור אתני. אותו דבר, מבחינתי.
Please support the Ask Project. The way I'm able to do this is for you guys to donate and contribute money to the project, and I'm able to come to places like this.
Now wait, was that guy saying we should do it because they'll call it ethnic cleansing anyway? Or is he saying they shouldn't do it because even if it's voluntary, it'll be ethnic cleansing? Because the other guy said yes, but he said voluntary. I don't get that. So he was saying no because they'll call it... He doesn't care. Huh? Fucking weird, man. Make up your minds. I wonder how much of this is just like ESL, or the fact that, like, I guess Israelis don't know how to answer questions. Who knows?
Health warning.
People are so politically incorrect that they'll just answer questions in these really fucking bizarre ways that don't really tell you what they're really thinking. Odd. Yeah, I'm just wondering why he said no. Is it the wording of the question? Whatever, man. Whatever. Okay. That was a bit less unhinged than I expected, but that lady, holy fuck. Miss concentration camp. West Bank Palestinians, who should rule Gaza? Interesting.
In Gaza, after.
Who should rule? It will be the people decision. Nobody have the decision that.
Okay. Should it be Hamas? Should it be Fatah?
We cannot say that, you know, because we don't live in Gaza, so we don't
you can't tell them
what they force.
You can't tell them what to do.
So they will.
She sounds like she learned English. She sounds like she's been to France. That doesn't sound like an Arabic speaker speaking English. That sounds like a Lebanese person speaking English. What the fuck? Like French pronunciation on some of those words. Huh. Interesting. Don't die! Don't die!
We are here type of things. Yeah, maybe in Jenin, Tul Karem, Tubas, they have it.
They have what?
They have the what do we say? The connect with the Israeli people, with the military. Yeah, but here in Ramallah, we don't have that too much connection
to the Israelis.
Yeah, especially in the village. Not too much. We have it, but not too much like Gaza, like the north.
Who should rule Gaza?
برأيك مين لازم يحكم غزة؟
يعني هذه الأمور مش إحنا
There were like a couple of words there that sounded French, like French person speaking English, but okay.
إحنا ناس عاديين ما بنفكر ما لنا في السياسة.
We're not the ones to decide about this. We are not the ones who decide.
Who should decide?
مين لازم يقرر؟
يعني في دائما في كل الشعوب في الانتخابات بتصير انتخابات مين بيقرر الشعب؟ في الأخير هو اللي بيحكم.
All people have elections, and when the people vote, the people who are elected are the ones who rule.
Who should rule in Gaza?
برأيك مين لازم يحكم في غزة؟
I don't touch these things.
Okay.
Oh.
In your opinion, who should rule in Gaza after the war?
Gaza, actually, I think Palestine is one part. We can divide Palestine in two parts. I mean, the Palestinian Authority should rule all the Palestine from north to south.
Okay. Should there be elections?
The authority should have it all.
Elections, maybe yes.
Okay.
It's the right of Palestinian.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And if Hamas gets it instead of, if Hamas wins?
If Hamas wins, that's the opinion of Gaza people. Then they will suffer again. Actually, what a pity.
Oh no!
Who should rule in Gaza?
برأيك مين لازم يحكم غزة؟
يحكم غزة؟ هذا السؤال بخليه إلي لو سمحتي.
ما بدك تجاوبي؟
ما بجاوبه هذا.
بعد ما وقفنا وحكينا
لا
ودردشنا؟
هذا يعني
After we stopped and we chatted,
غزة هذا.
I don't want to answer.
غزة لأنه هو يكون بعونها غزة.
And may God be with غزة.
Who should rule in Gaza?
مين برأيكم لازم يحكم غزة؟
الشعب الفلسطيني. الشعب الغزاوي. الشعب الفلسطيني.
Palestinians, the Gazans.
الغزاوية.
أهل
غزة، أهل في غزة.
People of Gaza who live there.
Should it be Fatah or
يعني ناس من الشعب الفلسطيني مش حدا برا. نفس الشعب الفلسطيني.
The Palestinian people, not somebody from outside.
لا أمريكا
فتح ولا حماس؟
انتخابات سووا انتخابات.
It doesn't matter.
Elections.
The right man in the right place.
But it doesn't matter.
الرجل المناسب في المكان المناسب.
Right man in the right place.
ولا انتخابات واللي بيفوز الشعب اللي بده اياه الشعب.
Whoever the people choose.
بعدين جربوا الانتخابات عام 2006 واخذت الحكم حماس يعني عن طريق الديمقراطية. ليش ما دعموا الديمقراطية تاعت حماس؟
Elections.
He said Gazans bigot. Wow, sorry.
Happened in 2006 and Hamas was chosen democratically. Why wasn't Hamas supported?
Who should rule in Gaza after the war?
مين لازم يحكم غزة برأيكم؟ After the war in general.
After the war.
بعد الحرب. مين يحكم غزة؟
لازم يحكم غزة الفلسطينيين طبعا.
The Palestinians of course.
Should it be Hamas or should it be?
بتكون حماس ولا تكون حدا تاني؟ مين برأيكم لازم يحكم غزة؟
الشعب اللي في غزة عانى كثير من الموجود بالحروب اللي صارت بشكل متتالي، سواء في حرب 2014، سواء في حرب 2021، سواء في الحرب الموجودة حاليا حاليا يجب على أهل غزة أن يستقروا زيهم زي الناس الثانيين.
Time for the Gazans to settle down.
لازم يحكمهم طبعا هذا مش اللي بيقرروا الشعب الفلسطيني.
And we don't decide. The Palestinian people decide who rules.
عبر انتخابات، عبر صندوق انتخابات.
Through election.
الشعب الفلسطيني اللي بقرر مين يحكم غزة.
Election boxes.
Ballot
boxes, and the Palestinian people are the ones who decide who rules them.
I don't know why you were so pleased by this, by these answers. These are probably the most normal answers I would ever expect. I wouldn't expect them to say anything else. I think the people in the West Bank, from my experience, were very reluctant to name their party political preferences. Like, I would ask people, like, would you like to have Hamas or Fatah in charge here? And they're just kind of like, well, whoever they choose. It's like, doesn't matter. If they're good leaders, doesn't matter. It's like, okay, thank you. I feel like both of these groups are seen quite differently, but okay.
Palestinians.
Oh, I know why that is, because they're probably afraid that people are fucking Shinbet or some shit, right?
But which group?
There's no group. We are all Palestinians. We have the same aim. That's our land, and we all work to have it, and that's it.
In your opinion, who should rule in Gaza when the war is finished?
Okay, this is political.
Yeah, but it's a simple.
People outside.
So people outside can understand. Who do Palestinians want?
People watch the news. People listen to different.
المشكلة بالسياسة بعرفش أحكي إنجليزي.
إذا بتحب العربي أنا هون عشان أترجم.
أوكي.
أنا غصب عني هون ومدفوعي.
أوكي.
I'm here against my will and I'm being paid.
Yes.
مين الأفضل إنه يحكم غزة؟
مين برأيك لازم يحكم غزة؟ يعني
كاختيارات فيه.
Do we have options?
It's your choice. In your opinion.
السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية.
Palestinian
Authority.
Okay. Should they be elected or should they just take over?
كانتخاب ولا خلص يفوتوا يحكموا؟
لا كانتخاب.
As elections.
Okay.
Do you think they win?
Why Palestinian Authority?
لأنه حق الشعب الفلسطيني ينتخب مين ما بده.
Because it is the Palestinian people's right to elect whoever they want.
What if they choose Hamas or something else?
It's fine. Even Hamas, Fatah, جبهة شعبية, جبهة ديمقراطية.
Oh, PFLP mentioned. Fuck yeah. Or is that DFLP? I forgot. I didn't even look back. Bad Bunny mentioned.
All of them are Palestinian.
Okay. Who should rule in Gaza?
مين برأيك لازم يحكم في غزة؟
مين لازم يحكم في غزة؟
مين المفروض يحكم غزة يمسكها ويحكمها؟
حسب هو مين الحاكم، حسب السلطة الحاكمة في كل الدولة. لازم تكون دولة كاملة مش منفصلة عن غزة.
So according to the entire country that it is a part of, Gaza shouldn't be a separate entity. It should be part of a whole country. So according to the country that is ruled, or who rules that country, Gaza is ruled by the person or the entity or group that controls the whole country.
So currently Palestinian Authority.
So حاليا السلطة الفلسطينية.
حاليا هي موجودة يعني طبعا.
So that's what exists now.
والشعب مين بده بيختار هو اللي بيختار.
And the people choose who they want to choose.
لكن هو الصحيح اللي هو يعني أهل العلم هو اللي يحطوا حدا مختار وصحيح هو اللي يحطوه.
But the ones who should be chosen and put in control are the knowledgeable ones, the ones who are up to the responsibility.
Who should rule in Gaza after the war?
One day, Sev will be in one of these videos. Sev literally had the opportunity to be in one of these videos. I think he, I don't know, did Corey ask Sev for an interview? I can't remember.
مين برأيكم يحكم غزة بعد الحرب؟
I spoke to Sev. I had a lecture.
Whoever rules it. We don't care, but we just want the war and the killing to stop.
What if it's the Americans who rule it?
طب لو الأمريكان اللي حكموها؟
ما أظنش أمريكان يعني ما لهاش عندنا الأمريكان هاي بلاد عربية بلادها عربي يعني.
I don't think Americans would. This is an Arab land. It will remain for the Arabs. محمد شو رأيك؟ مين برأيك لازم يحكم غزة بعد الحرب إن شاء الله؟
هلا احنا كسلطة اكيد اللي رح تحكمها بس بتوقع يمكن مصر تحكمها.
So surely.
مع انه في حكي سمعت انه قرأته انه امريكا رح تحكم مؤقتا يعني.
So
الحكي اللي كان من يومين انه يمكن تحكمها مؤقتا.
So it should be the Palestinian National Authority, the PNA. And maybe Egypt will. And a few days ago, 2 days ago, I heard that maybe the US will rule it for a few years or for some time.
Would it be okay if the US ruled it?
طب لو أمريكا حكمت غزة عادي عندك؟ شو رأيك؟
مش عادي بس يعني توقف الحرب حاليا بالنسبة لنا توقف.
It's not okay or not, but we just want the war to end.
Chill.
The most helpful thing you can do for the Ask Project is to come here, visit, rent a car, and we'll go ask questions together. You can ask any question you want. I'd love to have you come. Just send me an email at the Gmail at the end of this video.
So we get this sent to Vadim. Bro, can't Vadim just get taken around by this guy? You can like hold his hand and take him all the way through. Do whatever he wants. He'd love for me to what? Do not! It's too early for gooning. Stop gooning. Stop gooning, chat. I said stop gooning. The fuck? Preston Stewart did a couple of videos that I haven't seen yet. What the fuck is this claim? Gazans thank Trump, blast Hamas. Oh, I saw some fucking like yellow ribbon Twitter was sharing this. People walking past the camera saying thank you Trump in very strong Arab accents. Okay.
A message from the people to Hamas. Give it up and go away. Trump feeds us while Hamas starves us. Bet you didn't expect to hear that today. So we got a couple segments, Palestinians being interviewed in the Gaza Strip following the receipt of aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation over the last couple days. Let's go ahead and play the first one. I'm going to read the subtitles as we go for anybody just listening along here.
Okay,
Says,
I can totally see Gazans opposing Hamas, but the idea that they're like in love with Trump because of his fucking aid in any large number is probably drinking the Atlantic Council Kool-Aid a little bit. I think one reason that they some of them have had positive impressions of these aid packages is because when aid was distributed through the trucks and through the UN. Again, pinch of salt claim, okay? Because I don't know how much evidence there is for this. But pinch of salt claim, actually, I've seen footage of this. The claim that, I don't know how widespread it is, but I know it's definitely happened, is that a lot of the good foods, or like a lot of the useful, like the kind of nicer stuff was taken by someone, gangs, Hamas, whatever. And all the like basics, like flour for bakeries and all that shit was distributed elsewhere. So you had this problem where people, if they wanted to go to the shops, and we saw videos of people going to shops for food, it was all like extortionate fucking costs for everything that was on the shelves. Whereas these aid packages obviously have both. They've got the basics and they've got the better stuff. But anyway.
Thank you, Trump. Hamas, we have arrived.
I don't know how solid that claim is, but it seems like there's something in it. At least it's happened a couple. I've seen like pieces of evidence scattered around.
God bless Trump. Trump feeds us while Hamas starves us. Take note, everybody. Hamas talks about resistance, weapons, and a steadfast people, but look at how people all over Gaza are going to the Americans to get food. Bless Trump. Thank you, Trump. The one who feeds me, may God bless him. Better than those from Hamas and Qatar, who say stay in your homes and don't cooperate with the Americans and Israelis.
How can we confirm any of these? That's a good question. Let me see. This guy, oh God, I know who would have spoken about this. Fucking Free Press. They would have spoken about it, and they might have the actual clip. Is this dude in it, though? The Center for Peace Communications. Well, that should be easy to find. Yeah, this is on Free Press. This is from a Free Press video. Where's this guy? Where are you? Buddy? Fuck you! Is he not here? I thought he was here. Where are you? I don't believe he's here. Fuck. Although it's from this video because I can see the thing. Maybe I'm just scrolling too fast. We know that this part's true, isn't it? Because this is public announcements from Hamas saying stay home, don't fuck with these people, don't go to these places. God bless Trump. Oh, it might be here. God bless Trump. Okay, here we go. All right, we can confirm. Get your scrutiny out.
And then they're being dispersed in packages individually.
Holy shit, VC. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna share this and then we'll see, okay?
Other than that, by the way, remember that settler I told you about that would tell Palestinians where to avoid?
Yes.
I asked him and he said he hasn't been able to do it after October 7th because it's way too risky and they're looking for people like that, so he's just laying low, so he won't do the interview with you.
Cringe.
Sorry, but...
That's okay. I'm over it. Okay, do you see this?
Alright, hold on.
Hopefully this is them actually
by American security contractors. Basically, if you want a package
Not you.
to receive...
Here we go.
Okay, that's accurate.
And Hamas, understandably...
Okay. I don't know where the full thing is.
They actually did thank Trump. They did say Trump feeds us and Hamas starves us.
Patients, GHF. Where is this on YouTube? Is it the full thing on... Is it on...
I swear to God, all they have to do is like show these Gazans like thanking Trump, and Trump would send 10 times the amount of aid too.
Yeah, well, no, I can't. This is all 3 months ago, so this video, wherever it is not on their. It's not on their YouTube, but it might be on their Facebook because they have
Shorts?
a Facebook page.
Maybe...
It's not on Shorts. They have a Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter. It might be on their Twitter. I'll look at that later. I need to.
Hezbollah sex slave. What?
Yeah,
Wait,
right.
Oh yeah, they dabbled in that shit.
They did. Yeah, there's one of their top dudes who was involved in a bit of that mischief.
Yikes, man.
Hell yeah.
These are is this channel all about like Hezbollah? What the fuck? Hezbollah.
I've never heard of them. I don't know much about them. But yeah, I'll have
You know what I mean? If you're showing me something other than the YouTube page, I don't see it.
Oh yeah, no, I stopped sharing. Oh no, I didn't mean to. There we go. Okay. I'm just going back to the fucking Preston video for now.
Enjoy.
I'll see if I can find videos from that channel though, because their latest thing on their YouTube channel from Gazans is like 3 months ago. So if they have anything newer, it might be interesting.
Yeah, by the way, so the translation does seem to be accurate. I don't know why he would bleep out or like mute the audio on the Arabic side.
Well, because I guess he trusts the source, or because Preston Stewart speaks really good Arabic, better than Ryan Macbeth, and he can figure it out himself. Who knows?
But would it do anything if he just mutes the audio? Like, why would he do that? Is he talking?
It's just
over
because
it?
he doesn't want to talk over. Yeah, because he's just reading it in English for people who might be watching while they're doing other things. Like, it makes sense why you would do it. It just means because if you're speaking over it, you're not going to hear the Arabic anyway, even if it's really low, and it might be jarring for people.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, enjoy.
Take care.
No, we'll cooperate with them. We want to eat. If you came to feed me, then I wouldn't have to go to the Americans. But come feed me instead of doing nothing from Qatar while living in comfort.
Wow.
So we're starting to see some of these statements pushing back against Hamas, which actually lines up with a statement from the IDF that we'll run through here in a moment, suggesting that Hamas might continually be losing their grip on the Palestinian population in Gaza. Of course, we have yet to see if that will actually play out. On top of that, we're going to get into today why this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was necessary, according to the IDF, talking about some issues they've had with providing aid to the Gaza Strip. And then last but not least, we've got a new ceasefire proposal. As of now, it sounds like Israel has accepted. Hamas is still on the fence, although I have heard some reports that they have turned it down. But nonetheless, looking back at some of these statements from Palestinians in Gaza, the second clip here, again, starting to see some pushback on this process. But right out the gate, one of them talks about the process for receiving aid. Let's give that a watch. Tell us the details. The details, we arrived and got nothing. We saw people getting 50 boxers and others didn't even get one. There needs to be a system here.
Well, shit.
People are acting out of desperation and hunger. Was there an inspection process? No, there was no inspection or process. The Americans were standing on the side. What's your message to Hamdan and the negotiating team, the leader of Hamas? We want the war to stop. Those negotiating don't feel our pain. They're eating lamb and kebabs. They don't feel for the hungry people. That's my message. We want the war to stop. Now, quick note, the first day that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was operational, this is the U.S. company. I believe they're a nonprofit, but it's a U.S.-based organization with U.S. and Israeli government support. Not clear if that's financial support or just the support of allowing them to get into Gaza to carry this out. The very first day they opened, they opened the gates, and we just saw the entire place overrun. Yep. And there was a lot of criticism well, of course they're going to. These people are starving. They need food, and why wouldn't it be overrun? This is the reason right here, as this gentleman points out. When the place was looted and supplies were taken without any sort of orderly process, that means that people that desperately needed this aid couldn't get it. So this man says he walks away with nothing when others had, crates full of boxes moving away on motorcycles and with mules. So that's why the order is needed. I understand the issue that it's been a while and a lot of aid hasn't come into Gaza and now it's finally there, but the way that it was carried out in day one, those opening hours, was a problem and probably made it harder for some people to get aid. Nonetheless, we continue to have some comments here from people involved in the receipt of that aid, talking about how it went down. Let's give that a listen. We don't need to show IDs or do an iris scan. All of Gaza has come to get aid. People are taking 2 or 3 boxes each. Hamas doesn't want you to go to the Americans. Bless the Americans. They're giving us flour and food. Hamdan is in Qatar, well-fed, sleeping under air conditioners with his wives and children. He tells us no one should go while forcing us to be steadfast. What steadfastness? Come take a look at the people. They're hungry. A message from the people to Hamas. Give it up and go away. You have destroyed Gaza. For God's sake, have some mercy on us. And again, we're seeing more and more of that. And we'll see if this actually had something to do with it. But a suggestion from the IDF is that this distribution of aid coming directly, overtly from the Americans and Israelis, while Hamas behind the scenes was saying, don't do it, especially from Qatar, may have actually provided more of a split than we've seen in the recent past. But continuing on with some of the pushback coming from the Palestinians here, the last clip, what do you say to Hamdan? I say, may God hold you and your children accountable, and God willing, you'll experience what we have. May God hold Hamas accountable. God willing, they'll experience what we have.
Accountability? Oh no. Guy's woke. They really don't like Mr. fucking Hamdan, do they? Is he actually like is it because he's like the main negotiator now, or is he just like the public enemy guy? Because I thought Khaled Mashal would still be drawing a lot of ire right now. Who knows? DEI refugees. Jesus. Accountability.
Come be with us. Negotiate with us.
Listen here. It's Khaled. Don't say Khaled.
Khaled.
Okay? Khaled, okay?
Okay.
Embrace your Arabness. You can't claim the Arab card like you did fucking yesterday and be like Khaled. Okay?
Yeah, but Khaled isn't even in Gaza, is he?
I don't give a fuck. By the way, he was saying Khasa. That fucking weird ginger guy.
The fucking troll.
Yeah.
The literal troll.
Khasa.
The
You know what it
ogre.
means?
What?
It has a meaning. Khasa means... It has a meaning. It literally means, like, someone that got kicked in the balls.
Really?
Yeah. Mekhsi is someone that got kicked in the balls.
Huh.
Or, like, you know, someone that's a eunuch.
Okay.
Someone without balls.
Holy shit. It's a bit racist.
Yeah, and he was saying Khasa. Do you know how every word has a root for different types of words in Arabic?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the root word is Khasa, which is what he was using.
Okay.
So, and then Mekhsi is like the eunuch, and then Khaseto is like, I kicked him in the balls.
Yeah.
And Khaset, I got kicked in the balls. It's like that way. So, he was using...
Do you want to mix those ones up?
Yeah, definitely not. Anyway, I was laughing when he was saying Khasa.
It's fucking unbelievable, man. It's like it's the worst one I've ever seen.
It's worse than Gaza.
Based.
Alright. Do you actually think you can have a conversation with that dude?
What dude? The
ginger.
ogre.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just gonna be like, I feel like
I can guarantee
I
you
need
it's
to get
gonna
away
be
from
worse than
talking
the
to these fucking psychos. Like, it might be funny,
It's definitely gonna be worse than the Chris Kuntler conversation.
Yeah, I know, because the guy literally, like, at least Chris Kunstler has read like a couple of things, but fuck me. Yeah, that guy.
This guy just called you a Nazi piece of shit after every clip, after every statement.
That guy probably needs a bit of help. I think the more attention he gets, the thing is that with a lot of these people, these fucking nutcases, is like the world should not be rewarding this kind of behavior for most of these people. Like,
you shouldn't be given attention.
Yeah, because if there was someone who was like a fan of mine and attacking someone I don't like, if someone made like an anti-Hassan video that was like that, I would think it was cringe and want nothing to do with it. But people like that, like fucking Kunstler and whatever, Disinfo Tracker, like they all get fucking elevated by these creators because they think they're really smart and fucking like they think their work is academic standard. And I'm like, Jesus
It's
Christ.
funny because even on the joke of a platform, which is like TikTok, Chris Kuntler was a joke there.
Well, he was a
Like,
joke amongst people that you know, right? Because he clearly wasn't a joke.
No, he was a
amongst
joke. It was a joke even among like pro pallies who like talked to him. Like they made fun of him for being some white British dickhead that like he obviously didn't know as much when I heard of him or when he first started, but now he like obviously just memorized the fucking talking points. So now people look at him as informed.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, but he didn't fucking know anything.
I mean, he still doesn't really
This
know
is
that
my
much,
no-
but it's fucking...
Yeah, this is my normal volume. No.
Yeah, but I don't even know, like, if... I just don't get... Yeah, I don't know. I'm baffled by that kind of thing. Because even if there was just the equivalent of that on my side doing this kind of shit, I would be so embarrassed. I don't get it.
How do you think I feel? These people are trying to represent me.
Well,
Makes me want to... Can't say it on stream. Kill myself in a video game.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that happened to you. fuck?
Yeah. Fucking hate everybody. Anyway.
Take care.
Bye.
Starve with us. Die with us. We say to him, his son, and the rest of their leaders. God, hold them accountable. Give them a taste of what we have experienced. So again, that actually kind of lines up with an IDF statement they just put out, not IDF, but an Israeli statement, kind of sourcing through some IDF officials in recent days, where they say the barrier of fear from Hamas has been broken. Hamas repeatedly tried to break the population and resist the distribution plan to preserve its ability to control food and consequently the residents of the Gaza Strip. This is according to some reporting by Manny Fabian that I'll have linked in the description below, as well as the original video there, by the way. Those 4 clips we showed, I'll link the source video below for anybody who wants to see it in its entirety. They say the residents of the Strip voted with their feet against Hamas and flocked en masse to the distribution centers, thereby breaking an initial barrier of public fear from Hamas, which undermines its governing component needed to preserve its ruling capabilities. There are early signs of success of the strategy and method as a turning point. The aid distribution centers are an extraordinary success. This is a process of continuous learning and adaptation, a process of shaping the course. They say elements in Gaza and within Hamas are trying to create chaos and disorder to sabotage our efforts to drive a psychological campaign and generate a false narrative. And a quick note here worth getting into before playing this segment from the IDF explaining the issue with aid is there has been a fair amount of pushback from international aid organizations, namely the United Nations, saying, what are you doing? Why are you setting this thing up? We already have a mechanism in place to provide aid to the Gaza Strip. This is unnecessary. It's unneeded. And the pushback here from, we're kind of hearing it, this is a fingers being pointed in both directions, right? So we've got the UN saying they're making it hard. Israel is making it hard for them to get in. They're making it complex, and they're not providing security. Whereas Israel is pointing at the UN and others saying, you're not picking up the aid that we have dropped off right here for you. It is sitting in Israel because the United Nations will not take it into Gaza. Nonetheless, this continued IDF statement said...
That person actually figured out how to say my name. In fucking a different... Because these are different languages. Normally what happens when these guys speak is it's like... It's gibberish. Maybe there's an add-on that allows you to talk to other people because it's like separate letters. Yeah. Clever. Huh. Funny.
As the UN, which Israel recognizes as a key player in Gaza's humanitarian situation, is opposed to and has publicly objected to the new aid system, adding that the UN has been uncooperative in collecting aid from the Kerem Shalom crossing to distribute in the Gaza Strip. According to the defense official, to enable the United Nations to collect and distribute the aid entering Gaza, the Defense Ministry's coordinator of government activities in the territories, COGAT, held meetings with UN officials, and several adjustments were made to the transportation routes, some of which had gone through combat zones, and other logistical solutions were provided. Still, COGAT has accused the United Nations of failing to collect over 550 truckloads of aid waiting on the Gazan side of the Kerem Shalom crossing. Oh, my apologies there. So that aid has actually made it into the Gaza Strip, but it has not yet been distributed by the United Nations, again, according to this Israeli source. So that's one of the arguments as to why this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is needed at all. Additionally, we did get a statement. This is something that the IDF and Israel is really hammering right now. The question of aid making it into Gaza, who's distributing it, who's getting it, and why this is needed. To that end, the IDF just issued about a 2-minute long video explaining this entire process. I thought it was worth watching in its entirety, and we'll come back and talk about it here in a minute. Here we go. Oh man, I always forget to promote this, but we just released another episode of Unclassified Podcast, which is doing really well, growing pretty fast, all things considered. YouTube's doing great, but Spotify actually really kind of taken off over there, which is cool, on Apple and other podcast platforms as well. But anyways, it's me and my buddy Ben Wheeler talking about kind of the big issues over the last 7 days, national security, foreign affairs focused, working on incorporating in some more interviews coming up here in the next couple of weeks. But anyways, that's all linked below. If interested, back to the show.
I'm here at the Kerem Shalom humanitarian crossing to personally show you what is happening with the humanitarian aid entering Gaza and to disprove any misinformation circulating online.
Gaza. Uh-oh, debunked.
Behind me.
I love these IDF videos. They're so funny. They're so ham-fisted.
Hundreds of truck worth of aid waiting.
Are you ready
to
get
picked up
convinced?
at the Gazan side of the crossing. Close to 900 trucks of aid have already entered Gaza. And today, over 80 more will enter. In addition, the new distribution centers are operated by the GHF. 16,000 packages have been distributed within the past few days. Each package is enough for an entire family for a week. The aid is being led through, but UN organizations prefer to cooperate with Hamas rather than with us.
Uh-oh.
In the last few days, multiple aid distribution centers operated by the international aid organizations have been established in close cooperation with the United States and COGAT. 2 centers are working today, and the third will be ready in the coming days. This is a long-term program. As part of these efforts, the IDF continue to allow and facilitate the transfer of humanitarian aid through here, the Kerem Shalom crossing. As you can see behind me, almost 1,000 trucks were recently transferred to Gaza via the Kerem Shalom crossing. Following a thorough security inspection, it is now on the UN and the international organizations to ensure its proper distribution. We must not forget who is the aggressor and who is responsible for this situation. Hamas has been stealing aid meant for civilians and starving the population for too long.
Is there... So what are the talking points here? I know that people say, obviously, Israeli people right to say that Hamas is stealing a shitload of aid, selling it, extorting the population, paying their fighters, and they show all this footage of people in masks with guns on top of the aid vehicles. Other people say there's no evidence of it. Like, are they assuming all of this is gangs? That every time we see one of these videos, it's actually a gang doing it? Or am I missing something? I've seen one Hamas video that they published themselves of them booby-trapping that warehouse, killing or injuring like 7 soldiers. But that's bro, but that's fucking But in that warehouse, there's like a bunch of fucking aid piled up. It looks like aid storages. It looks like aid containers. So I don't know. I don't know. Compared to how many trucks going in, how many videos have we seen of them taking the aid? I don't know. That's the thing. Like I've seen a lot of different ones just flash by on Twitter and things like that, but I don't actually know when they're from, or no one disputes it's being stolen. It's just that some people say it's only gangs. Yeah, but how would you... And this is why Hamas says they're killing looters, right? I thought you died. Yeah, I did die. I'm starting again. All right, fuck.
Despite Hamas' continued and cruel abuse of the people of Gaza and their attempts at intimidation, Gazan civilians continue to arrive and receive assistance. The IDF will continue to facilitate humanitarian aid into Gaza to provide for the humanitarian needs of the civilian population, while taking necessary steps to ensure that the aid does not reach the hands of Hamas and gets to those in need. Hamas starves the people of Gaza. Hamas loots the aid meant for Gazan civilians. Hamas continues to hold 58 of our hostages captive. This is what we are fighting for: the return of our hostages and to dismantle Hamas.
All right, so this is the IDF explanation as to why, the new humanitarian aid process is necessary. And I think it's telling that Israel is focusing a lot of energy right now on explaining this process and why it's happening the way it is. There has been a lot of international pushback on Israel to allow more aid into the Gaza Strip. And my interpretation of what we're seeing here is Israel saying, hey, we're trying. All you guys keep pointing at these international aid organizations. You got to understand they're not keeping up their end of the bargain. The IDF is not delivering the humanitarian supplies to the Palestinian people. There is an intermediary set to do that. And according to Israel, they're not holding up their end of the bargain. This all comes amidst kind of an ongoing ceasefire negotiation where it sounds like there might actually be some progress there. And humanitarian aid is going to play a role in this. Now, the last that I saw on this is that Israel accepted the terms of this ceasefire proposal put forward by the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff here in the United States, but that Hamas was still reviewing it and said the current form will only result in, quote, the continuation of killing and famine in Gaza. In fact, the Hamas...
Bakari's the only one I trust. Nice one.
Hamas Political Bureau member Bursim Naim told Reuters that the deal does not meet any of their demands, foremost amongst them halting the war. Nonetheless, Hamas is studying the response to the proposal with full national responsibility. So I thought it'd be worth getting into what that proposal looks like. To the best of our understanding, this was what was released earlier today. A lot of it pretty similar to past ceasefires, but there are a couple different aspects here. Overall, this would be a 60-day ceasefire between IDF and Hamas, with President Trump personally guaranteeing Israel's adherence. In terms of the hostage exchange, there would be 10 living hostages and 10 deceased that Hamas is currently holding from a list of 58. They'd be released in 2 waves, half of them on day 1 and half on day 7. In return, Israel would release 125 Palestinian prisoners they have in custody that are serving life sentences, an additional 1,111 Gazan detainees, and 180 deceased Palestinians. All of those would be split over days 1 and 7. So let's see, that is 1,235 living, 180 deceased for 10 living, 18 deceased. In terms of humanitarian aid, aid will be immediately resumed into Gaza, distributed via the UN and Red Crescent throughout the ceasefire. Again, we're just hearing the criticisms from Israel saying they're not actually doing it right now, so maybe it would be better in the event of a ceasefire. Should this go into place, Israeli offensive actions would cease immediately. There would be no Israeli aerial activity for 10 to 12 hours per day during the ceasefire. IDF would redeploy from northern Gaza and Neztarim on day 1 and from southern Gaza on day 7. A key component here is it does not talk about these essentially buffer zones where Israel has moved in and said, we're going to hold on to this forever now, or at least long term. There's no indication, like, does that mean that they're pulling back from those areas? Because if that's the case, that'd be a big win for Hamas while these talks are still ongoing. This is one of the pressure points that Israel's been asserting. Now, in line with that, they say during the course of this ceasefire, talks to end the war once and for all would immediately begin, as well as a final hostage for prisoner exchange, day after governance, and terms for a permanent ceasefire. By day 10, Hamas would provide full information on the remaining hostages, both alive and dead, in their captivity. That would be interesting because we haven't, to my knowledge, seen that at all from Hamas since day 1. Israel would be doing the same for Gazan prisoners and casualties, and then the final hostage release would be set to take place if a permanent ceasefire is reached on or around day 60. If a ceasefire is not agreed to, or if the terms are not agreed to, the ceasefire could be extended, assuming both are operating in good faith. The guarantors of this agreement would be the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, who are all mediating and saying they would guarantee the ceasefire and negotiation process. Again, as of now, my understanding is Israel has accepted those terms. Hamas has not. I don't know that Hamas has rejected them so much as they haven't yet accepted what's been laid out.
I believe this was rejected. I don't think I've heard anything further about this Witkoff proposal. Could be wrong, but yeah, I think that's the case.
In terms of this ceasefire,
it's a couple of days
we'll keep an eye on it. That's all I got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Okay. So that's one end of the situation, I guess, is like the assertion that at least a non-zero number of people in Gaza are seeing perks of this new aid system. Whoa, is this person going to die? No, that's just NPCs. Holy shit. Yes. But I think we actually have slightly more substantive information about this recent shooting now. Oh yeah, no, sorry, before we do that, this is the video, isn't it? Fuck me, am I stuck? Yeah, I'll look at this first. This is... When people say that there's not any evidence of Hamas stealing aid, I feel like this video that's published by Hamas might suggest otherwise, but we'll see.
So this looks an awful lot like Hamas carrying out an ambush inside of an aid warehouse in the Gaza Strip, which we'll watch the clip start to finish, let you be the judge. But if that's what actually happened, it's a problem for more reasons than one. We've also got a new clip that just came out yesterday from Hamas showing what they say is their targeting and elimination of undercover Israeli soldiers in the Gaza Strip, but it looks more and more like these might have actually been members of Abu Shabaab, which, if true, would be pretty notable because this is the first public confirmation of Hamas going after other Palestinian groups since the war began. Now, depending who you talk to, Abu Shabaab is either good or bad, and we'll run through that as well. And then we'll wrap up with some new IDF footage talking about the ongoing military operation that is Gideon's Chariots throughout the Gaza Strip. Now, starting with this footage that just came out yesterday, or came out recently from Hamas. This one is titled The Gates of Hell Ambush, ambush number 2 specifically. And there's a couple different...
There's definitely evidence. The question is how much data is being stolen. Is there evidence that it's being stolen specifically by Hamas, though? Or is it just that all these videos are videos of gangsters doing it? Like, I don't know, man. Because obviously Hamas doesn't... They're not wearing uniforms. So, just because they're in non-Hamas uniforms, it doesn't suggest that someone else is stealing the aid. Which is very annoying. Abu Shabaab. I don't know if Abu Shabaab are actually like a good group. I think there's probably quite a lot of issues with them. Are they worse than Hamas? Couldn't tell you. But yeah, we'll look into them as well at some point.
Different clips here. This first one we actually played a few weeks ago where it shows Hamas fighters in a home kind of luring in Israeli soldiers. And once they come in, we start to see IEDs placed throughout that facility, a tactic we've seen throughout the Gaza Strip. And you'll see the use of backup cameras from vehicles used here to identify when the Israeli soldiers enter the facility right there. Nothing new. We've seen that for quite a while. But again, that clip came out a few weeks ago. Hamas is suggesting here this ambush number 2 is kind of a part of that overall operation. Not sure. Maybe. But nonetheless, this is the key component here, showing a map in the Rafah area of where this is taking place. East Rafah, I believe. And then turning to the actual operation, they lay out some details here. And according to Hamas, so translated here, the complex ambush began by targeting the ground floor of a house where a number of occupation soldiers were entrenched. Using several anti-fortification and anti-armor shells, the soldiers were then engaged with appropriate weapons. The Hamas fighters retreated to the tunnel's opening and lured the occupation soldiers into a trap with a number of explosive devices. As soon as the soldiers arrived at the ambush trap, the devices were detonated, killing and wounding them. Our fighters monitored the landing of a helicopter for evacuation. Now, a quick note there, when you see the absolute destruction of so much of the Gaza Strip, this is one of the reasons that Israel points to, is they say, hey, every time we go into a building, there's multiple IEDs and tunnels. So you have to ask yourself, from a military perspective, if you have 10 buildings in front of you, and how many of those need to be rigged with explosives and go off when your soldiers go inside before you say, just level the rest, or level the next 10, or level the remainder of the block. We can't even afford to send people in. I can assure you, if the commander sent soldiers into the first 10, and every one of those 10 buildings blew up and killed his soldiers, he wouldn't be in command anymore. So there's a decision to be made there. Now, there's a line to walk. Like, you should not level 10 buildings because the first one had one mine outside of it. If 1 out of 20 is rigged, probably not a good reason to level an entire block. But what we're getting more and more from Israel is just the sheer volume of IEDs and booby traps set up throughout the Gaza Strip has necessitated the wholesale destruction of some locations, especially in the south and in around Rafah. Now, turning to this clip, you can see...
Whatever Sinwar's word is worth on this, back in the 2021-22, he was talking about how they literally had like thousands of traps all the way across the strip. But, you know, thousands, that could mean, what, 2,000 or 3,000? It could also mean 20,000. Rip.
See the Hamas fighters here monitor from inside of the warehouse. Right, and this is where I say, I think it looks like an aid warehouse, and you'll see more here in a second, just because what other large facilities like this are still standing with pallets of what looks like supplies stacked up side by side? I guess a question to be raised there is, why is nobody around it? It seems like this is a place people would want to be, but if this is one of the locations, there you go, look at that. That looks like aid.
See, look at that. Those like blue strips there. That's aid, isn't it? That's what you see in the aid trucks. Am I wrong? Am I fucking crazy? So it's weird to say that people would argue that Hamas are not taking... There's no evidence of them stealing aid in any large number. But these guys are filming themselves in a fucking warehouse full of aid. What's going on there? Am I crazy? What? Unless this is like the only piece of evidence that people are referring to, but maybe.
right?
Maybe.
Like water bottles or something. I don't know.
I wonder if I can find it. The image of aid trucks, because it is this. Like, that's what they look like. Let me see. With the blue tape. Gaza aid truck. Look. I don't even know if it's tape. It's like straps, right? I want to see if I can find the one that's got exactly this one. Like, this one obviously looks similar, right? Like these little stacks with the blue. Bro.
I technically, I mean, maybe it could be construction supplies, right? You can't tell for sure. But this is the location that Hamas is stating.
Oh, very old. Like, it used to be pre-October 7th, construction supplies, because I don't think construction supplies went in. Okay.
The ambush out of.
I see.
Now, one of the reasons for the people not being there, not a lot of Gazan civilians gathered around what could be an aid location, is because a lot of areas throughout Gaza in recent weeks, the IDF has issued evacuation warnings before they move troops in. So if that was the case, God, I'm telling you that, again, it could be anything. It looks an awful lot like some of the aid packages that have been sent in by the IDF in recent weeks. But the civilians might not be there because they've been evacuated prior to, again, IDF moving people out of a lot of these locations before moving in as of late.
Oh, it's here. War Noir.
So again, this tactic of Hamas.
Why are they called War Noir? Yeah, like isn't this okay? Yeah, for sure, bro. Look at this.
Hamas carrying out.
This is this is an aid truck from 2025.
The attack RPGs and AKs.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Attacking the Israeli soldiers at close range and then withdrawing, and that's a key component here when it comes to how does the IDF effectively deal with this, and we're going to see their tactic in use. So again, we've got one of these cameras. I'm going to pause it real quick. We've got the drone flies in. This is how Israel's been clearing these buildings. A drone goes in looking for Hamas fighters and or explosive charges, and there's only so much you can see from a drone, but sometimes it might be very, very clear that there's a bunch of, say, landmines stacked in a doorway. Next up, you send in a dog to sniff around, see if they can identify any explosives or booby traps, and then the soldiers come in. So this is a method of trying to preserve the life of the Israeli soldiers, and we're going to watch this play out here. But again, keep in the back of your mind, this is one of the reasons that Israel is going in and destroying building after building, because even after they follow this protocol, you see that Hamas is watching, they detonate this building. But let's go ahead and give it a watch. So drone comes in, searches around. Again, limited amount of things you can actually see with the drone. Then the dog comes in, sniffs around.
Yeah, they show you. See this video? They're showing you a guy watching the monitor. It's fucking mental. Look at this. I don't think you can see the full thing. It's got like the music and everything. 3 minutes 40. This is Hamas's publication. It's showing you, you know, the fucking text about the attack and the booby trapping. Look, this is them with the tape. See that with the stacks. They have a gunfight. There's clearly guys there, and then the IDF comes in. There's this dude watching it on his little monitor here. See that? That's his monitor. See that? They see the dog go by. They count the dudes. This is actually like a very, very convincing fucking red triangle video. It's one of the few. And then they see the guy. Look. There's a guy. 9 people going in this building. And there's the dude on his little fucking... And then he just fucking blows them to hell. Fucking nutcase. Jesus. How many trucks worth of aid? Well, I mean, you can tell that, like, either that warehouse was being filled recently because there's not that much in it, or they have been using stuff from that warehouse. But it looks like, I mean, if those stacks, there's at least a couple of trucks worth of aid there. At least a couple. More than one, by the looks of it, but who the fuck am I to say?
In this case, based off of the location of the camera up above, kind of makes you wonder if the explosive charges are maybe a little higher. Maybe the design here is to bring the building down on top of the soldiers. Dogs are great. They can do a really good job sniffing out explosives, but they're limited, right? If there's charges up on the second floor here, I'm not sure the dog would necessarily hit on that while running through the first floor of the facility here.
So this is not what you would call a booby trap, right? Because it was detonated remotely by a guy who was watching. This would just be like I guess it would be like a quote other device. But even then, it's okay, the question I have is, outside of, you know, whether or not Hamas has a right to go to war at all with the IDF, the question of that weapon in particular, a command detonated booby trap. So by the Geneva Convention, I'm pretty sure booby trap has to be disturbance that triggers it, not remote detonation. So under the Convention on Conventional Weapons, it would be called an other device, quote, other device. But even other devices are supposed to be seemingly civilian. But if these are like IEDs that are just placed in fucking, like underneath the aid stacks or in the walls or whatever, or in this fucking, or in upper ground. Victim detonated, okay. So I imagine in a military, they might call it, if you're referring to like what the military calls it, they'd probably use like interchangeable terms. But in the IHL, a booby trap and other device are different. And booby traps are because they are seemingly harmless objects that are disturbed by a person. So like you open a door and then the door triggers the attack. But this is remote detonation. So 2 deaths from that ambush, yeah. Ugh.
And then comes the clearance team. IDF soldiers here with a little marker there on the side. Six, 7. I mean, a fair amount moving in here. 8. And it's not clear, again, where Hamas has the explosive charge set up. But you can see this, even this squad, you got 10 people roughly. That's a squad. They've got 2 dogs and at least 1 drone. It shows how front and center the clearance of these buildings is and how they're looking for these IEDs. And there you go. Hamas detonating the charge.
Oh, they show you it.
Did not see any statistics from the IDF related to this specific event in terms of total number of soldiers killed or wounded. But nonetheless, start to finish, that kind of gives you an idea of Hamas tactics in the Gaza Strip right now. They are not trying to attack IDF forces. They are trying to lure the IDF in to locations that they have pre-rigged with explosive charges. And then as soon as the IDF gets in there to clear the facility, assuming they move in on foot.
You know, I'm going to ask a provocative question now. Putting IEDs in buildings like that, in terms of the actual weapon that they're using, what's the take on whether or not that's legal? Does anyone have any hot takes? Because I don't know if it's like, if it's disguised as a harmless item or embedded in a harmless item like an aid package or in a aid warehouse or like underneath a pallet or something like that, would that be, is that what makes it illegal? That it's an apparently harmless object that's rigged to explode? And nothing that's got any military use? Because you wouldn't expect, like, it's not like a weapons depot, right? It's not like a Hamas fucking RPG. It's a, yeah. The weapon is legal embedded in a location that might be illegal, or it's like used in used in an illegal way because of it being placed in an aid warehouse. Yeah. Who knows?
They detonate the building, which again is one of the arguments why Israel is not going into as many buildings today as they were.
It is civilian infrastructure, so that's definitely...
Too many of them are blowing up, and at some point you say, enough already, especially if that's a building we get shot at from. You kind of have to learn those, and Israel has. You learn those tactics over time and say, if we get shot at from
Wait, but does that mean if you're in a military base, if you're in a base and your base gets overrun, is it okay for you to just rig the base with explosives? The fact that it's an aid infrastructure is probably what would make it legal rather than the weapon itself. I'm just asking questions about the fucking law. Holy shit, why are you guys all like, oh, why would you obey the law if the other side doesn't? Well, because that's the, again, the Geneva Convention, if you bother to read it, it's actually, if you bother to read the Geneva Conventions, it's not, it is designed actually to account for your enemy breaking the law. I don't think, like, in most cases, you're not really going to be in a position where your enemy has a banging military advantage and you can only get around it by doing illegal shit, right? Like, the Geneva Convention doesn't have a fucking cheat code in it where it's like your illegal actions force the enemy to do illegal actions. That's not really a thing. But who knows? Fuck. I know some people contend with specifics of the Geneva Conventions because some people say that they're not adequate for the development of tactics by non-state actors. But I can think of maybe a couple examples there, but not many. Because if you, say, level a civilian building to cut corners for your soldiers, like, that would probably be illegal, right? But if you level a civilian building to cut corners for your soldiers, because so many buildings have risks of being filled with IEDs and risking your soldiers, then the proportionality assessment has changed. The military advantage that you gain from flattening that building is far different than it would have been if it was only like 1 in 50 or 1 in 20 buildings getting rigged. You understand? Like, IHL accounts for that. Bro.
That building, we're
not fucking Raptors. Laramie, please get me out of here.
Any sort of dismounted soldiers.
No.
Getting shot at from a building is an indication that building needs to go because it's probably a trap. Again, we're seeing that time and time and time again. Now, shifting over to this second clip, this is something just put out by Hamas yesterday. I'll read through a couple different reports here. Hamas published this saying that it was operatives detonating an explosive device against what they say are undercover Israeli soldiers in southern Gaza's Rafah. The video shows a group of armed men in civilian clothing being hit by a bomb. I'm actually not going to show that part because it's pretty graphic. Of all things, the bomb actually decapitates the guy right at the very end, and it's very clear. Some reports from Gaza have indicated, this is some reporting from Manny Fabian, that the group is affiliated with Yasser Abu Shabab. And you can see this very clearly are not IDF uniforms, right? Which is a leader of a large clan in the Rafah area. Abu Shabab claims his forces have been protecting aid convoys, while Hamas has accused him of looting the aid trucks and maintaining connections with Israel. Israeli officials have declined to comment on this or other Abu Shabab activities. Joe Truzman of FDD said, quote, "This may have been a group challenging Hamas's authority in securing humanitarian aid in Gaza. This might be the first documented incident of Hamas deliberately attacking another armed Palestinian group in the war." And then, again, I mentioned there's some people that like this group and others that don't. Dropsite News, citing Al Jazeera, a source there, said that these are agents for the occupation tasked with sweeping, monitoring resistance fighters, and looting aid. They're linked to the so-called Yasser Abu Shabab gang and operate with the Israeli army inside of Rafah. Quote, "We will deal with agents and collaborators firmly and consider them part of the occupation, no matter the protection they hide behind." So again, kind of mixed on this one, where some are saying that these are, Hamas is still kind of sticking with the fact that these are undercover Israeli soldiers. I'm not sure if that's lost in translation, and they just mean a group that has some degree of coordination with the IDF. But we have seen, even with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, we've seen the use of Palestinians in some sort of guard capacity, security capacity. So it's entirely possible that this is one of those groups looped into that and or other security operations throughout the Gaza Strip. But again, according to Joe Truzman, this is very, very notable. Joe, of course, an incredible source, better understanding this conflict and others in the region. But if we actually have Hamas starting to go after other Palestinian armed groups deliberately, you can start to see a bit of a fracture in what the day after might actually look like as these ceasefire negotiations are ongoing. Now, turning over to some IDF operations here under Gideon's Chariots, which kicked off a couple weeks ago. The IDF says during an operation by the Golani Brigade in the Gaza Strip, 2 RPGs were fired at the force, causing minor injuries to 3 IDF soldiers. Over the course of the past 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force says they have attacked dozens of terrorist targets throughout the Gaza Strip. Among the targets hit were military structures.
Have you seen evidence of Israel supporting these other armed groups? Like, well, they admitted to it, didn't they? Didn't they admit that they're arming other groups that oppose Hamas, like Abu Shabab?
Health warning.
I'm not crazy, am I? I'm not just reading so much fucking disinfo that's not true. That is true, isn't it? They are arming people who oppose Hamas. No?
Health warning.
Yes, they did. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Observation and sniping posts, underground infrastructure, other terrorist infrastructure. And we've also got the continuation of finding and destroying these underground tunnel networks. So they say as part of the offensive area, troops located and dismantled an underground tunnel network, approximately 1 kilometer in length, based on intelligence of Hamas infrastructure in the area. During the searches, they identified several Hamas members who had barricaded themselves in the tunnel and eliminated them. So that's still talk about some of the nastiest fighting possible, is going down underground and coming face to face with enemy forces. They say the tunnel route was used by Hamas for terror activity, exploiting civilian infrastructure, and in a building that previously served as a school in the Shajaya neighborhood, explosive devices were found hidden inside UN RWA bags. And then in wrapping up, they say in a building that previously served as a school in Khan Yunis, an underground tunnel shaft, I think we have a video of here, was located and dismantled. So as of now, while the ceasefire talks are ongoing, Operation Gideon's Chariots, the IDF offensive push back into Gaza, is still very much underway. We're hearing military updates from the IDF day in and day out as far as that goes. But that's all I got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
What a dude. All right. Okay, I think that's all of our... Oh no, we got one more. So, despite those videos from Preston Stewart being, I think they seem to be real and authentic, the Arab people, the Palestinians in Gaza at the aid depots, saying thank you Trump, fuck you Hamas, and telling Hamdan to step down and all that shit. There does seem to be an issue where... Now, I know of 2 incidents so far. I know of the one where people rushed the aid center and they said that there was gunfire, although I don't think there were reported deaths or injuries, although there were, or maybe very few, because they said that warning shots were fired to get the crowd to disperse. But I think a couple of days afterwards, there was actually a shooting a kilometer away from the aid center, from one of the hubs that people were walking towards, where I think 30 people were killed, according to the health ministry. CNN have done a little analysis of it, of the gunfire. The IDF is, as far as I know, completely denied this. I don't even know if they've even said that they were in the area fighting, but who knows? We'll see.
Palestinians take cover as pulses of automatic gunfire crackle overhead. Others try and crawl to safety as explosions ring out. For several hours on Sunday, this was the terrifying reality hungry Gazans faced as they tried to reach an American-backed humanitarian aid site in southern Gaza. We are bringing our food drenched in blood. We are dying to get food, Amin Khalifa says amid a hail of gunfire. The aftermath is grisly. Bullet-riddled bodies lie scattered on the beach. As others emerge carrying sacks of aid these men died trying to get. Health officials and doctors report at least 31 were killed. 17 eyewitnesses told CNN it was the Israeli military that opened fire on the crowd. A CNN analysis of video from the scene, audio of gunfire, and ballistics evidence all point to the Israeli military. In Gaza, more families made to mourn. They lure us in just to kill us there, this man says. What's happening is wrong, wrong. Why? Why are they doing this? We go there just to get our daily bread, and they kill us. In the pre-dawn hours of Sunday, masses of Palestinians began trekking down Al-Rashid Street, hoping to be among the first to reach the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation site in Tal al-Sultan before limited aid supplies run dry. But as they reach the Al-Alam roundabout, a hail of gunfire forces people to the ground. Eyewitnesses say much of the gunfire came from tank-mounted machine guns.
We asked the forensic audio expert to analyze the gunfire in that video, and this analysis shows bursts of gunfire at a rate of 15 rounds per second. Weapons experts say that's consistent with the FN MAG, a machine gun used by the Israeli military and commonly mounted on Israeli tanks. Those experts say that rate of fire also appears to rule out weapons used commonly by Hamas. And then you have bullets like this one, which doctors at Nasser Hospital pulled from the bodies of the dead and the wounded. Weapons experts also say this bullet is consistent with the FN MAG.
The Israeli military said they did not fire at civilians while they were near or within the aid site. But that statement is misleading. An Israeli military official acknowledged Israeli troops did fire toward people about 1 kilometer away from the aid site. The Al-Alam roundabout, where people were killed, is also about 1 kilometer away from the site. This entire area, with an Israeli military base right here, is under Israeli control. This post warns the Israeli military would be active in the area at the time of the shooting. It's from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which operates the aid site and closely coordinates with the IDF, alerting Palestinians that using the passage before 5 a.m. is prohibited. But they posted it at 4 a.m., as people were already being fired upon. Eyewitnesses described volleys of Israeli military gunfire.
So wait, was that the first time that they said it's prohibited before 5 a.m., or were they reiterating? If they said that like an hour before, because obviously people are walking down a fucking road. They don't have, like, Gaza's small, okay, but it's not that small. If you're walking from wherever that route started, you're taking like an hour plus to get down to the south. Fucking hell. It's probably a curfew, but was it a newly installed curfew because of the gunfire, or was it a curfew that they had to reiterate? Because that would change a bit, maybe. But you shouldn't fire at people for breaking curfew.
From snipers, tanks, and drones beginning as early as 3 a.m. on Sunday. More were shot at 4:30 a.m. Others described being shot as late as 6:30 in the morning. They were shooting directly at us everywhere, this man says, from the sea, from snipers, and from all directions. 4 people were injured, and 1 was immediately killed. I tried to stand up and escape or go back, but I was hit in my left side. I've seen a lot of soldiers in this war. When they want to clear an area or warn you, they shoot around you. But yesterday they were shooting to kill us. At Nasser Hospital, fear and pain are still etched across the face of 13-year-old Yazid Musleh, who was wounded by gunfire from a tank his father and brother say was stationed near the aid site. I saw the tank from afar, Ihab says. He was standing, waving his hands to the tank, and within seconds, gunfire was directed at him, and he was lying on the ground. 2 days later, despite the dangers, tens of thousands of Palestinians continued to stream towards that same aid site, a testament to the hunger and desperation still gripping so many. And once again, in the early hours of Tuesday, dozens were killed en route. This time, the Israeli military acknowledging it fired warning shots and then opened fire, claiming suspects advanced towards troops in a threatening manner. The military said it was looking into reports of casualties. It need look no further than this boy crying out over his mother's body, begging her to wake up. Today, she went to get aid. She went to get aid to feed us, he cries. And this is what they do to us? The Americans said, come to the safe area to get your aid. Who should trust them? As for Amin Khalifa, the man who documented Sunday's gunfire, his quest for survival ended abruptly on Tuesday. He was killed while trying to reach that aid site once again. He was 30 years old.
The Israeli military declined to answer questions related to our findings, but as recently as Tuesday, the Israeli military's top spokesman, General Efi Defrin, categorically denied that the Israeli military opened fire on Sunday, saying it, quote, simply didn't happen. But after a week during which more than 60 people were killed while trying to make it to that aid site, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation now says it is having conversations with the Israeli military.
I think if it's a tank-mounted gun, the chances of Hamas can commandeer weapons from the IDF. They can steal weapons, but the chances of them commandeering a tank-mounted gun, that's really fucking slim, isn't it? Like, what the fuck? So he's saying they didn't open fire at all. Is that what he's saying?
Quote, support civilian safety. Among them, a spokesman tells me that
they're just claiming these gunshots came from a different group. That's not the IDF. 7.62.39 and 7.62.51 are the same bullet, different casing. So what, the bullet could be indicative of either? But what about the rapid fire? What about the fucking shots per second? We have people who know more than CNN, I guess. You wouldn't get the... Okay, am I fucking stupid? Or like if casing... doesn't casing fall next to the shooter? Not... Casing doesn't fucking go all the way over to the... Shut up. And I know that because when you get those machine guns, the casings just fall out by the side. No? So you wouldn't have the casing.
The Israeli military to, quote, enhance force training and refine internal IDF procedures.
So the bullet could be... Oh, that was the end of it. The bullet could be used by either, but the rapid fire was definitely an MG. And the chances of Hamas getting a hold of an MG is quite slim, right? Like, I would say next to none if it's on a tank. The case would be left by the tank, but the bullet found in the dude could have been an AK bullet. Okay. Fuck. No details of the round. No. The thing is that I thought the IDF have changed this claim to they were firing, but they were returning fire. Haven't they said that? What's the response to this? Because this is a day ago. Let's see. Where's the video they put out? They put out a video about... Was it about this, though? Because that wasn't Rafah, was it? That was along the coast and a roundabout. This is them. Apparently a Gazan civilian and a Kogat officer are talking about Rafah. But Rafah was not where that happened. This was another day where the IDF did admit to firing.
شو فهمت انت من النهاية تبعت رفح؟ شو صار غاد؟
Oh, I have to read this out loud, don't I? Because of the fucking subtitles being so small. He's saying, what do you know about the incident in Rafah? Hang on. And the Kogat officer, we can see it. Can you see it on your phones, though? What, this is one where the... Well, this is one where the fucking health ministry said that 30 people died. This is a different shooting then. Okay. I'm gonna read this out loud, fuck you. Let's make it quieter, it's only a minute. So the Koga officer, what did you understand from the story in Rafah? What happened there? The people from the aid compound who were killed, asked the Gazan. They said 30 or 40 people were killed. I swear to you, no, it's a lie. People were injured, yes, maybe 7 or 8 dead. Oh shit. He said, I sent you a photo of the young man who was blamed for shooting at them. The Koga officer asks, what do you understand from this matter? Is it real or just talk? He says, no, there are 30 and not 50. There are injured people, yes. The army started firing. The army responded after mortars. He said the army, what did he say? He said the army started firing in response to the terrorists. The army responded after mortars were fired at it. But the people who were fired were Hamas terrorists. Okay. They don't want people to receive aid. They want to foil the plan. They live off theft. Kogat person asks, so Hamas terrorists were the ones who fired at the people? Yes, of course. This is not the first time. They want to foil the plan. Aid will go to them, allowing them to steal. They live on the aid. Deals, sales, money, food and drink, all for their own men and Hamas leaders. Today they've gone completely... What? Today they've gone completely bankrupt. The people understood they were there because they saw Hamas operatives in the area. They even demanded it. They want aid to come into the UN organization so they can steal it. Kogat guy says, God help us, but all they want is to ruin things and hold people back. Okay, so the Kogat guy is just literally doing politics with the caller. Resident says what? I swear to you, no, they're animals, truly criminals like ISIS. I swear to God, they're human beasts, not humans at all. They have no compassion whatsoever for their own people. Okay, that's the end of it. Jesus, okay. Well... He said 7 died, and he's talking about 30 injured, I think. But this is from a separate incident. This isn't the one from the CNN video. The IDF needs to secure the entire road. My understanding is that it's not easy to secure an entire massive road because there's buildings alongside the road. And then behind those buildings, there are more buildings. So securing a road ain't no walk in the park. It's a road, not a park. RIP. I don't know. Need more information. Fuck. Seems like that CNN one though is harder to justify from the idea. Is harder to like get around. Seems like the IDF don't really have a good answer there. If they're saying we weren't firing, but the weapon is more indicative to be a weapon that Hamas would not be able to get a hold of, what are you gonna do? Do you think that call was real? Yeah, I don't think there's ever been any. Again, we have whistleblowers for shit that the IDF does all the time. I don't think there's ever been a whistleblower that's accused the IDF of like, they've been like, oh yeah, we had to fabricate a phone call. You can literally like see footage from inside Gaza of people talking about Hamas in the exact same way. So, like, why not? Maybe the caller's lying. Maybe there's only one witness, so you can't be reliable. But yeah, I don't think them. I've not seen evidence of them just like inventing phone calls, just making them up out of thin air.
Adam says, and then any criticism though, I'm pretty much just not gonna fact check it. It's pretty cool, man. I love it.
When people pointed out how lazy
Let's
his
finish
video
the
was.
Willie Mac video. Hello, Sundowner.
Oh, hello. So, in regards to the phone call, like the one you were listening to earlier, there were some claims that there were mortars firing by people in Gaza and Facebook and Twitter, like in general social media. So now, like, the thing is, there is a huge range of discrepancy between them. So, like, maybe it's correct that someone said that, and I wouldn't rule it out because there were people saying that, but vast majority I found were rather rebuking them because like when people claiming it, I found multiple people who were actually on the site who were also claiming that explosives were heard after the shooting already started, and another claim that the explosives were fired by the IDF and Hamas itself didn't fire it, and some people claiming Hamas started firing after the IDF started firing. So there's a bit of discrepancy there. And also one more thing is that I don't know why the IDF would need someone from Gaza to come and tell them that they started firing after Hamas started firing on them, because I don't think that's their claim. So, like, do they need someone to call them and tell them that that's what happened, that's what they did?
Yeah, but they should not have their own information, right? Like, if they got cameras on their soldiers and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I expect them to know that they fired back after being fired upon, not needing a random dude to tell them that. And like, it's true that there are some people claiming that, but the vast majority I found were rather contradicting this claim.
So
maybe they selectively chose such a claim. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't think that the call is necessarily fabricated, but it could be very selective.
Yeah, because in any case, I think civilians who are in between a gunfight, like, it's bullets flying around. Like, how are you supposed to, like, I don't know. I've never been in the middle of a gunfight, but like, if I was going to identify the source of the fire, yeah.
I wouldn't tell who's firing the mortar or who's firing the bullet. Like, maybe if I saw the tank firing at me, I would say, yeah, that tank is firing at me.
Yeah.
But mortar? No, not
mortars, bullets, like, and also, bro, I know what it's like to be in fucking northern Israel with a literal fucking intel lady, a very well-regarded intel lady. And there's drone sounds everywhere, and we're like, are those Hezbollah drones or are they IDF? And she's like, I don't know. Or the same thing with fucking with explosions, like booms. Like, oh, is that us firing to them or them firing to us? I don't know. Fuck.
Oh, that sounded like a 67mm round that's often used by the insurgents, not by the IDF.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Queen.
I can tell who it was.
Exactly.
Just like we can tell a JDAM from its sound, we can tell a 7.62 from its sound, like we can tell them all.
That's what you were doing on the ground when Iran fired, right? You'll be there identifying each missile, where it's going to land.
Honestly, until this day, I can't tell the explosions were like, was it the rocket, the few stages burning out, or like, was it the explosive itself, or was it like just the fragments falling? I still don't know to this day what was it.
Yeah.
I just know I heard the boom and saw a flash in the sky.
Were you one of those?
Because it was fucking night, and
were you one of those guys on Twitter like going around and like finding the rockets where they landed and playing with them? Was that you?
Yeah. No, sadly I couldn't find any rocket because like they fragment really fucking hard. It's very rare to actually find the rocket intact or the few stages or the warhead still in space.
It was Jordan where that video came of the guys like taking the rocket on the ground and like taking like 10 people to push it up so it's standing upright and then clapping and cheering.
No, it was in the West Bank. I believe
it
was in Fulcrum, but I'm not sure. But there was a video in Jordan where a dude just came ahead and smoked and lighted a cigarette with this fucking fire from the rocket burning out.
Yeah, there's not many people can say they've done that.
Which is like the most Jordanian thing ever, but yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, honestly, in regards to the machine gun, I don't know. I'm not I don't know about bullet ballistics and those stuff. So, but I wouldn't take it as a hard proof or indicative. Like it can be indicative, but it's not a hard proof nonetheless. Yeah. Overall, from the situation and what happened there and the testimonies, I think you already know what's my assessment. Like what I think was the most likely thing to happen. Because we actually do have presidents for it, and let's not kid ourselves. Every single person who looked at the plan knew since day one this shit was going to happen. Like everyone looked at it and said, "Yeah, there would be a massacre."
Yeah, I did as well, didn't I? What were you about to say? Because you're about to say like your position. Is this because it's like the inevitable chaos of having like thousands upon thousands of people like running to an aid site when they need food and they're in a very bad situation? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Like there are multiple underlying factors. First of all, the PMC group they hired is itself of very dubious background, to put it mildly. I think Sulfur made some reports on it. Like not made them, but like compiled them. They are worth looking at. And there are a bunch of shit other because we know that the IDF tends to be extremely trigger happy. They don't need they don't need you to invite them twice to shoot up a bunch of people walking in the street. And we also know for a fact that people will be overcrowding the place and will panic and say they are sorry a couple of months afterwards. You know how it happens.
Not to mention if the Israelis are claiming that Hamas is stopping people from reaching the sites and firing on them, you're literally like but you're dictating which road they go down and announcing which road they should go down to go and collect the aid. So if there's no security there, like you are literally saying, yeah, go get aid and then go up this road, and even though we're going to tell the public that Hamas will like shoot you for taking this aid and stop us. So it's like you're literally just, even by their narrative, like by their version of the story, you're just leaving people with aid that you know will make them a target for Hamas, and then you've got IDF soldiers there. So it's like you're literally taking people down a road with the military on one side of it and Hamas on the other, with civilians in the middle trying to get aid. It's like, okay, that's kind of a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, is it more likely that I would starve to death or I would be shot on my way? So that's kind of the equation here.
David's asking, how can the IDF stop that? They can't protect every inch. Well, they have to understand that this attempt to find a fucking magical way to get aid to people, but not to Hamas, to civilians, but not Hamas, is probably just kind of impossible. I don't know. Or you do it in a fucking incredibly scuffed way like this and you end up killing people. Like, fuck. Bye, Sundowner. But he just dipped. Yeah, sorry. I don't like this. I don't like this plan. You're not going to sell me on this fucking plan. This plan's shit. People in my comment section were like, give the plan some time. Fuck off. If the plan is doing this on day 1 or 2, to not have Hamas distributed at least, yeah, that just means you're willing to make large sacrifices for that. Hello.
Your Discord link is dead again.
Is that because, I think it's because we're kind of recycling no, the boost is there. The boost is fine. What the fuck? Do I just need to, oh, there was a time that happened in the past when I kept needing to renew it. Maybe it's because of,
I have no idea.
I think it's
All I know
people,
is that-
like one person boosts and then they stop boosting, and then someone else joins in the boost. So maybe it just loses its boost status temporarily. But it's in boost perks. So they're all unlocked. Okay. Thank you. Server settings. Where are the perks?
And they said the discord.gg/lonerbox didn't work either.
It's still there. Wait, it's unlocked. Wait, what? I'll just remove it and put it back. Save changes. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh my god. Do I remember my password for this? Fuck off. Fuck off!
You're such a fucking boomer. How do you not remember your password?
I do, but I don't use the same password for everything. So I have to cycle. Oh my god. Please don't fuck with me. Oh! Ah! Oh my god. Okay, I don't know. We're fucked.
This is why we have the boombox, you know, guys, because
we're losing valuable game time here, okay? Oh, maybe it's on my... It might be remembered. There we go. It's a very old one. Okay. All right. Save changes. Okay, now I've renewed the link. It should be fine, though. It should have been fine anyway. Try again. Discord.gg/lonerbox. Okay. You locked on my Discord forever. Nope. Not happening. Wait, it won't let me copy paste this fucking shit. Okay. Just go Discord. Okay, wait, hang on.
Wait, okay, now someone is saying the link in the Discord or in the description works.
Okay, I put it in chat as well. Thank you.
No, now somebody else is saying it doesn't. What the what the fuck?
It's their own fault. I don't know what to say. It's their own fault. Like, it's there. The link is there. It's got invite URL. How many uses? 0. Discord.gg/lonerbox. It's there. It's all there. The fuck. Someone's saying it works. Okay, if it's working for some and not others, that means it's someone else's fault. I'm committing to it.
All right. I will talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Night.
I have to do elite quests. Okay, Willie Mack, hello, thank you.
He co-posted by saying he touches too much grass. Dude, you only had to watch like 20 minutes of the H3 podcast to get his side of things. Is that too much work for you?
Find his post interesting. Remove today's video. Why? Because I felt like it. I'm going to start doing that more. I'm married. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Also, a lot of people expected a lot of research and taking it very seriously, and I can't do that while maintaining a positive mental.
You don't know why they can't drop aid from the air. Oh, because it lands on people's heads and kills them. And it's also, you can't really control exactly where it's going to land. And also, like, yeah, you drop aid and then what, people just fucking scramble around it. Yeah, aid drops are dangerous, okay? Yeah, and they're quite problematic. Air has lots of logistical issues. Okay. S, thanks for the $9.99. Do you think if October 7th didn't happen, Hassan would have faded into obscurity? No. He would have just been... He definitely wouldn't have had his boosts, but, you know, probably neither would I, so fuck. I don't know if I like to assess conflicts based on how well they're going to help my channel or not. Like, I'd rather it didn't happen. What's this video about from Willie? I'm finishing it from yesterday. It's about Ethan... It's about Ethan Idubbb's drama, because Idubbb's is basically like the World of Warcraft target dummy that diverts attention away from Hassan, and Ethan's taking the bait. Oh god. Ugh. Come on.
Mental state in touching grass and remaining employed, so I'm sorry.
He made a video that sucked and was called out for missing basic things like CPS getting called, but that's the only way you could think this content cop was good, is if you're missing context. Ian's newest video is on how he doesn't like concern trolling.
Ultimately, concern trolling is just saying something
in bad faith. It's very similar to tone policing or sea lioning.
Which is so ironic because all he did his entire video was concern troll Ethan and crazy make him. Now Ethan famously has Tourette's, so what's the most empathetic couple on YouTube tweet out now that he's become their enemy? Drugs? Okay, it's time for loved ones to step up for real. Parents, partners, someone. I'm saying this so genuinely. It's okay to ask for help. Please get help. I criticized Oompaville earlier in my video for chiming in without looking into anything. But that's the entire strategy iDubbbz, Hassan, and Denim's entirely operate with. You lie, and then you lie to get out of the lie while continuing to lie. And then you convince everyone who doesn't know what's going on that your critics are pro-genocide and are just crazy. The streamer watched an out-of-context TikTok thinking Denim's getting called a waiting room was because she wasn't pregnant.
But just some of the stuff that he says about women, too. I genuinely don't know how anybody even wants to work for him at this point. It's, like, actually insane. He's like, what did he say? I saw some clip of him saying something about a woman, waiting room. He called her a waiting room. Because she hasn't had kids yet, huh?
Denim's gets called a waiting room because people wait in her stream until Hassan starts. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. But Ethan's sexist now to everyone who watched these TikToks. Even Meat Canyon, who's just trying to be down the middle, is helping Hassan because this is not a down the middle drama.
I don't think that either side's really that fucking, that fucking great, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's a lot of oopsie daisies, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. The problem is he has no... He cannot. He can never say that he's wrong about anything. That is the biggest. That's the biggest problem with all of these people. Nobody can just be like, yeah, I don't know. It is fucked up. This is fucked up. I shouldn't be overreacting to this.
I agree that this is a problem online, but it doesn't apply to Ethan in this drama. He's the only one that has corrected information when he's wrong.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. And I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Thank you.
I was incorrect.
Yeah, now allow me to be wrong about a million things and not concede any of them based. Right, well done.
You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
But Hassan and these other people will lie and then continue to double down on it. Some of these lies go back over 3 years. I've documented this forever. But one that I think is particularly relevant is that Ethan is this ultra-Zionist genocide defender. Sometimes it's because he doesn't cite an exact figure.
You compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone.
But when Ethan's video came out, this was a common estimate given by outlets. Another time, Hassan disagreed with one of the 2 organizations that Ethan donated money to.
His organization that Ethan donated to and urged his fans to donate to is not a fucking charity. They gave money directly to the Atlantic
Council. This was such a fucking lie, bro. This is such a lie. He asked Khatib how they could support him. And then he mentioned World Food Program anyway.
So under the false notion that they were giving money to a Palestinian charity.
But if you watch the original broadcast, this guy's completely transparent.
I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council. And I have a, we have like our own standalone website, realignforpalestine.org. There is a donate button. And yeah, so like you're certainly folks can donate there, but also I would encourage folks to consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for a page that is dedicated for sending food just for Gaza.
Hassan even advocates for the same charity they promoted.
Yeah, the World Food Program is one of the actual humanitarian foundations that they link.
So Hassan mischaracterizes this entire situation and then crashes out, partially because Gila describes people living in Gaza as Gazans.
It's really crazy how Hassan just doesn't want us to help Gaza.
Bro, he's properly just like off his rocker now. It's not even funny. It's like, it's so obviously fucking mental. He's actually gone off the deep end. I don't even know if I need to this is why I don't even know if I need to bother reacting to Hassan anymore, because he's literally just, if you've got any fucking critical thought at all, you'll just notice it for yourself. Shit.
Oh my god. Oh, they're so gross, dude.
So
they're
gross.
Such
genocidal,
disgusting, genocidal propagandists. Oh my god.
See, who falls for this shit, man? Who the fuck falls for this?
God. oh, it's crazy how Hassan doesn't want us to help the Palestinians. Wait, did she even say Palestinians? Hold on, maybe she did.
It's really crazy how Hassan like just doesn't want us to help Gazans.
Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Yeah. Here, another great way to figure out
huge dog whistle. Dog whistle.
Ahmed Al-Khatib being a bad faith actor is that he calls himself a Gazan American. He doesn't even call himself a Palestinian American.
Why is he making it a big deal? The coverage he watches does it every day.
The Gazans.
Thousands of starved Gazans.
The future of Gazans.
Gazan children.
They're pressuring the Gazans.
Displaced Gazans.
Hassan has tweeted it several times. Hassan himself has described Palestinians living in Gaza as Gazans.
There are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well. The Gazans did not have access to... Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Oh, they're so gross, dude.
But the biggest sin Ethan committed was not liking a slogan.
You were talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
okay, so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. That's the worst interpretation of it. I know that there's a lot of people, obviously, vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right?
They're such disgusting genocidal propagandists. Oh my God.
Does he really deserve that label? I'm sure there's plenty of things to criticize Ethan for, but these people are labeling him as something that he's not. He agrees with them on all the biggest points.
And the government of Israel is a colossal failure. Netanyahu's a war criminal, a fucking psycho. Into the genocide happening by settler fucking lunatic, and they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. I'm told myself all the way to, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. What's happening in Gaza is a terrible humanitarian crisis that we should all care about. If you're pro-genocide, then we're definitely going to have a disagreement.
Bro, all of these comments on every video call him a genocide supporter because he doesn't like every single thing these guys say and do.
I don't know what's going on. But ever since October 7th, it's like I'm nothing more or less than a Zionist genocide supporter. Nothing.
Genocidal propagandists. Oh my God.
At what point are they just slandering him? And the most cowardly part is they hide behind the dead bodies of Palestinians to avoid any accountability on this.
Also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition.
He's same with this fucking moron. Like, imagine attacking someone for supporting Hamas and then being like, well, you see, this is an anti-genocide position, so that must logically make you a pro-genocide. It's so fucking childish, man. Like, it's so like we're not even talking about the conflict anymore at this point. We're just like talking about how I'm going to shield most effectively the guy from my social club. It's so stupid.
To him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. Anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in.
He's twisting himself into a pretzel trying to explain it. You can't criticize Hassan, otherwise you're pro-genocide. It's so stupid. I watched Noah Samson's most recent video about Ethan Klein and Mudahar suing him for defamation, and I was blown away when I heard his explanation for why Mudahar is pro-genocide. It's because he criticized Hassan for his Houthi interview. One of the worst interviews in all of YouTube. I have an entire video on it. Go watch it.
Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Lofi?
No
way.
way.
He said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do this.
Sick. Yes.
I think he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
So, I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just fucking chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
To be clear, we're talking about a man they took hostage.
America's like America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and fucking chilling with the captives. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it.
They essentially claim, we couldn't have possibly supported a genocide because elsewhere we have said that we don't. We said that genocide is bad, so we are exempt from any criticism for any other things we may have said that do actually support a genocide.
It's really funny because now he's saying, like, yeah, we're anti-genocide. Why would you attack us? Even though they have elsewhere said things that are not necessarily anti-genocide, but are just pro, like, groups that kill civilians and target civilians. Okay.
For this point, one of the quotes that they cite is Mutahar saying, "I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong." Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar.
He feels like he has to say that because you keep saying otherwise.
Aside from that being just false, Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a Hassan bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice.
That's it? Muta didn't make a video on the conflict? Pro-genocide. Muta criticized Hassan? Pro-genocide. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought Muta was a Canadian YouTuber. Didn't realize he was the Prime Minister of Israel. This is the propaganda machine at work. Lie about people who criticize you. When you get called out, crazy make them. Support people who dox or falsely called CPS on them. Then when they respond to that, concern troll. Hide behind the dead bodies of children. Act above it all, even though they instigated it. That way everyone who's not paying attention will think you're the rational one. It's really dangerous to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, but it's completely acceptable to conflate criticizing Hassan with being pro-genocide. I'll probably get blamed for killing an entire school bus worth of children for uploading this YouTube video.
What you're doing with your platform is entirely negative against pro-Palestinian voices. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're fucking anti-Palestine. And I personally think that too. I do think that. The fact that while Israel is doing a genocide, a lot of these people have shifted their priority directly to drama slop.
Oh my God, this person
and
fucking
to
ditched me.
attack
Jesus
people
Christ.
who call
Fuck
out
off.
Israel's genocide. We'll never fucking forget these monstrous pieces of shit for looking at a situation like the one happening, the one unfolding in Gaza, and choosing to never say anything about it, only to then make these fucking drama videos to call out the people who call out the Israeli government. If that's what you choose to do after 12 months, 13 months, 14 months of genocide, then you are less than nothing to me. Tens of thousands of children fucking destroyed. Okay? I read accounts from a parent that felt fire for the first time, woke up, okay? Immediately grabbed her son, started running out of the house, and in the process didn't realize that her son felt a little bit lighter. He turned back around and saw that it wasn't her son that she was holding, it was simply her son's arm. Okay? That is the daily reality for Palestinians.
He's using a dead kid to shield valid criticism. It's so gross.
He just uses being pro-Palestine as a way to try to dance on this fucking tightrope where he gets to say whatever the fuck he wants.
That's you. These people want diplomatic immunity. Can't criticize Hassan because he is critical of Israel. Can't criticize Ian because he runs a for-profit charity.
Ian is the only person who gets a pass for torpedoing his own admission, torpedoing a charity event. Why are we giving Ethan a pass for saying he wants the charity event to fail, effectively getting the charity event to fail and to postpone, and for the original creators to divest from?
Nothing is ever these people's fault. Hassan can't get stopped at an airport without blaming his critics.
These fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fucking fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give him any sort of like power over the situation. But like the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration.
I'm going to do a call. Hang on. Hello, Mohawk.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Sorry, I need to stop the stream so I don't hear you twice. So I was watching Lunar Unbox clip, like video of you discussing the 99 doctor letter and all that, right? And one thing that was glaring to me is, first of all, people don't understand how warfare goes, like warfare is, and like fighting people like Hamas and stuff like that. But what was very glaring to me is that, like, you know, that old World War II thing with British bombers and survivorship bias and all that shit, right?
No, I don't.
So, this is gonna be long. So, like, there was a thing where, like, people looked at where bombers, British bombers, I believe, was shot, and they're like, oh, we need to put armor here, right? But if you put armor where they were shot and survived, then that's not gonna really help. So they ended up like where they weren't shot. That's neither here nor there. My point is that if doctors see children being shot in the head and shot in the body, that's likely the shots that will kill them, right? So if someone is shot in the arm, they might survive that. So what the doctors see is the wounds that killed these children, and it's terrible. I'm not gonna say like, and I don't really want to get into the weeds of like who's to blame for it. My point is that these people seem to think that a shot in the head or a shot in the body or both of these things is deliberate. A child dies in combat, and that's terrible. It's probably because it was shot somewhere that'll kill them, right?
Yeah, but it's also that, well, doctors would also treat wounds that injure but not kill, right? But that's also the problem is that like these doctors have elsewhere spoken about kids who have like one shot in the body, another shot in the leg, or another in the one in the leg, one in the arm. Yeah, like there's been variation. Obviously, the body's probably going to be like if a bullet is flying anywhere and it hits anyone, it's more likely to hit the like head or body because it's like that's where that's like the level that soldiers are aiming at when they're going for their action targets, and it's also the large parts of the body. It takes up most of your
my point is that there's probably a bias from the doctors because what has the impact is all these like terrible incidents of children dying, right? And also hitting them in the head and the torso is where they most likely will hit and what will have the biggest impact. And so I think it's just like very disingenuous and very like it really speaks to people not understanding how terrible like warfare and combat is, and them saying like, "Oh, it must be deliberate," is just it's kind of fucked up to me, because sure, like there's terrible actors on all sides here, right? And I think it puts a lot of agency behind one part and not the other, and like. Why are these children here? Like, why is this happening? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's just like the issue that these guys have is that if you reel it back, like they don't think Israel has a right to be pursuing Hamas at all. That's what they think, right? And they also just like when Hamas says like stay put when you're given an evacuation order, they'll defend that as well because they think any evacuation order is actually ethnic cleansing. You know, I guess even if it's ethnic cleansing from one neighborhood to another, right? So yeah, they don't give a fuck. It's like, but even reading that letter throughout, it's like the fact that they misused the Lancet study to try and claim that the death toll was like, I guess like 3 times what it actually was at the time, according to the health ministry. Like just doing that because they misread the Lancet study. It's like, yeah, like that wasn't like a medical, like forensic report. That was a political statement. Like that's what that was.
Yeah, and I think as someone who understands like the loss of like warfare and stuff like that, and also knowing when someone is a layman, when someone is someone who knows about like war, it's kind of glaring to me that these people engage this with like a moralistic political view and not like actually getting into the weeds of like how this stuff happens. And sorry, I just got really fucking annoyed because it's they don't understand what's going on, and then they make it like their hill to die on, and it's civilians dying, and it's terrible. Yeah. Sorry, I just thought that
like again, it's just like if we're gonna say that like if this assumption is that Israelis are like carrying out extrajudicial daily executions of kids under 10, and really no whistleblowers have said that they're doing this, like because the context they're giving is not like Netzarim corridor or like shooting people who are entering an exclusion zone and not getting a warning shot or something like that, because like they're not talking about that. They're talking about like this is just happening all over Gaza like every day.
Yeah,
and that's like that's just
I think that's my point is that yes, this is terrible that we find these children in hospitals and like dead children, all these things with shots here, but the conclusion they're drawing is not that terrible, like these specific terrible things are happening. No, it's like they're using it to say like, oh, the agency is all on the Israeli soldiers doing terrible things on purpose. Like they're going an extra level instead of just like looking at what's there. Because what's there is like, it's like you can use that to actually come up with legitimate criticism of like a lot of actors in this. But instead, we're painting someone as not just the bad guys, but like like demons. It's wild.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. The only good Zionist is an evil Zionist. Yeah.
But yeah. And like, I think just trying to like point out that these people are not being like I don't know how to engage it, because these people are like I've met them like IRL, like I have friends who have some of these point of views, and it's just impossible to engage because it's moral. It's about politics and morals, and it's not about what's actually going on.
Well.
Yeah, but I'll stop derailing whatever you were doing with that video.
All good, man. You take care, okay?
Yeah, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheers.
Is inadvertently working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law.
This guy lies so much in this video. It's comical. These people are such spurgs. Ryan Beard announces that he's criticizing Ethan in the upcoming video, and Hassan tries to gatekeep it. If you're a YouTube content creator who hasn't said dick about Israel-Palestine, and you're only now starting to let your critical positions on Israel be known, after 19 months of genocide, since it's no longer going to cause you severe career penalties, and you've spent a moment finger-wagging at people who have been correct the entire time, I will absolutely come after you. So you just argue with people that agree with you, argues with Ethan, argues with Ryan. I will absolutely come after you. You aren't gonna do shit. Oh no, Hassan's gonna react to Bad Empanada watching somebody else's video, and then get up and leave halfway through. I have a lot more to say about Hassan, but that'll be part of a much bigger video. So subscribe to the channel and buy your dad a wallet. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, Sennial Music, Lucasif, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amur MLB, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharon, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, Tiffany Sullivan, and the mega homies: Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulin, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Kitty Cat, Terox, Feander, John Manfredo.
Oh, I know. Kitty Cat. That's the Syrian lady who posts on Twitter, right? The spelling.
Trick, Lucas, and Katie Hawk.
Cool. I'm glad someone picked up on Hassan lying about that that thing. I'm glad someone else picked up on that, because that's pretty fucking gross. Ugh. Am I not getting my poisons off? Oh no. That's 2 instants. No! He's fleeing! In gut we trust. I still don't know anything about him. I just know that he reacts to my debates sometimes. What's the distinction between an outpost and a normal settlement? A settlement is one that is recognized by the Israeli government. An outpost is one that is illegal by everyone's standards. Israel thinks they're illegal. Fucking rest of the world thinks they're illegal. That's an outpost. Okay, am I gonna watch Piers Morgan's anti-Israel arc? Because he seems to have been on an anti-Israel arc. Like a full-on one. There's like 3 videos here. It started already, but I think the really viral one was him and actually Hermione Granger. It was this one, wasn't it? It was him against Natasha Hausdorff, and Dave Smith was there as well. And then Yellow Ribbon Twitter went fucking mental at him. They were so mad. Oh god, let's see. Why is that so quiet? Right. Whoa.
If you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me is a form of genocide.
The Israelis, including the highest levels of the Israeli government, they just speak out of both sides of their mouth the whole time. And so it's like, which argument are we even taking on?
The disgusting situation that we are now left with, the fact that people like the two of you will continue to put out this false information to perpetuate this conflict.
I didn't think anyone could be more disingenuous than the UK ambassador. I gotta say, Natasha, you've got right up there. You've crossed that little bar, haven't you? If the United States pulled its aid and suspended its arms sales, Israel's war on Hamas would end very quickly. That's one of the reasons why debates matter.
That's a very epic
the collapse
intro.
in public support is usually a big part of how wars come to an end. American voters used to be steadfast in their support for Israel, but that support is now fading quickly. There's a growing consensus that Israel's war in Gaza is, to quote former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, indiscriminate, unrestrained, brutal, and criminal. The UK, France, and Canada, all allies of Israel, now say it's intolerable, unacceptable, and wholly disproportionate. Debate has moved a long way beyond Israel's right to defend itself, and is increasingly centered on whether it's committing war crimes.
What have I said that disagrees with Ehud Olmert? Mr. Definitely not a new account, Patman. What are you talking about? We watched the entire Olmert thing and agreed with like all of it. I don't know. Okay.
The United States should wield its influence and power to make it stop. And in the court of public opinion, this is much about morality and humanity as it is about legal expertise. Well, my next two guests have been hugely influential advocates for either side. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Natasha Hausdorff is a barrister, international lawyer, and a passionate supporter of Israel. Well, let's welcome you both to Uncensored. Dave Smith, I finally lost it really with any attempt to try and defend what Israel was doing, having been a pretty steadfast defender of its right to defend itself from what happened on October the 7th. But when you launch a blockade for 3 months at an already utterly tormented civilian population who are already struggling to eat.
They found the body of Mohammed Sinwar. Oh! Interesting. Was he a defender? Yeah. Yeah, because all of his first viral videos were him making people squirm over condemning Hamas, no? What are you talking about?
And you can see from the scenes that we've seen in the last 48 hours that they are starving people, prepared to risk death to get their hands on meager amounts of food. When a government like Israel does that, at the same time as it's simultaneously bombarding those people night after night after night, albeit with the crucial caveat they always put in that they are targeting Hamas solely and that everything around Hamas is collateral damage. But to me, this reached a point where it became clearly disproportionate. And that's a view that clearly the UK has reached, the French have reached, many people in America have reached. You certainly haven't come to that thought process in the last few months. You've been saying that for a long time. The question I have for you, what happens though now? We are where we are. Netanyahu and his government are in charge. Nobody seems to be stopping them. What happens?
Well, you could have elected a different president, for one. If you don't like what Israel's doing right now, which coincidentally seems to have this flip that Piers has had, and I think this disapproval of what Israel's doing now, which coincides with a lot of people, like this is, I mean, to be fair, I was opposing a lot of their strategy, like even in the last summer, but the fact that this direction specifically has turned a lot of people against them just happens to coincide with Trump giving them a green light to do anything they want. So, I mean, mate, that ain't no coincidence. Fuck.
No, that is a good question, and I don't know for sure what the answer is. By the way, it's been great to watch your evolution on this topic, Piers. It's good that you joined us. Later is better than never.
Yeah, to clarify, I would say this: I don't want to join a side. Right? I was in the Middle East last week by chance. A lot of people come up to me going, "Thank you for switching sides," and I said, "I haven't switched sides. I've always tried to be a fair-minded, impartial journalist doing the job a journalist should do, which is challenging everybody." I think I've had more guests on from both sides, actually, and held more debates than any other show in the world of this kind. So, I do think it's important. I don't want to be seen as taking a side. What I feel now, though, I think it's an important clarification, but what I think is important now is that this has gone too far. And I can see that very clearly.
Yes. Okay. So I didn't mean to box you into a side, just making the point that you have come to the conclusion that what Israel's doing is indefensible. And I thought it was fascinating and shocking watching you grill the Israeli ambassador, who simply cannot tell you or even ballpark how many kids they have killed in this whole thing. Yeah, look, I mean, I think what Israel, to your broader question of where does this all end up going, there's almost two kind of simultaneous wars in a sense, that are going on. There's the actual, control of power, in which case Israel's done phenomenally well over the last couple years. I mean, Israel still has the support of the most powerful governments in the world, damn near unconditionally, if not purely unconditionally. They've been very successful in terms of taking out Hezbollah leaders. They've been very successful in terms of destroying the Gaza Strip. They've been successful in getting the regime change that they've wanted for many years in Syria. However, simultaneously...
What? Oh, God, he's a fucking Assad conspiracy theorist. Oh, God. Really? They really desperately wanted regime change. I'm pretty sure they allowed Assad to have those weapons. Okay? They allowed Assad to have those weapons. They didn't allow Jelani to have them. What do you think, Dave? Go figure. Fucking moron.
While that's going on, global opinion has drastically changed of Israel to a degree that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. And despite whatever arguments might be made for whether this meets a genocide or doesn't meet a genocide, or whether, as two former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war crimes are being committed, wherever you fall on that...
He's referring to Barak and Olmert, right? Olmert was asked about, I don't know about Barak, but Olmert was asked about genocide and he just said flat out no. Oh, this guy actually drops good stuff, I think, maybe.
The fact is that the debate is now over whether Israel is committing a genocide or not. And that is something that all of us should take a step back and appreciate how profound it is. Especially amongst young people, in the future, I don't believe Israel will ever be viewed the same as it was by my parents' generation. And so what does that mean? As you mentioned earlier, Piers, that's right. This is a big part of how wars end, is when public support evaporates. We will see where all of this goes, but it is a very dangerous situation. And God. It is certainly profound to the degree that it has changed the impression of Israel on the global stage.
Yeah. Natasha, I mean, look, if I was an Israeli, a regular Israeli, I would be pretty concerned that people like me have come to the place we've come to in this debate. I've been harangued by pro-Palestinians for a long time for being too supportive of Israel's right to defend itself. Harangued, abused, mocked, threatened, all of the things that come with that in a war. But I just felt I couldn't do anything else to speak out. When you launch a 3-month blockade against a people already suffering in the way that these Palestinians have been suffering, and I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm talking about the innocent civilians in Gaza. It's a population of 2 million, with half of them under 18. More than 20,000 children have been killed, even if the UK ambassador has no idea what that number is, but knows exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, oddly. I would just be concerned if I was an average Israeli.
She's grumpy.
The people that supported us after the horrors of October the 7th are now beginning to go against, certainly in my case, the Israeli government, not the people of Israel, not Jewish people. They will always have my support. But this Israeli government is out of control. We saw and heard from the words of Smodrich last week, the finance minister, a very clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever. You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me it doesn't meet the exact legal criteria of the word genocide. But if you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me, and most people around the world who don't have a horse in this race, is a form of genocide. What do you say to that?
Well, Piers, I'm particularly glad of the opportunity to come on, not before time, and address so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core, not just of your shift, but what is a marked shift in the public discussion of this topic. And it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not
why. Fuck her. Why would she say something like that? That's so stupid. Because there's no way Piers doesn't realize that as you're telling him that's why he changed his mind. Fucking hell. And there ain't nothing worse than a sensitive Piers Morgan, okay? Because now you've just asked him to cut you off. You've just been like, listen, you're going to make him defend himself.
I've changed my mind.
Well,
I don't give a damn about who threatens me or how they threaten me or how they
Yeah,
mock and
because
abuse
now
me.
he's getting fucking attacked by Yellow Ribbon Twitter. They're fucking shitting on him now. Calling him a Qatari agent and shit. Uh-oh.
Listen, I was getting all that long before this war, so I get it on pretty much any debate I ever have. That's fine. I'm a big boy, so please don't misconstrue anything that I have done in terms of a pivot in the way I view this with anything to do with being threatened into it, bullied into it, or cajoled into it, because that would be ridiculous.
Piers, you've been clear that this is because of the change in the narrative around this, and I hope I'll have the opportunity, and you'll allow me the opportunity to address some of this false information, and there is a great deal of it. It starts with this notion that Israel imposed an entire blockade on aid, which is being put forward without the context of the fact that in the hostage release deal, which preceded it immediately, there were over 25,000 trucks of aid that were facilitated into the Gaza Strip by Israel. The estimates that I have seen is that that should have been a stockpile of between 5 to 6 months of food and humanitarian assistance. Some estimates are in the region of 8 months. Where did that aid go? That is the question I would expect reasonable people without an agenda here to be asking. Where did that aid go if all of these claims of starvation are to be taken seriously? The reality here is that there is no Israeli-imposed starvation on the Gaza Strip, that there has been facilitated over the course of this war.
But that is simply not true. I'm sorry.
Well,
no, hang on. If you've ever felt like you're being
get the
watched
ads.
online,
Let's go.
it's unfortunate because you are. Hundreds of companies, so-called data brokers, watch and record everything you do on the internet. Even if you're using incognito mode or private tabs, they can still access every purchase you make, every search you type, and much more.
Fuck.
Your data can be sold to advertisers, government agencies, or insurance companies who could use it to charge you more.
Wow.
You could stand by and accept all of this, or you could reclaim your privacy, as I have done for many years with ExpressVPN. The app redirects 100% of your online traffic.
Where's the cat
through
food?
secure
No, we're in
servers.
VPN now,
No
boys.
data brokers, and no third parties can see what you do. ExpressVPN also hides
We're getting
your
we're
IP
staying
address,
fresh.
without which there is no way of tracking you and no point invading your privacy in the first place. A new feature called ID Defender is free to all US customers. ID Defender scours the internet to remove your information from the files of data brokers. This is the #1 rated VPN by experts at CNET, PC World, and The Verge. And right now, you can
Why
get
don't I
extra
have
4
it?
months
I can't
of
believe I don't have
ExpressVPN
it. The fuck,
for
Piers?
free. To scan
Why didn't you
the
tell me
QR
earlier?
code that we're showing on the screen, we'll go
My
to
only regret is not buying it sooner.
expressvpn.com/Piers to get 4 extra months for free. That's Express.
It's Israeli owned. Listen. Piers Morgan. That's a very Piers thing to do.
vpn.com/Piers. Now, on with the show. When Israel and when the Israeli government, let me phrase that correctly, when the Israeli government ordered 3 months ago a blockade of food and aid going into Gaza, that is a deliberate state-sponsored form of starving a populace.
No, it is not, because it
That's
was
exactly
done...
what happened. That's why they look like they're starving. That's why they're risking death
Piers, you've asked me
to
on
get
here.
to scrabbling bits of food.
Forgive me. You've asked me on here to answer these questions.
Yeah, I can challenge you.
And I just explained that blockade, which was imposed in order to prevent Hamas continuing to fuel its war machine by selling additional aid, that it was diverting, and we'll come on to the way that diversion is going to be prevented in the future, I hope. But the fact of the matter is that this blockade was instituted in the context of there being 5 to 6 months, maybe even 8 months of aid that was facilitated into the Gaza Strip. And throughout, if you'll allow me to finish this point, throughout the war, the volume of aid that Israel has facilitated into Gaza, and this is not being reported by the international media, but it is available, publicly available information published by COGAT, over 1,700,000 tons of aid which has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, which is more than required for the civilian population. The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was conducted.
Hang on, why are they so hungry?
May I finish this point and I'll come on to answer your question?
Why are they so hungry?
Well,
Why are they stampeding over each other, risking death to get at scraps of food? I don't understand. If they're all so well nourished and
Fucking Dave Smith is loving it now. He's about to come.
Israel's behaved so impeccably properly in terms of supplying enough food for months on end, why do they all look like they're starving to death and are prepared to risk actually dying to get at food?
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid.
It's what I'm saying.
Don't get diverted. She's going to get diverted and say that she thinks, because this woman is fucking, she's got a lot of problems. I think she is she's the one who said that, what was it, why are we seeing a starved out child next to a perfectly well-fed mother? That was her quote, wasn't it? I think she believes that it's either kids with like special food needs that couldn't get satisfied by like aid anyway, or she's saying that like the families, like some parents are starving out their kids for propaganda. It's like, yeah, it's fucking mental. I don't know why you would make an assumption like that with like no fucking evidence. Yeah, it's so fucking crazy.
Seeing with my own eyes.
Which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as
No, it's actually footage. I'm watching news footage of thousands of people fighting with each other to get at food.
The back and forth here should be her saying, yeah, it's because Israel gave them enough aid for this set amount of time. And under the Geneva Conventions, they are allowed to stop aid going into an area if they have good reason to believe that it'll be diverted. That is true by the Geneva Convention, which means it's the onus is on Hamas to distribute the aid that they have responsibly and not use it to enrich their fighters. But then Piers would say, oh, does that mean it's... And if Piers was really clever, then he could say, so even if you know Hamas is diverting the aid and 6 months worth of aid would not last the population because Hamas will hoard it and not distribute it effectively, then you are willing to allow Hamas to allow people to starve rather than just sending more aid in. Like you think that's worth that's a worthy price to pay, is like a shit ton of people starving so that you can starve Hamas, like proportionally. And then she would be like, yeah, Geneva Convention, but that debate's not going to happen, unfortunately. RIP. Because I don't think she'd have a good answer to that question. Because her two positions are, one, there's enough aid for 6 months, but two, it's not getting distributed properly because Hamas is hoarding it. So there isn't actually enough aid for 6 months. There's enough aid for however long Hamas decides that they're going to distribute it effectively. But in her world, they're not doing it effectively. So it's not 6 months worth of aid. Not really. Not effectively.
Some of whom ended up dying, some of whom ended up being shot. The IDF says it wasn't them and it was Hamas. We don't know who did it because, as you know,
grumble.
the Israeli government has banned all international journalists from being anywhere near this to verify what is actually happening.
Piers Morgan, you're not allowing me to answer a single question.
I am. And then when you say something that I don't agree with, I'm challenging you.
I'm sure I'm going to say a lot that you don't agree with because unfortunately your assessment is being based on misinformation, like these false reports we've had today of Israel shooting 31 Palestinians attempting to get to food. That was run, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee has criticised this resoundingly in a statement just now. That was run in the context of the Associated Press, CNN, many media outlets. And it was entirely false because it is, as has been the case previously.
Hang on. Wait, this is the one from the roundabout. That's the 31, isn't it? The roundabout. Or is this Rafah? Is Rafah 31? I don't even fucking know. Let's see if they go into detail. Grumble.
The Israeli government says it was entirely false. What we have had, sorry, just to correct
It's not just the Israeli government.
Sorry to jump in again.
She should say it's the Trump administration. Piers won't know what to do. It's the Trump administration. Huckabee's Trump administration. He's Trump's fucking U.S. ambassador to Israel. He's a nutcase.
Also, the Gaza Humanitarian
Israel
Foundation
has done one of its own reports because journalists aren't allowed to verify this independently. So Israel investigates itself and has decided it did nothing wrong.
I'm not referring to Israel's investigation.
Hang on. What we do know is that a number of doctors and hospital spokesmen and charity spokesmen have all said that there were many people killed and many more people wounded taken to hospitals, and they saw the bodies and they saw the wounded. So somebody was killing and wounding a lot of Palestinians. You say it was Hamas. Hamas say it was the IDF. We, the international media, cannot verify this because Israel doesn't allow us in to do our job.
That's not why this reporting has been conducted on such a false basis. It's because nothing coming out of the Gaza Strip is able to be reported without Hamas control. And you, as part of the international media, Piers, will know this. It is
I also know that historically Israel has accepted that the health authorities' numbers historically, before October the 7th, that they have been broadly accurate. That is the historical position.
You must also know that the assessments of Hamas casualty figures by experts and statisticians have found them to be preposterously inaccurate, fabricated.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask you what I asked him.
No, you're not allowing me to finish a single
answer.
answer.
Well, I can actually conduct this interview any way I like.
Well, then the viewers aren't going to get any benefit of
the viewers can make their own mind up about what they're hearing and seeing. When I interviewed the UK ambassador to the UK,
yes,
she was able to tell me definitively that 30,000 Hamas terrorists had been killed.
I think it was an estimate, let's be clear.
But she had absolutely no idea, estimate or otherwise, how many children had been killed in the process. Do you know?
There's a very simple logical explanation for that, which is Israel is targeting Hamas and Palestine.
Do you know how many children Israel's killed in the process?
There is a very simple explanation for the reason that we do not know, because
you only count the terrorists you killed, not the children.
Hear the explanation?
Well, I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies of terrorists it kills, not in?
That's maybe a good question, because how do you know if they? How do you know? Why is Piers getting more aggressive on Israel? Because Israel and their leadership have literally said that they want to kick out all of fucking Gaza and turn it into an American Riviera. Like, I'm sorry, if the goal is like, if people can assume for a while, well, you know, they're going to. If people can assume for a while, like, oh yeah, they're going to kill the fucking, they're going to get rid of Hamas, and then they're going to allow the strip to get rebuilt later by someone else who's not Hamas, and there can actually be peace in the future. That's probably a lot more defensible than we're going to root out Hamas so that we can give it to Trump, right? That shift is very indefensible. Like when Netanyahu was being strategically ambiguous, you could say, about his goals for Gaza post-Hamas, when that government was not really alluding to anything, then that's a bit different from like the Trump Riviera plan. You know, that situation changes, like changes people's calculus. Of course it would.
Innocent children.
Well, the IDF has not been, and this is a shift now, as you will have heard from Jonathan Conricus, has not been in control of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis.
So how does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts the bodies of the terrorists, but not the children it kills in the process.
It counts. I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical.
It's actually not logical at all.
It counts.
To any.
The question. Oh, if Piers was smart, he would know how are they making proportionality assessments if they don't know how many civilians are getting killed. I don't even know if this is true, right? Like the IDF really doesn't say like, oh yeah, this operation. Killed like 4 terrorists, shot 2 other people because like whatever fucking mistake, or Steve over there lost his shit and just decided to execute 3 people. Like
anyone watching this, they're thinking, what on earth are these Israelis saying? First the ambassador, now you. What you're saying is that you only count the terrorists that are killed. You don't count the children that are killed in the process of killing the terrorists.
Perhaps
to which it begs the question,
no, I can provide you with some additional analysis.
Why?
If you'll allow me to answer the question, I'll provide you with some additional analysis, which is in relation to the casualty ratios that have been projected.
How do you know the ratios?
I'll explain. The casualty ratio throughout the first period of the war, phase 1, was generally put at between 1:1 and 1.5 to 1. I'll explain. Since then, in phase 2, because of a very different type of fighting that we're now seeing, there are some estimates that it may have gone up to 2 to 1.
How do you know?
Very simply, that Israel has been able to establish...
How do you know if you're not counting?
May I answer the question?
Well, you're not counting the civilians you're killing, so how do you know the ratio?
Well, if you're not going to allow me to
you talk about logic. Let me go to... I want to bring Dave...
No,
I don't know.
You've just asked me the question.
I've let you speak for a long time. Dave is...
You haven't, Piers.
Well, I have, and I'll let you speak again. We've got plenty of time here.
I'm sorry, but...
Okay, I will say this is like an absolutely fucking moronic style from Piers Morgan. Like, I want to know what she's going to say. Like, what she's just let her... I just want to know. Because it sounds like a contradiction, but it obviously is more convincing if you call out the contradiction if you let them finish talking. Like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, but it's my show. I'm going to go to Dave. Dave, I'm told I'm lacking logic here. Is there anything logical about what we're hearing about?
I think the interruptions are fair. She isn't answering. How do you know she isn't answering if you're interrupting? Like, that was... Hang on. Okay, you're fucking deranged, Dante. Like, if someone is like 10 seconds through an answer, yeah, the answer might come. If the answer, like, in this person's opinion, requires context. What are you talking about? if you think someone's not answering a question, what you do is you let them answer it, let them stop, and then be like, okay, that didn't answer my question. And that's actually more convincing than just waiting for the answer that's not going to come and then interrupting and never hearing it. And then switching over to Dave. Fuck.
How they apparently know the exact ratio of terrorists they're killing to civilians, but they don't know how many civilians they're killing. How do you know the ratio?
Piers, it's just too ridiculous.
Allow me to go on my completely unrelated screed.
And as you know, Piers, and look, I know that you've been, I think, very, as you said before, I don't want to put you on either side of this debate, because I think actually people who are hardcore on either side of this debate probably see you as someone on the other side.
Yeah, they all hate me. The extremists all hate me. That's fine.
Not all. I didn't mean to say they all hate you. A lot of us like you, Piers.
They actually do. The ones who are to the extremities on both sides, they all hate me. So that's fine. Tax day has passed for millions of Americans. That's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA.
Fuck off.
Call 1-800-95.
Oh, it's got timestamps for his ads. That's
but
really
I think one of the things that any honest observer has noticed since the very beginning of this conflict is that the Israelis, including the highest levels of the Israeli government, they just speak out of both sides of their mouth the whole time. And so it's like, which argument are we even taking on? I mean, they'll sit here and say from the very beginning that the goal is just to get the hostages back and to defeat Hamas, while their finance minister is openly talking about how the goal is to cleanse the entire strip.
He's not even hiding it.
We see,
he says
yes,
it.
Yes,
he literally says it in front of the world.
Yes. And we see them now putting this into plans into action to do this. So how are we to judge this? They'll sit here and say that they've taken painstaking efforts to make sure that they limit the number of civilians that are killed, while also saying they have no idea how many civilians are being killed, and they don't count the number because that's not who they're targeting. You'll sit here and say we're only targeting Hamas, or that we're only intending.
I think, yeah, so someone in chat's mentioning it. Maybe the reason they don't have an exact number of civilians is that when they are doing, say for example, an airstrike, the people they're monitoring and following around will be Hamas, and they might not know exactly, apart from they definitely would have to have a reasonable inference, otherwise how do you know if it's proportional? They might have a reasonable inference about roughly how many civilians there will be, but obviously because they're not the ones being stalked to target, then their movements are going to be a bit more unpredictable. And unfortunately, when they do a strike, they do it with intel that they have at the time, rather than results-based analysis. So they're not going to go into, and they obviously can't go to each area that they've airstruck and try to count the bodies, because obviously the health ministry handles them. But then obviously you can just say, well, if it's 1-to-1 roughly, like again, that's based on intel before the strikes, I'd imagine, not based on what actually happened, say between the plane flying over and firing the shot, or between the shot being approved and then the shot being fired.
Intentionally targeting Hamas. And at the same time, think about the argument they're even making, as Smotrich is out bragging about how not one grain of wheat will get into Gaza for this 3-month period that you're referring to. But they'll say, hey, look, they have stockpiles of aid that had gone in there previously. It's like, okay, Piers, so then logically, can't we deduce you're not starving Hamas? They've got plenty of food. Then who is the additional blockade supposed to impact?
That's actually pretty clever from Dave. Yeah, if you think Hamas are stealing the aid, then why would you use a 6-month window, which assumes Hamas isn't stealing the aid and they're distributing it fairly? Uh-oh.
It's the civilian population. And so, listen, I'm sorry, this is just anybody with just common sense and a basic understanding of logic could tell you that none of these defenses make any sense. And instead, I think it's reasonable for us to say that we're going to judge the Israeli government, and I like that you were precise about that. We're talking about the government of a foreign country, not people who believe in Judaism across the world, and not even necessarily the people of that country. But when I'm judging the Israeli government, I'm sorry, I'm going to judge them based off what their actions are, and I'm going to judge them based off what their motives are when they admit the truth. Yeah. And so you could sit here and say, oh, we're doing everything we can to prevent the number of children dying, and then brag about the ratio. but at the same time, tell me you don't even know the number of children who are dying. The bottom line here, and this is why global opinion is turning against Israel, is the level of human suffering that is being inflicted by Israel on the people of Gaza is evil. It is pure freaking evil. And
Pure
it doesn't need to be
freaking
done
evil.
this way. And if you think you can get away with this with a decentralized media and with smartphones and with 4K high def images and with the ability through social media today for people to communicate in a non-controlled environment, good freaking luck, man. This is going to end up so bad for everyone. It's already ended up so bad for the poor people of Gaza. But I just can't. I'm truly stunned, Piers, and I'm sure you are too. I am stunned by the lack of rational self-preservation on the part of the Israelis. Like, read the room here. You are turning the entire world against you. And I do not understand why they would choose to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Natasha, I was editor of the Daily Mirror 20 years ago when we launched a long campaign to stop this country, the UK, going to war in Iraq, which I thought was an illegal invasion of a sovereign country. And it made me very unpopular with the then Labour government, led by Tony Blair, because we were the Labour-supporting newspaper. My point being, my argument then was not with the people of the United Kingdom. My argument was with the government of the United Kingdom making a decision which I felt was illegal and wrong, probably constituted war crimes, and it turned out to be a complete unmitigated disaster that led to 20 more years of mayhem in the Middle East, including the rise of ISIS and all the hell that they brought with them. So this, just to be clear again, I do not have an argument with Jewish people or with Israelis. I totally understand why after October the 7th, so many people in Israel felt so vulnerable, felt so angry, felt so distressed, so heartbroken by the devastating loss. 250 odd people kidnapped and taken hostage, including babies and Holocaust survivors. Over 1,200 people murdered, 7,000 wounded by 3,000 terrorists breaking over a border to attack anyone they got their hands on. I don't need reminding of what happened that day. That is why I defended Israel's right to defend itself so staunchly. But I cannot defend what is happening now. What is happening now is militarily inexplicable to most people I've spoken to in the military. I have a lot in my family. Nobody understands what Israel's goal is here, other than flattening Gaza and kicking off. Well, hang on. As Smodrich has said, it is to take over and clear out Gaza of all the Palestinians. That is genocide, isn't it? Unless, you're a lawyer, you tell me.
Israel's war aims have been clear from the outset, which is the destruction of Hamas.
They haven't done
and the
that.
return of the hostages. Well, because the war's not over yet.
Interrupt, let's go. Of those things.
All
you're doing is killing more and more civilians, and you've been starving them.
Well, but who's you? Forgive me. I'm here as a lawyer.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you think this is like a both sides impartial interview from Piers Morgan, then you're probably fucking retarded. Sorry.
Government, and you're here to defend it, right?
No, I'm here to defend the rule of law and the weaponization of international law, which has been consistent throughout this process. The propaganda that we're discussing right now, which is clearly what has shifted your position and perspective on this,
what do you mean by
is deeply
propaganda?
Dangerous. Calling Israel a committer of genocide or saying that it is starving children.
Well, actually, the people alleging that Israel's committing war crimes are two former Israeli prime ministers.
Who have their own political agendas here. Let's be
clear. How convenient. How convenient that two former prime ministers of the country have said that you are committing, as a government, not you, but the government is committing war crimes, and you dismiss it as just a bit of internal politics.
Well, no, it's a very serious matter that the misinformation that I would like to be able to come on to address is now also being propagated by two very sore individuals, Prime Minister Olmert, because he also served a prison sentence, and has had his entire
Arab judge
peace framework, that of essentially creating a Palestinian state in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, turned upside down by the realization, and he hasn't had, unfortunately, the temerity after the 7th of October to recognize the risk that he would have put Israel to in light of the Hamas takeover.
And when you see, as we saw, and when you see, Natasha,
I was answering the previous question.
Okay, but let me just on the point of legality. Actually, it's very productive. On the point of legality,
he loves it.
Only last week the Israeli government announced new settlements, 22 settlements.
Well, no, can we pause?
Well, hang on.
Yes.
On the West Bank, 22 settlements, which the international community views as illegal. They announced 22 new settlements. As a lawyer, given your adherence to the point of law, presumably you would condemn that.
Well, this is exactly why we need to be clear about how international law applies and why the notion of these so-called illegal settlements is a misnomer.
You don't think they are?
It's not a legal term, it's a political term, and it is part and parcel of a misapplication of international law to the status of the territory. These blood libels, occupation,
Blood
ethnic
libels.
cleansing,
Wow, so you
colonialism,
think the settlements are not
apartheid,
illegal?
and genocide
Wow.
are all part and parcel
Yep,
of the
she's fucked
propaganda, which
herself.
I would like to be able to
Rip.
come on to, because all of the evidence goes in completely
Settlement
the opposite
defenders get
direction.
fucked.
In terms of Israel's compliance with the laws of armed conflict and its in the amount of steps that Israel takes, unprecedented in the history of armed conflict, and military
Actually,
commanders
that's just
will
a
tell
load
you.
of bullshit. I'm sorry, it just is.
Which other army
It just
sends
is. Which
warnings as
other
to-
war in recent times have you had half the population is under 18 and you killed 20,000 kids in
Those figures
20
are
months?
Hamas figures that you are
Well,
constantly
give me
the Israeli
an example
figures.
of where this
I
morality has
know.
been played out elsewhere.
I was explaining earlier that the Hamas figures are inflated, that there are internal
How
inconsistencies.
convenient for you.
Again,
you
that's-
don't know what the figures are, so how do you know?
That there are, because there have been independent
How
studies.
do you know
by
how many figures are
statisticians.
inflated or otherwise? You don't know how many have been
Because
killed.
we know Hamas lies. It is an internationally prescribed terrorist
Well,
organisation.
some might
And
think
the
you're
fact-
lying
the
because
fact
you
that-
say on one hand, I don't know how many children have been killed, but on the
Stands for
other
3
hand,
seconds.
and that's a blood libel if you say we've killed any of them, but on the other hand...
That's not
on
what
the-
I said, no.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you know all about the ratios and you know how humane
Would you like
the
to
Israeli
understand
forces
why?
are being, but you don't
Because-
know how many they're killing.
Because even on Hamas figures, which we know to be false, which do not make distinctions
You
between
don't know
civilians
they're
and
false.
combatants, we do, because there
How
has
do you
been-
know they're false? You
because-
don't know how many have been killed.
Because Hamas has even itself revised those figures down and acknowledged that they are false. And the UN is still touting.
So how many
false
children
figures
has
on
Israel
that.
killed?
If we go back to the
Well, can
question,
you answer my question?
If you go back to the ratio,
Do you know my
question-
que- do you
no,
know-
but I can tell you the ratio,
you-
even on the
what's-
basis of Hamas figures.
You can tell me the ratio without, but how do you know if you don't know how
I
many
can
have
tell you the
died?
ratio even on the basis of the false Hamas
So you've
figures.
no idea how many have been killed, but you can tell me the ratio.
I can tell you the ratio.
You're,
on the
you're a
basis-
smart lawyer.
on
Do you
the-
not understand how ridiculous that
Are you
sounds?
listening to
If we
my
were in a
answer?
courtroom now,
I can
you
tell
would
you-
be demolished
No.
by a fellow lawyer. They would say, "What are you talking
Well,
about?"
Piers, this is not how courtroom etiquette is conducted, I'm afraid. I would be
Actually,
permitted
some
to
of my
finish-
favourite lawyers conduct something exactly like
I
this.
would be permitted to finish a sentence. The reason we can say
no.
that the ratio before the ceasefire was 1-to-1 or 1.15 to 1 is on the basis even of Hamas
Well,
figures.
1 to 1 or 5
despite
to 1? Which one was it?
1-to-1 to 1.5 to 1. At different points in that period, those were the two separate estimates.
Oh, and why are the
Studies show
fucking
that
man?
strength
These
training, but
these cutoffs are fucking mental, bro. This is a shit show, and I'm all here for it. Yeah, this is funny. I'm enjoying it. It's good memes. It's like a high stress environment. I don't really envy being in her position, but damn, bro, just write off the settlements. Holy shit! At the very fucking least.
And that is on
But
the
to
basis
know that,
of
you'd have to
Hamas.
know how many innocent people
that is
you've
on the
killed as
basis
well.
of the false Hamas figures. So the reality is that the expectation would be the ratio is
You
in
don't
fact
believe
lower
that.
than
So
that.
what is the number?
The reality is that the expectation would be the numbers are even less than that. That, in any event, is unprecedented in the history of urban armed conflict. So it puts the lie to all of these accusations that we have been hearing. And the reason, let me finish this sentence, if you will. The reason that it is so terrible, that it is so dangerous that these lies are being spread about Israel, that even you and other respected international journalists have begun to propagate them, is that it is having a direct
calling me a liar?
impact. No, that you have been taken in by them,
Really?
is because it is having
Really?
a direct impact
Oh,
on
no.
the safety of Jews around the world. We've seen the impact of
Uh-oh.
14,000 babies in 48 hours when 2 Israeli
He's not
staffers
gonna let you
were murdered,
proselytize. Oh,
executed
no.
on the streets of DC. Only yesterday we saw a fire
What
attack
was the link?
against
What was the link there? Are you saying
the
that
fact
the
that
person?
2 days after
are you
Tom
saying the person
Fletcher-
that perpetrated that appalling murder was actually even aware of the story you're talking about?
Well,
You're drawing a direct link.
That is very fucking. We don't know if it's because of Tom Fletcher, is it? What, bro? This guy was regurgitating like months and months and months of information that he got about Gaza. A lot of it wrong, but it's not just because Tom Fletcher said 14,000 kids were gonna die. Babies. sorry.
Chicagan that committed that murder shouted "Free Palestine," and this is for Gaza.
You mentioned something about 48,000
2
babies.
days after that full story went around the
It
world.
was a full story because the idiot that came out with it should have known better. I didn't promote that in any way at all, other than to say.
But you are promoting false allegations of starvation and targeting
No,
civilians.
I'm promoting the fact that Israel's government launched a 3-month blockade, which has led
without
to
the context
people
of
starving.
25,000 tons of
All right.
trucks of
Let me
aid
bring
having
David.
been
Drugs.
provided before that.
Bring David.
Facts
Get in,
without
Dave.
context
Get stuck in.
are misleading.
All right, Dave, we're a bunch of deluded clowns who are being misled. Israel's government is telling...
The idea that she thinks she can just come in here and wound the pride of Piers Morgan, it's like, it's very tone deaf. I don't know why these people are like professionals and shit. You have to adapt to your environment, surely. Also, defending the settlements is fucking retarded, like, Jesus. Let's see. I wonder how much, because she's like a lawyer for Israel, I wonder how much intel the IDF gives her, like how much information, like private information they actually they trust her with. They entrust to her. Oh, fuck. Whoops. Skip. Skip. Let's go, boys. Skip. Skip. Wait, do I not have the... Do either of you have foul magics? Share. Yay, let's go. Get fucked. Okay.
The whole truth here. Everyone else is lying or being taken in by lies.
Yeah, it's just like, look, the
and we're
logical
putting
contradictions here.
Jews in danger by promoting these lies.
You know,
you're a Jewish guy.
Maybe, yes, I am, and maybe I'll respond to that. Well, first of all, I'll just say that even the idea, like as you hear these arguments, Piers, where they'll say like, well, we know these numbers that the Gaza Health Ministry puts out are lies because we know Hamas lies, and look, the proof of that is that they revised their numbers down at one point.
But that means they
but
told the
doesn't that
truth.
just kind of lead to the question, Piers? Then, like, why would they revise their numbers down
why
if
wouldn't
they're
they
just
double
lying?
them?
Why? Yeah, right. Why wouldn't they just stick with the original
It's
numbers
not
that they had?
logical, to quote the buzzword of the debate.
It's what always happens with the pro-Israel people is like they use what is a point on my side as a point on their side.
And by the
like,
way, I wouldn't trust Hamas as far as I could bloody throw them, right? They're a bunch of despicable death cult murderers, right? Just to be crystal clear. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. And yet historically, their figures through this health authority in this conflict going back decades have turned out to be reasonably accurate. I know that because Israel has accepted them over the years.
And Piers, as you know, because I've been coming on your show for a long time now, you know, I've always said the same thing too. I also don't really trust the Gaza Health Ministry. I'm just making the point that them revising the numbers down would be a point of evidence that they're being honest, not a point of evidence that you can't trust them. But look, I will just say this, okay? And Piers, again, because I've been coming on your show, I've done a lot of these debates.
Does Israel ever have military spokesman on these shows? Yep, we're going to see Concreus. Is that his name? He was a former military spokesperson. Yeah, we're gonna look at him too.
Over the last year and a half or so, I would never, like, if you remember, there was this example of the guy in Florida who is being charged with attempted murder right now because he shot 2 people who he thought were Palestinians. Turned out they weren't. He was wrong. But I would never use that as an example in one of these debates and say, aha, pro-Israel person, you're responsible for that.
Right.
I'm a free market libertarian, free market capitalist guy.
A libertarian,
there was a Bernie Sanders fan who shot up a congressional baseball game several years back. I would never use that in an argument and say, you're responsible for that, because it's the cheapest, lamest form of argument. You are not responsible if you're telling the truth for as you see it for some crazy person committing a horrific act of violence. By the way, we're talking about, you know, ongoing innocent people being killed for over 20 months at this point now. So like, that's what the whole conversation is about. But the idea that any of us are responsible. Look, here's the bottom line, Piers. I understand Natasha wants to sit here and say, the reason you've changed your mind is because you've fallen for the propaganda. You've fallen for the lies. The reason why everyone is so outraged is because they're falling for these propaganda. The truth is that the reason why Piers and so many people around the world are turning on what the Israeli government is doing is because it's just so freaking horrible. Because we're seeing images every day of children suffering through an ungodly fate. We all sit there and think, my God, if those were our kids. It's a pure reaction to witnessing evil. And you got to sit here and spin the fact that this is all propaganda or it's all lies. I mean, look, I admire you being a lawyer and trying to defend your client. I guess that's what lawyers got to do, no matter how guilty your client is. Piers, if I'm ever charged with murder, get this lady to represent me. So that's who I want on my team. But the bottom line is that 2 former Israeli prime ministers are not falling for propaganda.
And you know what,
it's
Dave?
Just that
you know
at
what?
This point,
one of them,
they can't deny it.
Right, and
one of them was chief of staff.
Ehud
Barak.
Olmert. He said to me
okay.
that he thinks Netanyahu, A, should have resigned by now, but B, will be in The Hague one day being held accountable for these war crimes. And I mean,
yeah, that's very naive of Olmert. I probably do disagree with him on that. He thinks that Netanyahu is going to end up in The Hague, mate. The only person who's likely to jail, the only person who has any chance of jailing Netanyahu is an Israeli for corruption. An Arab judge, Yosef Haddad. Oh God, Yosef Haddad will be cooming so hard if it's an Arab judge who puts Netanyahu in jail. He'll be so happy.
I guess my question for you, Natasha, you're a lawyer. Would you be prepared to defend him if Netanyahu appeared at The Hague?
We're talking about the International Criminal Court.
Would you be prepared to defend him?
No,
or not?
well, let me be clear about the context, because this is important. We're talking about the International Criminal Court, which has no jurisdiction in this matter because Israel is not a party to the ICC and Palestine is not a state. It clearly made significant errors on prior determinations of jurisdiction on the basis of an accession document, supposedly by the Palestinian Authority, which was...
Arab judge, is that a meme? Yes. It's Yosef Haddad, who's like a Palestinian Israeli. I don't even think he identifies as Palestinian. I think he just sees himself as an Arab. Yeah, who joined the IDF. He's like one of the 200 Arabs who have volunteered to join the IDF. And he also goes around and does these very pro-Israel debates, and he talks about apartheid, and he'll scream about how can it be apartheid when an Arab judge put a prime minister in jail, right? And it's not an invalid point, but he gets very excited about an Arab judge. I'm just screaming. He goes to these fucking protests where people are handing out apartheid literature and little pamphlets and fucking flags, and he'll go screaming at them about an Arab judge put a prime minister in jail. It's very funny. He's like a proper antagonist dickhead kind of guy. Total fucking troll.
Was never circulated. That was one of the primary planks of its decision in 2021, which has fallen away. It is proceeded on this basis in contravention of its own rules, that of complementarity, and on an entirely false basis. So my organisation, UK Lawyers for Israel, has put out a review of Karim Khan's application for warrants, which demonstrated that every phrase of every sentence of that document was false. In that context, we're not seeing an international criminal court anymore. We're seeing a political body which is seeking to rehabilitate itself by going after the leaders of the world's Jewish state because of its abysmal
Is there anyone who
reputation.
criticises the Israeli government that you don't think is doing so for political reasons or because they're being deluded by
Oh my
lies?
goodness, yes.
In other words, is anybody actually acting, do you think, with any integrity
Well, within
when they
Israel.
criticise the Israeli government?
Within
Because you make
Israel.
it sound like everyone's either stupid, deluded, or politically motivated.
Within Israel, there is the most vibrant political debate and criticism that you will see anywhere. What I'm calling out are the lies and the falsehoods and the blood libels that are being propagated. And those
I was told by the ambassador to
blood
UK it was a
libel.
blood
Holy
libel for me to suggest that Israel had killed children in this
No,
war.
I don't believe that was the case.
There
I think it was
was.
to do with targeting children.
No, no.
And there is a difference.
Right.
Because we are hearing that Israel is targeting children, and that couldn't be further from
Well,
the fact,
last week, 9 out of 10 children in one home where 2 doctors
do you know-
reside were killed in an airstrike.
Well,
What was
isn't it
that?
remarkable?
Well, what was that?
That has been based only on the basis of hearsay.
You don't
and
believe that
secondhand
story?
Information. I want these stories.
Wait a minute. You don't believe
Yes.
that those children were killed?
I have seen conflicting accounts, and I want that story to be properly investigated
Wow.
before the international media
Wow.
runs with it.
You think those 2 parents, one of whom I think operated on one of the children.
I have a question.
You think that those 2 doctors, the parents, they just made it up?
Why are
that
those
9 of
children
their
there?
10 children had been blown to pieces
Yes.
by an Israeli airstrike?
If this is true...
You don't believe it?
Well, why on earth was artificially generated imagery used to promote this story when it first happened?
I got to say,
We've seen
Natasha,
time
I
and
think
time
what you've
again.
just said about that
Piers
family
Morgan, we've seen
is despicable.
We've seen time
I'm
and
sorry,
time again.
it's despicable.
What is truly
As somebody, you talk
despicable-
about blood libel, like Dave said, you talk about blood libel, you talk about lies,
All I said
you talk about
was
promoting
that there were
propaganda,
conflicting
and here you
accounts.
sit here as a lawyer and you say that you
I have no
do
idea
not
what strike they're
believe.
talking about. What the fuck? I mean, if there's a story about children dying in Gaza, it's probably true, right? Like, there's a lot of children in Gaza, there's a lot of bombing in Gaza, there's a lot of fighting in Gaza. Okay.
Those 9 children were
I
killed.
didn't say that. You're putting
You
words
did?
in my mouth.
Do you believe it or not?
I said that there were conflicting
Do you
accounts
believe it?
and it needs to be
Do you
investigated.
believe it?
I thought you would be the
The parents
first
said
person
9 of their
that
10
wants-
children were killed.
They
Do you
haven't-
believe them
they
or not?
haven't- they
Or
haven't
did those
said
2
that directly.
doctors make it up?
They haven't said that directly as far as I have seen. I have seen second-hand accounts and hearsay, but it's important to ask, why are these civilians still there? Why is it that
Actually, no, it's important to ask whether
No,
you believe that family have lost 9 of their 10 children.
I want
Actually.
to know why the international
You don't, do you?
community...
You don't. And this goes to the point that I would say about Israel
Why are
generally
these
now, in this war now.
Palestinian civilians
Israel says they don't believe anything.
coming out of
Everything,
Hamas,
every
indeed.
story that comes out about the deaths of civilians in Gaza,
Because there is a track
someone will
record
pop
of
up
lies.
representing the Israeli government saying, it's propaganda, it's not true, I've heard it's not right, I've heard it didn't happen. And the reason you can get away with it, frankly, is because you won't allow, the Israeli government won't allow, I don't want to keep putting you in the government, but you defend them. The Israeli government refuses to allow international journalists to get in there and do their job and verify whether any of these things are actually
So I
happening
have been
when
there.
you say they didn't happen.
I can help you with why. I've been there in September and seen a great deal of the Hamas terror infrastructure with my own eyes, including the fact that when we were in Rafah, every second building was being used
Did you see any dead
by
children?
Hamas. No, and this is the
Wow.
important factor.
Why do you think that?
Our movements
Is that because there
very-
aren't any,
No.
or because you were being given a sanitized little tour,
No, we were
which
being-
didn't involve seeing the bodies of dead children?
We were very restricted because of the nature of the battlefield in
What
in
right does the
Gaza.
IDF have to restrict journalists doing their job? In
well,
every
on
other
the
war I've
basis-
ever been involved in, including sending my Daily Mirror journalists to cover the Iraq war in Baghdad, where they rang me at midnight to ask if they should leave or stay in a hotel, the Baghdad Hilton, I think it was called, before shock and awe arrived. So huge responsibility on my shoulders then about the lives of my...
I was fucking joking about going on Pierce tomorrow. Holy shit, that's obviously a joke. You guys are so autistic. No, I'm not going on Pierce tomorrow. Shut up.
Journalists, but they were prepared
Whoa.
to risk them to report the truth to the wider world. Israel has decided no journalists from outside can go in
For 3 reasons.
and make that assessment themselves.
Yes.
What right does Israel have to do that?
For 3 reasons. Will you allow me to finish?
Well, there are no reasons.
Oh my god. The thing is, Pierce has always been like this. It's just that he's just become more solidified in his side. This is exactly what he does to defend Trump as well. Fucking based.
Whether the journalists view their safety as being at risk.
I'm sorry, you haven't heard the reasons yet. The first, of course, is the safety of the journalists, and I appreciate you don't accept that. The second...
I think it's a load of nonsense.
The second is
The
the safety...
idea you're doing is like some quaint concern for the safety of journalists is bullshit.
That was reason number one.
Utter
Reason
bullshit.
Reason number two is the
These better
ability...
get better.
Is the ability of IDF soldiers to be able to conduct this war against Hamas without...
Without the journalists getting in the way?
No, without...
They've actually, by the way, they've killed more journalists in Palestinian journalists than in any war
Hamas
in
members
modern
wearing
history.
press vests are not journalists. And reason number three...
So none of them are journalists?
And reason number three...
So just to be clear, none of the Palestinian journalists who've been killed are actually
I
journalists.
said
Is that
Hamas members.
Oh, they're all Hamas
Palestinian
members?
Islamic, those that are... And those
Every
that belong to-
single dead
That's not what I
Palestinian
said.
journalist
I
is a
don't-
member of Hamas. Is that your position?
No, listen, I appreciate Piers. This
That is
your
also
style.
bullshit.
But
No, I'm not gonna let you bullshit.
misrepresenting every
So that's
word
2 out of
we
2.
don't
What's the
know.
third reason?
Holy shit,
Our
he
mutual
fucking
friend
hates this
Douglas
girl.
Murray was embedded with the IDF in Lebanon.
You said the words yourself. I love Douglas, but he was embedded with the IDF.
Right.
He's unbelievably
But in
pro-Israel.
Yeah, would Pierce ever do this to Douglas Murray? I don't know. I don't know if it's like I can't tell what's going on, man. It's like, so I know he's taken a he's taken like a very marked shift on the Israel-Palestine stuff. He has done that. And, sorry, Netanyahu and Trump are to blame for that. Get fucked. Is it just because she's like it's not because she's a woman, is it? Is it because she's an annoying woman? She's like a Hermione Granger fucking... Is it because the way she talks reminds him of all the mainstream British journalists who bullied the shit out of him when he was trying to be a serious journalist at the Daily Mirror in the British media scene in the 90s and 2000s? He would never talk to Murray like this. Hell no. He's got to get Murray on, surely. I just want to see Piers being consistent. I want him to fall out with Douglas Murray. Piers loves Douglas Murray. See, thanks for the tier 1 sub. She makes him feel small and stupid. That's it. Jeez.
Let me finish.
So of course
Will
he
you
was
allow
going
me
to
to
write
finish?
what
No.
he witnessed while embedded with the IDF.
No, let me finish what his experiences there were. The difference is that
You don't have to tell me.
You think it has to do with her statement about mothers starving their children? No, because she didn't say that here. She didn't say that. That was the thing she said to... I think it was in the amnesty debate she said that. Dave is so happy. Like, this is Dave's perfect environment, by the way. Dave's perfect environment is for the interviewer to debate his opponent, and then he just gets added in when when his opponent's been softened up on the ground, and he just gets to stomp on the fucking corpse. Like, that's Dave's perfect debate. He's such a fucking coward.
No, there is something I think that you won't have heard. The IDF are able to allow journalists into Lebanon. He wasn't the only one. There were many other
There
international
have been a
journalists with him.
tiny... No.
Those
Again,
other
bullshit.
international journalists with him
Bullshit.
were very clear.
There have been a tiny
dangerous.
handful of journalists led in by the IDF in tightly controlled environments
And you
to
know-
witness what the IDF were prepared to let them
And
see.
you know what those
And actually, what it
journalists
needs this
said?
war to stop the bullshit, which is
Don't
out of
roach.
control, by the way,
Don't
in this last 3 minutes, is to let international journalists go in and do their jobs. And they will worry with their networks or organizations about their safety, but they should be allowed to do their jobs. And there's only one reason why the Israeli government doesn't want international journalists crawling all over Gaza. It's because they do not want them reporting what they will find.
Reason
which,
number
by the
three.
way, will include the bodies
don't pull,
of
don't pull.
thousands of children who you, on the Israeli side, are not counting as you count the terrorists you kill, but who journalists would.
Reason number 3 is that those journalists that were in Lebanon said that they had to be very careful about what they reported because of what Hezbollah would do to their colleagues in Beirut. The fact that international journalists have sunk to this level, that they would allow their reportage to be controlled by terrorist organizations,
What the
Iranian...
fuck is that word? Their reportage. Holy shit. I gotta remember that one. I want to use that one more often in conversation. Reportage.
proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah included, is despicable. That is the real issue here that has driven
Actually,
the
it's not.
international
The real
community.
issue
Of course
is
it is.
it is,
This
well,
is terrorist organizations
I don't
propaganda.
know why she thinks she's still in a fucking Oxford debate where they're going to let her talk for 2 minutes, because as soon as she says anything inflammatory or anything like ad hominem or anything like that, or insult, like anything like that, like he's just going to interrupt her. To be fair, he was interrupting her before, but like I don't know what the point in this is now. Bruh.
It's
You
not.
have
Let me
eaten
bring
up.
David. Let me
And
bring
the fact
David.
that you will not allow me to answer a single question
You know what?
here
You've made
will
all
be
your
perfectly
points, and they
evident to your
all, I'm
viewers.
afraid,
I
Natasha,
haven't. I certainly
turned out
haven't
to be
made all my
bullshit.
points.
So let me bring in Dave. Dave, look, I don't like to keep saying the word bullshit, but when you hear bullshit,
Are
you
you
have to
sure?
call it for what it is. Bullshit.
Sounds like you really
And
love
the,
it,
The
man.
truth is, particularly on the journalist front, there is a very simple way that all this fog of war confusion could be resolved, and that is to let the journalists in. And there's a very simple reason why they're not. They don't want the journalists to report to the world what is actually going on. Otherwise, they'd let them in.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I understand, Natasha, that you're upset that Piers isn't letting you finish your thought, but the idea that the number one reason you gave is that what Israel just values the sanctity of life so much that they're so worried about these journalists, it's just so ridiculous.
Actually,
It doesn't
it's
pass the
offensive,
basic smell
honestly,
test. It's offensive to think that level, you talk about propaganda being spread.
You know, I was looking at some old reporting on Operation Protective Edge. I think the PC, or is it the PMCR. I can't remember what they're called. But it was a Palestinian like human rights thing. Then they basically log all the deaths of a particular conflict, like name, age, profession. They listed 13 journalists killed in Gaza in 2014. 13. On the Al-Qassam website for military media section, I was able to find like 11 and one from PIJ. It seems like almost like every journalist that was killed in that war, bar one, was a fighter, like a soldier. There was one really high-profile case where like all these press companies were reporting on it, but they didn't mention that and they actually named the guy. And then I look on Hamas's website, I'm just like, am I going to see this guy in military media? And I did. I was like, what the fuck? So, the idea, like, it's this whole thing, like, more journalists killed than in World War II. It's like, mate. Like, I don't understand, like, how uncritical as a human being you have to be to think that stat, like, means anything. But, yeah.
Right. That is just pure propaganda. It is obvious. It is obviously the reason Israel
Who's going to be
doesn't
blamed? Sorry, Natasha just said, who will be blamed for the journalist deaths? A recognition that yet more journalists would be killed, because I think it's well over 100 Palestinians who you think are all Hamas members. But you know what? It's not your job to worry about the safety of international journalists. They've all been to many, many war zones.
That's
whether it's Clarissa Ward at CNN, Jeremy Nolan at BBC. I know a lot of these people myself. You let the journalists do their job, and you do yours.
Yeah, by the way,
and the IDF can do theirs.
They don't seem to have this concern about being blamed for slaughtering the children of Gaza. You know, like
they don't admit they're killing
to get
any.
them to stop that. Right, right. As every time you hear, it's either, oh, this is propaganda, this is Hamas propaganda, those kids weren't intentionally killed, all this stuff. But look, like we said at the beginning, this is just, it doesn't meet the basic smell test, the basic human test. If you're telling me, as you said, Natasha, that Hamas has locked up all of the aid that's gotten in there, so who are you targeting when you don't let further aid in? It's the civilian population who's not getting it. Now, you could sit here and say Israel isn't targeting them, meaning I blow up a building that I know has little children in it, but I'm claiming I'm targeting.
Dave is still so fucking retarded about this targeting question. Obviously, like, does he understand the difference between, like, if you have an intel on a target and you see militants there and there are civilians around and the civilians are put into a collateral damage calculation, that this is so morally different from the intent of an army that's, like, out there looking for civilians to target, regardless of whether or not there are any militants there. You know, if your goal was to find civilians to target, you'd be bombing fucking everywhere. Like, there'd be so many targets. Whereas obviously you target military, you have less targets because the militants are not a large proportion of the population.
The bad guy, but you know that in effect your action is going to in effect destroy the civilian population. I'm sorry, this is a distinction without a difference, and I don't care.
Imagine thinking it's a distinction without a difference. A military that chooses to use its resources to target civilians versus one that targets militants that are embedded in civilians. God, he's so retarded. Holy shit. Would you say the same about the war against ISIS? Because they killed a lot of civilians there as well.
About your appeal to international law. Look, I'm Lysander Spooner on this issue of international law. I think either international law allows what Israel is doing to Gaza, or it's been powerless to stop it. So either way, it has not been effective enough. By the way, it does seem like it's the latter, not the former, seeing as how there is, you know, criminal warrants out for Netanyahu for committing war crimes. But regardless of that, the bottom line here is that Israel is doing this to the civilian population of Gaza, and nobody who's being honest doesn't believe that the only reason Israel won't let journalists in there is because they don't want the world to see what they're doing to these people. Period. That's the reason, and everybody, including you, knows it. The problem here is that you're not allowed to tell the truth. You're Israel's lawyer, and you got to defend them no matter what. Natasha, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Sorry, I'm an independent
Does Israel have nuclear weapons?
The English bar.
Yes or no?
Instructed.
Yes or no?
I'm
Yes
not
or no, Natasha?
instructed.
Do they have
fucking Mearsheimer?
Do you have nuclear weapons, Natasha?
Why do you think I would know any better than you, Piers?
What's the name of your company?
No one said you do. You do know you are not telling the truth, and so you won't say it. By the way, this right here, Piers, well, let me just say, it's disqualifying to this conversation. You're playing a different game than me and Piers are. We are having a conversation about what's actually going on. You're a lawyer who's not allowed to incriminate your client, which is Israel, because you know the answer the same way Piers knows it, the same way I know it. Do they have nukes?
Let me be perfectly clear. I am not in the employ of anyone associated.
What's the name of your organisation?
UK Lawyers for Israel began as a voluntary association of lawyers looking for the proper application of law to Israel, Israelis, and combating anti-Semitism. It is truly remarkable. We are having a different conversation. This is a circus, and I am actually seeking to address practical questions, including the disgusting situation that we are now left with, where the international community has said that Palestinian civilians must uniquely be kept in a war zone, may not be permitted to leave. That is what I am hearing being advocated for consistently, so that they can be continued to be used not just as human shields by Hamas, but as human sacrifices, dragging this conflict out. The tragedy of this misinformation and this propaganda.
UK Lawyers for Israel, but we don't represent Israel's interests as a take. I mean, it is if you know anything about how lawyers work. If you are a representative as a lawyer, that means you've been hired. That means you're actually their lawyer, okay? Whereas if you're volunteering to make arguments in the world stage, of course, that's not the same as being a representative or being their lawyer. Thinking these two are the same is like stupid. Sorry.
Is not just that Jews are being gunned down and burned in the street. It is also that Palestinian civilians are continuing to suffer is as a result of this war, but also of Hamas suppression, repression, torture, and the stealing of aid, which has been well documented. The fact that people like the two of you will continue to put out this false information, to perpetuate this conflict, to perpetuate Palestinian suffering is truly disgusting. What have I said that's false?
I didn't think anyone could be more disingenuous than the UK ambassador. I got to say, Natasha, you've got right up there. You've crossed that little bar, haven't you?
If you can indicate one aspect of what I have said that is incorrect, we will have this conversation. But so far, you are throwing out appallingly misconceived allegations, which are baseless.
Do you know what?
Piers,
Israel.
Notice she couldn't answer the question.
I had Jonathan
about whether Israel
Conricus
has
on, who was a
nukes.
former IDF guy, obviously, and even he was able to admit a lot of what Israel is now doing is wrong, and it just shouldn't be happening the way that it's happening. When you blindly don't, I mean, I think that Hamas are blindly, ideologically to one side of this. They're a bunch of genocidal maniacs. I think people like Smodrich are genocidal maniacs, and I think anyone on the pro-Israeli side, particularly a lawyer who can listen to what Smodrich said last week and not understand that he is actually promoting war crimes out of his very mouth.
We haven't discussed Smotrich, and I'm not particularly interested in what he has to say because it's.
Well, he's the finance minister of the Israeli government. He's one of the three most powerful people in the country.
He clearly doesn't have an input to the war cabinet's policy
Oh,
or
what a
how this
load of
military
utter
or how this
nonsense.
campaign has been run.
Even you don't believe that if you say it.
Well, I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't believe it.
You don't
but
think
I
that
believe it.
Smodrich has much influence over the Israeli government?
Not on the
Do you
conduct.
know anything about the Israeli government?
Not on the conduct of this
it's like
war,
saying
Piers, on the basis.
Goebbels didn't have
I'm
any
sorry, I
control
didn't-
over policy.
Goebbels. Really? The fucking second in command, like the minister of propaganda, the second fucking honcho. The mid honcho. That's the same as Smotrich, a guy whose party commands like, what, 5% of the vote? I guess his joint list with Ben-Gvir takes it up to like 9 or 10%, but okay. Wait, is Smotrich in the... There's not a war cabinet now though, isn't there? Oh, well, there must be some war cabinet because Ben-Gvir voted... Ben-Gvir was the one who voted against the resumption of aid under the old mechanism. Ben-Gvir voted against that, so he was in the security cabinet. Was Smotrich there, though? Did Smotrich vote in favor of it? I only saw Ben-Gvir. So that would mean Smotrich isn't in the security cabinet, or he voted for it, which is much less likely. Does anyone know that for sure? I thought Alan Levy was Goebbels. Yeah, well...
policy.
I didn't
Therefore,
interrupt
it
Mr.
doesn't
Smith.
matter what
Also,
he
that
said.
Goebbels comparison, holy fuck, man. If I was, if I was Jewish, oh God, if I was Jewish, if I were a Jew, that would have set me off to fuck.
I didn't interrupt Mr. Smith. The fact of the matter is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Everything that the Israeli army...
Fucking hell, man. Oh, no.
The Air Force and the Military Advocate General Corps,
What a
which is actually
sentence.
unique in the manner in which it approves strikes and the military tactics that the IDF launch. In fact, when I was on the ground in Gaza, including with a very senior military official
Level
from the
40.
UK, Sir John McCall, all of the group remarked that the procedures that Israel had put in place were unprecedented, that it wasn't just adhering to international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, but in every respect was going far above the requirements, including in taking precautions to prevent civilian
How
casualties.
have they been so careful? Have they managed to destroy 70% of Gaza and killed, I think it's 50 to 60,000 people?
Well, those again are Hamas figures, which
What's the
are
figure?
not accurate.
What's the figure?
Well,
There's a much easier answer here. Like, if you want to do that question, you would. I feel like you have to say that when I answer questions like this, or when I get asked things, or when I'm trying to like advocate to people who don't agree with me on things, if I was trying to sell like a good reason for this happening, that isn't just recklessness and war crimes, but it's not mutually exclusive. It would be that. It would be something like, well, just ask, like, don't ask me, like, ask Sinwar, right? Because he himself said that, like, the entire strip is, like, lined and interwoven with tunnels. Like, there's military infrastructure underneath everything. And also that there are thousands and thousands of traps in each of these buildings. So you would expect even a very careful army to destroy quite a lot of the city. And we know this as well because other armies do similar things in urban warfare. Like urban warfare, it includes a shit ton of damage. But now that doesn't necessarily preclude Israel from having committed war crimes. But it does explain like why at least you would expect a shitload of damage even if they behaved perfectly within the law. It's all strategy. It's all Hamas's strategy. Whoa. Now wait, why is my fucking quest shit pulling me back here? What's it doing? I've got more quests down here. Sigil fragments. Ugh. Whatever. If 70% is flattened, why isn't 70% of them dead? Wow, soy. Very good, very good.
you heard, I think, from the ambassador, 30,000.
How many people have you killed?
30,000. There you go with you again. I think there's been some misbriefing in this.
Well, you seem to be speaking on behalf of the government.
No,
so.
I'm speaking on behalf of the facts and the proper application of law, which I appreciate neither of you seem to be particularly interested in. But I will maintain my interest, in particular, the fact that these casualty figures by Hamas do not take account of how these people are said to have died. We know Hamas are shooting their own civilians. That false report of Palestinian civilians at aid centres being targeted by Israel, that was in fact Hamas shooting them.
You don't know that.
We have the drone footage.
You don't know that.
And we have
well,
the
drone footage of Khan Yunis, wasn't there? Not Rafah. So,
we have consistent accounts.
The investigation is still going on, but of course it's an Israeli investigation, which will doubtless exonerate the Israeli forces.
We also know that Palestinian civilians are killed by indiscriminate missiles. Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas rockets, when they fall short in the Gaza Strip, they don't fall with a proportionality analysis. They don't fall precisely in the way that Israeli strikes are conducted, with warnings before.
If you're doing everything so magnificently by the book,
fuck?
why is it that so many allies of Israel are now queuing up, and former prime ministers of Israel are queuing up to condemn it? Are they all utterly deluded?
No, there are two particular reasons for this. The first is what we have seen with the manufacturing of this disinformation that comes out of Gaza from Hamas, that is promoted by NGOs formerly respected like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that is then in turn reported by UN special rapporteurs, that finds its way into Security Council resolutions or General Assembly resolutions, that then in turn makes it up to institutions like the ICC, and the ICJ. And then once that circle of disinformation is complete, these matters are often re-reported by the NGOs that started this disinformation cycle in the first place. That's reason number one. Reason number two is because of the mode in which the international media have conducted their reporting of this conflict. We have the Al-Ali hospital as a prime example on the 17th of October 2023. Immediately it was reported that this was an Israeli...
Oh, she's got a monologue now. She's happy with her monologue now. She's not really making the particularly good use of it, but okay.
Airstrike. That was false, Piers. Just like the reports of Israel targeting Palestinian civilians trying to get aid were false. I urge you to use a little bit of logic here to assess what on earth Israel's objective could be, targeting civilians or hitting hospitals like this willy-nilly, which it does not do without good reason because Hamas has used them as command and control centers, and when it provides warnings to enable civilians to evacuate. Why on earth would Israel be targeting Palestinian civilians when it has been seeking from the get-go to evacuate them, to provide humanitarian corridors, which it has defended, even though Hamas has fired onto these civilians as they seek to flee areas where Hamas has embedded its terror infrastructure in these civilian areas, in mosques, schools, hospitals, and every second house when I was in Rafah that we saw. That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
Well, many of them were destroyed,
how many
unfortunately.
Did you see? You said every second house. You saw
yes.
10 houses.
No, tens, plural.
10. Well, how many?
The matter
Well, hang on, how many?
But Hamas
you said every
clear.
second house.
Yes.
So how many did you see?
No, every second house.
How many
in
houses
Rafah
did you go into?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
because
You've made a statement. You said every second house. How many did you go into?
The houses were
Give me a number.
left there to
you know
go
how
into.
many
I said
houses you went into?
Tens.
What? 10, 15, 20?
Piers, you're missing the point here. I'm afraid.
No, I know the point.
The point is that Hamas...
You've made a claim.
Hamas
I've simply asked you to...
I can't even tell now if her, like, fucking... I think if she was a liar, she would have just said, like, okay, 20, 30. I don't know, like, it almost feels like her fucking... I don't know, man. Weird.
Give me a number. Numbers are not your strong point. I know that.
I beg your pardon?
But I imagine you remember how many houses you went into.
No, we saw destroyed houses in the Rafah area because Hamas has been using these houses as part of its terror infrastructure.
How do you know?
Because they make clear
You just
their
said you went
tactic.
into them and you...
No, I
you
never...
said, you
Again,
said,
you're putting words in my mouth. If you would listen, I think things would be a lot clearer.
Right.
Hamas have
So
made
you
it
know
clear...
what was inside houses even though you didn't go inside them and they were all obliterated.
Well, you know I couldn't go inside them because they were booby-trapped by
So
Hamas.
you didn't go inside them and they were all destroyed.
What I did
but
see,
you knew they were all full of Hamas stuff.
What I did see
How?
was drone footage that goes into...
Oh, drone footage.
That went into these houses that demonstrated...
So you didn't go into the houses, you didn't see any Hamas stuff in there, but you saw drone footage
that
later.
demonstrated
Supplied to you
how
by the
Hamas...
IDF.
Well, look,
All right,
Hamas make it very clear.
You know,
If you
I'm
won't
sorry,
take
it's
my
just all
word for it,
flannel, isn't it?
You always take Hamas's word for it. So listen to what they say.
You wouldn't take your word for it. It sounds like a lot of old bullshit again.
Well, it's
Dave.
like, listen, Piers, as I've dealt with this argument with Douglas Murray and now here today, this is about as serious as Dennis Rodman claiming that Kim Jong-un showed him a supermarket full of food. You know, I mean, I don't know what to say here. And it would be equally ridiculous if I went on some Hamas-sponsored tour and then came back telling you that everything they say is correct.
Okay, but just so you understand, Dave, and you can blame Israel for this as much as you want, but like all the journalism on the ground in Gaza, unfortunately, is that. Like, if you're a journalist in Gaza and you say something that Hamas does not want said, they will fucking kill you. Like, I don't... So unfortunately, like a lot of the international press likes to kind of behave as if they've got like correspondents on the ground or they've got their eyes on the ground, and like they do, but these correspondents are also under immense pressure on pain of death to basically like not say things that Hamas doesn't really want you to say. You can blame Israel if you want for that, but then that's also just the facts, which means that it's very difficult to trust just what's coming out of journalists on the ground in Gaza.
Here's the bottom line. I have a much more clear, logical answer. The reason why 2 former Israeli prime ministers, including Olmert, who is a right-winger, who was Sharon's guy. This is not as if this is some left-wing anti-war peacenik or something like that.
And again, Dave Smith doesn't know fucking dick about this conflict. Like, every time he says things like this, he just like reveals his hand so much. The whole thing with Olmert was that he literally went away from the right, and with it, he went with Sharon along to do Kadima so that they could, to go with Kadima, so that they could do the pull out of Gaza, which the right wing didn't want. And now, obviously, Olmert still, to this day, despite everything, still defends even Abbas as a partner for peace. Like, Olmert has been on a left-wing trajectory for like 20 years. Okay.
The reason why 2 former Israeli prime ministers have come out and said that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. The reason why Israel will not let journalists into Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the reason why Israel is killing Palestinian civilians in Gaza, and the reason why they're building up more settlements in the West Bank is because, as Smotrich has said, as Katz, the defense minister, has said this week, and as Benjamin Netanyahu has said for years and years and years, their plan is greater Israel. They want Gaza and the West Bank. They call it Judea and Samaria. They believe that it's rightfully Israel's. Benjamin Netanyahu showed up to the United Nations a couple weeks before October 7th with a map where it was all Israel. That's the bottom line. It's why they've been controlling these territories since 1967. See, the truth makes a lot more sense. And by the way, you know that Israel has nuclear weapons, but you won't say it on this program because you're not in the business of telling the truth about this conflict. You're in the business of defending Israel, which is fine. That's what you want to do. But all 3 of us know they have nuclear weapons. Maybe we should get into where does international law stand on the US and the UK being partners with a country who's not in the non-proliferation treaty, who has nuclear weapons. Maybe we could have a whole conversation on that next time, Piers.
I think,
come
you know
on,
what?
we all know what the truth is here.
I've actually asked Netanyahu myself that very question, and he didn't answer. So I think it'd be a very interesting topic for debate. We've got to leave it there. Dave Smith, Natasha Hausdorff, thank you both very much. Ahmed Anaoug is a Palestinian journalist and the co-founder of We Are Not Numbers, whose book of the same name tells the story of young Gazans in their own words. He's also has an extreme story of personal loss in this war, and he joins me in the studio now. Ahmed, it's good to see you. I was aware of you because you tweeted in April of last year on X. You posted
Whoa,
on X,
91 roll.
I blame
Nice.
you, Piers Morgan, me, for their murder and the murder of all innocent people in Gaza. This came after news of you losing a huge number of your family in an airstrike. First of all, my deepest condolences to you over the loss of your family members. And second, I would never judge anyone who fires off intemperate thoughts in a moment. So I didn't take that personally. Thirdly, I was getting that from quite a few people. A lot of those people now are praising me because they think I've switched sides. And to be clear with you, I don't take sides. I never have done. I've tried to platform
Just like me, for real.
people on both sides throughout this whole war. So I think that's been really important. But it's good to see you in the
cleared
studio.
house here.
And to meet. We don't know each other. First of all, when you posted that to me, why did you post that? Why did you blame me for what had happened to your family?
Well, thank you for having me first. And thank you for having so many Palestinians on your show. I don't think you can blame me for saying this to you, Piers, because
we're about to watch some. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this guy. He could be a totally normal dude, just going about his life. He could be an advocate. He could be a good advocate. He could also be a total fucking terrorist. I have no idea who this guy is, but he's about. I know he's about to show Natasha, fucking dipshit, a masterclass in dealing with Western media. But we'll see.
You and I are journalists, and we know how important the role of journalists in this world is. And I've known you for a long time. I have been following you for a long time. And I have always looked at you as this prominent British journalist. You're one of the most prominent journalists in the world.
We got the Glaze
And
budget.
then October the 7th happened. And I was watching how you covered the news in Gaza. And you were very angry at this October the 7th, and that's okay. You have the right to be angry at October the 7th.
Were you?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
You were angry at what Hamas did that day?
Yes,
to
I was.
Israeli people? The slaughter,
Listen.
the mayhem, the murder the kidnapping of babies and Holocaust. This is one of the things I kept asking all the Palestinian guests, which is probably why you had a view that somehow I was against the Palestinian people. I wasn't.
No, I don't believe this is the genocide genes guy. That's he has another debate afterwards with a guy who seems quite unhinged.
But I was certainly against anyone that wouldn't absolutely, unreservedly condemn what Hamas did that day. That had to be a starting point for any constructive conversation.
Okay, so you've said that for a long, long time. We have been talking about that for 20
But why would that be wrong?
Months. It's not wrong to feel angry about what happened. I wholeheartedly stand against harming civilians. All of my work, all of my life, all of my principles is against harming any civilians, whoever they are. I'm against all of that. But my problem, Piers, is that I have looked a lot for you. And then for the past 20 months, you have been repeating this over and over and over and over again, as if October the 7th was the beginning of everything. And you never looked at what happened before October the 7th and what happened 20 months after October the 7th.
The thing is, Ahmed, I never took a view that anything that happened on either side before October the 7th could possibly justify what Hamas did that day. There is no justification for that scale of terrorist attack. None. Nada. Nothing. So I wasn't prepared to countenance anyone sitting on that chair or in any other location I was in, who if I said to them, do you condemn what Hamas did? If they refused to answer, then I would challenge them angrily about that, as I would do the other way round, as I am now about what Israel's been doing. So I campaigned against the Iraq war, right? When I was editor of the Daily Mirror, I campaign against things I think are wrong. And I will challenge and harangue people when I think they're supporting things that are wrong.
Slow.
Everyone.
I'm just curious, though, why you've made it so personal against me. Do you blame me for the loss of your loved ones? I didn't understand that.
Okay. So everyone appreciates that you stood up against the war in Iraq. We also wanted you to stand up against the genocide that is taking place in Gaza. And you changed your talks recently, and I appreciate that. I love that. But please remember that, Piers, bad journalism kills. Bad journalism kills people. You know that Israel could not carry out a genocide in Gaza without the justification of the mainstream media. And unfortunately, I don't blame you specifically for the murder of my family.
Well, you did.
I blame all of the mainstream media on the murder of my family, and you were one of them. Unfortunately,
you blame me personally.
I blame you personally as one of the mainstream media who justified the murder of the Palestinians and dehumanized the Palestinians.
I never justified the murder of Palestinians. I only said...
Not directly, indirectly.
I only said that I believed Israel had a fundamental right and duty to defend its people after that appalling attack, a series of attacks, particularly as Hamas, through its official spokesman on camera, had said they were prepared and wanted to do this again and again and again.
Well, the thing is...
You talk about genocide, that is genocide. That is actually what genocide is. When you want to kill as many Jews as you can kill.
That's the problem here.
Yeah, but that is genocide.
No, that is the problem. You always say that they want to kill the Jews.
They do.
That is dangerous. You and I know that.
But they do.
Our problem is not against the Jews.
They don't make any secret of it.
No. Our problem is not with the Jews. And even Hamas' problem is not with the Jews. It is with the Israelis.
Why do they kill so many Jews?
They want to kill all the Israelis.
They did not kill Jews, they killed Israelis. And I don't justify killing of Israel. It's not that I want them to kill Israelis.
What religion do you suspect most of the Israelis were?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it makes a huge difference. They were not attacked because they were Jews. They were attacked because they were Israelis. It's a huge difference.
How many of the people who were killed were not Jewish?
It doesn't matter. But would you like?
Of course it matters.
No, it matters. Let me ask you a question.
Even this is bad faith as fuck. It's like, okay, well, is it dangerous to say? If I said Hamas wants to kill all the Israelis, that's not dangerous? Who's the dangerous one there? Because Hamas have basically said that. Like their spokespersons have said as much. So who's dangerous? The journalist who reports it or the person who says it?
So many Palestinians were killed. Thousands of thousands.
Pierce doesn't know how to ask that question because he can't think on his feet. He's
were killed. Would you call Israel killed the Muslims in Gaza? You would say the Palestinians. And the Israelis were Israelis. They were not there as Jews. They were there as Israelis. And that is dangerous, Piers. It's not a religious war. This is a war between colonization and colonized, occupiers and occupied. People who have been living under blockade, under siege, under occupation for the past 77 years. It's not with the Jews. We never had a problem with the Jews. We love the Jews as much as we love the Christians.
But you have a problem with Israelis?
Of course, we have a problem with the Israelis as occupiers.
How can you say you have no problem with the Jews, but you have a problem with the Israelis? Given that most Israelis are Jewish.
I'm just astonished that you can't make the difference between the Jews and the Israelis, Piers. It's a huge difference.
If Piers wasn't such a fucking airhead, it's not even him being an airhead. It's just him being like, I guess he doesn't really know the history that well, I guess. But if you wanted to ask him a question that this guy definitely wouldn't be able to answer, is like, why are the Jews in Israel? Like, why did they go there? Then you would say, oh, it's because it's their holy land. Well, it was their holy land or whatever for fucking thousands of years. Why did they go in the 1900s? It wasn't because of Balfour. They went before Balfour. And then you would say, well, because of how they were treated as Jews. But yeah, fuck. Okay. Where am I supposed to do a fucking quest here? About triage? Guile of the Raptor. Where's this quest? What the fuck? Where's this fucking raptor quest? I thought I did it. Eh? Weird. Alright.
Most of them are Jewish.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes, but they're called Israelis.
I'm astonished you would try and draw a distinction.
There's a huge difference.
Hamas don't give a damn about whether they're Israelis or anything else. They care about killing Jews. They made it no secret.
No, listen. I am the last person on earth to defend Hamas.
Good.
But just because I don't like Hamas, that does not make me like amplify and exaggerate in their in what they think and lie about them.
Ooh.
Do you know Ahmed Yassin, the founder of Hamas? Do you know him?
He was a Jew lover.
No, he was the founder of Hamas, and he was known as handicap who Israel killed. But anyway, he was once asked, what is your problem with the Jews? And he said it clearly, and I'm quoting him, I don't have a problem with the Jews. If my brother, if my cousin occupied my country and killed me, I would have a problem with them. The problem with the Palestinians is against Zionism, against Zionists, against Israelis.
So why did they kill innocent Israeli people then? Innocent women, children,
Why
grandmothers. Why did they kidnap babies? Why did they kidnap Holocaust survivors?
Ask them, don't ask me, I'm not one of them.
You're trying to
Would you say the same for why does Israel do what they do? Ask them.
Explain their ideology, and I'm telling you, they are an undisguised death cult.
It all makes difference.
Intent on killing as many Jews as they can kill.
It's dangerous when you make this religious war.
It's dangerous when you try and pretend they're not after killing Jews.
Of course not, they're not, Piers. Come on. They're after killing.
Come on. You don't think Hamas target Jews because they're Jewish?
Oh, this conversation is so retarded, man. Holy shit. If you want to make this into a fruitful disagreement, then there's a few ways you could go. Is like, because again, it's like, yeah, your problem is with colonizers, with people who came to this land and like bought houses or evicted people and then did like in the 48 war and everything. But then that would be a question of like, okay, you say it's nothing to do with Jews. Why was it Jews that did it? Did the Jews just like wake up one day and think, I'm going to colonize a country for no fucking reason? Like,
of course not.
It's nonsense.
No, it's not. I'm surprised that you're saying this, Piers. Genuinely, I'm surprised. There's a huge difference.
You're surprised that I think Hamas target Jewish people?
Of course. Of course I am.
I find that staggering, Ahmed.
Why?
Because it's obviously ridiculous thing to say.
Why?
Oh God!
Because obviously they target and murder as
weird
many
conversation,
Jewish people
man. What
they can
the
get
fuck?
their hands on.
Of course not.
And you say it's because they're Israelis, not Jewish.
Because they're occupiers. Because they occupied our country.
And they're Jewish.
No, just because they occupied our country. Because they're colonizers. Because they came to our country, kicked us out in 1948, and they killed.
Mate, this is like the fucking Dave Smith debate about whether targeting civilians or killing them as collateral is exactly the same thing.
Thousands of Palestinians, including my grandparents.
But you know why Israel was set up. It was set up after World War II, in which Jewish people were the victims of an appalling Holocaust.
Oh, now we're in the
by
history,
Hitler
okay.
And the Nazis, where 6 million of them were exterminated purely because of their ethnicity and being Jewish.
That's correct.
So the Jewish people were given the state of Israel.
My country.
They were, again, okay, the history is so fucking dumb here. First of all, you know what's interesting? Israelis were never actually given a state. like because of the Holocaust. First of all, because they were obviously going there way before the Holocaust. They were going there in 1881, like, and obviously even before that, people were moving there in tiny numbers. But they were not given a state. The UN partition resolution was a recommendation. It was rejected by the Arab states and by the Arab High Committee, and then Israel wasn't given a state after that. They literally fought a war for the state, and then they got recognized after they won the war. Or while they were fighting the war. Yeah, they weren't actually, at the end of the day, they were not given the state. The British did not like actually finalize the Balfour Declaration by giving a state. Like the state ended up in Israel's hands because the Haganah literally fought a war for it. But, okay. It's just like details, but... Because obviously Piers puts himself in a position where he's quite easy to be attacked, right? Because Piers can just be like, if he's saying they were given a state because of the Holocaust, then any Palestinian's going to say, well, why is that the Palestinians' problem? Why did that give them the right to take land from Palestine? Like, and then Piers wouldn't have a good answer for that if he thinks it's just the Holocaust happened and then they gave Israel the state. So, see if this guy is capable of doing that. He's going to say that, right? He's going to say it's not their problem, right? Sigil of Arathor, okay.
Well, okay, I understand that. Listen, I understand that argument.
Fuck.
I understand the whole history and the whole argument.
It's
but the idea,
but
it wasn't Israelis given that place. It was the Jewish people.
Yeah, but who are you to give the Jewish people my country?
Hey,
I'm not giving it to them.
I'm not talking about you personally.
Yeah.
I'm talking about those who send the Zionists to come and kill our families and take our lands. We have a problem with the occupiers, Piers. We don't have a problem with the Jews. Actually, I work with the Jews. Like, we are not numbers. The mentor coordinator is Jewish. The chair is Jewish.
Tell me quickly about your book.
Fuck.
Well, this book, it's called We Are Not Numbers. It's the same name of my organization. And in this book, we tell the human stories behind the siege, behind the statistics, behind the numbers that we often see in the news. It is composed of 74 stories written by young people in Gaza, telling their personal stories to the world in a language that the world understands.
How many members of your family have you lost in this war?
I have no idea. I swear. But I just know that.
But tell me some of them.
I will tell you that on October 2023, my family were sleeping in their home. My father, my two brothers, my three sisters, and all of their children. 14 nieces and nephews were sleeping, and my cousin. And Israel just dropped a bomb on my family home, killing all of them.
Killed all of them?
All of them. My father, who was 75 years old. My brother, and my younger brother, who was 25 years old, and he was so happy at that time. He got a scholarship to do his master's degree in Australia. My three sisters, one is a computer engineer, another one is an accountant, another one is a teacher, and 14 kids were slaughtered in my home, Piers. 14 kids, ranging from 2 to 13 years old. They all had lives, they had dreams, they had the future ahead of them. And they did not hurt the Israelis, did not cause them any damage. They were killed as they were sleeping. Do you know my brother-in-law, when he went to this home to retrieve the bodies of his children, he told me that he could not recognize the faces of his children because all of them were torn into body parts. My older sister, Wala, who was a computer engineer, they found the upper half of her body thrown in my neighbor's home. What did she do? She and all of her children. My other sister, she and all of her children. My other sister, she and all of her children. All of them were killed. After that, how many cousins did I lose? I have no idea. How many relatives, how many friends? Yes, for the past 20 months, the people in Palestine, in Gaza, they have been besieged from all sides. And they have been bombed day and night without a moment.
I know, and as you know, I've made it clear, I think this has gone on way too far now. It's completely disproportionate what Israel's done. The blockade was shameful, almost certainly a war crime.
Why is it cut out? What happened? I didn't do that. Why is it frozen? Fuck. Is it buffering? Oh no, I'm not getting disconnected, am I? I should stay on the road. No, I'm not.
It has to stop.
Okay.
My heart goes out to you, genuinely.
Thank you.
For what's happened to your family. It's appalling. You know, and like I say, I don't take it personally that you lashed out at me. I would question why, but I don't take it personally that you did that. I'm glad we've met.
I'm very sorry about what's happened to your family.
Thank you.
I would ask you maybe one question, which is simply, do you blame Hamas at all for bringing the onslaught onto the people of Gaza with what they did on October the 7th? Do you not think that they knew when they did that exactly how Israel would respond?
I have no idea what Hamas thought of when they...
He said Israel like Nasrallah says it. He said Israel. That's how Nasrallah said it with his fucking speech impediment. Israel. Rest in peace.
Did the 7th of October. I just know that Israel killed my family, and I know who killed my family. Israel. It was an F-16 that dropped a bomb on my family home, killing all my family. It was Israel who killed my mother 5 years ago. Do you know how? By not allowing her to receive a treatment for her cancer. They died. She died waiting to travel to a Palestinian hospital in the West Bank to receive a treatment. And she died. I just know that Israel starved the rest of the Palestinian people. I know whose weapons are. I know these planes, who they belong to. I know who these weapons
No, I understand
they
it,
belong
but I
to.
wonder whether you just think that what Hamas did was so heinous on such a spectacular scale that the leaders of Hamas knew that Israel would have to respond with enormous force. And they did. And a lot of your family were killed in the response that came. I'm not taking a side. I'm not trying to justify it.
Yes.
I'm just saying Hamas would have known exactly what was going to come back when they did what they did. And I just wonder whether, as you blame a lot of people, Israel, me, others, whoever, does any part of you also blame Hamas?
Piers, I don't know what Hamas thought when they did the 7th of October. But I know who killed my family. I know who starved the Palestinian people. I know who started all of this problem in the Nakba 77 years ago when they took away my homeland. I'm a refugee, Piers Morgan. And I know all of the evil in the world starts from the root causes, which is the occupation. Enough, Piers. We need to live in dignity.
I agree with you.
Live in freedom.
Listen,
is it too much to ask for freedom?
Ahmed, I agree with you. You should have exactly the same rights. All Palestinians should have the same human rights as Israelis, as me, as anybody else. I think there should be a two-state solution where Palestine has its own state, exactly as Israel does. I've said that from the start, and I hope we get to that place, and I hope this war and the suffering and the appalling experience that you and your family have had to endure is brought to an end, and that finally we can get to some peace in this very long-running, awful conflict. It's very good to meet you. Honestly, it is. You speak very eloquently about it, and I completely understand why you feel so passionately. I'd feel exactly the same way if it was my family.
Okay, where is...
I really hope your family and the families of our listeners and viewers don't experience what I have experienced, because it is absolutely horrific, and no one should ever experience that. And I really wonder, Piers, finally, if you were a Palestinian, if you lived under occupation your entire life, if you never had a passport, if you could not travel, if there were some foreigners who came to your country, stole it, and they controlled your life, your entire life, what would you do?
I wouldn't like it.
Because we need help.
I wouldn't like it. I don't think I would commit a terrorist attack, and I think that was an unforgivable act that day
What would you do?
by Hamas. I don't know the answer to that question, and it's a good question.
What would you do?
It's an important question, and I don't know the answer. I don't think you know until you're in the shoes that the Palestinian people were in. I do know that what was going on was an oppression of the Palestinian people. I do believe it was a form of occupation. I do think it has to end. And Israel should not be able to exercise that kind of power over what happens to the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian people should have the same human rights as they do and I do. I've got to leave it there, Ahmed, but it's good to meet you. I'm glad you came in and we did this face to face.
Thank you very much.
Come back again.
So this was started by a Twitter fight. It sounded like that was done by a Twitter fight because this guy called out Pierce and said that he was responsible for his family dying. Interesting. That's what you gotta do. You gotta antagonize him.
The journalists will...
There's another one as well, isn't there? There's also him debating a Palestinian ambassador. It's like a full one. Do I want to watch this? Nah, not now. I can't be fucked with more Israel Palestine. I want to do religious debates. That's what I want to do. Fuck that. Oh god, there was also Olmert, Concreus, and Jank. No, too much. Too much. The Pierce arc is too much. Not that one anyway. This one's more normal, I think.
You're a Christian.
You say that.
More
I haven't
acceptable.
claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
No, anti-vaxxers versus doctor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said I would watch that, didn't I? I did say I'd watch that. What an idiot. Huh. First of all, I read a couple of donos. Shit. S, thanks for the $4.99. Make this stop. Dave is giving me Biden cancer. Biden cancer, is that what it's called now? Meme, thanks for the $4.99. Please find a way to get on Pierce or talk to Dave. These guys are so frustrating to listen to when they pit up against people with such weak arguments. Well, I did email Dave Smith a little while ago asking to talk about Ukraine after I saw his Vosh debate, I think it was. I did not get a response from them. Dave Smith is one of those guys who would he'd only go for clout debates or for ones that he thinks he'll be safe. Like, yeah, he's very soft when he's in an environment where he knows he'll probably get challenged effectively. Say, thanks for the tier 1 sub. She makes him feel small and stupid. That's it. I have no idea. Sophie, thanks for the $4.29. $2.49, sorry. Wow, dyslexic. What a white, pasty, Qatari bot wanker he is. I don't think people get like that because of Qatari funding. I think they get like that because the propaganda war is much more effective on the Palestinian side. Just gotta get used to that fact. K Dizzy, thanks for the 15 shekels. What's your opinion on the yet unconfirmed leak that the IDF has been arming Gazan resistance groups with confiscated weapons? I didn't think it was unconfirmed. I think they absolutely have been doing that now. Isn't it? S, thanks for the $1.99. Noah is an empty-headed, vapid waste of time. Jesus, harsh. And thanks for the tier 1 sub and for the $9.99. Do you think if October 7th didn't happen? Oh yeah, we already did that one. Whoops, never mind. Can't read a dono twice. Fuck that. Fuck that. All right. No, I want to do the anti-vax video. That'll be funny. Jubilee anti-vax. Ah! No. No, thank you.
He's not necessarily...
This is Dr. Mike versus 20 anti-vaxxers. Good.
Anti-vaccine, but he wants safe vaccines.
Yeah, so I'm pointing out that I think RFK Jr. is a threat to public health.
Whoa.
You're saying he's being hypocritical.
Yeah, he's being hypocritical.
Absolutely.
And
do you know who the #1 hypocrites are? Healthcare providers.
The reality is, if we don't get vaccinated with Jesus, we will face God on Judgment Day.
I'm Dr. Mikhail Varshavsky, better known as...
Hell yes. Religious queen. What's this? They found a tunnel underneath a European hospital. Isn't this where Mohammed Sinwar was supposed to be? Okay, wow, big tunnel. Weapon. Cute. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mike across social media. I'm a board-certified family medicine physician who makes content online improving health literacy. And today, I'm surrounded by 20 vaccine skeptics.
Oh God, surrounded.
My first claim is that anti-vaccine lies cost lives.
Oh, here he is.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Excited to talk about health.
I just had a baby, 7 months old. And, my baby, I was like, no, I'm not getting any vaccines. The doctors came in. They made me feel like a very bad mother for not doing that, right? I was very pressured.
Okay, ready.
And then I had a family friend who had a baby at the same time, was a few months in, gave vaccines to the baby. And the baby had seizures and has had seizures since. And I've also had a friend who I went on a mission trip with, and this pastor was totally healthy, two young girls, and this pastor literally got a heart attack out of nowhere. And
where's this
the
bubble?
only
Get
thing
rid of the
was
bubble.
he took the vaccine. And there's many
There we
cases like that.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the birth of a 7-month-old. The fact that anyone made you feel bad in the healthcare system, I feel like is a failure on us in the healthcare system, so I'm sorry that happened to you. In healthcare, it's very difficult to predict the future because there are so many unknowns and there's so many variables in healthcare. There are things that are a lot that are outside of our control, and we try to do the best with the limited amounts that we can control. So when we see two things happen simultaneously in healthcare, sometimes we think they have caused one another. But unless we see a pattern of that happening over and over again on a large scale, it's more likely that this is just a coincidence of things happening at the same time. For example, I have a friend of mine who's a physician who vaccinates children very regularly. And they were about to give a child
She's
the
looking
vaccine.
very serious
and
right
before
now.
giving the vaccine, the child had a seizure. They went on and had more seizures throughout their life and ended up actually dying at a very young age because of a seizure disorder. But the vaccine was never given. Had that happened 2 minutes later, what do you think would have been in the mother's mind and in the father's mind in that situation, other than, I definitely think that vaccine caused that
So
problem?
our first debate is correlation versus causation. Okay, to someone who's raising kids. Does Lorna read PayPal donations? Generally, no, because they give your real name. If you want a red donation, just use a super chat or get a membership. I'll read those ones. I don't see anything from PayPal, so don't do that if you haven't already.
But it could have just as easily happened before, which it did, and the vaccine wasn't responsible. So it's very difficult when two things happen at the same time to be able to make an exact reason as to if that's what happened to cause it. So what we do is we admit that there's safety issues with vaccines.
Right.
They're not 100% safe. Nothing in life is 100% safe. Driving or walking here today is not 100% safe. I could have a heart attack right now. Cannot predict it. But what we can do is try to do the best that we can with the information that we have.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Wait, just while he was talking. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Fucked up.
Hi, Dr. Mike.
That was smooth. Hello.
He's got that wrist flowing. I'm actually a fan of your channel. I've been watching for a while.
Thank you.
I am a pediatric hematology oncology nurse.
Wow, okay.
I think a lot of mistrust in my eyes were opened during the whole COVID pandemic.
Why?
Institutions that were there, I used to be in the military, so when I was in the military, I signed my bodily autonomy away. If they told me to do something, I did it.
And thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I say that in all seriousness because I think a lot of times that kind of becomes habit just to say thank you, but I really do mean that thank you.
I appreciate that. So seeing, how Dr. Fauci, who was just pardoned,
Dr.
and that's
Fauci.
a whole other discussion, seeing how we were sold a bill of goods that we, the American tax dollars, paid for while these pharmaceutical companies reaped millions and millions of profits on. And I think that caused the goalpost, the vaccine, this mRNA vaccine, it's going to prevent the transmission of COVID, it's going to prevent you from getting it, and others, if you don't get this vaccine, you hate your grandmother, you're going to kill all these people, and you got to do your duty and get it. Well, you know what? My grandmother got it, and she died. I saw her take her last breath.
I'm sorry.
And it's a very profound thing to see someone that you love take their last breath and go on to whatever happens after.
Of course.
So when those seats, and it turns out the 6 feet of social distancing was not based on anything, how can you not expect people to question these higher institutions that are deemed to look out for the well-being of people and they don't?
It's a great question.
So just like with Black people who don't trust the government because based on the Tuskegee experiment in 1932, actually 40 years after that, the New York Times, they actually infected them with syphilis and they let them infect their families, their friends. It ran rampant. So how do you expect certain people when they've been burned by the government to all of a sudden, all right, well, I'll trust you now? Ultimately, it's people's choice. Just like if someone wants to refuse a treatment, we give them an AMA form against medical advice. I think it's all up to people's choice and their autonomy.
There was a few topics that you touched that I think are really worth discussing. First, bodily autonomy. I believe that, and that is the sole principle by which we practice medicine. Vaccines fall in a unique category because your decision on vaccinating your child and then sending them to school can impact other children in that school. So much like drinking and driving as an example, your choice to do that puts your life at risk, but it also puts others at risk. So we deem that as dangerous for the general public. This is why vaccines, it becomes a little more complicated when we talk about bodily autonomy. When it comes to our government, our mandates, pharmaceutical companies, there's absolutely reasons for distrust. I love that everyone in this room is a skeptic, and I encourage skepticism. I don't think anyone should just go into a doctor's office and say yes, 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 yes. In fact, I love when my patients question me. I empower them to ask questions. Doctors sometimes get this attitude where they're like, oh, you Googled before coming here? Google search doesn't replace my degree. No, that's not how we're supposed to be. What I get excited about is if you Googled and you have questions, now I know exactly the route I need to take to help you make a decision that's right for you and your family.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Are people just getting voted out while he's... Are people just getting voted out while he's talking at them? What the fuck?
Please return to your
Thank you so
seat.
much. I appreciate it. Nice meeting you.
How you doing?
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, Root Scott. Good to meet you as well.
Love the jacket.
Thank you so much. So I really want to talk to you about this claim based on all of the other things that are causing disease, the chronic conditions that are in this country, all of the metabolic issues, and this is stemming from colonization. Putting smallpox blankets on indigenous cultures, sterilizing people in Puerto Rico, Honduras, all of these different things that have happened. And if you look at Africa, oh, by the way, Bill Gates did say something interesting. The next war will be fought with biological warfare. And I think that was raising eyebrows, especially when you look at the Kissinger report, right? For those of you who don't know about the Kissinger report, it's all about pretty much reducing the population of the planet. So I don't know how you can make this claim and really defend vaccines in the...
Is that what vaccines did? Did they reduce the population of the planet? They didn't do that, though.
Nature and the world that we're living in, where we are actually going away from nature. And the further we get away from nature, the more diseases we will see. So, you know, I'm very passionate about this, and I want to be able to have like a real discussion with you because... Yes, you're a medical doctor, but this is also a system that J.D. Rockefeller started, getting rid of all types of indigenous practices, and this land is stolen land. So when we're not even honoring the source, when we're not honoring the land, the ancestors, ancestral intelligence, the real AI, when we're not even honoring these things and we're just supposed to trust science. No, I trust my scientists. I trust Dr. Sebi, I trust Dr. Arasatham, I trust Dr. Yaqui. Because this system is not for us. It's not built for people like me. It's not built for any of us. Because even the opioid crisis, we saw a lot of Caucasians suffering from that. So how can you sit here and say that this vaccine is killing people when this system is currently killing people? When we even have to have an administration that comes in now and says, oh, we got to start looking at all of these different toxins in the food, in the medicine, in the soil. I don't think it's fair for us to take this vaccine when we're already being forced to take polluted food.
When you say take this vaccine, which vaccine are you talking about?
Well, really all of them. It should be a choice because even when I was younger, I didn't take as many vaccines as the children have to take now. These children are sicker, they're going through more metabolic issues, they're having mental health issues, and now I don't think it's just the vaccine. It's the system that's perpetuating this type of lifestyle. Yes, that child who was even in the hospital under those fluorescent lights, I'm not surprised that they had a seizure before because this is an environment that is not conducive to life. This thing that I'm wearing on my chest is called an ankh. Y'all replace this. Y'all replaced our cultures. This life representing thing, you replace it with death culture. This is not a healthcare system. It's a sick care system. And honestly, I cannot sit here in good faith and not represent all of the people who have come before me.
Yeah, absolutely. I respect that. I came to the United States as an immigrant living on welfare. So I got put into this same system that you're describing. It's a shitty system. The world is changing in ways that make our lives more unhealthy. we're eating more processed food, we're exposed to more chemicals, usually as a result of products that we actually enjoy. So when I complimented you on that great jacket, when someone wears a specific pretty strap on their Apple Watch, there's chemicals in there, there's forever chemicals in there. So for every amazing thing that we have in society, there's been drawbacks. The good part about our society is that we're constantly monitoring those drawbacks and are trying to create solutions for our own problems. So when I think about our current healthcare system, where I think it needs to do better is it needs to focus more on prevention rather than cures. Agree or disagree?
1,000%, yes, sir.
Do you know how we can do that?
Not through the vaccines, but one way we could do that is connecting more to nature. One way we could do that is making
connecting
sure...
more to nature, but you're gonna get fucking Lyme's disease, bro. What the fuck are you talking? Okay, I hate this nature thing. Like, as if nothing natural can be bad for you. What, when people are eating fucking poisoned mushrooms and shit and dying? Why do you think life expectancy went so much higher so quickly after industrialization and medicine, modern medicine? Like, why?
that we're not poisoning the food. One way we could do that is treating each other better with more respect and actually getting rid of these systems that are putting us against us, this divide and conquer, the media manipulation and all of this fear tactics that was pushed during this vaccine COVID mumbo jumbo. This was totally...
Do you think we should do all of it?
Okay, sorry, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you.
return to
I
your
don't like
seat.
him at all. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
How are you? Pleasure to meet you. So I'll let you know I'm Tom. I'm a police lieutenant from northern New Jersey.
Okay.
And what struck me about your statement about body autonomy and children and the COVID vaccination. What would you say if I told you I had 3 daughters and my spouse and I had differing opinions on whether our children should be vaccinated with the COVID vaccine? And a judge orders that that vaccine be injected into my daughters. I'll give you a little bit of data first. And this was part of my reasoning with the courts. Risk versus benefit, correct? From 2018 to 2023, if we trust the CDC, their numbers say the most deadly thing for our children, the #1 deadly thing, do you happen to know what it is?
Guns.
Accidents. Not necessarily guns, but accidents.
Okay, accidents is a very broad category. What the fuck? What? Accidents is lumping in like guns would be under accidents. Holy fuck. Good
Do you know
name.
what the number 2? And I'm going from children from 10 to 14 during the height of the pandemic.
Well, a little bit before the pandemic as well.
A little bit before, so the numbers are a little bit bigger. The number 2 cause, suicide. Do you know where COVID is on that range of
Obviously
dangers?
low for kids.
Very low.
Very low. That population is about 21 million children in the United States.
Gun accidents.
Between 2018 and 2023, there were about 4,000 to 7,000 accidents, about 1,000 suicides. Do you know how many deaths there were from COVID?
No, not offhand.
69. In New Jersey, where I'm from, the height of the pandemic, do you know how many deaths there were? 0. Now, are you familiar with the VAERS database?
Yes.
So that's for adverse reactions to vaccinations.
Yes.
During that time frame.
Oh no.
This is about 6
Anecdotes.
months out of that period of time. From December of 2020 to July of 2021. The VAERS database, which is the only database we have, there were 14,000 post-COVID vaccination deaths. So how, if you're looking at risk towards benefit, is injecting a child, upholding what we call the Hippocratic Oath, right? We talk about the Hippocratic Oath and we extrapolate from that. One of the first things, it's not said in the Hippocratic Oath, but it's the first thing is to do no harm. Now, as a police officer, I took oath as well. Protect, serve, preserve life and property.
Patronize and annoy.
In my line of work, there are times when I
And
had to
talk.
take a life to save one. I don't necessarily think that
Talk like
applies
you're
to you,
autistic.
Doctor.
It does not.
Like an
Maybe you
autistic
can give
alpha
your
male.
viewpoint whether maybe you're for or against, a court ordering the children to be injected with something that there is no harm to. But now we're seeing actual...
The whole argument here is that kids did have a risk of spreading it to older people who were vulnerable. So if a kid was vaccinated, they'd be less likely to catch it, and then thereby less likely to spread it. That's the whole argument. It's just pretty simple. Oh shit. We need to kill the sleepy. Alright. Fuck me! That was gonna happen. These guys are fucking idiots. If this guy dies, he deserves it. This is a really fucking stupid thing to do. You're supposed to kill the sleepy guy. Look, he's gonna heal now as well. They're fucking idiots. These guys are dumb. This guy got himself killed. He did that to himself. Fuck that. He didn't know we're supposed to kill the fucking sleepy guy. Now, don't get me killed. Go on. Fuck me. Yeah, he's called Sleepy. He sleeps. Oh, no. Fuck, I feel bad for... I did say. Holy rip. Oh man, there were things I could have done if I was like trying to save him and more urgently, but I don't know if I can. I could have like tried a fucking vanish cheap shot or something to give him a break, but rip. Fuck. Fuck. Oh well, we keep going.
Harm.
We lost one on the way.
With the vaccine, they didn't die from the disease. They're dying from the vaccine.
Yeah, so your point is very logical, and you're very well researched, and I applaud that because most people will go off their feelings as opposed to looking at the data as you did, so I appreciate that. When you point out that there's been 69 deaths, you said?
Correct. Between
from the
that
CDC
time,
data.
If we trust it.
If we trust it. And then there was 13,000, 14,000 deaths?
14,000 according to the VAERS database.
Are you familiar with how the VAERS database works?
I am.
Do you know who can report to the VAERS database?
Anyone.
It's a voluntary report system,
By
so
who?
it's open.
By
It's
who?
open, either to patients, medical providers,
Loved
anyone.
ones, anyone. During a heated political time, during which people are very angry and are reporting things that do happen during a pandemic, isn't it possible that there's people reporting things that after we look at it and judge it off of the VAERS system, that it is in fact not shown to be causative, but in fact a coincidence or a correlation?
So yes, I would say that correlation doesn't equal causation, but I'll give you another data point to chew on. When I was a law enforcement officer, I saw people that were dying, and then when they were assessing the cause of death, they had a range of other morbidities. And just because they died with COVID, they didn't die from COVID. But getting back to the children, none of them did.
The children can spread it, dipshit. Like, oh god, why does this guy think he's so smart? Please, please, come on, Dr. Mike. Fuck me. The point of the children is they can spread it. Fuck. Fuck.
I think the reason why 0 children died is because we immunized so many, A. B, the fact that the court ordered you to do it, it's not really my place to judge, because you have 2 parents that have 2 decision-making capacities, and someone has to make a decision. I don't know what's right. I leave that to people who are smarter than me. I can talk about the science of it all. And when we look at the science, yes, COVID is a low-risk proposition for children, but it's not a zero risk. When we look at the COVID vaccine, especially at the peak of that pandemic, when we were seeing hospitals overflooded, when we were losing people left and right, that was our sole way out of that pandemic. So the fact that 0 children died with the vaccination rate that we had, I suspect that the vaccine played a major role in making that happen.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're out of time.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception, so they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their Media Mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now let's get into it.
My next claim is that vaccine-acquired immunity is better than natural immunity.
Oh no.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Knight.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. I want to say first that I'm a mother of 6 children. My oldest 2 children do have vaccines. My 3rd child, he got a vaccine that the doctor said were safe that caused him brain issues for the rest of his life, and he has arrested hydrocephalus. I want to continue to say my youngest 3 children have no vaccines at all. They're perfectly fine. They're advanced. My son has permanent brain injury. So they say vaccine immunity is better, but as a child, when I got vaccines, I ended up with spinal meningitis. I had chicken pox twice. I almost died. But my 3 children that don't have any vaccines are perfectly fine. They've been traveled over 20 states during COVID. They've never got COVID. They've never got sick. Just a healthy diet, keeping them away from toxic foods, making sure their hygiene is good. Did you know that COVID has a patent and natural illnesses can't have patents? Did you know that every illness dated back to polio has a patent? The only thing that doesn't have a patent is the common cold. Did you know that Fauci funded medical schools to try to make the vaccine more, or not the vaccine, make COVID more deadly? Vaccine immunity is not really a thing because they cannot guarantee it makes anybody immune. There's more side effects from getting a vaccine than to not get a vaccine. The chances of getting illness not vaccinated versus to getting vaccines is a lot higher than somebody that doesn't eat toxic crap, practices good hygiene. They're more likely to get illness vaccinated versus not vaccinated. There's studies that show unvaccinated children are more healthier. In Japan, they don't start their vaccine schedule, I believe, until 2 years old. Autism is almost non-existent. And this is something that needs to be documented. Dated back to polio, everything has a patent except for the common cold. Mad cow disease, Spanish flu, COVID, everything has a patent. So that leads me to believe Big Pharma has been ruining our people for generations since the Great Depression, since, like he said, Rockefeller agreed to fund medical schools and the education system around 1920s. Since then, illnesses have increased and increased and increased and increased and increased, and all we ever needed was to take care of ourselves.
Well, like, I feel like when you're in school, the first thing you learn is that everyone was fucking rolling around their shit and dying and getting smallpox and all these fucking diseases for like hundreds of years before we had modern medicine. I don't know, fucking crazy.
And have good hygiene.
Something I think our healthcare system doesn't do enough is say, I don't know. And I have no idea about Dr. Fauci's patents. I don't know about patents on viruses. I'm a family medicine physician. That means I work in a clinic where people come in with either an acute complaint, something's going on with them, or they're coming in for a preventive physical where we can get ahead of things and make them healthier by preventing illness. In fact, if you think about where pharma's profits are.
How do I get DNCA? Probably because I've got a video game in the background. I've got transformative commentary like what you're hearing just now, and probably the game music. All right.
If pharma had to choose between preventing an illness or to treat an illness for the rest of someone's life, financially speaking, they'd probably want to just treat someone for the rest of their life.
Exactly.
But that's not what vaccines are. Vaccines prevent that illness. They prevent it from happening. And when you brought up the subject of autism, I think it's an important subject, and it's a subject that's been largely debunked by the
Not at
entire
all.
world community.
Not at all. I've seen studies that say otherwise, doctor. So I don't know if you're going off Rockefeller's medicine or are you going off
Rockefeller's medicine.
holistic medicine as well. As a scientific mind, you're supposed to observe everybody's hypothesis, not just Rockefeller's medical schools. And that's why I feel like you've got most of your knowledge from, and maybe
Bro,
you
I
should
would have literally be fucking injecting myself with chloroform, right? Oh my god.
branch out into holistic medicine, because vaccines have never been the answer. They were created to separate us from spirituality and consciousness. If you look at the ingredients,
Yeah.
there's nothing healthy in vaccines. Formaldehyde, all types of stuff. So none of that
nothing healthy
prevents.
in vaccines.
Everybody that vaccines still get illnesses. I've never seen any prevention of anything.
The
It's
prevention
reducing
from
the,
vaccines comes from prevention of death and serious illness. And we've seen that when you study that, not just in the US by the Rockefeller system that you describe, one of the largest studies in the world surrounding
this? Oh, the
vaccines and
Keystone.
autism in children came from Denmark with over 500,000 children. That is not a US system, that is not a capitalist system, and they found that there is no pattern.
That's not true. I've
I'm
seen
trying to
other
branch out as much
Not
as
true,
possible.
You've been
doctor.
voted out by the
Sorry.
majority.
Okay.
Please
Thank you
return
so
to your
much.
seat.
Sorry, sweaty. Okay, we're gonna go my direction.
Hello, how are you?
So I want to take a minute and put the ball back on your court because
Lonerbox, isn't it lovely for us on the spectrum that people openly say we shouldn't exist? Yeah, but no, it's not really a problem because these people also give me lots of convincing arguments for why I shouldn't exist. So, right. Big deal, man. It's a good
you
strategy they
mentioned
have.
herd immunity
I'm consenting
earlier,
to my
correct?
own extinction.
Well, COVID was COVID one of the most contagious viruses we've had, pretty much?
I don't know, historically speaking, but it was definitely incredibly contagious.
Okay.
In fact, because it wasn't so deadly, was the reason why it was such a problem.
You want herd immunity. How would we achieve herd immunity if a virus is so contagious that wouldn't it spread across the population before we get it all vaccinated? Like,
well,
Not every vaccine can create herd immunity, but it can create herd protection. There's two different types of viruses that exist, and there's long incubation diseases and there's short incubation diseases. The simplest way I could explain it is how quickly you get sick after you're exposed to this infection. That's short incubation. So if it's fast, it's short incubation. If it's long incubation. Now, when you look at a disease like smallpox, for example, that's a long incubation illness. It means it gives your immune system a chance to create a response to it. So if you've been vaccinated, even if you've been vaccinated a long time ago, your body has the time to create protection even after it's been exposed. For short incubation illnesses like the common cold, influenza, COVID-19, it's very difficult to create complete protection. Because even though you've gotten some protection from getting the vaccine in a short period of time, that immunity wanes, and the long-term protection you get is only valuable against serious illness like death, hospitalization, etc.
Okay.
So you can't get perfect herd immunity for short incubation diseases.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my follow-up question is that there were certain groups of people who were exempt from getting the COVID vaccine, like if you were under a certain age or over a certain age, or if you had immunocompromised problems or whatever. So if those people can't get the vaccine, and those are the people who are most vulnerable, and a lot of people in this room believe, well, a lot of people's natural immunity is good enough to fight the disease, then like, why would we get the vaccine when the people that, you know, if they can't get it, then they could die anyways, you know?
Yeah, so the point of that is by getting the vaccine as a healthy person, I believe that's better than having natural immunity. And that doesn't mean that by getting the vaccine you have a better response or a stronger response. In fact, many times actually getting the disease will give you a better response. But do you know what you have to do in order to get that response?
Like get the virus in you?
Correct, which means you have to have all the potential risks of having severe disease, death, And largely, we've forgotten how serious these viruses and bacteria are, where in the 20s, in the 50s, in the 80s, the deadliness of those diseases has been largely forgotten. One of the vaccines we give to children is called Haemophilus influenza. That causes meningitis. We don't see that anymore. The residents that were trained 20 years before me, every time they were in the emergency room, they learned how to do a spinal tap to diagnose this type of meningitis because of that bacteria. I've never learned how to do it. I'm not trained how to do it. Now we have to rely on interventional radiologists to do the procedure because of vaccines. So the reason why I say that vaccine immunity is better than natural immunity is because you don't have to survive the actual illness.
Okay. Well, that was my question.
Thank you.
They can get another guy.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Mike. Eliezer.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as
I
well.
was actually binge watching your videos this week, thinking it was going to be you. I didn't think it was going to be you. You are very good faith, which I respect. Can I ask you a question in terms, because as a vaccine skeptic, the burden of proof is on you to show that vaccines do work. So what evidence would you have that vaccines actually work?
So vaccines, unlike other drugs, and there have been claims made about this in the wrong direction, where people say that vaccines aren't as tested as, let's say, pharmaceuticals. Because vaccines are given to healthy people to prevent disease, we test them an incredibly higher amount than pharmaceuticals. So that means pre-market testing before we bring them out. That means while we give them and after. We actually have a system called the Vaccine Safety Data Net that monitors millions of doses of the vaccines to see if a pattern gets elucidated through giving the vaccine. So we have all stages of the vaccine process monitored because we are trying to do our best to make sure that we help children and adults when they are due for a vaccine.
Okay, so you just, at the end, you said it pretty much sounds like you have to have a good intention. For example, we're not in the labs actually seeing the vaccine process or the clinical trials, so we have to just take the expert's word and trust it, right?
Well, when you fly in a plane, you're not in the cockpit.
Right, so we put our faith in that. So you would say that we just have to put our faith in the experts, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this would require, number one, a good intention. So they have a good intention to help people, to make their lives better, and also they have to be ethical. Is that correct?
Those are reasonable things, yeah.
Okay, so if they fall outside of the purview of those two criteria, would you say it is reasonable for us to be skeptical?
I think it's reasonable to be skeptical at any moment.
But taking those two things, if they violate either of those two, would it give someone else more justification to be against it?
Sure.
Okay, so when we look at the biggest developers and distributors and sellers of the vaccines, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, all these big pharmaceutical companies, when we look at their track record, we see they have been deceptive. They've had big settlements, billions and billions of dollars, fraud, misleading the public, concealing clinical trials that were against their favor from the public. So when we have to put our whole faith and trust in these people that have been through huge billions of dollars of settlements, and they have proven that they have been unethical, they have made more profit through the COVID times than ever before as well, why should we trust them so lightly, taking into consideration the fact that we're not in the labs with them, taking the fact that they are profiting from our well-being? Why should we trust them so lightly?
It's not a blind trust. Who you're trusting is the independent reviewers that review the data that they put forward.
Okay, but is this political or is this science?
Health is as much public health as it is individual health.
Okay, but would you say guys like Dr. Peter McCullough?
Are we watching this again? I don't think we watched Dr. Mike debating the anti-vaxxers. We didn't watch this one.
Or Dr. Rich, would you say that they are probably not good experts that we should
If
adhere
we did,
to?
I must have just been.
So they're very anti-vax.
I must have just been gamer gooning so hard that I can't remember a single frame of it. But maybe.
Or they've provided solutions like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and they've stated over 200 peer-reviewed studies from different types of trials showing the efficacy of those kind of medications that are alternatives to COVID or the vaccination. But what I'm kind of getting to is that we're supposed to trust this specific agenda. So Pfizer, WHO, which once again, if we look at the track record, they haven't had a great track record. So it sounds like to me, it's more of a political thing instead of a science thing. When you guys say trust the science and trust the experts, you actually mean this group of experts. Because whenever big experts like RFK, even if you want to say he's not a doctor, he's not licensed, but his friends, Peter McCullough, Dr. Rich, they are great experts that have some of the most reviewed studies in the medical field. I don't see why we have to deny their science and their expertise and go with this set of people.
I think when you look at the grand scheme of things, you have to look at consensus. And when you look at consensus, not just the United States, you look at the WHO. This is a world organization. This is not a United States organization. In fact, we just pulled out of the WHO funding-wise. So this is the most unbiased you can get. Can you erase human bias from research? Absolutely not, because it's done by us, and humans are inherently biased. When you talk about Pfizer's past mistakes or whichever organization you want to choose from the pharma side of things, to be skeptical of them is so important. And the way that they've been lacking transparency for a long time, especially when it comes to pricing and the way that they've chosen their development of medications, I'm the first person to admit that that is valuable. But when we say Pfizer, where we say Purdue or one of these pharmaceuticals, there are people that are working there that are researchers that you're talking about. The shareholders, the people that are investing in those companies, are a different set of people. So when we get data from Pfizer and is brought to the advisory committee in the CDC or the FDA, these are independent bodies that are trying to verify through a peer review process if that is true. They're trying to do their best with the knowledge that we have. Will we have perfect answers? Will there be mess ups? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean you just throw everything out the way and say, hands up, we failed before, so we can't fail again.
I would agree that there's a difference between mistakes and deception. So deception is an intent. You're intending to have malice towards someone, right? You're intending to make more money by lying to the public. You're intending to make more money or more profit by not showing all the clinical studies that were conducted that show adverse reactions to the thing that you're putting forth. So that's where I would also make a delineation that there's mistakes, which we can all make, and I would also say science can make mistakes, but then there's this other section, which is an intention.
How do you judge intention?
That's the thing is with these kind of companies, we have to assume good intention.
All right, sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
I'm fine for weapons.
Hello, pleasure.
Pleasure. So knowing that there are side effects that do come along with the COVID vaccine, which is irrefutable, it's a risk management, and in any circumstance, if there's a risk, there must be a choice at all times. Would you agree with that?
Well, there's always a choice.
Well, there wasn't a choice September 9, 2021, when Biden instituted the OSHA mandate with all federal employees and every business over 100 employees. Would you agree with that?
I still think it was a choice.
So when you say it wasn't a choice for all the service members that were part of the military that refused the vaccine, they were dishonorably discharged, did they have a choice?
They had a choice.
And what was their choice?
I'm not saying whether or not this is a fair choice or if I support the choice, but it was a choice.
Okay.
Just like with children, in order to go to a public school where by choosing to not vaccinate your child, you're potentially putting other children at risk, you could choose not to put them in a public school and therefore not be mandated to get the vaccines.
Everyone has the ability to make a right choice for them and their family. And if you are able to fully understand with informed consent, there are many, many risk factors, especially knowing that there's no long-term studies, not one.
Sorry, time's up.
Thank you. My next claim is that RFK Jr. is a public health threat.
Oh God, yes.
Good to see you again, sir.
Yes, sir. So why do you think he is a threat?
I think when you're trying to put someone in a position of authority of a health agency, you want it to be a person who understands science and follows factual narratives.
So if RFK appeals to other experts that are anti-vax because they've seen sufficient evidence otherwise?
Right, sorry guys, I need to go get fucking food and bathroom break. Be right back, okay? Also, hang on. Don't forget. Brand new super chat goal, okay? Don't slack. Don't slack on me. Not the other experts. The ones we definitely trust, eh? Alright, see you soon. Look. Look. These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month, at least. Mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and deflect all criticism by the mere fact that some people produce more carbon emissions than I do. We have to avoid a revolution at all costs, lest I get actually executed because everyone who takes part in that revolution will notice me for the inauthentic, slimy, ineffectual hack cunt that I actually am. Go change the title. The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. That shit. Facts. Facts.
Dog, like you're an Israeli dog, at least, or you're.
I'm a Palestinian, but so you hate Palestinians. You don't like Palestinians.
No, I don't like Israeli dogs. That's what I don't like.
What do you think? What do you think Steph should do? What do you think Steph should do to be like not an Israeli dog? What do you think like a true Palestinian would do in living in Israel?
66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured.
66 multiple rocket launchers. Armada Rota 2024. Oh, is that this website? Militant groups in Gaza and the West Bank. No, wait. What? Qassam. 59 makeshift. Qassam. These are not Israelis. An Israeli rocket launcher would not be called Qassam. This is Hamas's losses that he's framing as Israeli. He can't even read. This is the biggest communist creator on YouTube. Why are you getting your talking points from Hamas spokespersons, from Islamic fundamentalists who still won't even tell you how many soldiers they've lost? Israel does, by the way. They can't really hide that. They're a democracy. There'd be problems if they were just disguising dead soldiers. So he quotes Hamas to say how many Israeli armored vehicles they destroyed. And then he goes on the data page that shows you how many multiple rocket launchers Hamas lost, but frames them as Israeli losses. What am I watching? This data. What the fuck? Changed. Hopping on your last leg, on your last limb. The rules of war have changed. That's what they're doing. It's time. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Inshallah, maybe this last rocket will hit another cow farm. Or another couple of Druze children. Poof! The last leg goes off. Just a bouncing stump. Come on then. Come on then. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Beirut, come get us in Beirut. Let's go. Don't mind the civilians next to it. They don't give a hair. They're with us, right? Guys? It's just me and you, old boy. Come on then. At that point, you have to make a choice. And that choice should be to ban all the queer people.
Taking an oath of allegiance to the Houthi.
Does he know? Were you going to answer my question about the salute? What the fuck?
So, again, the Israeli state didn't compensate like the person who was involved in the terror. They arrested.
Yes, they don't
right?
compensate the fucking terrorist. If he got injured, if he was shot by a Palestinian, and he, son of a bitch, deserved to be shot and lynched by a fucking
Wait, was
mob,
the guy that was actually burning and attacking Palestinians get shot? Sandan, did the guy
have a
who,
different
like,
subject.
the Israeli settler that was attacking Palestinians, did he get shot?
No, he did not get shot, but he could have been.
I thought I heard a bit of good news.
You know what? I might as well go to fucking Hawara and shoot the very first settler that comes my way.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about like a farm.
in a video game. Is Queeman defenseless? Mate, Queeman is a... Whoa, Jet Corp, thanks for the 999. That's so generous. And Alex Mack, the tier 2 sub. Lawson Harrison, thanks for the $5. Backstreet, this guy's wife was awarded custody and gave the kids the shot, which this dude is the same as the judge pushing the plunger themselves, obviously. Fuck. Samsterdam, thanks for the €3.50. Did you catch Curtis Yarvin's talk with Fares Bouiez? I have no idea. Are those even real people? What the fuck? Eitan, thanks for the $4.99. What's an effective debate strategy against Piers when all he does is cut you off when you try to make a good point? You keep talking and then you say, sorry, am I interrupting your interruption? Prick. S, thanks for the $4.99. Make this stop. Dave is giving me Biden cancer. I don't know. Okay. Dr. Mike, tell us.
Would that be heretical as well?
I think that RFK's stances of why he's a public health threat go past the anti-vaccine stances. He's made public statements that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, that poppers, which is a party drug or a recreational drug that people use, is really the reason why AIDS exists. That is not someone who clearly understands science, and I don't want them in charge of a health agency.
Okay, assuming he does become head of the health department, wouldn't he now technically be considered the expert? Not an expert, but the expert?
No.
So then, if he put something forth
Politicians
that
are not considered, it's not like you become a politician in charge of a position and that makes you the expert. You'd still have to do peer-reviewed research. The fuck, man? These people don't know anything. Oh, what a horrible country. What the fuck?
anti-vax, and he said we have sufficient evidence to prove this. And then other medical experts such as you, which are pro-vax, went against it. Wouldn't now you be categorized as the wrong ones?
No, because it's not based on a single person's opinion. This is a consensus-driven statement driven by thousands of doctors, dozens of agencies, not just here in the United States, but worldwide as well.
Okay. Do you allow your patients to write bad reviews about you if they had a bad experience?
It's not my choice to write it or not write it.
No, do you allow them? Or would you remove it?
No.
No what?
I would not remove it.
Okay. So if we look at Facebook, Google, YouTube, they suppressed so many anti-vax posts, legitimate declarations of they were injured, serious deaths. ABC News went on Facebook and they posted a simple question. Who do you know or yourself that was seriously injured from the vaccine? Over 200,000 comments that were then removed by Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg just went on Joe Rogan and he said that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, forced them to censor people. So if someone really believes in their product, why would they do mass censorship to hide it?
I'm a family medicine doctor. I have no idea why they're censoring certain websites or not censoring certain websites. So like, that's outside of my scope.
Well, that's outside of your
certain websites or not censoring certain websites. So like, that's outside of my scope.
Well, that's outside of your scope, but just using logic, just using reasoning. You said you would not remove your patients' bad reviews, so why would we allow these experts to then remove those kind of critics?
Last that I checked, no doctor removes patient bad reviews. No doctor goes on and hides comments. I mean, maybe they do it on an individual level, but not on a systemic level.
Okay. I would just say that RFK Jr. does appeal to other experts that even if they're vaccine skeptics, they put forth legitimate studies that would be antithetical to the pro-vaccine studies. So you said earlier, like misinformation. I would ask, who is the author of misinformation?
Who is the author of misinformation?
Yeah, so misinformation, first off, is predicated on the fact that there's right information. Right information is going to be predicated on the fact that there's absolute truth. Does science state absolute truth?
There's no absolute truth, period.
Right.
In fact, there's a great book that I recommend everyone to check out. It's called The Half-Life of Facts, to see how what we consider now a fact, how quickly it could change. And in science, what I consider someone who would be a good fit and not a public health threat to lead the agency is someone who's aware that facts can expire, they can change, they can adapt, but they have sound logic as to why they make those decisions, and they don't make statements carelessly with bad information, knowingly bad information.
So if truth is provisional, this means that science, that right now you can be pro-vax, and next year when you see sufficient evidence, you can be anti-vax, correct?
You could.
Okay, perfect. So if there's no absolute truth within this realm, I don't know why we should completely rule out RFK Jr. and the other experts that he could appeal to.
The reason I rule him out is
don't rule him out because he's really fucking insane and says lots of insane shit, but next year he might get his head straight. Like, what the fuck? No, engage with how he is now. The fuck?
Because he takes information that is not true, like that poppers cause AIDS.
Subjectively true.
It's not subjectively true.
For the time being, because you just said it's provisional truth, meaning it can change with time.
Right, but you can create any sort of statement, and in healthcare, we can't just go off of any statement because someone feels subjectively to be true. We have to do our best to do with limited information that we can. That doesn't mean we have zero information, we should just believe anyone. In fact, have you seen these podcast hosts who have protocols by which they
like
sleep, eat, or Gary Brecka or otherwise? The reason why I don't subscribe to their protocols is because anyone can make a claim about anything, just like RFK does with these statements. Until someone backs up these claims with good substantial evidence, and there is a hierarchy of what good substantial evidence is, we won't believe those stats. The same way that if you sat across from me right now and told me you're the fastest human on earth at 100 meters, you might be telling the truth. Provisionally, subjectively, it might be true. The only way I'll know it's true is if we have an Olympic timekeeper with an Olympic device measured with the proper measuring tape. Then I can witness it, and then I can see it's true.
Okay, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello again.
Hello again. I would like to start by saying that HIV does not cause AIDS. AIDS is actually brought on when your white cell count goes below 200. So to say that HIV caused AIDS is inaccurate information. It's actually when your blood cell count goes below 200. I do agree some things he says is skeptical, such as climate change is real when we know that there's weather manipulation weapons and patents.
That's so good. Just so you know, the fact check said it as well. You cannot get AIDS unless you have HIV. Can't happen.
However, majority of what he says about vaccines is true. When there's so many, have you heard of Dr. Teresa, the military doctor Teresa Long?
No.
She said that spontaneous abortion went up 300% in the military after they mandated the vaccines. There's been several doctors that have came out and spoke of the adverse reactions. So how is it that vaccine skeptics are the villains when some of the top doctors, some of the doctors that help create PCR tests, some of the doctors that have worked on vaccines have came out and said they're unsafe and we should not give this to our family and friends. How is it that he's a villain? How are we a villain if some of these vaccine creators and scientists are the ones saying we should not get it?
Is there anything I could say today that would change your mind?
I'm just asking your opinion.
I'm asking you a question.
Probably not, because I actually read and study.
Well, if I can't change your mind,
I just want to know your opinion.
Yeah, so I would like to give you my knowledge, my experience, and what I've seen in the hospital system. But if you're telling me right now, no matter what I say, you're not going to change your mind, is there any value to that?
Well, I like to study everybody's opinion. I don't like to just say, I believe this, and not further investigate everybody else's opinion. But when studies show the unvaccinated are actually healthier, and the vaccinated are the ones that are getting COVID and dying and getting heart problems, and over 100-something athletes that got the vaccine got heart problems after being perfectly vaccinated are the ones that
The fact check here says a scientifically flawed survey of unvaccinated Americans claims unvaccinated children have fewer instances of chronic illness than vaccinated children. The survey did not seek control factors, for instance, listing responses from vaccinated and unvaccinated groups in the same manner. What? You didn't get response in the same manner? Okay.
that are getting COVID and dying and getting heart problems, and over 100.
While there were several reports of cardiac events, even death among adolescents and young adults, the CDC investigated these associations and found no data to support a link.
Something athletes that got the vaccine got heart problems after being perfectly healthy. I think it's unsafe and actually more so villain-like to say it's so safe and call people that are anti-vaxxers skeptics when over 100 athletes that are perfectly healthy are injured. Over who knows how many in the military cannot have kids or have had a spontaneous abortion or everything because of this. So I feel like it's an unfair statement to say he's a villain or he's unsafe, but then continue to say you believe the vaccines are safe and effective when millions have died or suffered from adverse reactions. So I'm just trying to understand your perspective.
Yeah, my perspective.
I'm just trying to understand why you're such a fucking vaccine spreading walking human bioweapon advocate. Oh god, the way that she's presenting herself is so funny, man.
Is if you like, the American Medical Association put out that over 90% of doctors got vaccinated. There's no epidemic of doctors having negative outcomes, dying at alarming rates.
There's saline shots as well. There was a doctor in Australia that came forth and said that at least 10% of the vaccines that were going out were saline.
Apologized to 30 patients who came to receive the Pfizer vaccine within 30-minute window, saying some of them may have received a saline injection by mistake. Okay. There's no evidence to suggest that 10% of vaccines administered were filled with saline.
Shots. And this has been proven by an Australian doctor that some of the shots that were going out were saline shots. So how are we to say that?
One doctor! Holy shit, man. She's fucking... How does she not know? How does she not know what she's doing, man? That's so insane to me.
Some of these doctors didn't know ahead of time of Agenda 21 and got a saline shot. It's kind of impossible to say.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Okay. Thank you.
He is being very patient and polite.
Mr. Mike?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Luna.
Dr. Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Doctor.
Nice to meet you as well.
There's so much trust invested in you and your research and how you look at things and how you look at data. So I imagine you have a mountain of stuff to look at. When you mentioned the RFK thing, right away what got in my head is like, I don't know nothing about him really, but I know he was a Democrat. If I'm not correct, if somebody...
He ran as for president as a Democrat.
Okay, so that's why that was a big thing when he transitioned to shaking Trump's hand, right? That was like a big political move.
Yeah, for sure. It made news.
Does that have a bias thing if you don't like Trump?
No. So what's interesting about this anti-vax movement is people are very quick to label it left, right, center. It's not. If you look back at the history of the anti-vaccine movement, it started initially on the left in democratic circles. And then over the last few years with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's become more prevalent on the right, but it's not mutually exclusive. It happens all across the board. And I empathize with you as a new father, how difficult it is making this decision, hearing all these statements, because ultimately you have to decide what to do. And if you choose to get the vaccine or you choose not to get the vaccine, both of those carry consequences.
I get what you're saying, but to call me a villain, even though I haven't been a villain before, I've been an incarcerated person, to put me now as a villain as I'm trying to be a protective father to the tribe that I'm entitled, that I have, sucks. This really bothers me.
Based off my statements, I would never call you a villain in this situation. I think you actually fall into the victim part of this situation. The villain of the situation is more with this claim about RFK Jr. when he knows things to not be true and he uses that for personal gain or otherwise to progress his career. I don't think that's what you were trying to do, so I don't think you're the villain in this situation at all.
This is website that I think he's part of. It's called childrenhealthdefense.org. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, it's his organization.
Have you watched anything from there or looked at anything?
Sure, I've seen clips.
Okay, did you watch the Unvaxxed video?
No, not the Unvaxxed video.
I highly suggest to watch it. I mean, my concern is
do your own research.
You don't have the means to look at the data of the persons that are not vaccinated, and how would you know? Because they're not going to the doctor to check on you regardless. So how can you say that there's not a better option if someone says, I don't feel safe for that? All this stuff mounts up on my decision to be like, dang, am I a villain? Because someone from the outside is coming in to just go.
I'm guessing spontaneous abortion is just a miscarriage, right? That's where she was getting that from. I didn't even want to ask. It's a miscarriage. I'm pretty sure it's a miscarriage.
Ahead and try to change all these things. I mean,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing your story.
How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So I just want to say there haven't been a lot of people in public health advocating for natural remedies or even talking about working out, talking about getting the fluoride out of the water, talking about getting the chemicals out of the food. So how could you say this when most of the problems that are facing this country, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, are really coming from all of these forever chemicals that are, yes, on clothes, but that even should be regulated as well. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think that everything RFK Jr. says is not necessarily wrong. The best analogy I can think of is
broken clock.
If I have a clock that's broken, it's still right sometimes, but it doesn't mean I'm going to wear it and call it a good clock.
I love that. Have you been wrong before in your life?
Absolutely.
In your practice as a doctor? I've been wrong as well. And what I will say is all of us have the ability to atone. All of us have the ability to know new information. And just like I hope that we can be able to trade information and look on the other side of the aisle and say, you know what, there are people who care about people. And I want you to realize that that's what you're surrounded by right now. We're not only talking about ourselves in terms of our own well-being and saying this is my choice, but also saying there's a big issue in this country as it pertains to the children. We could just look at the children, and even if we talk about, once again, the vaccine aspect of COVID and how COVID wasn't affecting children, but yet all of these other issues are, and they got to grow up in this world. Also, the idea for me that we have all of the testing and all of the evidence for COVID is also false. So when people are skeptical and people are like, people say the disinformation doesn't, I say the divine information doesn't, because they were kind of prophets when you look at it. If you look back at their old claims, a lot of things that they said came true. Even when we look at all of the things that Fauci was involved in, gain of function research, everything going on in that Wuhan lab in China, there's a lot of things that we can say. So I would hope that based off of this conversation, you could at least have a little bit of heart to say, you know what, maybe RFK is not just thinking about his career, but he's actually thinking about people. And I think all medical doctors should do the same.
Yeah, I think everyone in this room has been very charitable in speaking with me, and I actually really appreciate it. I'm here volunteering my time to try and just share what I've learned, my experience, my knowledge, what I would do if I was facing a dilemma with vaccinating my future child. And my goal is just to share the most accurate information, because when I started in healthcare and I was a resident and I was in my training, the amount of negative things people were doing to their health, like a lot of the metabolic things that you've discussed, like the lifestyle choices, were largely due to other people misinforming them or making miracle promises.
Like almost like doctors saying cigarette smoke is actually good for you?
Exactly. In fact, everything that we're doing in healthcare right now, like 50% of it over the next 100 years will be found to be ineffective, or there's going to be something better.
And we'll go back to nature, right?
And some of it will go back to nature.
Yeah,
like
he loves
going back to
go
nature
back to
sounds
nature
really
shit.
good, but there's also a little bit of a fallacy in that. So like in nature, people walk barefoot, but we don't choose to walk barefoot because we don't want to get tetanus infection from the floor and get cuts on our feet. There's
and all of these chemical-induced floors that we're putting, all of these bleaches, these things that are
exactly forever chemicals in our watch bands.
But grounding is a thing. Earthing is a thing that has proven to help with.
So how do we balance a healthy lifestyle of being outdoors with modern science? Is where we need
I think we can do it, right?
Yeah.
Because allopathic medicine did rule out. Once again, I think I brought up
People were calling Dr. Mike a Zionist after this. I mean, that's just okay.
I'm not an allopathic physician.
I came here to get away from the Zionist
I'm an
shit. Fucking
osteopathic
hell.
physician.
Well,
So I think more of the holistic approach than a traditional allopathic physician would. I did not go to an allopathic medical school, and I am very passionate about one thing that I feel like is lost in modern healthcare: the body's ability to heal itself.
Yes. Amen.
And I think that sometimes we envision so much more control than what we actually have. Like, for example, do you think wearing a seatbelt saves lives?
It can, yeah, for sure.
Has it ever saved yours?
No.
Have you worn it all the time or majority of the time?
I have not worn it all the time,
But
but
majority
I
of the
could
time.
see.
You regularly wear it.
Yeah, for sure.
Does that mean it was stupid to have
Let's
done
go back to nature, dude. Driving a fucking car. Okay.
And so?
No, not at
Do you know
all.
how many
But I
chemicals are in
think
a
the
car?
That's
seatbelt is
how
not risking my life as
You
a
know how much
vaccine
fucking-
would be risking.
So there's some
Car
people that believe, like anti-vaxxers believe, vaccines are harmful without
I've
great.
noticed this thing now, probably because of the Republican, the Trump thing, but because anti-vax stuff is so intertwined with hippie, go back to nature rhetoric, there's this it goes to show that people who are committed to a team, not to an ideology or to a consistent set of rules, because there's no way that someone who cares so much about natural lifestyle and avoiding chemicals and things like that are also like on the side of the people who want to drill like with the fucking oil and shit, because that's Trump's message. I just think that's to me, that's interesting. It's about teams. It's not even about ideology. It's just about teams.
Evidence that seatbelts can cause you to get trapped and et cetera, and actually
You're
cause
saying
more
anti-vaxxers
problems.
believe that?
No, I'm saying like anti-vaxxers
okay.
believe negative beliefs about vaccines that are not
I
well
see.
proven. Some people say that about seatbelts. Some people say that the world is not round and they believe it to be flat.
Now, can you compare vaccine skepticism with really seatbelt skepticism? Like, do you think that really weighs,
I think
especially when
the
people have been
principle-
injured from vaccines? This is a real thing that
People
has
have been injured by seatbelts.
Yeah, seatbelts can like break your collarbone and fucking kill you. Like, okay.
I understand. So I'm going to give somebody else a time, but my claim is pretty much that RFK is standing up for a lot of different things that are going on in this country right now that are causing more damage than COVID.
I would love for someone else to stand up for those things as opposed to RFK.
I think
but
you
we
do
agree
as well,
with
right?
it. Yeah.
Hey again.
Hello.
Hello. So his movement, the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again, as a mom and as a woman, it speaks to a lot of people because, especially as a nurse as well, and seeing the chronic disease epidemic in this country, we spend more in healthcare than any other country. We're more medicated than any
autism,
other
by the way.
country,
Get the autism.
but yet
Trash
we're not
the
healthy.
autism.
And I don't necessarily always
No,
agree with
is this
everything
place
that
inhabited, or-
RFK Jr. says. I mean, I don't agree with my husband on everything, and I willingly chose him, let alone some random politician. So I can
I get up here?
I could see
Is this
why
worth it?
you could probably disagree with it, but I think he speaks to something to a lot of people. He appeals
these guys
to the
gonna fuck
parent.
me as soon as
He
I
appeals to
move
like
up to
just
them?
the everyday American. They want to go back to a more natural way of life, and and that's what I think. I disagree with that claim that he's a threat because I think his intentions come from a good place. He's not necessarily
Is there any point in me trying to solo this? Because I have to go into a fucking crypt. If anyone knows I shouldn't do this, tell me now, okay? If I get caught once, I can vanish, and I can still, even from here, I don't even need vanish, I can sprint. But I need to go into this crypt and click something. If you get caught here, you're dead. No, I'm not. I got vanish. Fuck you. If I get caught in this crypt. There are lots of issues with fighting in a crypt. Number one being, you're fighting in a crypt. Can I even sap this guy? I just need to hand in the quest and then leave, right? Ah, let's not do it. Let's not do it. No, 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 no. You can't make me do it. Sorry, boys. Could have been safe, but not in a hardcore server. We're learning the rules, okay? We're adapting to the situation. Do it for the lols. Nope. I might lair myself just to see if anyone else is fighting in here. We're white flagging. We are min-maxing on the autism. Let's see if anyone else is clearing it. 2 or 3. Okay. Is anyone in layer 2 doing this? Look, they are! Oh! See this? What are they doing? Hey. Hey, bub. Help me. Help me clear the crypt. Are you struggling with the jump? Hang on. Like that. GG. Got a group. I just need the crypt. They can't let me just do it now. Fuck on. Come on, come on, come on! Dicks. I'll just hang tight then. Making friends, yeah.
Anti-vaccine, but he wants safe vaccines.
Yeah, so I'm pointing out that I think RFK Jr. is a threat to public health, and you're pointing out reasons why he's good. And I think there are legitimate reasons of things that he says that are valuable that should be addressed. He said a lot of things that I think risk children's lives in the future.
This guy's on LARPer. He's
I think by potentially getting rid of vaccines, increasing diseases that were once extinct coming back is extremely worrying to me as a primary care provider.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please proceed.
Thank you.
You've been voted out by the majority. Get out. They don't really have a champion though, do they? I've noticed that usually when this happens, there's like a debate champion who just lets them fucking pop off. The other people just let them pop off for ages, but I guess for this one, they don't have one of those, do they? They've got good speakers, but I don't think they have like they don't have a champion. So they're fucked without a champion.
Hi.
Hello.
Absolutely
Again.
Gooned.
Okay.
His name's not again.
RFK Jr.
She's
has
the Christ
been
lady.
revealing so much of what we have been needing to
Yes.
know about
Autism.
health. And again, like you were saying, some of the things that have been hidden from us. I mean, I'm a YouTuber, right? I have a YouTube channel.
Yes.
And when
Yes,
I
you
talked
do.
about the vaccine, I was
Censored.
censored.
Hey.
And he wants to bring back the freedom of speech.
Oh, God, I
He
wanna know what
wants
she
to bring
said.
back
I
the
wanna know what
power
she
of the
said.
people. And we have been really just oppressed by Big Pharma and by the government.
RFK is giving me back my platform.
And we want our freedom back. And even my friend Liana Warner Gray, she is the author of The Earth Diet. She had cancer right here, a tumor. And she got healed through organic foods. She is a huge promoter of RFK and Maha. And she talks about how this is the way to heal the world, is through the natural medicine of God. God gave us everything that we needed. The reality is, if we don't get vaccinated with Jesus, we will face God on Judgment Day. It's not just
I
about...
can't believe this woman got banned on YouTube or censored. Or did she? Bro, I don't even know if she because remember, when someone says they were censored, 1, ask what they said, 2, ask what the fuck actually happened to them. Because she, for all I know, she could literally be saying that she got fucking shadow banned, as in like, and that actually for 90% of these right wingers just means that their fucking view count wasn't as high as they wanted it to be, and they wanted to blame something that was intangible, which is shadow banning. It's the thing. Where is it? Yeah, this. Hey, give me volume. What happens if they come? Will they come? Will they come? All right, later.
Look, the fact, which doesn't care about your feelings, is that online and in the media, conservative voices are being silenced. I've said this before. I said it on my YouTube channel. Conservative voices are being silenced. I said it on Joe Rogan. Conservative voices are being silenced. On the Jordan Peterson Kayak podcast. Conservative voices are being silenced. I said it on Tucker Carlson. And Tucker, we know conservative voices are being silenced. Twice, actually. Like I said last time, Tucker, conservative voices are being silenced.
That is exactly right.
And I said it in my New York Times bestseller. Conservative voices are being silenced.
Yes.
It's a point I have to make over and over because conservative voices are being silenced. In fact, you won't even use this footage.
Actually, we will.
Bob, we both know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, my name is James.
Whatever, Bob.
Fucking brilliant. What a zinger. Wait, are they leaving me? No. All right.
Health. It's about freedom of speech. It's about the government's trying to kill us. Even Bill Gates had, I think it was kind of like a TED Talk, but he had like, a talk where he said, we need to get the population down, and we're going to do a great job of it. And you know how? Through improving vaccines, because we're going to lower the population that way.
Okay,
and you can find it.
Pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Hello.
Hi, how
Pleasure.
are you? Nice to meet you.
They're going in.
My
They're
name's
going in.
Michael. I kind of bring some curiosities for you. So, in 2010, my mother was vaccinated with the flu vaccine, and right after 3 days later, she received half of her face was paralyzed.
Shit!
And the doctor was actually
just leave him. Just leave him.
expressing that it
Look,
could have
just
been
leave
a
him. Look
number
at
of
it. Look at
things.
that. Look
It
at
could
that.
have been
Restraint. Look at this restraint. Just let him do it, okay? Because he's high level. They're not gonna. Oh shit! It's fine. Okay, we're gonna open. We're gonna open. We're gonna distract. Okay, resist. That's fine. Just open. Just back up. Just stay back. Okay. Look. Look. I'd have been fine. Uh-oh. I would not have been fine. Fuck. It's fine. He's not even strong. He's hitting for like 100. Okay.
What she ate, whatever.
Fine,
But at the end of
we're
the day, she most likely believes that it was because of that flu vaccine back in 2010. Assuming again that we've had roughly 20 years of flu vaccine studies going around. So my question to you is, how is it
Now, our friend
possible
might
that
get
someone could
respawns.
potentially get Bell's palsy 3 days after she got a flu vaccine, which could have permanently allowed her face to be
Well,
paralyzed?
if millions of people get a vaccine, millions of people will, if you take millions of people, then, in 3 days, some of them are going to get really sick. Some of them might get hit by a car and die. Doesn't mean the thing that happened to them 3 days before necessarily caused the thing that happened 3 days later. Sorry. Whoops.
For the rest of her life versus...
Oh, wait. Bell's palsy. Is this the fucking lady who was like flailing uncontrollably and saying that the vaccine did it? And it was like the least convincing thing that anyone's ever seen ever? I hope it's not that. No way.
Someone who got it and maybe didn't have those symptoms that I'm explaining.
Yeah, so Bell's palsy, interesting condition because we oftentimes don't even know what caused it. A lot of times we think it has a viral cause. Now, if your mother in this situation believes that the vaccine was to blame for this condition, there is a way for her to get compensated for it because vaccines do carry side effects. I am not your mom's doctor, so I wouldn't know all the circumstances surrounding it, which vaccine, which number dose, what other health conditions existed, what medications were being taken. There's a lot to take into consideration because health has so many variables. And even when she has her own doctor, they might not even know the right answer. That's why when you apply for this vaccine injury compensation fund, it's a no-fault system with no jury, meaning that they're trying to do their best to get people paid out as quickly as possible. Because if you were to sue a vaccine manufacturer, it would take forever. It would take huge sums of money for your mom to be able to fight that case. But by applying to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Fund, you're actually able to get payouts on average 2 to 3 years, which is much faster than going through a full jury trial. So this is all to say that vaccine could have caused that side effect in your mother. I can't say yes or no, but if it did, she should be compensated. The fact that that compensation exists, I think, is a good thing, and I think it shows that we're honest that vaccine side effects absolutely happen.
Now, the other thing I do want to kind of ask, is it true that you as a doctor, you follow a certain code of conduct?
Sure.
Do you ever say that there's things that you say that have to be political?
I have been critical of the CDC, the WHO. I've been critical of Dr. Fauci. I've been critical to Dr. Fauci in front of him, sitting at interviews.
All right, let's end there. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
He fought with Fauci.
My next claim is that anti-vaxxers are both victims and villains of misinformation.
Ooh, villains. They won't like that one.
Hello, hello. Pleasure to meet you.
My pleasure. So, the way I see it, the vaccine itself should be, the discussion. But we could talk about that.
Yeah, I think the reason why I say it that way is that, for example, I believe you're a vaccine skeptic. And I think vaccine hesitancy, skepticism is warranted. But I think when you're an anti-vaxxer, you become an activist for spreading misinformation, and that makes you both a villain and a victim because you've largely been misled.
So, the anti-vaxxer, would you agree that there's some reason for someone to be an anti-vaxxer?
Absolutely. And a lot of times they're the ones misled, so that's why I think they're victims. Because it's easy if someone shares let's do it this way. I think this is a very visual and easy way to understand it. If there are 2 streets to cross to get to the other side of the road, and I've run 1 million people through this trial, and I saw that the sidewalk on the right is much safer than the sidewalk on the left, or the street on the left. And someone starts spreading misinformation that the right sidewalk is actually so deadly, and they saw someone die and it was brutal, and they make it very powerful, and they start convincing people to cross on the more dangerous sidewalk. I would say that they're being a villain by telling people to go on the other side of the sidewalk, and they're also a victim because they may have been misled by someone who shared a very scary story.
Understood. So what would be an example of the misinformation that you're referring to?
Like that vaccines cause autism.
So they don't cause autism, you're saying?
Correct.
At all?
Correct.
Well, that's news to me. Okay, what about death? Doesn't the vaccine...
Are people really shocked by that? That's fucking crazy, man. What? You're telling me they don't cause autism?
Understood. So what would be an example of the misinformation that you're referring to?
Like that vaccines cause autism.
So they don't cause autism, you're saying?
Correct.
At all?
Correct.
Not even
that's news to me. Okay, what about death?
It's fucking insane, just like what a alternative reality we live in. Holy shit.
Doesn't the vaccine save lives?
Correct, it lowers the death rate. It doesn't prevent it 100%.
Okay, so why are people dying?
Because it's not 100%.
Because it's not 100%. People ask, someone asked earlier if this is like if it's like this in the UK and Europe. It definitely became more so, but no, this is like, a lot of superstitions in general are cultural. So anti-vax is like a very, very American-dominated thing, even despite the fact that the origins of a lot of anti-vax stuff especially originated in the UK through anti-MMR with Andrew Wakefield, right? But that movement did not grow without Americans. Like, Americans were the fucking lifeblood of that shit. It's the same with other kinds of superstitions as well. UFOs are an American thing. It's like a insanely, unless you think aliens have a special interest in flying over America as opposed to Europe and Asia and Africa, right? It's Americans who are always seeing UFOs. It's always Americans who get abducted by aliens. No one else gets abducted by aliens. In the UK, it's ghosts, right? Because we've got loads of castles, you know, and like castles are just a good environment for fucking ghosts, I guess. People talk about witches. It's amazing that the Salem witch trials are a really popular thing, even though I think it was like less than 40 people were hanged as witches in Salem. Bro, we did, like, in fucking Scotland, we were fucking executing people for witchcraft. Like, probably more than 40 people in one day. I think the highest rate of killing for witches was, what was it? It was Germany, then it was Scotland. Edinburgh was fucking horrible for witch trials because it was the king. It's just James the Sixth of Scotland and the First of England. He was obsessed with witches. He wrote a book about them, and he basically appointed this guy to go and find all the witches for him. The problem was that if this guy found more witches, he would get rewarded, right? So they basically did these tests that made it. One test was, they would put a pin, like, in your chest, like just a little pin. And if you bled, you were not a witch. If you didn't bleed, you were a witch. But obviously, you needed to find some witches, so they would just make it up. They would just pretend that people didn't bleed to catch them as witches. Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
Another thing, they kind of got, like, witches got caught the same way Jews got blamed for the Black Plague, where. You know how the plague like gets spread around, right? Rats, diseases, etc., rodents. So that's why the symbol of a black cat is like with a witch, right? Because these women would raise a cat that would, you know, get rid of the rodents in her house, and all the area would be sick except for her, so they would blame her for the sickness.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's the same way Jews got blamed for the Black Plague, where they, you know how the Muslims have like daily prayers, right? They would clean themselves like 5 times a day.
Yeah.
Same thing with what's it called? Jews. They have like I think they wash 3 times a day, so they cleaned with water all the time. Whilst the Europeans at the time thought like cleaning out of river water's dirty, so they wouldn't clean out with water a lot of the time. So they would spread diseases, and they also they used to not bury their dead, and also would let shit sit in the streets.
Yeah.
They were just unclean overall. So disease would spread among Europeans, and then that Jewish community would be fine because, you know, they're being clean, and they would get they got blamed for the plague.
Okay.
Not
lots
all
of
Europeans
people in
would
chat
know
are having
your
issues with what you're saying. Apparently, plague came from fleas. Would not. I didn't know that was true. So they came from fleas, but I guess the rodents carried the fleas. Is that? I don't even. I thought it was from fucking rats, bro. Rats biting you. I didn't know it was.
No, it's not rats biting you. What?
No, I thought rats would bite people and give them the plague. I thought that's what happened.
No, they just carried
fleas on the rats. Okay, they carried
diseases.
it. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, not all fucking Europeans were unclean. It was mostly Western Europe, like the Scandinavian countries, I think, at the time were clean. Like the Vikings had like a bathing ritual or shit. So, yeah, it was mostly like German, fucking UK, Scotland, your people.
Yeah,
Gross.
yeah, our old cities were pretty dirty.
Yeah.
Do you know how we disposed of fucking piss and shit back in the day?
Just chuck it out of the window?
Yeah. And they would shout something out the window.
Wasn't there like didn't they create umbrellas because of that? Or was that something else?
I'm sure
like
they created rain, right?
They created Wait, was it there's something about like they created something for the for people to have in their houses because of shit in the streets.
Was it Gardez-Lou? That was they would say Gardez-Lou. They would shout Gardez-Lou and then drop their bucket out. And if you didn't, yeah.
what is it? I think they. Do you know how there's in areas where there's like the steps? You know how your house door isn't exactly aligned with the street.
Hmm.
So apparently, I've heard. I'm not sure about this. So you would have steps to your house door mainly because there's like so you don't bring so shit doesn't get to your doorstep.
Okay.
Which it makes no sense to me because there's no way that much shit is in the streets.
Yeah. Well, so the way it worked in Scotland was that often these houses the streets would be sloped because they'd be built on hills. And one of the benefits of that was that the shit and piss, like from the chamber pots, would kind of like eventually, gravity would send it downhill, usually into a river or to a fucking field. But I think sometimes, I can't remember. I think it was in Edinburgh where there was a very, very shallow lake that filled so far up with shit that it formed like a fucking crust on the top, and people would actually just walk over it. They didn't really have to, but they would just maybe take shortcuts, or they would just walk over it. And because there was so much fumes in it, people would get kind of high when they were walking across the shit.
Get high from shit.
Yeah.
That is so.
They start hallucinating. Yeah.
Maybe that's why they had so many witches there.
I guess so, yeah.
Maybe they didn't lie about
maybe
the
people
women
did.
not bleeding.
Maybe
They
people
just-
did see witches. Like they seriously saw them because they were fucking wasted.
But that's also another explanation about like since how like Vikings had like different gods, Odin, whatever, fucking different type of gods, right?
Yeah.
Apparently they use a lot of mushrooms. They used to use a lot of mushrooms in their rituals. And that's why, like, people hypothesize that's why they saw so many different gods, or like the creation of their gods is because they were high all the fucking time during their rituals, because they used mushrooms that got them high.
Makes sense.
That's also all these are coming up to me because they're like interesting. You know about about how they would they would say someone's possessed back in the day.
No.
But well, obviously no. Come on, they used to
Yeah,
say
they used to
someone's
say people were
possessed.
possessed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exorcisms
but
and shit.
like some explanation for that was like some people just got a seizure, and by the time people would lay him down or like hold him down because that's like a proper way of like holding. Aren't you supposed to like hold down someone that's having a seizure? Or am I getting that wrong?
I have no idea.
Whatever. There's like something they used to do while they're getting the priest to perform an exorcism, and as the priest gets there, the time for that to like calm down, for the seizure to like go away, the priest would be by that time finished with his fucking shit.
Oh, interesting. Apparently, you shouldn't hold down
I
people
don't know
who are
what
having a seizure.
I don't know what the fuck they were doing with people having a seizure, but people used to think people were possessed because they had a seizure.
Epilepsy, maybe like an epileptic fit.
What would cause epilepsy back in medieval times?
I don't know.
The
You can still have epilepsy. Look at this. What's she doing here? Why this nude lady just died in the fucking tunnel? What? How? Big Butso Hua, she's called. Okay, interesting. Take care. Okay.
Interesting. You can get apparently can get seizures for epilepsy with unprovoked. I did not know that. I thought you had to and it needs a trigger.
Yeah, but
anyway,
it have to be
we have jinns over here, not witches. We have jinns. Well, actually, we do have witches, black magic and shit. Never mind. Black magic, jinns. What else? Well, Palestinian folklore has some weird swamp monster that nobody knows about anymore because Jews got rid of all the swamps.
Oh no.
Yeah, Jews got rid of all the swamps, so we don't have our Palestinian folklore swamp monster.
Oh, that's a shame. They really took everything from you, didn't they?
Even our superstition.
Okay.
All right, enjoy.
All right, take care.
But reality is, majority of the people who were dying were vaccinated people.
Correct, because most people were vaccinated.
The misinformation, autism, that's one I have to look into. Is there anything else?
In terms of what's bad misinformation, I've heard people say things like there's no such thing as a safe vaccine. I think that's misinformation.
Okay, pause.
Ooh.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return
Thank
to
you,
your seat.
appreciate it. Pleasure. Very passionate.
Yeah.
Don't get mountaineered.
Oh, first of all, I want to say your claim has some logic to it. Like, yes, I can agree that some people are victims to vaccines, but I also agree that there are some anti-vaxxers who do come at vaccines very aggressively. But what I want to say is, when it comes to the actual efficacy of vaccines, we have a constitutional right. The first Constitution says we have a right to religious practices. And some people will say, oh, hey, this is the body God gave me, and I don't want to take any vaccines.
Oh, sure.
I can just do
And other people will say those people are crazy because maybe vaccines help. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I think it depends on the actual vaccine, if somebody could be a victim or a perpetrator, I guess you can say. Because when it comes to the swine flu, that vaccine actually killed 32 people, and they discontinued it shortly after because they knew it wasn't going to be anything good, I guess you can say.
My
There's a fucking
whole
stewardess.
stance on vaccines is strictly to do with the science, less so about religious stances, whether or not someone chooses or not to vaccinate. So when I say that someone is a victim of anti-vaccine misinformation, I think what I'm saying is that they've been tricked by misinformation or perhaps misled by an emotional argument, less so that they've been a victim of a vaccine.
Do you mind if I ask, can that also work in the opposite logic, as in somebody can trick you into thinking that vaccine is God's great gift on earth, as in when Anthony Fauci told us, hey, the COVID, you can't transmit it.
You mean like treating science as a religion?
Yes, exactly.
I think that's not a good way to go.
Yes.
When we said lines like trust the science, I wasn't even a fan
Really?
because trust the science almost played like trust the scientist.
Yes, the exact one.
And
yes.
that's not what it should be.
Yes.
Because science is a process by which you ask questions.
Yes.
And in fact, when we do research, we try to disprove ourselves. That's what good research is.
Yeah.
Research isn't supposed to be done to confirm your belief in something because you want it to be true.
Yes.
You're trying your best to disprove whatever it is that you're
No, I'm
setting
not
out to
dropping
find
frames.
out.
Yes.
And
No
you're
problem.
trying to think in every
I dropped frames once. Oh, I'm dropping frames slightly now. Very slightly. Why? Oh, am I crashing? Am I crashing out? Fuck. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Is my internet fucked? I don't know. The frames are dropping very gradually. I'm at like just under 6K. But it's fluctuating. 4K, 5K. 5.8K out of 6K? Is that really a problem?
Glory to the Horn.
There's a bush in this area that makes the PC lag. Wait, what? Is there? Shut up. That is not true. That's not facts. I'm just gonna keep watching, see what happens.
way where your limitation is on the study, where your bias can be in the study. We actually meet in hospitals and we have something called Journal Club, where we look at a study and we say, where's the bias in the study? Where's the limitations? Where can the next study design be better? And there are experts that are constantly dealing with this to try and improve our further research. So it's not about trust the scientist. It shouldn't be treated like a religion. It should be an ever-evolving process that is continually questioned. At the same time, when we look at the manufacturing of vaccines and how they're made, some people with religious views are concerned. I will say a lot of the major leaders in each major religion in the United States has put forth that people should get vaccinated and that it is acceptable by their religion. That's not me, I'm not a religious leader, but I just have seen that put out.
Let's say they had those religious beliefs where they're like, I don't want to take it. Would you, I know you said, would you fully agree those people were victims of that said policy? Like if you're a healthcare worker, military.
I wouldn't view them as a victim because I saw them getting the vaccine as largely a positive.
Okay, I can see you see it as a positive, but for me,
She's so
I never
appalled.
took the COVID vaccine. I never got COVID, so I don't see the positivity for me.
Fair.
Is there a way you can prove that the
So what
COVID
stats,
vaccine
you
was in
fucking
fact a
moron?
positive
Oh,
for
no.
everybody that took it?
I can't prove that it's for everybody. In fact, when someone shares a story, whether or not it worked for them, whether they had a side effect on them, I can't prove it.
Yeah.
When we look at research, we look at populations, we look at averages, and off of those averages, we can make certain statements. They're never foolproof. In fact, the reason why we have a vaccine injury compensation fund is for that exact reason, so that there are individuals who have been hurt by vaccines, that they should be compensated.
That compensation only comes after the National Childhood Vaccine Act, or I might be saying it wrong, came out in 1986.
Okay.
But basically, it was a blanket type of pardon for any type of pharmaceutical company to be held liable for any injury or death. Because before that, they were dealing with all kinds of lawsuits. I think it was back in 1962 or something like that before they did it.
Yeah, so part of what you said is really right, and part of
I
it
guess
is
you could, for the people who are like, I never got COVID, I guess the F. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is it doing that now? I hope it's not. Am I on my VPN right now or what? I'm kind of paranoid because if I crash, that's going to be a big problem. If I crash mid fucking fight. Oh no. What's wrong with my internet? Is it the bush? It cannot be the fucking bush. Stop. You might be downloading. You might my Steam. I don't have Steam running right now. Whatever.
is a little bit in a slightly different direction.
Oh god, I
I'll
go
explain
picture in
to you
picture.
exactly
Fuck,
how.
wait. If I go off picture in picture, does it stop? What's going on? They don't... That's the bush. It's not the fucking bush. Shut up. What bush? That bush. That horrible internet bush. It's internet. It's not fucking frames, okay? I'm seeing full fucking frame rate now. You guys are bullshitting me, okay? You are bush shitting me. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about a fucking random internet frame drop. Let me see if anything's downloading. Nothing is downloading. I can't really switch off my VPN because that's going to disconnect me. You're seeing 5 FPS and everything. It shouldn't be 5 FPS. It just looks like it's going slightly below 6K. So I could lower that maybe to 4.5. How many Chrome tabs? Not many. Quite a lot. Let's get rid of a few, eh? Twitter, go, get out, Twitter. Get out. Okay, that's a few down. There's still quite a lot of stuff I was meaning to watch today. Fuck knows. If I go back to... If I go back to the video, is it gonna go off the green again? No, it's the bush! It's not better, it's back in red. Even though my rate is 6K? Why the fuck, man? CPU usage is at 4. Not as many tabs as Hassan has for Twitter. I don't know, hopefully my fucking drive hasn't filled up randomly. Let's see. Because we are close. No, it's 58 gig spare. That's fine. Get away from the bush. Who knows? How much RAM do you have? This computer's got like 32 or some shit. I have not died 6 times, okay? This is number 4, no? First death was level 48, then 59, then 30. 31. This is try number 4. This will be death number 4. I guess we can just do this. There are actually streamers who just do this. They just play their little fucking video game. Overheating? There are things I can do for my graphics card, I think, that I probably... Because this computer was built like fucking 5 years ago now. So, there probably are changes that could be made to it. Maybe even I can probably afford a better graphics card now. Because I remember that was the weakness. The graphics card was the weakness of this PC. Because I wasn't expecting to, you know, do such high-end gaming. Or even, well, should have remembered it for Premiere. I should have considered that. Well, I'm just going to stay above board. We'll see.
Right now, if you believe you've been hurt by a vaccine, you can apply through this national...
I don't know what GPU I have. I also don't know how to check my computer specs immediately. Don't I have to write something in, like this PC or some shit? I think the CPU is like a Ryzen 7 or some shit. I don't know. That could be completely off. CPUs have improved more than GPUs. Yeah. Right click my computer properties. This PC. Yeah, oh, I've got 64 RAM. Holy shit. My processor is an AMD Ryzen 7, 3800X, 8 core. My graphics card is a GeForce RTX 2060, 6 gigabytes. And I'm far away enough from the bush. I don't know why I got 64 RAM. I love the parallel comments about the 2060. Well done, guys. Tell me something to get that costs less than £500. That's good, okay? I'll get it. I'll do it right now. Premiere eats RAM. That's true, actually, yeah. So my CPU is fine? The Ryzen 7 thing is fine? If you'd let me talk to you. Oh yeah, shit. I'll get you on. Okay, fuck it, hang on. 2060 is fine. Yeah! Exactly. 4060, okay. For the number of tabs you keep open, that much RAM is about right. Hell yeah, I know. You don't need to convince me. Did you ever read Revolt by Bacon? I read bits of it. Hello, Christian Medina.
Oh, here we go. I was muted. Hello?
Oh. Hey.
What's going on?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Loner box. So, what do you want? What do you want to do? Do you want to do tech support, or do you want me to ask you some questions?
I'll let you ask me questions first, okay? Yeah, do that.
All right. So, oh, do you mind if I record this?
Yeah, go on. It's fine.
All right. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I just had some questions for you that I thought would make good conversation points. So, where do I start? Let me start with this. So I would say that I'm center left. I'm not really comfortable labeling myself beyond that. Would you say the same?
Yep.
So no further, like you aren't willing to qualify it any more than that either?
Yeah, I don't think I would say left anymore because it just, people expect too much crazy shit of you if you just say left. Honestly, at this point, I might
Yeah, I
just
guess
I might just start
okay.
introducing myself to some people as right winger, just so that I can like at least then as it emerges, my opinions would be like pleasantly surprising to them rather than like disappointingly surprising. You know?
So you're just full on like these labels have just lost any meaning to most people. It's just a bad way to go about it.
I think so, and I just also think like Overton windows get shifted really hard, and yeah.
That's true. It just depends on where you are, right? And left in America means an entirely different thing than
Yeah.
left in Scotland. All right. Yeah, that's fair. So here's another question. So I joined the Discord like a week ago, probably, and I've been talking to people in text and voice chat. Do you think, like, speaking, like vocal speech, is more effective than text when it comes to these sorts of conversations?
Yeah.
Why would you say so?
I'm just way too impatient to. If I'm having a live conversation, I'm just way too impatient to allow someone to sit there and type stuff back at me. And if it's, especially in a debate context, it's much more effective because people in text arguments can just kind of like be very selective, and it's much harder to hold them down to a point when it's all written down there. Yeah, I just feel like there's something much more natural and flowing with speech. When it comes to format in terms of me teaching people things, well, speech is just going to get more people watching. People are more likely to watch something than they are to read something.
Yeah, it's more engaging if you can just listen, because you get to hear people's voices, you get to hear people's tone, all that sort of stuff. So people are just more willing to, yeah, I was like crashing out in the fucking debate text channels because I felt like people were, I feel like it's a lot easier to misunderstand people in text because you lose tone. So yeah, I would agree with that. What about, here's a follow-up, kind of piggybacking. How do you feel about video essays versus like live conversations? Do you think there's room for both? Like, do they serve different purposes? That sort of thing.
Yeah, of course there's room for both. Yeah. If I wanted to be really picky, I would maybe say that I've said this for a while. I've generally said that video essayists, like a good video essayist, especially in politics, should be capable in most debates. Like if you're confident enough to make a half an hour video on something and publish it to more people than will ever see, say, like a PhD talking about that topic, or even a professor, right? Then you should probably be able to handle some kind of pushback or some kind of like Q&A or follow-up questions and things like that, because that's what academics do. It's not like academics never debate. Yeah, you should be expected to do that. Maybe to a lesser degree, I think it's probably also beneficial for debaters to also know how to do prepared stuff, whether it's like a prepared talk or like a written argument or something closer to a video essay, just because it would show that they're actually capable of having, like, constructing an argument that is digestible and has like a beginning, a middle, and an end, and logically follows through, rather than just like a debate bro, you know?
Yeah, see, this was my issue because I was dabbling in making video essays myself, and the problem that I noticed almost immediately was I need to talk to people, I need to be challenged, like the environment that we're doing right now. I need to ask people questions and they respond with further questions, and we dig deeper into things. I feel like when I'm making a video essay, I'm just kind of shouting to the void, and I think for myself personally, I just need something more substantial with that. But yeah.
Yeah, and it depends on personality type as well, right? Because obviously if you're more combative, then video essays are not going to be satisfactory to you at all. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I think there is easily room for both. The only problem is
think
it's
so,
like when
yeah.
people step out of their lane and try to like criticize people for doing other things that they don't really identify with themselves, even though you know full well why. Like there are so many video essayists I watch, and I'm like, I can tell from the way they're talking about whatever subject they're on, that if they were asked any elaborative question about any part of this video that they didn't actually speak about in the script, then it's probably because they just don't have an answer to it. Like they wouldn't know, or it might like stun them. So yeah, because I think a lot of people, like the research process is just they'll research until they find something that goes in the script, and then they'll note that, and then everything, and that's all that they'll take in. That's definitely an experience I've had with video essays.
Yeah, you need to, for a good video essay, you need to like introduce an argument and then introduce the counter arguments, and sort of like, I don't know, debate yourself, I guess. It's probably a good way to think about it, but yeah, anyway. So, next question is, I've been trying to add this word retard to my lexicon. It's not something I'm totally familiar with. It's like when I say it, it still makes me a little uncomfortable to say it, and you know, you say it like it's breathing, so I wanted to ask you, I guess, just what's your thoughts on that? Like, where did it come from, this idea that it's not okay to say?
The idea that it's not okay to say?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it was always a little bit off to say, even when I said it, like, when everyone said it, like in the 2000s. But yeah, it definitely became not okay when, I guess, like 2016 kind of era, when people were becoming a lot more aware of, sometimes maybe too much so, about the way certain terms and like regular practices can actually just serve to be offensive or dehumanizing and things like that. So but yeah, like I say it because it's like it was like saying gay as a pejorative in like the 90s or the 2000s. Like when you said, oh, that's so gay, you were never actually thinking like this is like bad because I think it's homosexual. Like it didn't mean that at all. Gay was like, I guess now we say soy or like cringe, like, or annoying, like all these things where like you would say gay. And I don't think and people I knew, even as a teenager, like I don't think people said it more because they were more homophobic. If someone was homophobic, they would say slurs. They would say the F slur and shit like that. So with the R slur, with retard, it was like, to me, that was just a word that never really carried the same like ableism that I think other people ascribe to it. I think there are maybe other, not words, but like performances and things like that people would do that would indicate ableism. But for me, like retard just never really did it to me. So
yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I just wanted to ask your opinion on that. I don't really have any contentions there. Do you think there's...
Wait, out of interest, why are you trying to
add...
Why are you trying to say retarded more often?
Because okay, that's really funny. I'm not, it's just something it's not a word that I used to say at all. I used to think it was like just a complete no-go. And when I entered into, I guess, your community and other people's communities where it was okay to say, I was like, oh, wait, hold on. What's going on here? So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe I shouldn't be trying to be more comfortable. Do you think I shouldn't, if I'm not saying it, I shouldn't anymore? Is that what you're trying to say?
As far as I know, I've got my space of the internet and my friendship groups that are okay with it. I think the rest of society is that to me it's a very special word, okay? Because first of all, like I do have difficulties, like I have ADHD, autism. I've suffered from depression a whole bunch of times as a fucking teenager. So it's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like, it seems like this is a word that people are still not really, society hasn't agreed upon, right? We used to not really see the T slur for trans people. We used to not see that as a slur. Now everyone does. Everyone agrees it is, and it didn't even seem like it was that difficult a process to take it from like just a word people say into a slur that separates like bigots from non-bigots. I feel like the R slur is just one word that people can't fucking agree on it. Like they can't agree on whether or not it's a slur or whether or not it was okay, then it became not okay, but now very tragically it's become okay. But like obviously in certain like if I was outside of my stream or if I was outside of a friendship group that I knew, I'd never be saying fucking retard. I'd never say that, like because I have no idea.
Yeah, no,
like,
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I accept that it might push people, like it might push a couple of people out of my community every now and then. But to me, it's like in the same way that certain political opinions will, or in the same way that like swearing too much will push people out. You know, because like my mum watches my stream sometimes, and she's always telling me to stop swearing. You know, but it's like if you don't want to watch if you're gonna watch someone swearing, watch someone else. You know, yeah. So
that's actually a really funny little fun fact there. Yeah. So I think you're right then. Maybe I should just err on the side of caution and not go there, to not use that.
Like
word.
if you have to if it's no effort to not say it, like if you don't feel like yeah, then I wouldn't bother. Yeah, like I say it naturally because like it's been kind of like a regular term on and off like since I was a teenager. You know, when I fucking played video games when I was 13, that's what everyone said all the time. It was like every other person's favorite word. You know.
Yeah, I have another word that's similar, but I'm not gonna, say that. Yeah, I would agree with that. So yeah, I think in the future, just out of respect for other people's opinions, I probably won't use that word anymore. So I've been thinking of getting into, like I said, since I asked you if I could record this or not, I've been dabbling with content creation myself, trying to get into it. As someone, you've been doing this for what, 5 years?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, 5 years. Actually, technically 6 if you count when I was trying to start and didn't really get any views. Yeah.
What are some tips you'd give someone who kind of wants to do similar stuff to you? Just starting out.
I don't think I would repeat what I did. What I did wasn't really good. I found a club that I thought I identified with quite strongly online, which was like BreadTube. I watched a lot of their stuff, but I kind of wish more now, or maybe they've changed. They have changed. Fuck that. Is that if I don't know what I'm saying because I'm kind of thinking about this in real time now. But my initial thought was like I don't know if I would have started with as little research as I was doing into some of my first videos because they were not research heavy at all. Actually, some of them were, but like definitely the crowd that I was getting into, I feel like I wish I'd known more about like what BreadTube was like and all that kind of shit before I attached myself to it, or if I just like learned a bit of my own positions rather than, even though cause I felt like very informed. I felt like I was in my 20s. I'd read a lot of lots of political literature and watched lectures and stuff like that, but even though all I was watching was like far left, like verso books, fucking Marxist nonsense, like so there was a lot of shit that I was learning that was wrong, but maybe that was part of the growth. Like maybe I should have done that, but definitely no, fuck that, just take all that back. It's probably good to find a niche that you identify with, and like you don't have to pander to it, but like definitely try to find things that you want to talk about, like something that you want to talk about, but something that will also get attention. And the way you do that is like it gets things that you want to talk about get attention because there are other people talking about it to a degree, but maybe not in the same way that you are. So for example, everyone, when I started making YouTube videos, hated Sargon of Akkad. Everyone who was left thought he was a piece of shit, stupid, like comically stupid, like kind of evil, right? He was just a really bad, dumb, like commentatable person. It was very easy to talk about him because he gaffed so many times. So I thought like, okay, everyone hates Sargon. What's something that Sargon talks about that doesn't really get adequate pushback? And it was grooming gangs. So I was like, this is a really good foot in the door because no one else, I think to this day, has a decent video of that size challenging that narrative about grooming gangs, right? I didn't need Sargon to be there at all, but obviously he was a name that people would click on. They wouldn't click on my name because they knew who I was.
Right.
So that's like an example, I think, is find it, because the thing I overlapped with a lot was like the bread tube aesthetic and the community, and like similar, and obviously a lot of similar presuppositions and talking points, like foundational beliefs. But it was also different in the sense that I would tend to try to push arguments that were like none of the above, like things that other creators hadn't done. Sometimes I would just talk about things that everyone was talking about. So like I wasn't the first person to make fun of Ben Shapiro making fun of Imagine. Like Big Joel had done a video on that, and a lot of the arguments I used were like quite similar to his. So yeah, that's the thing. It's like finding a niche and pushing into it, but then also finding out what you can offer to that niche that isn't already being done. There's the two things. So it's a combination of.
You need.
Yeah, it's a combination of similarity and difference, you know? Like, you have to find the similarity in terms of, like, the sphere, the niche, the space, but you also have to find the, like, place that you'd actually stand out. Like, why should someone watch you more than...
You need to build off of other people's work. You need to find something that people are interested in and then do new, different things.
Yeah, so if I was a left-winger right now watching this, if I was like a very like hardcore pro-Palestine lefty, I would be making videos shitting on Ethan Klein all fucking day. Ethan Klein Destiny, just do like video essays with lots of citations. Everyone likes the citations, lots of UN reports. I would watch some Finkelstein videos. I would borrow some of his takes. I would watch some Avi Schleim lectures. Yeah, you would just do like a whole thing about that. Yeah, and then to offer something maybe different, I guess, to the breadtube sphere is well, again, it's like there's definitely a leapfrogging going on right now about how people are more like everyone's wanting someone who's a bit more unhinged or more toxic or less apologetic about their support for terrorism and shit like that. That's very popular. Or if I wasn't willing to do that, I would personally abuse the fact to fuck that I'm Lebanese, right? I'd maybe embellish a few stories about my family, or even just use stories that actually already exist and use that as a way to to make myself seem like more authentic on the issue, right? Absolutely, you do that kind of stuff. Yeah. So if I wasn't like, that's a good example because those videos are a gold mine. They make so much fucking money and so much views because there's a big audience for that kind of content right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a lot of different venues that I could go down in terms of my creative stuff. So I'm not totally dedicated to the YouTube thing, but it is interesting to talk to somebody who is and who can talk about it. I had a follow-up I wanted to ask, like, how do you feel about your older work? But you kind of already went into that a little bit. I don't know if you want to elaborate further on that.
Most of it I'm still happy with. Yeah, most of it I'm still happy with. Like, if there ever comes a day when I feel like there's a few that I just don't reflect my opinions enough at all, I would maybe... I'd probably just leave them up anyway because I think it's good to show growth, you know? And I think...
tells a story.
Yeah, or even things that I have said in the past and arguments I pushed in the past that I disagree with. Like, I don't think there's anything there that I would feel irresponsible if I was pushing someone to that position. Like, maybe I'm still taking someone from a worse position into a slightly better one, even if I don't think it's like ultimately like the best one, you know? So I'm sure some of the videos I've made about trans stuff could have used a lot more research, but they're still better than transphobia, okay? And they're also still better than I think a lot of the people who are like pro puberty blockers for fucking everyone. So yeah, I'm not worried about radicalizing anyone with it or anything. So yeah.
Okay. So kind of ties into the YouTube thing a little bit. Do you think Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. So the YouTube community guidelines, I'm under the impression that there's a lot of things that they say, and maybe it's just because I haven't looked into it, but I was looking at it briefly, that like people do a lot of things that seem to be against the community guidelines, but they aren't really punished for it. Is this...
What's a specific example?
Do you know? Suicide jokes, for example.
Yeah.
Like that's explicitly in the TOS is like, or not TOS, the community guidelines is something that's like not okay to do.
Yeah. Obviously, like people would say in a video game and shit like that, but it's like, okay, the way do you know how in law you can have like, if you read the law about hate speech in any country, like it might sound like saying the F slur in a video game might get you arrested and put in jail. obviously there's the word, there's the letter of a law versus the practice of a law, and I think it's the same with YouTube as well. YouTube does seem to have, I mean, I know for 100% sure, YouTube does have a standard where they will see people like flagrantly violating TOS, but they just have they have a very high threshold before they decide to ban someone, because it's a very big platform. It obviously tolerates quite a huge spectrum of political opinions. A lot of these things are actually politically relevant, so there can be a whole issue where you can't really ban a certain opinion unless it's like it demonstrates a clear political slant, which could be an issue. Like, for example, deciding that something is anti-Semitism is obviously, you cannot decide something is anti-Semitism in this current discourse without probably employing some kind of like political preference, right? It's very unlikely that someone who is very pro-Palestine is ever going to see certain things as anti-Semitic, even if they're Jewish or if they've experienced anti-Semitism. So, like, yeah, and it's very difficult to argue that, and you have to litigate all kinds of like historical and like academic debates to decide some of these things.
Yeah, it gets in the weeds.
But yeah, also just that'll be the reason. It's like, it's not just TOS like by the letter, it's TOS in a way that would be like very flagrant violation. So if for the suicide thing, I would imagine it's probably going to be more relevant if videos might get demonetized if they have enough suicide references in them. Like, that's 100% the case. Otherwise, if a content creator is actually like telling someone like very sincerely, like, I hope your life is miserable, you know, I hope you come off HRT and like fucking you can't get any access to like the things that'll make you happy in life, and like I hope that kills, like I hope that brings you to the point of like no return, and that's obviously a lot more sincere than just like, oh, kill yourself, retard. Like that's different, right? So
yeah, right. But Destiny's not going to get banned just for telling someone to kill themselves one time and then moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also a thing in the community guidelines about, I think, like, if it's can be understood as satire, then they make an exception.
Yeah.
So basically, like, if it's a joke. So there's that as well. Okay. All right. I saved the best for last here, and this is a bit personal for me, so forgive me if this makes me a little nervous. So I had a period of time, I would say 2 years ago, where I identified as a trans woman for a period of about 6 months, and I was totally committed to it. I wanted to do HRT. I was even thinking about like getting bottom surgery, like the whole thing. But I eventually returned to identifying as cishet after, you know, a long time deliberating back and forth. Is this for me? You know, what's really going on here? It's a long story, but the question is, what's your opinion on, like, people have this question about trans identity, whether or not identifying as trans means that you're trans? What's your opinion on that?
My understanding is that for any meaningful, for being trans in the sense that it's like medically relevant, because I think that's really the thing that matters, right? HRT and all that. I think, I don't know, everything I've read seems to, which isn't much, okay, admittedly, but everything I've read seems to indicate that it's like there's something just like fundamentally different with like your brain, right? Like that's just the only way I can make sense of it is that, and I think there is scientific ways that does make sense in the way that like sex and chromosomes and all that, this hormones, this affects your brain as well. Like your brain is not dimorphic, which also means it's also quite heavily subject to variation. But so yeah, I think people are generally like they're trans or they're not, and whatever environmental factors might affect that. It's I
So
really.
would you say?
Yeah, I don't know.
So would you say, given, you know, how you view this, would you say that I was not trans for that period of time where I identified as trans because I eventually discovered that I wasn't?
Yeah, I think you discovered you weren't. I mean, again, that's just my. Unless you do you feel differently? Like, yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't feel. I haven't felt the desire to be more feminine in a very long time, and I'm pretty confident in saying now that I'm not trans. But the reason I brought it up is because it just seems like a really hard question. Like even experts in these fields, they they litigate this all the time, and it's not really like a settled issue. So.
Yeah, personally, that's how I think it makes sense, because if you're going to have especially something that's so heavily tied to a very important medical procedure, is that one, obviously, if someone thinks they might be trans, there's probably going to have to be a period of reflection and maybe challenging questions that they're going to be asking themselves or being asked to find out if they want to go to commit to something that's much more long term. And also, because it's a medical question, so to say that you were trans but then you stopped being trans, that's a very dangerous road to go down, unless that's backed by evidence that can happen. And that's how professionals consider it, because if that's possible, then if someone's a fucking teenager and they're trans but then they can become not trans somehow, then people would try to do that. Of course they would, because growing up as a trans person is fucking difficult. It's horrible. Even if you get all the acceptance in the world, it's a challenge, right? So if you could take people away from, if you could save people from that challenge, you would do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me hold on. I'm thinking. So. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's. Oh yeah. Right. I wanted to say, to just for anyone watching, just so that nobody's confused. I think that if someone is identifying as trans, regardless of whether or not they really are or whatever the fuck, you should affirm that.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, as Loner said, being trans is very, very difficult. It's very traumatic from all angles, interpersonally, internally, externally, the whole thing. So, regardless of whether or not they are or aren't, you should support them, and you should use their pronouns and all that stuff. I just don't want anyone to.
Yeah, I would never expect a layperson in the streets to be talking to someone who identifies as trans and them to be like, actually, I think this is just a phase that'll go away in 6 months. Yeah, that's
yeah, that's you're just being a moron. So. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's really all the questions that I had for you. I wanted to do, at some point, I wanted to do a deep dive on myself on Israel-Palestine, so that I could talk to you about it and not sound like a dumbass.
Well,
because I feel like everybody who talks to you about this just never fucking knows anything. So, well, not everyone you talk to, but you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's pretty much it, unless you had any questions for me, or...
Yeah, how old were you when you went through your phase about being trans?
I was 19, I think. Yeah, 19.
How long did it last? Sorry.
6 months.
Only 6 months.
Yeah. It was. Go ahead.
Have you been able to? I guess you'd never really know, but do you have any opinions on or feeling about how you got there?
So yeah, it's an ongoing internal thing of mine of trying to figure out what that was all about, but I think the working theory that I have right now is I just had a lot of problems with the way that the expectations that are given to men, and or the connotations associated with being a man, and a lot of them are very negative. I don't know, men are stupid, men are dangerous, violent, all these things, and that really, really, really bothered me for a long time. And I think it was just a way for me to kind of rebel against that, and the analogy I like to use is that it was like the mental equivalent of a toddler who's asked by their mom to clean their room, and then instead of the toddler cleaning their room, they throw it like a huge hissy fit and tear up the room in like a tornado. And then once they finally calm down, their mom sits down next to them and says, "Okay, can you clean your room now?" And then you say, "Yes, mom." And then you go and you clean your room. And that's kind of what happened, just in my brain. I think I just had no idea who I really was. I had no sense of identity, and I was just trying to figure it out. And I think identifying as trans was just part of that whole experience of trying to discover who I really was and everything. So yeah.
Do you think you leaned more into that because, like, that was just... Do you feel like you were always inclined towards more, like, feminine things? Or was it because that was what was going on around on, like, social media? Or, like, yeah, what was... Do you have any opinion on that?
I was...
Like, internally? Because that was... Every explanation you gave there was external, to be clear. That's why I'm asking about, like, apart from the, you know, the chicanery or whatever. Like, yeah, but, yeah, I was just seeing if there's anything internal that you thought about as well.
Internally, I'd always identified more with more feminine things, or like things associated with... I liked things that girls, I guess, liked more. And I always got along, like in school and stuff, I always got along better with girls than I ever did boys. So these things all sort of fed into the idea of me being a trans woman, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well. I'm all good then. Is there...
You still dropping frames over there, little gup?
No, actually, no. It's solid, little pug.
Okay. All right.
All right. Fuck
well,
you.
Fuck you. I hate your guts. You can go fuck yourself, and I'll hope to talk to you next time.
Damn, not even an arsener. Oh well. Farewell next time. Okay, listen.
I had to. I
appreciate
actually did have to hold it back.
Okay. Good. Good. Listen. Don't be someone you're not, okay? Right.
You're right. True.
All right, well,
good talking to you, man.
I appreciate the chat. I'm sure I'll speak to you soon, okay?
Yep. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was worth. I hope it was worth for him, because he was he waited a long time for that call. I've not been very I've been kind of avoiding. Hello.
Hi. I have a question. How often does your mom watch the stream? Because I've been making I fuck your dad jokes for like 4 years now.
Yeah, she's probably heard it. Like, so it's a fucking joke. Like,
Okay. Awkward.
I mean, I've never had it brought up to me, so it's only awkward for you, apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I
Your
wouldn't mind
shit
the heads
poster's
up on
fortitude.
that one.
I'd never had it brought
I
up to me.
wouldn't mind a heads up on that.
It was never brought up to me. I never thought about it.
Like now, it ruined my best joke.
Oh well.
It's like my brand.
It doesn't have to ruin your best joke. That's just entirely up to you. Okay.
All right, that was it. Are we going back to the anti-vax stuff? Because
Yeah.
that's gonna rage me out.
Yeah, we got to finish it. Has to be done.
Okay. Hell. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Vaccine compensation fund. The way that fund is funded is every time we give a vaccine, there's a 75-cent tax put on every vaccine, and that money goes to fund that fund. The reason that was created was that vaccine companies in the 1980s, as you said, were facing major lawsuits at the time because of vaccines, and there was historically a special...
Thanks to the $5, Evangeline. Thank you, Learnerbox, for making this a retarded safe space for all of us neurodivergent chatters. Okay. Sure, boss. Thank you.
That aired on television.
Thank you for the
that
super chat.
scared people, that spiked all the lawsuits.
Okay.
So pharmaceutical companies said, we're not going to make vaccines. It's too risky for us. It's
You
too
don't know where this guy's familiar from. Well, we watched an RFK video of his not long ago where he's shitting on RFK. He also boxed iDubbbz. And as far as I remember, he kind of beat the shit out of him. Obviously, he's a lot bigger, a lot more competent, and probably took his training more seriously. Less unserious. Which I could have just said more serious. Well done, Loaderbox. Dipshit.
too expensive. So we face shortages, we face decreased innovation, and we created this tax as a way to potentially take some of the risk off their hands. However, if you go through the National Injury Compensation Fund, and you're not satisfied that you didn't get money, you're satisfied that you didn't get enough money, you just want to pull out of it in general.
Pull out.
Vaccine companies can still be sued. It's just a lot easier to sue through the compensation fund.
Okay, and I do appreciate you giving me that information. A
Yeah.
little bit was new to me, but anyways, I know you said it's 75 cents on the dollar that the vaccine companies pay out to that. So who's the other 25 cents? The
No.
taxpayer?
There is an added charge. So, for example, if a vaccine costs $10 to administer, the cost of that vaccine will be $10.75.
Okay, pause.
And that little 75 cents.
Okay, for real. Thanks to the 5 Australians. Stop asking questions about my family. Holy shit. I have no idea, okay? And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you, okay? I was just saying, I regret saying it, you know? I regret saying it. Literally, bro, all I know is she said stop swearing, okay? She's like, don't swear so much. Oh, okay. That's it. It's not that interesting.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank
return
you.
to your seat.
Hello, pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
When you look at people that are proponents of the vaccine, especially in important capacities, like if we take the example of Jay Varma, he was a COVID czar at the peak of COVID, and he was a public health advisor under Bill de Blasio, and he's having private gatherings in August of 2020. It was a sex party, right? So 8 to 10 people, and I think it's really funny too, because
You're saying he's being hypocritical.
yeah, he's being hypocritical.
Absolutely.
And
do you know who the #1 hypocrites are? Healthcare providers.
Right.
We're the worst patients. We're the worst at following our own advice.
And that essentially proves what I'm trying to say, because it's like, if you're advocating for the vaccine, but you're doing the exact opposite.
Can I ask if you think that if you are sharing accurate information, but you might not be following the same stances, you could still be sharing accurate information?
But you might be undermining trust.
So
She's
in this
confused.
case,
the same person who was fucking soy shock-faced at the idea that vaccines don't actually cause autism.
he was saying that we should be social distancing or not having parties, and he had party in the situation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is there a world where he's telling the truth, you shouldn't be doing this thing,
Okay.
but he...
Meme, thanks to 499. Hey, Lorna, on the topic of family, do you know if my grandparents were present for your tactical R slurs? What? Dunno. I hope they were. And I hope it's a word that they hadn't heard in 90 years, okay? And it made them feel young, okay? I hope your grandfather's hair just started growing back as he was infused with youthful energy of old. What the fuck? There's so many stones, bro. I like this little clarinet. Or is it a bassoon? It's quite low. It's a bassoon, isn't it? Is it? What's between a bassoon and a clarinet? I don't even fucking know. Hey! What the fuck? Alright, here. Alright. Oh.
Be good. Hey, how you doing?
It's a bass clarinet. An oboe! That's it. I think it's an oboe.
Have a good one.
Okay, cool. It sounds like an oboe, doesn't it, in the background? If I turn it up. It just ended. Oh well, rip. Fuck it.
He did that thing, and that's
and
not
I'm
good.
Also doing it?
No.
Like,
but I'm
or-
saying that it's wrong that he did it, but it's right that he's sharing the right information. Is that possible?
I mean, that's true, but...
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
I got fucked.
Great point, guys.
Hello.
Hello, pleasure.
How are you?
Nice to
Dr.
meet you.
Mike. My name is Janelle, and I'm also an educator. I'm a conscious sex therapist, so I deal with longevity, preserving the body. And so
Wow.
I think the real villains are people like Fauci, right? Did you know that his salary is like $500K, and the highest
Wow.
they said, and he's worth
How much does your president make, you fucking retard? Like, oh god, I hate this so much. The fucking hate boner that these people have for Fauci is so funny, man. Mate, what does your president do, okay? Fauci, literally these guys talk about Trump derangement syndrome. I've never heard so much derangement about someone that's so fucking, at the end of the day, okay, quite benign, really, compared to some of these like political figures and big names in the media. Fucking hell. Fauci derangement syndrome.
11 million. Crazy. Maybe
Oh.
he's getting the rest of that money. But
That's
and then
crazy,
let me go on just real
Curious.
quick.
Sure.
And that something interesting I thought too when you were talking about the VAERS studies, that there said that there was like 40 million
40
adverse reactions,
billion.
not including the deaths. And with polio, because I want to talk more about like
It's slightly more than 1 million, not 40. Okay, classic. Thank you, conservatard fucking maths. But Fauci's the bad guy, right?
child vaccine
Off
because
by
I'm
a
a
factor
mom
of 40.
and all that
Okay.
stuff. But polio.
Is that the right maths term? Off by a factor of 40? How would I phrase that? That sounds like a... I think if it was actually 1 million and she said 40 million, does that mean she's off by a factor of 40? Off by more than... Yes, okay, thank you.
which came out in 1968, only had 123K, and tetanus had 15K. So it's crazy, right? These have been around for ages.
She's getting fact
But anyway,
checked
that's
to
beside.
fuck.
So the villains, I think, are maybe not you, because you seem very nice, Dr. Mike.
Okay, Dr. Fauci.
But doctors, you know, when I was, okay, so we have something in common. I was on welfare. I have a crazy story, but when I had my son, I decided, you know, I want to do this clean. I want to be clean. I don't want to do the vaccines. And they made me
Wow.
feel, like you said, like the most terrible mom. So we have these doctors and the drug companies who are making us feel like we're the villains, but they're the villains, because health should be a matter of choice, right? The problem is we're not healthy anymore, right? So they forced me to, or they tried to force me to get vaccines all the way through my pregnancy.
tried to,
Why do
okay.
we want to vaccinate newborns with Hep B? What are they? Are they having anal sex and intravenous needles or getting tattoos?
It's because Hep B vaccines don't just vaccinate for Hep B, correct? They vaccinate for multiple things, some of which you could actually get when you're very young. The Hep B vaccine that they give you, especially in America, is not just a Hep B vaccine. It's like, I can't remember what it is, but you know how you have got like MMR, measles, mumps, rubella.
Tattoos in utero? My son wasn't.
Well, Hep B is not just spread by all those things that
But
you
mostly-
mentioned.
right.
But there's children that get it from sharing food utensils,
Right.
biting one another in
newborn,
preschool.
But newborn, doctor? I mean, you have to understand. Newborn, like my
they
son.
go to daycare where there's a lot of other children that.
Right, but not
Right.
not in the first few hours of life. Like the best thing they need is breast milk, and like for me to like be force feel like I was forced to do that. Anyways, I went almost a year.
Well, were you forced?
I wasn't, but they did try to force me. They make you feel like you're a terrible mom. I refused all the vaccines while pregnant, and then I was already on welfare, so it made me feel, they didn't make me feel, I chose to feel like I was the villain when they were vilifying me. And so just to go back, because I wanted some of the other prompts about like the immunity and things like that, which I think is really important to talk about, because my son was in school, he was in preschool. And
Actually, was I thinking of something different from Hep B? Apparently Hep B is just something that infants can contract quite easily without the vaccine. What does it say here? Yeah, 30 to 40% of chronic infections are acquired during childhood. Huh. Because your mother can be infected without knowing as well. Hmm. Yeah, they can get it from like scrapes, cuts, nosebleeds. Huh. Just touching anything, basically. Okay, wow.
I didn't go until he was almost a year. I'm sorry. I'm sleep deprived. All the vaccines until he was almost a year. When I put him into preschool, because I was in a program to like go to school and you get welfare, you get the child care covered, all that stuff, right? So no vaccines. My son was never sick a day in his life. To this day still. I nursed him till he was 7, which I know people think is weird, but in other cultures they do it. During COVID, someone said it, we traveled to like 20 countries.
Oh, till he was 7. Game of Thrones. The little fucking 6-year-old is like sucking his mother's teeth, screaming at people. Oh no. Okay. Man, 7. 7. Bro, you remember that shit for the rest of your life if you do that when you're 7. Fuck.
And neither one of us got it. And neither one of us are vaccinated until...
Don't you know the clip with her? I don't know anything about this person. I don't know anything about this person.
When he was a year, they forced me to get it. And because I was on welfare, this brings it back to like why we should have a choice, right? I was too nervous. A lot of my friends...
That 7-year-old had a choice. It's not Tommen Baratheon, you fucking idiot. It's Robert. Isn't it Robert of Arryn? Fuck, I can't even remember. He's from the Vale. Isn't his name Robin? I don't fucking know. Robin Arryn. Yeah, okay, yeah, he is, yeah.
And people that know me, they forged it. They told me I go to Vistaprint. So what happens is when you take that right, and you said you didn't know how many states have that privilege, the religious exemptions, all of them do except for 3, California being one of them, sadly, Mississippi and West Virginia. So we were not able to just say, listen, it's my body, my choice, my religious beliefs. As someone said, I want to decide for myself and my son.
Yeah, so you're sharing the story of your son. And I'm so glad that it worked out that your son didn't get one of these vaccine preventable illnesses. We largely don't see a lot of these vaccine preventable illnesses because of vaccines. Smallpox, polio, measles for the most part, all these vaccine preventable illnesses are no longer seen.
Whooping cough.
And that's partially why that if a single person doesn't get a vaccine, they end up not getting the illness.
But that doesn't go against your,
I'll just finish that point because it's so valuable. And you're sharing the story about your child, and I'm so happy that because I never want a child to get sick, period.
Of course not.
I have people in my practice, because I'm a family medicine doctor, I treat children and adults, who are 95 years old, 100 years old, who have smoked all their life.
Yeah.
And they're healthy.
They're healthy. It's weird. I know. It happens.
But does that mean I'm going to use that as a reason as to why I shouldn't discourage people from smoking?
I understand that, but the herd immunity concept, this brings me back to my next point. I used to get like nailed to the cross before he was vaccinated. And even when he did, I'd only let them do 1 at a time. Because the problem is...
How much did you pay for the vaccines?
I didn't. Remember, I'm poor. I'm on welfare at this time.
The guy who definitely did not consent to having permanent fucking memories of his mother's There's teeth in his mouth. That's never leaving his brain, you understand? He's going to remember that for the rest of his life. Okay, am I going to... Okay, be careful on the box. There's a bunch of ogres behind me. Is one of these guys the boss? No, these are just a bunch of ogres. I guess the boss died. Hello.
I have to say this too because this is killing me. I hate these people so much. If she's getting welfare, that means that her kid is getting Medicaid, which is like the tax subsidized health insurance that we give for like below the poverty line.
Right.
So if you're getting that, like if we're subsidizing your health insurance, which I am all for, I think that's great. But then like, fuck yeah, you're going to vaccinate your kid because it's a lot cheaper to vaccinate your kid than it is to fucking treat the measles. Like she's fucking retarded. I hate these people. And that, Christian, that is how you use the word retard.
Wow. So you're actually trying to train him now. I'm sorry, like I'll say it, okay? And if that makes it okay for people who didn't previously think it was okay to say, that's one thing, okay? We're not having fucking how to use the word retard and retard it in fucking everyday discourse and make it sound natural, okay? Make it sound like you've been saying it out of the crib.
I have been saying
we're not training fucking R-word veterans in here, okay? In the academy.
Since I was vaccinated in the crib. And also, yeah, the fact that she breastfed her kid until he was 7, that's a fucking elementary school.
Yeah.
That's like a sex crime at that point in time. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's going to school with like bits of fucking mother's like fucking milk hanging off his lips, and like the Game of Thrones guy. Yeah, wild.
Yeah. Okay.
He's remember that for the rest of his life.
This is why I didn't know.
That's gonna be a permanent memory for him.
Yeah. Well, obviously, like he's gonna be scarred. Like, yeah, you're never gonna get over that. Like, what were you doing at your 7th birthday party, kid? Oh, I didn't have a cake. I sucked my mom's tits.
Okay. Cool. Nice one.
Okay. Bye.
So, look at this.
I was forced.
We're paying for medical care to prevent and save you the trouble of an illness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
They kicked her out. The fucking breastfeeding a 7-year-old lunatic.
Oh, Dr. Mike, it's good to meet you. I'm Hunter Howell.
Oh, this guy's got
man,
something
it's a
to
beautiful
say.
day, isn't it? So, when it comes to the science, right? Back in the day, it was labeled misinformation if you were to question the validity of, for example, masks. But just out of last year, an epidemiologist, Tom Jefferson, came out with a rigorous analysis that stated that they had no effect benefiting people in terms of the reduction of getting respiratory illness, including COVID-19. Right, you have Anthony Fauci, which I know we've talked about today, in regards to the social distancing, right? It was trust him, trust the science. But he said in a congressional House subcommittee that there was no science behind it, and he got grilled for that. So when we're demonized and we're talked about years ago that we're, these anti-vaxxers, these skeptics.
Okay, well, the funny thing is that there were obviously things that were said during the pandemic that people got wrong. Definitely in the overextension kind of way. Did people just forget that this was a pandemic of a new disease that no one really knew all that much about? Like COVID was a new thing. It was new, okay? And it was spreading fucking everywhere really quickly. People were worried, and the problem is that if you're in the medical sphere, would you not rather be overly cautious than complacent? It's just so weird that we're talking about this thing, that this newly discovered, this new virus, this global pandemic, and scientists are figuring out a vaccine, how to stop or lower the spread. All whilst we also have to give public fucking advice to people as well. So yeah, obviously you'd rather err on the side of caution, and it's probably a good thing that they did, because again, this is something that people were learning about and getting better evidence and doing better research on as it was happening. So the idea that people were wrong to begin with, no shit, they were wrong, bro. Same in the early days of when people first started using the scientific method. They got things wrong all the time. Medicine used to be a lot worse than it is now. Just because doctors were wrong in the past when they gave you leeches doesn't mean that the method of medicine should be discounted forever.
These really bad people and that we're villains. Well, not only are we not villains, we're speaking the truth, and we were censored on it. So I would kind of like your thoughts on that, about all of the information I said.
I view someone as an anti-vaxxer that knows the data exists as it is, and then spreads things that are not true or stretches the truth in a way to make things valuable for them. The people that I have seen being anti-vaxxers, I think that they're being villains by spreading that misinformation because they're leading people to make bad decisions about their health.
Misinformation.
So, to correct me if I'm wrong, you're villainizing people for exercising their First Amendment right in the Constitution of free speech?
No, I think that when you're starting to say things that impact other people's decisions, I view it negatively through a negative lens, knowing what I know about vaccines.
So then could we also flip the narrative and say that they were harming people in the information that they were giving out?
No, the people...
Well, no, how did the people wearing masks to go to the shop, how did that cause harm? Didn't that cause less harm than what, at the time, with what we knew at the time, the alternative was a fuck ton more people getting ill?
People that took the COVID vaccine had a lower death rate significantly. In fact, when we were working in the hospitals, those, especially early on, those who were most sick and who were sick by larger numbers were people who weren't vaccinated.
I think a lot of people in here, including myself, have a huge distrust, of course, in the United States government and in the mainstream media, as well as in the science.
What led to your distrust?
Well, the fact that they got it wrong. We can't villainize people or call them villains just because they disagree. When they disagree, they can be talking with facts, things of substance that are true, as many people here have said today. It's not coming from a state of emotion. The death rate of COVID, I know it fluctuated on the time frame, but it was under 1%. From December to January of 2022, the CDC has the numbers on it. It was less than 0.5%, less than 0.1%. It was 0.06%. People were dying of it. Now, don't get me wrong, that's terrible, but with all of the information we know now, you know, how can we still villainize people that are anti-vax?
Wait, why did the death rate decrease? Okay.
Completely due to how much that the government and Big Pharma got this
I'll answer that
wrong.
question with one simple sentence based on something you just said.
Okay.
About 100+ million lives have been saved by vaccines.
From the Lancet, yes.
From the Lancet. And you agree with that stat, approximately?
I agree with the Lancet's findings, yes.
And yet you have anti-vaxxer like RFK Jr. saying statements like there's no such thing as a safe vaccine. That's a villain.
Yeah, so I don't think he's a villain because he thinks that there's
How
no
do
such
you not
thing
think
as
someone's a
safe
villain
vaccine.
when vaccines, you just said, saved over 100 million lives, and this person's encouraging people to not take those vaccines?
Yeah, so I think that was a little bit out of context, right? When he's saying people to not take the vaccines, once again, he's giving his opinion off the information that he knows to be true.
Oh,
You can't
so he
villainize
does understand it. He does understand it. Okay, so really, he does understand the concept of using the information that you currently have at the time to make a judgment. Say like masks or social distancing. Okay, fuck this fucking moron. God.
Someone for disagreeing with us,
Okay,
right?
pause. Turn to your seat.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, choose the veteran. The final boss.
Oh, so many choices.
He's not gonna. He can't pick the fucking mommy milkers because that's too obvious, isn't it? Bro, I'd be picking the mommy milkers. I'd be like, mate, you really just fed your fucking titties to a 7-year-old? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? What?
How about my local northern New Jersey friend? Seems like you have a very personal story that has impacted you. You're in the area where I practice healthcare, and it seems like you're very well read up on facts and are ready to challenge me, which I love.
So my claim is, just as you may have said, there really is no safe vaccine.
I think it largely depends on what your definition of safe is. When you're outdoors, there's a chance you would get hit by lightning.
There's no
But
safe
if you're in a
car.
field by yourself, I consider that to be a safe place. Does that mean it's without risk? No, there's bacteria in the ground. There's lightning above. There's also all sorts of risks. But I think when you weigh the risk versus benefit, to say that means you're largely ignoring data that shows that vaccines are largely safe.
So I think we have a differentiation.
There's no safe air raid shelter because some air raid shelters had a direct hit from a heavy bomb and everyone died.
Or a difference of opinion on the actual data when we spoke about VAERS and those adverse reactions. If anybody ever goes to look at that, pulling that data and putting it into something that's actually able to be viewed and parsed out by your average patient or your lowest common denominator patient, it's next to impossible.
Well, that's not what it's for. It's for the researchers to find patterns, because one thing happening to one individual, even across thousands of patients, does not necessarily mean that there's a causative pattern. I have a question for you. What do you consider a safe activity?
I don't think I could come up with a completely safe activity. And I think safety would be, complete safety is not life.
I agree.
Well,
Okay, so what's safer? Being in a plane or being in a fucking tank full of sharks? Like, obviously we can talk about what's safe and what's not safe. What's safe? Being in a car with a seatbelt that's going at the speed limit, or being in a car with no seatbelt that's going twice the speed limit?
I think we can put it on balance, right?
Yeah.
So speaking
Oh, he
in
does
the
understand. So why is he saying there's no such thing as a safe vaccine? As if that means anything. It means fucking nothing. Okay, well, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
Absolutes. What's completely safe? It doesn't exist. So we're arguing over something or debating or conversing over something that is really not an intellectually honest dialogue.
Fair.
So when you look at vaccines and you have to put on balance, where's the risk, where's the benefit? Well, I draw it back to where my children were.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd push back a little bit on your claim where you said that the reason that there were no pediatric deaths is because we vaccinated. That sequence is a little bit out of line from my standpoint. There was no risk, yet we vaccinated anyway. And then when we vaccinated, then came the deaths, or the adverse reactions, or the ones we've yet to see: thrombosis, menstrual problems, fertility problems, especially for girls, women, thrombosis.
You've heard of myocarditis in young males post-vaccine?
Pericarditis.
It's worse when you
We're
get
not
COVID.
hiding that. We believe that it happens. But at the same time, you need to look at the natural incidence of myocarditis, meaning like what is the rate that it happens to an average person,
not the
irrespective of
natural
what
incidence.
condition they have. And then you have to go one step further and compare it to what is the other side of that coin, which is getting COVID-19 without the vaccine, and what the risk of developing myocarditis after that will be. And there are times where scientists sometimes to win an argument are going to be like, oh, you'll never get myocarditis if you get the vaccine because you're not getting COVID-19. The vaccine doesn't prevent it 100% of the time. We have to be honest in that. But when we compare the rates of getting myocarditis with the vaccine or getting myocarditis from COVID-19, it's much higher in COVID-19 than it is with the vaccine.
So my position would be mortality, right? It's quality of life, quantity of life.
Sure.
If the mortality for a child was 0, and we give them a vaccine that has known risks, doesn't that give you pause?
So when we look at side effects of conditions or vaccines, we don't just look at mortality, we look at morbidity. So for example, with measles, the mortality might not have been in the hundreds of thousands, but the amount of children hospitalized, the amount of children that got immensely sick leading to losing their hearing with certain conditions, that was higher. So it's not just about mortality, it's also about morbidity.
So, but if you look at the numbers, the totality of, you look at your N+1 patient, which is the one where you give vaccines, that's where that one patient gains benefit over detriment. That didn't exist in children with no other comorbidities.
He's not going to talk about children spreading the virus? Is this just like a bad argument? I feel like it's the most obvious one. Am I missing something? Why is that doing it?
Example to you is a perfectly healthy child, no comorbidities, no diabetes, no obesity, no kidney, a perfectly healthy child, and then giving them a vaccine that has risk over and above benefit. I'll let you know, when I was a younger man, I was a smoker. Smokers are more prone to get lung cancer. You certainly wouldn't administer, as a responsible physician, you wouldn't administer me chemotherapy just because I smoked.
Correct. But I would encourage you to stop smoking as a
I
means
did.
of prevention.
I did, but I certainly wouldn't take chemo if I smoked.
Yeah,
Is the
for sure.
vaccine the equivalent of fucking chemo? Okay. All right.
There's an exposure. Children were
Well, the
recovering.
risk of chemo is much higher if you don't need it than is vaccine, which is why I said earlier in this conversation that vaccines carry a much higher bar.
I love it. Like they're all just like, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know about the risks of the vaccine that outweigh chemotherapy. Okay, dude. Okay.
Than a pharmaceutical, because vaccines are given to healthy people. In your specific example, because this is hyper-specific, and I don't like necessarily using a hyper-specific example to create a rule or to make that the norm, because there are so many other childhood vaccinations that are at threat with the current potential of RFK Jr. coming in. So that's the concern for me. In your situation, the reason your child ended up getting the vaccine was because one of her parents wanted to get the vaccine, correct?
Correct.
If your wife was totally against it or her mother was totally against it, would she have gotten the vaccine?
I can't really say because it's a hypothetical that hadn't happened, but I presented all the reasoned evidence of what actually threatens a child over and above. We were talking single digits. And then to vaccinate blanketly a subset of our population that could potentially put them at risk, where the cure or supposed cure or preventative measure is worse than the disease.
Knowing what we know now, your statements are different than what we knew then. The situation that was going on in hospitals then is not the situation that's going on now. If your case was brought up in a court now, it would be a very different situation. And again, we're saying the court mandated it, and at the end they may have, but it wasn't against parents' will. It was against one of the parents' will, and one of the parents wanted it. So it's a very difficult decision with a lot of nuance that then takes the conversation away from whether vaccines are in general helpful and are safe to was it fair that a single vaccine was given to a single person based on this very complex, nuanced case. Do you agree?
I feel there's countless children that didn't have a voice piece like myself to present clear, unadulterated data. And in my case, the court leaned toward a pediatrician who was looking at data that now we know is bad, and we knew it was bad at that time.
So
the trends may change.
Do you think that pediatrician had some sort of motive to harm your child?
Follow the money.
So elaborate on that.
So money is involved. A
This
pharmaceutical rep
billionaire pediatrician. Okay.
comes into your office. Why do they need to send a sales rep to sell you something that is inherently good?
The reason why pharmaceutical reps exist is a problematic history because there was a lot of corruption that happened with it. Now there's a lot of laws in place that prevent pharmaceutical reps from giving anything of value to physicians. So for example, I have never been compensated by a vaccine company to give vaccines. In fact, I'm going to take this one step further, and I don't say this publicly. I volunteer 2 to 3 days a week in the hospital. I don't get paid to be a doctor, nor do I take money to give vaccines to children. I do it because I'm passionate and I don't want to see children get sick with a vaccine preventable illness. And the fact that that pediatrician recommended that for your child, I'm sure they were trying to do what was best for your child that they believed to be true based on the evidence that was presented to them. Will that always be right? Unfortunately not, because we don't have a crystal ball. But I promise you, the people that are working behind the scenes, the doctors, the nurses, we're trying our best. And I know this situation was really unfair, the way that it played out with perhaps your wife wanted one thing, you wanted another thing. That's not what we want for our patients. We want to prevent children from getting sick. We don't want to see a resurgence of measles. We don't want to see a resurgence of polio. We don't want paralyzed children. I promise you that. And I see it every day in my hospital.
I'll take you at your word, doctor.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, and talking to Tom, I think it's an interesting case because it provides a lot of challenges, both from a philosophical and medical legal perspective. And I'm actually very glad that Tom was open to the fact that The information provided to him by me today was honest, was transparent, that he saw it as that. But again, I think it's very difficult to take that situation and then extrapolate it to childhood vaccinations as a whole.
I would credit Dr. Mike. I think he did a great job. Number one, I think it's courageous. I think his reasoning and his logic
That
was
definitely took a lot of patience. I would be fucking molding at these people. Oh well, different styles, I guess.
valid. And he really, he changed my mind on a couple of things.
I believe Dr. Mike was really feeling a lot of what I said. It seems like it really hit a point with him, and
Wow.
I'm glad because I really care about people, and I could see that he does too. It's just that he's been miseducated by this system that's profit over people.
There were a few people who
Yeah,
really...
see, I couldn't handle someone saying that to me. Like, I think this guy's got a good heart and all that, but he's just miseducated. Bro, I'm just thinking what would happen if I was on Jubilee doing this. Like, what the after fucking talks would be. Oh god, they'd be so mad.
He believed that nature was the way.
God has already given us the natural remedies through foods, through like apricot seeds that heal cancer, and they want to silence us for that.
I have to say that nature is absolutely violent. Nature created bacteria, nature created viruses. Nature also gave us an immune system and the ability to create vaccines and treatment for those issues.
They're trying to kill us with the vaccine. Like
Oh,
they're trying
yeah.
to depopulate the world.
My goal in being here today is explaining the exact need as to how we've been able to eradicate smallpox, polio. And my hope is today that you can
shit.
watch this video and see that vaccines work and save lives.
Man. Dr. Mike visits the fucking psych ward. Shit. Man, they actually left the craziest comments until the very end. We had to wait the entire video to get that one of depopulation. Apparently he commented on this appearance. I guess it's probably, okay, like it's probably him talking about how he wanted to be empathetic and reach over the other side with understanding and making people feel heard rather than feel talked down to, right? Something like that. Just that, start to finish. I don't need to watch that. Fuck. The Trump tariff fallout is worse than we previously thought. No way, dude. You're having a laugh. Everything here is needed. Okay, great. Oh, level 41. We're chugging, boys. Absolutely chugging it. Give me that. All right, tariffs. I love tariff news.
This morning from a key group of the world's 38 most wealthy. A new report out this morning from a key group of the world's 38 most wealthy nations sharply downgraded its current year growth forecast for the United States, going from a forecast for 2025 of 2.2% growth projected to now just 1.6% growth in March. The group adding further dismal projections for the future. And they expect
so this
the
is
global
on top of the IMF have already done a cut for the United States that was similar, right? Like bigger than most countries. Yeah. So that's the IMF followed up by this is the OECD now. The IMF said something similar like a month ago. RIP.
economy to slow markedly both this year and next. A big part of what decides that, the currently stalled trade talks between the United States and China. Those negotiations are a huge focus as well for one industry in particular, footwear, calling tariffs an existential crisis and trying to hold on to hope from recent comments made by President Trump like this.
We're not looking to make sneakers and T-shirts. We want to make military equipment. We want to make big things. We want to do the AI
big
thing
things,
with the
big beautiful
computers
things.
and the many elements. But the textile,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not looking to make T-shirts, to be honest. I'm not looking to make socks. We can do that very well at other locations.
Joining me right now is Matt Priest. He's a president and CEO
why
of
did
the
you? Oh, what is that? Why you tariffed fucking Bangladesh then, right? Is that why you? Oh yeah, all those Bangladeshi fucking weapons factories that need to come back home to the United States. God, he's so stupid.
Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America, a leading footwear trade group that represents dozens of companies like Nike and Crocs. Thanks for being here. We've kind of been checking in with you throughout, from before all the tariffs were imposed to all throughout this very long and not yet there journey. You sent a letter to the administration about those remarks, applauding hearing that the president isn't interested in maybe pushing you to try to manufacture, companies to manufacture in the United States right now, and asking for an exemption for the footwear industry from the reciprocal tariffs. Have you heard anything back?
We've not heard anything back, Kate, but this started a process back in January where we asked the president to exempt us. We've been concerned about these tariffs. We pay billions of dollars in tariffs anyway, right? We have for 100 years. So for us, we wanted to encourage the president as he made that statement that yes, the policy should actually line up with the
Feli, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that.
rhetoric. Stop tariffing and taxing Americans on shoes and socks and T-shirts, as the president said, and focus more on those strategic industries.
Look, I mean, the fact of the matter is, tariff rates have not changed, right? They're still on. They're still hitting the industry and going to hit the industry. What happens if you do not get the exemption? What happens in the industry?
Costs will go up. This is an inevitable fact. In fact, we're here this week at a big market week in New York. We have this every 4 times a year. All the conversations, Kate, are around what are we going to do for costing for products sold in 2026? And no one knows. None of our brands or retailers know how they're going to be able to price goods in this environment when you're not sure what the tariff or the tax at the border is going to be.
Is the uncertainty...
Flamorous, thanks for tier 2 sub for 21 months now. Wow, thank you so much. It's been a journey. 21 months, eh? That's a long-lasting stream. That might be one of my longest subs on this channel.
Worse, or is the tariff rate worse?
The uncertainty is typically worse. Now, when you're at 145, 154% tariff, which we saw just a few weeks ago, that's an embargo. So that's obviously terrible.
Yeah.
But if you're just not knowing where the tariff rate is going to land between 30%, 15%, 10%, then that uncertainty makes it very difficult to understand how to cost those goods.
Have prices gone up?
No, prices have not gone up right now. In fact, we're in this era where they're pretty muted. And that's our big concern, is because even with prices not up at this moment, because the tariffs haven't had a full impact on the cost of goods, our consumers have pulled back. And so we see declining sales. So our concern is that as prices go up, that's going to tamp down on consumer demand. And so what's going to happen when those prices do go up, particularly at back to school and holiday?
So that becomes a big question, right? Yeah. I mean, let's ask this in kind of like in 2 buckets. What this means for American business, American footwear companies, and what this means for the American consumer. If nothing changes, and that's the only thing you can work with when it comes to reciprocal tariffs, what is that going to mean for anyone who is out there shopping? In the letter you mentioned that I would read that the average American spending on average $30 to $50 when they're in buying shoes. Yeah. What is that going to mean for people when they're doing back to school shopping?
It's going to be higher costs, of course. And the bigger concern, Kate, is this is on everything. So even if we think that we are recession proof as an industry, we know that because costs and tariffs have gone up on every single consumer good sold in this country, the discretionary income, right, the stretch of the dollar for the American consumer is going to start to shrink back, and so that's going to...
What's the estimate that you're hearing from companies, from Nike to Crocs to, I mean, you represent all the big names in the industry. If things don't change, what is it going to go up by? I mean, I just had the CEO of Elf Beauty Cosmetics on last week, and they are planning on raising their products, each product by $1 starting August 1. What are you hearing? How much are companies saying they fear they're going to have to raise prices by?
Yeah, so every company's different. They're all in a different part of our market, but in a general sense, we're looking 15 to 20% to cover. And so you multiply that across Elf products, footwear, toys, etc. That's going to have a compounding effect on the consumer.
You mentioned that you'd also said that this is an existential crisis for American footwear companies. How many companies are you hearing from that this could put them out of business?
A lot. And what the viewers need to understand, Kate, is that even if you're buying product at a big box retailer that you see as publicly traded and you think they're worth billions of dollars, a lot of the suppliers and vendors that sell into those markets, that sell brands that people know and love, or small family-owned businesses.
Why can't the companies eat the tariff like Donald Trump says you should be able to?
Because the margins are 2, 3, 4%
Eat 'em up.
at best. And so we have one company, New York-based, third generation.
Force them to eat it, like that kid with his mom's breast milk. Oh no. This quest is maybe a bit difficult. Who knows?
$1 million worth of goods every single month. Their duty bill used to be $60,000. It's now $360,000 a month.
That's mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing. It puts it into perspective what the impact could be.
Matt, it's good to have you here. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Please let us know what you hear back. I'm sure we will also hear it from Donald Trump's social media if you hear back from the administration on this. Thank you. President Trump's new...
And Cello, thanks for the $9.99. I hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, for sure. Oh. Ah. Fucking hell. Okay. I'm a bit scared of this quest. It seems like it might be a bit intimidating. Can I take 2 of these 44s at once? Yeah. Fine.
Ramped up tariffs on steel imports are set to take effect tomorrow, and the president is vowing to double the tariff in an effort to revitalize U.S. manufacturing. The decision sent steel stocks sharply higher to start the week, but there's more. CNN's Matt Egan tracking this one for us. What is the steel industry saying about this?
Okay, the steel industry is loving it, right? Because the president is essentially tripling down on using his favorite weapon, tariffs, to revive the Rust Belt. So we did see steel stocks skyrocket yesterday. We saw a 10% gain for Nucor, 10% gain for Steel Dynamics. Cleveland-Cliffs, 23% increase yesterday alone. That was the biggest one-day increase for that stock in almost a decade. And just to remind you of where we are on steel tariffs, because it's a little confusing, the president did put a 25% tariff on steel in February, and then on Friday he vowed to double it to 50% starting tomorrow. And look, he's got a point here. The steel industry is certainly in decline, right? Production is down massively. Employment is down dramatically from where it was. This has really been very painful for a lot of communities. And look at U.S. Steel. It used to be the most valuable company on the planet. Now it's kind of a struggling afterthought in this modern economy. And analysts do say that 50% steel tariffs, if they stick, which is a big if, but if they did, that could encourage more steel production in the United States. But here's the problem. It's also expected to increase prices of steel. And the ironic part here is that there's more people who work at companies that use steel as an input than who actually work in the steel industry itself. Obviously, autos is the big example here, right? And we saw auto stocks fall yesterday because they use steel, and now their input costs are going to go higher. Former Obama economic official Larry Summers and Clinton Treasury Secretary, he's warning that these steel tariffs will backfire. Take a listen to what he said yesterday.
Net effect of this is going to be to destroy manufacturing jobs. The net effect of this is going to be to push up consumer prices, to make, for example, our automobile industry less competitive than it would otherwise be. This is ready, fire, aim kind of policy. It doesn't follow from any kind of coherent economic logic.
And given how volatile the tariff strategy has been, Summers also said he thinks it's extremely unlikely that this is really going to persuade companies to move production back to the United States. And we don't need to look back that far in history to see how this can go. Back in 2018, the president did put steel tariffs in place. And research does show that steel employment did go up, but only slightly, by 1,000. And look at this, manufacturing jobs at companies that use steel went down by 75,000. That's telling.
That's a graphic. That's something to pay attention to.
Right, and we don't know how it's going to work this time, Kate. But
we also don't know if they're going to stay in place. I mean, the uncertainty of it all.
For more than a few hours, we don't really know. Right, but history does show that this can be a risky strategy.
Risky, I would say so. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Stone Shield Potion. Okay, wow, well done. What's happening with Trump Musk today? It's not over, is it? Looks like Elon's businesses are going to, they're in trouble now because he alienated everyone who is anti-Trump by siding with Trump, and now he's alienated Trump, who was the only person who was trying to draw attention to his businesses. So fuck. Elon Musk kind of wrecked himself there. Rip. Skill issue.
Breaking up is hard to do. It's been just over 24 hours since the President Trump-Elon Musk friendship and alliance disintegrated into a ball of dust. And now the two men appear to be going through different stages of grief for President Trump. The stage seems to be acceptance. Today he told CNN's Dana Bash in a phone call, quote, "I'm not even thinking about Elon. He's got a problem. The poor guy's got a problem." Unquote.
He's got TDS.
And indeed, so far, at least, we have not seen another Trump remark or post on social media about Elon Musk. When Dana asked Trump, pardon me, when Dana asked Trump about reports that he was going to have a phone call with Elon Musk, Trump said, quote, "No, I won't be speaking to him for a while, I guess, but I wish him well," unquote. Dana said the president did not sound angry. He sounded resigned. And here's another breakup hallmark. An official tells CNN that the president plans to get rid of that red...
they need a jubilee of Elon supporters versus Trump supporters. Please, please. I won't even copyright the idea. Why are two people dead here? What the fuck? Is this a dangerous place? Should I be here? Fuck that. Look at this. They're well geared as well. They were high level. Why did they die? You shouldn't AFK here then, because you'll die. Okay, good. Thank you. Good knowledge. Big knowledge.
Tesla that he purchased from Elon Musk in March. He's going to sell it or maybe even give it away. As for Elon Musk, figuring out where he's at in the process of grief, well, that seems more complicated. Last night, he appeared to be in the bargaining stage. He replied to a random user on his X or Twitter platform who said,
"Why is it glitching?
This is a shame, this back and forth. You are both better than this. Cool off and take a step back for a couple days." To which Musk said, "Good advice. Okay, we won't decommission Dragon." That's a reference to his SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that yesterday Musk threatened to take away after Trump threatened to end Musk's lucrative government contracts. Let's go now to CNN's political director and Washington bureau chief, David Chalian. Let's take a step back here, David. The richest man in the world is now claiming it was only with his help, his hundreds of millions of dollars, that Trump was able to win last November. That's a shocking thing for him to say. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But it certainly doesn't say anything good about either the role of money in politics or what Bernie Sanders might call the role of oligarchs.
Right. It seems to suggest, right, that Musk is leaning into his ability to influence and purchase election results here, which, by the way, he has a mixed record on. Now, you are right. He spent north of $290 million in 2024 in support of Trump, the single largest individual contributor on the Republican side of politics. But just more recently, Jake, he spent $23 million to try and win a Supreme Court race in Wisconsin and failed pretty miserably at that. So I guess, yes, it says something about money in politics. What I think is clear from them today is that they both kind of, I would say, step back from the brink, but they already went over the cliff there or whatever. So I would say clearly neither side saw advantage today in actually escalating or keeping up that frenetic pace of attacks that we saw yesterday.
The feud also could be consequential for Trump's legislative agenda, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which obviously extends the Trump tax cuts and includes some spending cuts, especially when it comes to Medicaid. It also adds trillions to the national debt, which is what Musk is objecting to, how it doesn't rein in spending enough. What sort of impact might Musk's opposition to this legislation have, do you think?
Jake, we don't see any sort of votes moving because of that right now. The impact that it's having right now is it's complicating Mike Johnson and John Thune's, the Republican leaders in the House and the Senate, their ability to move this smoothly to a landing. But we don't know of anyone that has said, hey, now that Musk is really on board with fighting against how much money is being spent in this bill or how much it adds to deficits and debts, I'm no longer on board with it. We do find some people who are already aligned aligned with that argument, using Musk's sort of spotlight right now on the issue as a way to bolster their argument. But I'm not sure it changes the course of where this bill is likely going, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. Let's bring in our panel now. David Urban, source tells us that President Trump told Vice President Vance to be diplomatic, to speak diplomatically about Elon Musk. Trump seems to be laying uncharacteristically low, almost eerily quiet when you think of the bomb that Musk dropped yesterday on social media saying that Trump is on the Jeffrey Epstein list, which we have no evidence is true. What do you think's going on here? Do you think he just wants to kind of like ignore this and just so he can focus on getting the legislation passed?
Yeah, Jake, I think a couple things. One, I don't think Trump wants to deal with this. You're exactly correct. I think President Trump is focused on getting the big, beautiful bill done. There's lots in there that he campaigned on the border, on tax cuts. So many things are hanging in the balance here. Doesn't want to be distracted by what is this incredible sideshow that has become, that is started with Elon Musk. Jake, you asked David Chalian if Elon was responsible for his victory. I had a little bit to do with some of these races in 16 and 20 and 24. I can tell you only one person wins or loses these races. It's Donald Trump. And if you think money has that big a deal, has that much to do with it, ask why we don't have a President Michael Bloomberg who spent $500 million in the primary and won, to Kevin Sheeky's chagrin, I think, one delegate. And so, Musk has a lot of huffing and puffing. I think Trump is focused on getting the bill done. I think that I've talked to a couple of Republican senators this afternoon. I think they're focused on it as well. And they're going to get a bill done. The question is it 4th of July or is it right before August recess, in my mind?
Amisha, what do you think?
Well, I think that was a great summation. Nobody in the Senate is moved by what's going on between the Elon Musk and Donald Trump divorce. Donald Trump is taking a page out of his own book, like stay the course, stick to what matters. At the end of the day, he ran on the ideals of what's in this bill. He went out and campaigned on it. He's talked about it. He knocked on doors himself when it came to House members to get them to vote for it. And he doesn't want to see it blow up in smoke. I think that the Elon Musk breakup was something that many of us knew was going to happen, maybe not in this epic fashion, but the president wins nothing by going into that level of a fight with Elon Musk. I think that for him, it is trying to get this by this July 4th deadline, trying to, make sure that the Senate doesn't tear it up more than what he would expect. He knows it's not going to look the same as the one that passed through the House, but he definitely doesn't want it to be dismantled too much. And for Democrats, I think that, they're living high off of the messaging of Elon Musk right now. But again, nobody's votes are essentially changing. Elon Musk being against this bill is the same Elon Musk who was honestly against a lot of the budget to begin with. But we all know that it's because he didn't get the pet projects that he wanted out of it. This is somebody who is bruised. This is somebody who feels as though he bought his way into the White House, bought his way into a certain level of influence with the most influential and most powerful person in the world. And he's upset that he didn't get his way. This is like taking a toy away from a kid. He's throwing a tantrum, and Donald Trump is reeling himself in by maintaining and pushing forward with what matters to him. And that's making sure that his big, beautiful bill gets passed and that, he's not distracted by what Elon Musk is out here doing.
Amisha, let's turn to a separate subject. Hold on one second, David. The Trump administration is apparently preparing to cancel.
Dickers raid. Oh, really? Cool. Hey, Dickers. Chat. If so, we're just watching Trump and the big, beautiful bill. He's staying focused on the job. And Elon Musk is soying in the background. That's quite funny. Yeah, I think Elon is kind of learning the hard way that actually money, it can get you, it helps, obviously, it's very important, but it doesn't just buy politics like one-to-one. I think Bloomberg showed that, and now, for sure, Elon is showing that too. Oh, really? I don't get points for this. Cringe!
A huge chunk of federal funding for the state of California, multiple sources tell CNN. One source says a whistleblower told Congress that all research grants to the state of California are going to be canceled. What's your reaction?
This is more Donald Trump's war on intellectualism. This is more his war on colleges and universities. We've seen it with Harvard. We've seen it with Columbia. We've seen it with colleges and universities across the board. This is also a war that he is waging against Gavin Newsom, somebody who he has no real relationship with, someone who he doesn't want to see run in 28, and someone and a state that he has a very huge problem with. We remember on the campaign trail, he castigated California day in and day out. When it comes to research grants and when it comes to research funding, this president has stood by being anti-science. He has stood by being anti-research. That's something that not only he ran on, but it's something that he presented during his first time in office. This is a continuation of his cancellation of grants through the Department of Education, his dismantling of the Department of Education, and his dismantling of the efforts in putting America first when it comes to science. That's what he really wants to do. And I think that it's very dangerous because when America doesn't fill that void, China will.
David?
Yeah, so I agree with about 90% of what she says. I don't think Trump's anti-science or anti-anything. I think he's anti-woke. He's trying to reshift that. And back to the big, beautiful bill, Jake, just real quickly. Elon Musk hasn't changed one senator. The only person I've heard express that they're going to vote against the bill is actually Rand Paul. Everyone else says, they have reservations. They're holding their cards close to their chest. But there's only one person as a no vote to date. And so we still have, this bill's still going to pass as it stands. And I like its chances. I just think, again,
damn, so Elon Musk didn't shift anyone on the great big beautiful bill. Oh no. That's very unfortunate. That's very sad.
We're going to be looking towards more of an August timeframe. And Jake, earlier you talked about Medicaid cuts. I'm not really sure that's exactly correct. Medicaid isn't being cut. The growth is just being slowed. So it's increasing 3% versus 5%. Only in the federal government is a 3% increase a cut.
Well, that's underwhelming, isn't it? I thought Elon would have taken... No, I didn't think at all, actually. Elon does not seem like the kind of guy who is going to build up loyalists, right? At least not within the Republican Party. Oh! Bro, no one's joining that shit, okay? That's not a movement. There's no movement behind the, Better luck next time, Eon. Better luck next time, buddy.
Yes!
Okay. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The guy who had some tattoos on his hands that Trump believed was a sign that he was from MS-13 and got sent to a fucking slave camp is back in America after the Supreme Court said 9-0 that it was a bad decision, that they shouldn't have done it. It was the wrong decision to deport him. We'll see. He's going to stand trial, I guess, but we'll see.
Two charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They also said that he had landed today. Today back in the United States from El Salvador. We, of course, still have Kristen Holmes at the White House, Priscilla Alvarez also here in Washington, Elliot Williams, CNN legal analyst, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Priscilla, let me start with you just because this has been something that you've been following so closely. Can you walk us through what we learned here? There was apparently a grand jury impaneled to investigate this indictment.
Yes.
Came down on May 21st, according to the Attorney General. What's next?
Well, this was a traffic stop, in Tennessee, that the Department of Homeland Security had released footage.
Bro, look at my weapons. It's such a fucking clash. It's like a Heaven's Hammer, Heaven's Light, and a Mugga Hurt. Muggo Hurt. Look at it. It's a fucking mug. Okay. Georgia, thanks for tearing us up.
While his court hearing was ongoing, but it was the most that we knew was that he had a brush with law enforcement and the footage of those police. And now, as you heard there from the Attorney General, they had pursued that further. That ended with that grand jury indictment in late May. But I think what's key here, Casey, is the way in which they framed almost the entire set of circumstances here. Before indictment and after indictment. To remind viewers as to the before here, this was a case that began in March. This was Kilmar Abrego Garcia was on one of the flights that was sent to El Salvador by the Trump administration. He had been accused of being a member of MS-13. However, he had been under withholding of removal, meaning he could not be deported to El Salvador. And it was the first time in this case that the administration had conceded that there was an error, that he accidentally had landed on that flight manifest. And it is what was the center of this very fraught legal battle between the federal judge and the Trump administration, as they have found that the Trump administration was stonewalling the federal judge at almost every turn and digging in their heels by saying he was not going to be returned to the United States. If you also remember, Casey, there was that meeting between President Trump and the Salvadoran president in the Oval Office where this exact issue came up, and both of them maintained at that time that he was not going to be returned, and the Salvadoran president at one point saying that he would essentially have to smuggle him back in. But what we learned here from the Attorney General...
Feel like Goblin, thanks for the £5. Like the stream, guys, doesn't cost you anything. Loner Fiend, true. It doesn't cost you anything. Why would you not like the stream? Disgusting. Ooh.
Is that this arrest warrant was presented to El Salvador, and it's changed the circumstances to what now gets us to the after indictment. So the way that they are discussing this now is that if he is prosecuted, he'll go to prison in the United States and then be deported. And he could be deported back to El Salvador because this will likely serve as the basis to remove that withholding of removal, to remove any status that allowed him to stay in the United States before, to then take him back to El Salvador. So clearly there's still going to be questions here as to what this looks like moving forward for him. But still an extraordinary development after weeks, both publicly and in the court, the Trump administration saying he was not going to be returned to the United States.
So, Kristen Holmes, I want to talk about the politics of this in just a second. But Elliot Williams, I just want to have your legal perspective on what the administration is claiming here in terms of bringing him back, because they're essentially saying, well, we didn't follow, they didn't follow the order in terms of facilitating the return before this indictment came down. Now they're saying, well, the indictment changes the circumstances. Is that legally correct?
That is, and it's legally correct and it's practically correct. Number one, notice that El Salvador also had far more incentive to send him back to the United States now that he appears to be charged with a crime. Also, the United States is seemingly welcoming him back because he's been charged with a crime. When someone is charged with anything in the United States and is overseas, the country has an incentive to get that person back. Now, that can only be done with the permission or agreement of a foreign government. Now, sometimes that's in the form of an extradition agreement or some process to extradite the person back. Now, we know that the United States and El Salvador have been in near constant contact about this case and others. And so my suspicion is that we knew the charges were coming, or the government knew that the charges were coming. They got in touch with the folks in El Salvador, said that we are going to charge him with a crime here in the United States. Please send him back. And that process tracks with how other cases would happen. You'd get the person back in the country, try them in the United States, put them in jail in the United States, and then at the end of their sentence, then remove them to whichever country they would naturally go back to.
All right, let's bring in CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez has made his way to a camera. He was in that news conference at the Justice Department. And Evan, you asked the Attorney General directly what's changed over the past few months. Can you explain?
Can I go out there? No.
Yeah, look, I mean, we knew that this traffic stop where we've seen the video now of Tennessee state troopers who had stopped him and had questioned him, and there was a chance there for the Homeland Security Department to detain him. Again, the allegation that he was a member of MS-13, that was already known in the system, in the databases. And then, of course, in the last few months, they've been resisting, saying that they were never going to bring him back. So I asked, what changed? And the answer from the Attorney General is that there were new facts that have emerged as part of this investigation. Now, we knew, Casey, that there was an investigation, the first inkling of this, just in the last few weeks when we requested some of this information from Tennessee, and the local authorities said that there was an ongoing investigation, which we verified was actually happening in the Middle District of Tennessee. This is in Nashville. And so that's where this investigation has lived. And so the question, obviously, that will have to be litigated as part of this case is whether these new facts emerged because there was sort of political pressure to bring this case as a way to resolve this situation. It's always been the case, though, that the Bukele government in El Salvador, if Donald Trump called President Bukele and asked him to send him back, almost certainly he would have, right? They have that kind of relationship. But the U.S. government just did not want him to come back. And presenting this case and presenting these charges and connecting him to some very serious allegations is the best way,
This is a real chain pull territory,
for
isn't
this
it?
to be resolved.
Fuck.
And so we'll see how these charges hold up in court. And all of the attending other things that the Attorney General mentioned, which he's not directly charged in, but what they're saying is that he's connected to a group that was involved in all these other cases. That all of that will be fought out in court when this case goes to trial.
So, Kristen Holmes, that kind of lays out the political questions fairly well. I mean, clearly the Trump administration did not want to be seen caving on this. Bringing these charges has provided them with legal cover to have him back in the United States. This happened on May 21st, the indictment. Of course, now we know he's back here as of today. Presumably that's why they're doing it in public. But it is, a Friday afternoon in the summer. The president has left the White House. He didn't say anything about this on his way out. What do you take away from all of this?
Well, I really think Evan hit the nail on the head there. I mean, talking about how they could do this and bring him back without relenting, without giving up the argument that they have continued to make, this is how they ended up doing that. Now, of course, we're going to see how these charges play in court. I mean, one of the things that we've heard from Donald Trump time and time again, in addition to the fact that he said that Garcia would never come back into the United States, we've heard from him and his allies that they painted him as a criminal. They have said that he is engaged in criminal activity, that the U.S. didn't want him back. Now, of course, they are saying we have the evidence to back it up. And you talk about that indictment dropping on May 21st. I think we should also note that Pam Bondi was asked when this investigation started, and she did not answer that. She said it was been an ongoing investigation. So, of course, there are going to be questions here about if this was brought because of the political pressure that was put on the Department of Justice and really on the administration and Donald Trump as a whole, as they have tried to kind of walk this line, particularly when it comes to the courts, where they say that they value the Supreme Court, that they will always listen to the Supreme Court. Well, the Supreme Court said that they should facilitate the return of Garcia to the United States. They were parsing those words over and over again, trying to say facilitate. Of course, we're trying to facilitate. But as Evan said, I mean, Donald Trump has a relationship with Bukele. He could have called and had told him it was imperative that he bring Garcia home, and he did not do that. Now, Garcia will be back in the United States, and theoretically they helped facilitate that. But of course, they have these criminal charges here. It also goes to the narrative that they have been repeating and doubling down on, that Garcia is a criminal and that he had charges against him and that there were things in his past that they had not made public yet. Now, of course, we're seeing this, and the big question is, do these hold up in court? And we'll have to watch how this plays out.
All right, Kristen Holmes, Evan Perez, Priscilla Alvarez, Elliot Williams, thank you all for jumping on this story. And our panel is here now to discuss further. CNN political analyst, White House correspondent for the New York Times, Zolan Cano-Youngs. Chuck Todd, host of the Chuck Todd Cast. CNN political commentators Xochitl Hinojosa and Brad Todd both join us as well. Thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to have you. Xochitl, actually, let me start with you because you were a longtime spokesperson for the Department of Justice, and our reporters have raised questions about why this case came to be in the manner that it did. How do you look at it?
Well, I also have these questions, and mainly because charges like this would come out of the U.S. Attorney's Office, and it'd be part of an investigation run by career professionals. Their recommendation would come up to the Deputy Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General would be briefed. Here, to me, what I don't understand is whether or not these charges came about because there was a demand and there was an order from a judge to bring him back, and the Justice Department had to scramble. So did the charges come about because political leadership said that they needed to bring an indictment and said that this needed to happen, or did it come from career professionals in the normal course of doing business at the Justice Department? We've seen over the last few months a number of career professionals have resigned because the Justice Department has pressured career officials to bring charges they didn't want to bring. We saw that in the Eric Adams case. We've seen it in a few other instances. And so you've had mass exodus at the Justice Department. So I think what will be interesting to see is who signed off on it. Were there career attorneys in the Middle District of Tennessee that signed off on these charges? Or was this a political decision from Pam Bondi because Donald Trump ordered her to?
I think the worst thing about it is it just shows how much they really want to test the waters on what they can get away with regards to deporting people. That they're just kind of finding their little middle ground that means they can do it more seamlessly. That's really fucked up. Because this is just, it's the fact that this was something that took this long to happen and it didn't have to happen at all. It shouldn't have happened. And everyone in the Supreme Court, even though the Supreme Court is full of fucking Trump picks, said it was a bad idea. Bruh. I've been kind of curious about this Zohran Mamdani guy because he's in the New York mayoral race. And I know that people are saying quite positive things about him, but obviously like the really extreme people still don't think he's good enough. I'm just kind of curious to see how he's getting on. Because he's been in the news quite a lot. Might be worth watching like an interview, maybe the debate. This is him being interviewed on Fox 5. Okay, so I'm guessing they're going to ask him all the hard-hitting questions. The Fair and Balanced Fox, go.
Candidate Zohran Mamdani, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. So this is... you have been surging in the polls lately. Tell our viewers just a little bit about yourself. You were born in Uganda, but you said you moved here when you were 7 years old. Help explain to our viewers who you are.
Absolutely. So I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa. Moved to New York City when I was 7, grew up in Morningside Heights, went to Bronx Science, and now I represent Astoria and Long Island City in the state assembly. I'm in my 3rd term, and as of a few days ago, we'd been in this race for 6 months, and as you've said, we have searched. In that time, we found that New Yorkers are hungry for a different kind of politics. They're hungry for a politics that puts working people first, and that's what our campaign is doing to win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
Exactly. And you're a democratic socialist, the only democratic socialist running in the race. So what does that mean for you?
Bernie. To me, that means that every New Yorker has what they need to live a dignified life, that it's local government's responsibility to provide that. And I think when you ask New Yorkers in their day-to-day, do they believe in things like public transit, public education, they agree with it. It's just that so...
Mame, that's the $4.99. Bruh, why are you bruhing me? What? Oh, Sophie, thanks for the $2.49. Big, beautiful box. Wow. Wow. Okay. Matthias Hub, thanks for the €2. Get yourself a better GPU. Wow, thanks. I'll see what I can find for that cost. Modest.
Often these kinds of ideas have been caricatured as if they're beyond what people actually want, when in fact it's exactly what they want.
So you have a whole list of priorities, and I'm going to just list a few of them because they're all that could fit on this graphic here. But you want to freeze a rent for rent-stabilized apartments, make buses fast by building priority bus lanes and make buses free, provide free universal child care, create a Department of Community Safety.
What about bendy buses? You know, in the UK, I don't think you have them in America. I don't know if they're in America, but we have them in the UK, the bendy buses. They bend. And if you stand in the bendy bit in the middle, it kind of feels like the bus is about to fall to pieces.
Safety and build a network of city-owned grocery stores. So we're going to pull a few of those out here and talk about them. So first, for the free childcare for every New Yorker aged 6 weeks to 5 years. That sounds great, but who's going to pay for it?
So we've actually put out a platform that outlines exactly how we'd pay for not only that part of the agenda, but the entire agenda. We would raise $10 billion a year in 2 key ways. The first is raising taxes on the most profitable corporations in New York State to that of the level of New Jersey. New Jersey has a corporate tax rate of 11.5%. In New York, we're at 7.25%. If we match that, that's $5 billion. Then raising income taxes on the top 1% of New York City earners. New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more by just a flat 2% increase. This is a rounding error for New Yorkers who make that much money, but for the entire city, including those same New Yorkers, this would be transformative. And the final $1 billion from that 9 to make it 10 is by actually bringing good government back to City Hall. Procurement reform, hiring fiscal auditors, and ensuring that we're collecting the money that we're owed. Because what we see is when you want to fight for working people, people say you can't afford it, but actually the solutions are right here in front of us.
If you tax corporations and people the 1%, how do you ensure that they don't leave New York?
So when I first came into the state assembly, this is what I was hearing as well, as we were fighting to raise revenue to fund our city's schools. And we had a governor then, Andrew Cuomo, who didn't want to raise any revenue, who wanted to leave our schools in the state that they were. But here's the truth about corporate tax law. It applies to any corporation that does business in New York, not that's headquartered in New York. So if that corporation moves, they're still subject to the same tax laws. And ultimately, our economy is so strong, $1.3 trillion, that no one is going to cease doing business. And then in that same year when I came into the assembly, we overcame Andrew Cuomo's objections to tax his donors and raised about $4 billion a year to fund our schools. And what we saw is that there was no exodus of millionaires. We actually have more millionaires today than we did then. What we did see, though, is an exodus of working class New Yorkers who couldn't afford housing, childcare, groceries. And what this would do is take $25,000 a year off the backs of working parents who are currently having to pay more to put their 2-year-old into childcare than they would to send their 18-year-old to CUNY. That's just unacceptable. And we've seen that in Quebec when they did this, they saw a 10-to-1 return on their economic.
Bendy buses are called articulated buses, so they do exist in America. I've never seen one in the United States. But I believe you.
Investment.
You also want to create a Department of Community Safety, and it would have a budget of roughly $1 billion, consist of mental health teams that respond to 911 calls, and have outreach teams at 100 subway stations. So first, which of these 911 calls would these mental health teams respond to?
The ones that are clearly New Yorkers calling in need of an intervention in a mental health crisis. I'll give you one example. I sat with the family of Win Rosario, a young New Yorker who was in the throes of a mental health crisis, called 911 himself to ask for assistance. 2 police officers were sent who had been trained in mental health response, and they killed him within 3 minutes. That is something that does not serve anyone in that situation. He is someone his family is still grieving, and it doesn't leave our city safer. And what we've seen is that across the country, there have been these very approaches that have been successful, whether we're talking about in Eugene or Olympia or Denver. This approach that we're speaking about is evidence-backed. And that's what New Yorkers deserve. They deserve outcomes. They deserve to actually have the safety they've been promised, but they haven't been delivered. And at the core of this is when we ask New Yorkers, where do you feel least safe? They often say the subway system. And that's why we've said we're going to have teams of dedicated outreach workers at the 100 subway stations with the highest levels of homelessness and mental health crises to intervene and provide assistance in the moments when New Yorkers need it most.
You know, we know that many people going through mental health issues are not violent in any sort of way, but on rare occasions there are instances where there is maybe some violence. How do you ensure the safety of these mental health teams if they're in the subway and something does go wrong?
You know, they can always call the police. That is a part of this program, and we've seen that, for example, in one of the programs I was citing elsewhere in the country, about 80% of the calls are resolved without police assistance. And there is a small segment that requires it, and for that, it is possible. But ultimately, what we're doing right now is we're taking the police, who have a critical role to play in creating public safety, and we're tasking them with every single failure of the social safety net. And that's preventing them from doing their actual jobs, which is dealing with major categories of crime. And what I've heard from...
if he were under a spell during the 2024 election, but once the spending bill passed the House, Elon finally snapped out of it. It's ironic. I also really enjoyed your MLK and Malcolm X video.thx.
That's all right, Taco Monster. I'm glad you liked that video. That's a good video. Underviewed, I might say. So thank you for adding to the views. Yeah, I think it always makes me wonder, because I always wonder if people are making the decisions they do because of some adherence to a political ideology, or do they do it because of social reasons? Like, honestly, I think a lot of people just choose their political alignment based on what social club they want to be part of, or if it's because of personal interest. But I know Elon Musk probably had, it seems like he had all those motives at once, but he did seem to have like a huge ideological commitment to cutting government spending, albeit not for any of his projects that are government subsidized. So is it really the case that he just felt like he didn't have any control over what was happening with the big, beautiful bill and spending, that his like libertarian impulse just came out and he felt like he was losing his identity? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I guess that's... Or is he just a retard? Is that probably the best way to explain his behavior? Because Musk is ideologically committed, it seems, to like obliterating the federal budget. But since he didn't get that, It's the latter. Well, thanks. I think in his heart of hearts, though, it was like, he was like, we need to cut spending by so much more. I'm really upset. I don't know. Not that it matters.
So many New Yorkers is a concern that...
Pride. He could have felt like he wasn't getting listened to, right? Getting ignored. Daddy issues.
The clearance rates of those crimes are so low, and part of it is because police officers don't even have time to focus on it anymore.
Would the $1 billion for this department come from the police budget?
No, not a dollar would come from the police budget.
Perfect. And then lastly, one of your platforms to build city-owned grocery stores in each one of the 5 boroughs. It's really gotten a mixed bag response here. You know, I think a lot of people want to see everyone have access to healthy food. And you propose like lowering costs by using city land or buildings, building food, buying food wholesale, and being exempt from property taxes. So I guess, you know, how would this proposal work, you know, actually, you know, foots on the ground?
Look, I think some of the critique I've heard have been from people like John Katzimatidis, who runs Gristedes and is making quite a good bit of money off of New Yorkers in this moment. What I've heard from more New Yorkers, however, is that whether they're making $40,000 or $200,000, when they go to the grocery store, they feel that sticker shock, that the same items they could comfortably buy years ago are now seemingly out of reach.
Cute.
And I look at the example in Kansas, where they have a municipal-owned grocery store. I look at the feasibility study in Chicago, which found that we could do this in an urban setting. And I think about, why should New Yorkers not have that? Why should they not have not only access, but the ability to buy goods that are within their price range? So the core of this is cheaper groceries as a guarantee. The cost of this is $60 million to set up 1 store in each borough. So that's 5 stores as the pilot program. Now, that should be compared to the city's existing program called City Fresh, where they're set to spend $140 million subsidizing corporate grocery stores without any requirement for lower prices, any requirement for collective bargaining, or any requirement that they even accept SNAP or WIC. So we would take less than half of the money the city's already set to spend and actually deliver results.
From my understanding, it seems like Chicago just recently decided not to go with the city-run grocery store and maybe do like a public market sort of a thing instead. And then the Kansas store, it required, it seems, from my understanding, a lot of volunteer work, donations to sort of get it going.
You know, what we are seeing in our city is an incomparable capacity to deliver on this kind of a promise. And I am confident that by putting city government behind a actual tangible plan to deliver cheaper groceries, we would be able to deliver that without the need of volunteers, but rather through the power of the public sector.
So now critics have also brought up your stance on Israel, and Israel usually isn't a topic for a mayoral race, but with this year, with everything going on, I know a lot of people have critiqued your stance, and so I just wanted to get you on the record where you stand and give you a chance to respond. So, you know, 7 days after the Hamas terror attack in Israel, you were arrested for protesting outside Senator Chuck Schumer's office. Why did you feel the need to get involved so early and so quick after this terror attack?
So I had already said then, as I say now, that October 7th was horrific and it was a war crime. And I was invited by Jewish New Yorkers to attend that protest. It was actually organized by thousands of Jewish New Yorkers. And I stood with them outside to make clear that their tragedy, their immense suffering, should not be used as a justification for the creation of more of that. And what we were seeing even that quickly was an immense amount of a military attack that was killing tens of and hundreds and thousands of Palestinians, innocent civilians. And at the core of my position about Israel, Palestine, any place in the world is consistency and international law and human rights. Because I believe that justice, freedom, safety, those are things that should be applied to all people. And sometimes when you say that, you're caricatured in ways that have nothing to do with what you've actually said.
So do you believe that Israel has a right to statehood? And if you're elected mayor, would you, how would you have responded to some of the Palestinian protests that have been happening on college campuses here in the city?
I believe that Israel has a right to exist. I've said so, and I will continue to say so. And I believe that the First Amendment is a cherished right of this country and is so much of what makes me proud to be an American. I think that we've seen that as something that is under attack by the Trump administration, and it requires us to stand up for our Constitution and our New Yorkers, while also making very clear that these protests are things that we should always ensure they are within the bounds of that First Amendment, and that's what I have seen by and large.
Now, you also were the first mayoral candidate to hit the fundraising cap.
Yes.
And you just released your first TV ad. So we're going to take a look at it real quick here and discuss.
It's because corrupt politicians like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo have sold us out to billionaires and corporations, rigging the economy against us. Now, Cuomo's running for Adams' second term. I'm Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I have a different vision.
So you have been great at social media, great at these videos. I've seen you go viral multiple times now. And you really kind of hit in this TV ad, at least, on former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Tell me more about your goal with this ad.
I want to introduce Andrew Cuomo as the governor that he was, not the governor that he says that he was. And there's a clear difference here, where so much of his reputation is a mythology that he helped to burnish with public dollars, even as he received a $5 million advance for writing about his leadership in a crisis which sent at least 15,000 New Yorkers to their death in nursing homes. And so the opening of this ad is those facts. This is a governor who cut Medicaid. This is a governor who stole hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. This is a governor who's been credibly accused of of sexual harassment by more than 10 women, and introducing him as really running for Eric Adams' second term, because that's what this is. And then in contrast, our campaign, a campaign for people to actually be able to afford the city that they call home.
He is leading by double digits right now, but you are second, at least, in the race. A lot of people are saying this is a two-person race right now. What are your goals over the next 2 months to close that gap?
You know, they mean two-person races, and it's down to him and Cuomo. They had their first debate a couple of days ago. Yes, it is. It does seem to be Mamdani and Cuomo, although Cuomo does still seem like he's ahead by quite a bit. Huh. All right. But this guy's just come out of nowhere. He's a trailblazer. Fuck.
What is so exciting to me is we're in second place, even though 50% of New Yorkers still don't know who I am or what we're fighting for. And that's an opportunity, because it is so much easier to introduce yourself to someone than convince them to feel otherwise. 100% of New Yorkers know who Andrew Cuomo is, but less than 50% support him. And if we can get to that same 100% of name recognition, that's our path. And that's why this ad is so critical, because we have $7.5 million, thanks to the 18,000 people who contributed to our campaign, to...
Cuomo has the sex pest keys, so it's going to be hard for Mamdani. Yes. That does seem to be the case in America, doesn't it? Like, the more of a sex pest you are, like, the better your political career will go. That is American rules, baby. This is dangerous. I might die. Fuck off! Oh! Should I fight? No, fuck that. Fuck that, bro. So that little hilltop is a total dick. Okay. Not for Anthony Weiner. Didn't Anthony Weiner go full on, though? Wasn't he literally like, or, well, figuratively caught with his pants down?
Spend in these next 2 months and make clear that we have a vision for making the city affordable. We're going to freeze the rent, make buses fast and free, deliver universal childcare, and we're the only mayoral candidate that aired an ad and the Knicks went on to win that same game.
Now, you have a goal of knocking on 1 million doors. How many doors have you knocked on, and what's been your favorite part?
230,000 doors so far across the 5 boroughs, thanks to the work of more than 15,000 volunteers. And what's so exciting to me is oftentimes in politics, we think about it as it's a competition between individuals. This campaign is about more than me. This campaign is about New Yorkers seeing themselves in the struggle for a city that they can actually afford. And I've had people come up to me and say, you knocked on my door last night. And I said, actually, I was in Albany. So that was someone else. That was one of our volunteers. And that's what this campaign is. It's about everyone.
And exactly like you mentioned, you're splitting your time also between the state budget right now, negotiations up there in Albany. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer these tough questions and really address some of the concerns that New Yorkers have right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A leader deserves to do so. Thank you.
I like him. I think he's all right. Bit farther left than I would care for, but still. Seems like a bright and promising youth, okay? And we like those. It's good to have those in politics. You know, they push the Overton window. They demonstrate to the more stuck in the mud kind of old school Dems that a lot of these policies and positions are actually quite popular. Yeah. Good impression so far. How is he in the debate, though? Do I want to watch that? What the fuck is an iron strut? Alright. What's he two left on for you? I don't really care for, like, rent control. I think that's a bit silly. It's not... I don't think it's the right way to... Yeah, I don't think it's the right way to push for affordable housing or anything else like that. It's not a good solution. But other than that, I think municipal ownership of things that can provide like necessities, I think is actually, I don't think there's been much evidence of that being a total failure. I think community ownership is kind of like this new and exciting fucking bridge between private ownership and state ownership. But who knows? Yes, I did see the ICE raids in California. That's I don't know if I want to watch this mayoral race though. It's just a bit it's too American. It's very American politics focused. Even though I'm kind of interested in what he has to say. Maybe I'll just game for a second. Shit. I have to focus because these goblins are a pain in the ass. Look! He came out of the hill. Fuck that. Yeah, this is a dangerous quest area. This is where I almost died at one point. These fucking goblin bastards. It seems so quiet though without videos in the background. Or I could just behave myself and stick to the 8-hour rule. I could do that, but then that'll mean I'll be farther away from my leveling goals, my big gains. You want Tuzon to talk about communism again? Bro, chill. That is not, we can't just do that every other day, okay? See, the miner looks like he's farther away, but he's not, he's close. This Reaper, look at it, it's so strong. Teuton versus Tali. What, put him in a debate with our right-wing Jews, pro-Israel, right-wing Zionists? That would be funny. Although, watch the debate, please. Well, hang on, I'll do a call in first. Hello, Vouch. Your audio is off today. How's my audio off? Is it clipping?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a quick, a list of questions to ask, just about the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Okay.
Here, let me just pull it up 1 second. Okay, so I want to start all the way back in 1948, because a lot of people like contest whether or not the occupation in the West Bank is illegal.
Okay.
And so one of the main points that I heard is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it. It's UPJ, it's like UT something juris.
Yep.
Basically it says that, right?
Yep. I can't remember exactly what it means, but it just means that if a state emerges from like a previous administration, then they take on the borders of the previous administration, which means that the one state that emerged from the 48 war was Israel in that area, and that means it should assume the borders of the previous administration, which was the British Mandate, which means it's all legally Israel. Yes.
Yeah, like it's quite confusing because a lot of people who like argue for this position, like this talking point, I don't think they realize that they're basically advocating for a one-state solution, right?
Yes, that's why there's a caveat in it, which is that it's that case with the border unless an agreement permits otherwise, which means there's a problem now, which is where Israelis don't really want to have it one state. Like, not really. That's why it's an occupation. It's because the right-wingers, like, they could annex all of the West Bank tomorrow if they really wanted to, but they don't want to do that because they don't want to govern 3 million extra Palestinians and 2 million in Gaza. So that's why they're more interested in separation. So
wait, so when you talk about the caveat, like there has to be an agreement, are you referring to the Oslo Accord?
It could be Oslo, or resolution, or even in law, like Resolution 242 was a Security Council resolution that
I mean,
has the opportunity to push an alternative to it.
So the way that like I'm thinking about it is that I don't like, at least prior to Oslo, because like Oslo does complicate things a little bit, but like prior to Oslo, like couldn't the Palestinians could have just like basically said like, oh, we're tired of the occupation, we don't want like a state of our own, we just want like a one state and like equal rights, and like Israel like does have like it is obligated to do that under international law, under like the UPG.
Yeah, but Palestinian leaders have never wanted that. There's no Palestinian leader with a mandate from their population that's ever asked for that.
Right. Yeah, but if but that is something that they could have done, right?
Like if they had a leader who wanted that and they had popularity and it was like a sincere request, then that would put Israel in a very difficult position, I think. Because they would have to either work on separating very quickly or they would have to take them in, which they wouldn't want to do.
Right, but I mean, they can't just unilaterally like not accept them, right? It has to be a bilateral agreement.
I think so, yeah.
And so it's like nothing that they could have really done if like the Palestinians wanted like one state.
Yeah, they would have to push. They would have to like advocate for it first, and legally they might have a right, but who's going to enforce it? You know.
I mean, like if they're not going to enforce it, then just like de jure apartheid, right?
Yeah. That's the problem with the people who try to argue that it's all legally Israel, because it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too, right? If it's all Israel,
because I heard
then like, what?
Go on.
If it's all Israel, then you're a state where 5 million people don't have equal rights. You're an apartheid state, or you're a state that just whatever you call a state that has a bunch of second class or like third class citizens there, like non-citizens living there.
Right. Okay, so when people say that the West Bank is illegally occupied, usually they are referring to the 1967 borders when Israel like annexed the land from Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or occupied the land from Jordan. But a lot of people they can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the counter argument to one sec. Sorry. So the counter argument to that is that like Jordan was never like they never legally occupied the land because it wasn't like theirs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it can't, like, I don't know under what international pretext is the West Bank considered like illegally occupied. Like, is that because of Oslo? Is that because in 2014 Palestine became a non-member state? Like, I don't know. Like, I just want to know, like, yeah.
I think it's because of the principle outlined in 242, isn't it? Because Israel was recognized as a sovereign state when it had zero control over the West Bank and Gaza. So once they took the West Bank and Gaza, as stated in 242, that was territory that they had still acquired through, like, military means, like through, as they would say in the resolution, it'd be through conquest. So.
Okay, so if I'm understanding 242 correct, like it's been a very long time since I had these questions for a while. It's just been a very long time since I was able to talk to you, so it was quite unexpected. But anyways, from my understanding, like 242 the ambiguity with it is whether or not Israel can militarily pull out of the occupied territories. But it does but it is very clear with the fact that the West Bank is including East Jerusalem, that this is occupied territories.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't specify borders. The whole point of it was to not specify borders, because the 67 borders are really a 49 armistice line. That's what they are. There's not actually a 67 border. Yeah, it's it's 67 in the sense of what Israel occupied. It's like pre-67. But
okay, so you can't really use 242 then to say that the West Bank is occupied if it's so ambiguous, right?
I think you still can, because it's, what is it if it's not occupied? Because it's not annexed, it's not part of Israel, then what is it?
For example, from my understanding is East Jerusalem, even though it's annexed, it's not considered occupied, right?
It's considered annexed rather than occupied, although I guess some people see occupation and annexation as side by side in a way.
So a lot of European, the entire world basically, sees East Jerusalem as not Israeli territory, but I don't know what legal pretext they use to arrive at that conclusion.
The legal pretext they're using, my understanding, is it's 242, because again, with 242, these were territories that were taken by Israel, and that would, but they mean by occupied in the 6-Day War. But that's why it's to withdraw from territories occupied, which means I guess it's up to whether or not there should be an agreement, because although Israel's annexed, whether or not there should be an agreement as to what happens to East Jerusalem and the West Bank that's workable with the Palestinians. The problem is that Israel, in a way, kind of wants to make Jerusalem part of Israel, but they also really don't, because they don't want to give citizenship to the people that live there. And they've spent a very, very long time trying to, Judaize East Jerusalem, and, it's been a complete failure. Ehud Olmert, invested so much into trying to do this project before he was prime minister, and yeah, they just kind of realized that it's not really possible. So I think if you were in a position where Israel was yes, we want this to be our full sovereign border, and this will just be a sovereign state, then yeah, they could say that, but then the only thing, but they seem to be missing out the fact that they don't want to give citizenship to the people who live there. So you're kind of stuck with that position, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how to really parse 242, because on one hand the whole thing seems ambiguous, but on the other hand I don't know. From my understanding is that the annexation of East Jerusalem, there is no legal basis in which Israel can claim East Jerusalem without claiming the entire West Bank. But at the same, it's not legal, but at the same time it's not illegal. From my understanding, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's because there's okay, so people say there's no existing agreement, and that's why we've been in this quagmire for so long. But there actually is an agreement in a way. Israel has never really, I don't think any Israeli leader has actually ever said what exactly they want their borders to be, have they? I don't think there's ever been an official Israeli position on we want our borders to begin here and end here, and that's it. Has that ever been a thing? Apart from the Camp David, yeah. The only time that actually they have is Camp David and and Olmert. That's the only time when they've actually said, yes, we will make these borders our state. But the problem is that neither of those agreements were included all of East Jerusalem, and definitely not all of the West Bank. So that's why you're in a problem, because in a sense there is an agreement in the sense that neither side really wants right now the West Bank to just become Israel, just exactly the same as it would be in Israel proper. They don't want to have the same administration there. They don't want to have the same rules there. They don't want to have the same laws there. So neither Israel nor Palestine wants this. So that's kind of where it's there is actually a bit more agreement than people think when it comes to that question about whatever the Latin term is.
I see. Yeah, like I'll just say this before like I can move on to a different question. Like if you want to add anything else, like you can do that. But from my understanding is that for East Jerusalem, like the annexation is like a very gray area, and for the rest of the West Bank, because of the agreement with the Oslo Accord, like basically says that the Area C is like under Israeli control, Area A and B. Like B is like under like joint control, Area A is like under Palestinian control. So like Israel can't like really annex any of the land in the West Bank, including Area C, because like they have to come to an agreement, before they do that. And so I think I could be wrong, but like from my understanding is that the Geneva Convention outlines what an occupation is. It's just basically when a hostile army controls like a piece of land, which is what basically Israel is doing in Area C. Like it doesn't recognize Area C as its own territory, right? Like it has annexed it, so that's why it's considered an occupation.
And I guess they also don't they apply occupation laws in the West Bank as well. Like so, when for example, when they justify administrative detention, that is from the Geneva Conventions,
right?
And that's based on occupied territory, right? Yeah. So it's weird that they say occupation is like a blood libel, but then also, well, what we do in the West Bank is okay because it's permitted by the Geneva Conventions, even to the point of the 6-monthly review. Because in the Geneva Convention on internment, they call it, it's 6 months. It's 6-monthly review. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why like the entire West Bank is basically like I can understand why people say like settlements are illegal and like the whole thing it's not legal, but like for East Jerusalem, like like I'll have to like rewind what you said and like just take that in, I guess.
Okay.
Because like it doesn't make
I have heard.
I don't think
I can't remember I can't remember what it is, but I have heard that that whole what's that fucking Latin term? I need to remember it. Is that is like there are exceptions to it, but I don't know what they are. The borders thing. Yeah, I haven't looked into it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't even understand like how it works because like it's international like customary law. Like from my understanding, like customary laws are like things that are not written down. So like there isn't even like a specific rule set of like what it defines, right?
Yeah, it's just that it's just because it's what was done with every other state, right? Like every other post-colonial state, they just took on the border that they had before. Although, again, I mean, I guess India and Pakistan are still trying to resolve that over Kashmir. But
okay, so yeah, I don't want to harp on this for too long, but like I just had like another thing that popped up in my mind about this. So, like from my point of view, 1 second, sorry, there's something that's happening. Yeah, so from my understanding is that the Palestinians right now, they can't argue for a one-state solution based on like the UPJ, because like for Oslo, they basically like agreed that there's going to be like a 2-state solution. Like it's more of like a bilateral agreement, but like if the Israelis basically like annex like the Jordan Valley, which is like 60% of Area C, and like it basically renders the Oslo Accord completely useless. Like I can see the Palestinians like actually using then UPJ as like basically saying like, okay, well the Oslo Accord like that's completely meaningless. Like they've already like annexed so much land. Like we just want a one-state solution.
Yep, and if they can get a leader that's convincing for that, like if they want equal rights for two people, like proper Mandela, that puts Israel in an impossible position. Like that puts Israel in a very difficult spot because it would be so hard for them to get away with like just saying no to that. But I mean, that's kind of why this is part of the reason Sharon pulled out of Gaza, right? Because people at the time were talking about this whole thing about like they're going to move away from an Algerian solution towards a South African one. They're going to stop trying to get rid of us and start trying to live with us. And obviously they saw that as like a big threat.
Yeah. Here, let me see what questions I also have. I have many. Some are like really dumb, so I'm just like skipping through them. Here,
why are you called Voch? Is that a Voch reference?
Oh, that's Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is just a quick question about like what was happening in Gaza like before, especially like the aid blockade. Like even before that, like from my like I haven't read too much about it, but from my understanding is that the UN said that like 500 trucks are needed a day. Like I don't know, and there was like a lot of talks about like Israel like deliberately like reducing that amount. Like I'm not sure if they were if you have like if you can just fill me in on whether or not they like were like letting the trucks in or they were not.
500 trucks was never a thing for food aid. That's the thing. It wasn't even really 333 trucks or whatever because of the weekends not being counted. Yeah, 500 trucks is a stat that comes from including all aid, which is mostly things like concrete and building supplies.
So how many trucks were needed and like how many like were allowed in?
As an average over the entire war, I have no idea. There were some months where it was like 100 a day. There was some where it was like 75 a day. Somewhere it was like 65 a day. I think before October 7th.
And how many did you say were needed?
Before October 7th, I think it was 75 a day.
Oh no, I'm still talking about like after October 7th, but
Okay.
before like the major like aid blockade.
Oh, before the major block, it was like 650. Yeah, it was about 650
I think, like,
trucks a day were going in at that time. During the ceasefire, you mean?
No, not during the season. Like just during like the conflict. Like I can't pinpoint exactly to what dates. Like generally speaking, like from 2023 to like 2024, and a little bit like from 2024 included.
Mm-hmm.
Like I heard like a lot of people that just kept talking about like Israel not fulfilling like their obligation to like allow as many trucks as like the UN says is needed. Like so my question is like how many trucks did the UN say is needed per day, and like how close did Israel get to that?
Oh, I
that makes sense.
don't actually know what the UN said for how many trucks are needed. I know that lots of press releases and people who, like spokespersons, would say 500 trucks a day, but I don't actually know if the UN ever gave a number. Did they? I remember seeing 300 a day once. I have no idea.
Okay, because I remember also reading somewhere, and like this is a very long time ago, and like my information could be completely wrong, but like Israel was like deliberately making it hard, like for no apparent reason, like just they want like collective punishment, I don't know, to make it like harder for like aid trucks to go into Gaza. So like for example, like when the aid would go in, they would usually like inspect the trucks to see if there's like any dual use items or like whatnot, and like if they could find something, instead of just like removing that item and letting the trucks go in, what they would do instead is that they would make it like go like all the way back to the all the way like in the back of the line. If that
Yeah,
makes
because
sense.
they would tell them to repack the truck or something from the scratch. Yeah, so I know they did that, and I don't know exactly what the security measure is for it. Although in terms of impact, it definitely doesn't make sense if you're trying to starve the population. Because if you looked at Kogat's data, the problem was that loads of trucks were going through. But then they would just end up stuck on the other side for whatever period of time while they waited for organizations to pick them up. So, yeah. So all that really happened there was that it was just another truck would go ahead of them and go inside, but then it would still be inside and stuck there for potentially a few days, maybe even weeks. Because when I've looked on Kogat's website, it was always like, yep, 50 trucks entered this part of the strip today. There are 700 trucks on the Gazan side waiting for collection from the UN. Like this was like every day Kogat would say this. So unless they're lying about a whole bunch of trucks that were sitting there waiting to get distributed. The bottleneck was distribution though. Yeah, the bottleneck was distribution, not border checks as far as I know. Okay.
Here, let me see what other questions I have. Yeah, I apologize about that. Not very organized.
That's okay.
Okay, so here's another question. Like, I haven't been keeping up with the international law stuff like too much, but is Israel like obligated under international law to allow aid in as the party that controls all the border crossing, no matter how aid is misused?
Pinch of salt, because I don't know if I'm just completely misreading the Geneva Conventions here. I think in the current conditions or the conditions of this war, I don't actually think they are. I think if they fear that the aid can get diverted, which it obviously can, then they can say no. The only problem is I don't understand how that works if that factors into proportionality. Because is it the case really, if you can block aid because you're afraid of it getting diverted to Hamas, then can you literally just like, okay, how far does that go? Can you actually just starve the entire population then because you're trying to starve Hamas? Like, I don't know if that's probably a proportionality question. So they probably...
Okay, so it's not...
I can see why people say they're obligated to put aid in, but I've never heard it worded and like phrased in that way. So I could just be misreading the convention. Yeah, sorry.
It's just proportionality.
Yeah, I think the Geneva Convention does permit you to divert it, to stop aid, and if you think it's going to get diverted, and this aid obviously can be. So.
But from my understanding is that not only has there been not any proof that the aid has been diverted to Hamas, but like if you look at the prices, right? When aid is allowed in, the prices in Gaza, like food goes down like substantial. So like it basically shows that Hamas has no like real control over the supply. Right?
That might be the case, but then I keep hearing that there's no evidence of Hamas taking aid. But then I also see videos all over the place of masked gunmen on top of aid trucks, and that those might not be Hamas. But then I also saw Hamas publishing themselves a video of them in an aid warehouse full of aid packages because it looks like the same stuff that's on the trucks. And they're like booby trapping the building and blowing people up. So I have no idea. People say there's no evidence, but I need to look into that because I don't know if I believe that. I mean, maybe the
Israel
evidence isn't
hasn't
great.
provided
But... Yeah, but it seems like Hamas have provided it because why did if Hamas just again this is only me looking into it like cursory like in my peripheral. I haven't really like dug into this, but the fact that I've seen Hamas themselves publish a video of them in a warehouse firing at the IDF, and that warehouse is full of aid. So I'm like, how did you get that? I don't know. I don't know how much of it or fuck.
Yeah, like as you said, I don't know how much of it is Hamas because like I read a report, I should say like I just read a headline about like Israel like funding a militia that was looting aid. So I know like a lot of the people that sell aid are not even Hamas members; they're just like gang members. And when they say divert aid, from my understanding is that Hamas is like keeping it in like tunnels or like hoarding it for themselves, and like just reselling it. Like, I don't think like if you can prove that there is like Hamas presence in like aid warehouses, I don't know if that would be enough.
No, yeah, you'd have to have some like reasonable fucking intel that there's like because that's why I think like it can't just be because any risk of diversion means you can block aid. That there's no way it means that. That would be crazy. If it is that, then I just disagree with the law. But I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Like,
yeah,
I'm
pretty sure the question would be about whether or not it was proportionate. But out of interest, and I don't know a good answer to this other than what Israelis might say. But why do you think Hamas are telling people not to go to the GHF stations? Why do they not want people to go there?
Because like I'm pretty sure. Okay, like obviously Hamas doesn't like care about international law, but doesn't like the Gaza Foundation like doesn't that violate the laws of proportionality?
What?
I mean neutrality. I meant like and I'm pretty sure that like under international law, like aid distribution is supposed to be done by like a neutral like party, right? So like if Israel is the one that's doing it, then like they're politicizing aid. Right.
Yeah, so the ones who are actually doing the interaction, so yeah, because that's why the IDF are not directly interacting with Gazans when it comes to aid, right? It's Americans, and obviously Americans, well, they're not really a neutral party, but it's like private security contractors. So I don't know how neutral is a private security contractor like from America? Are they representing the government? Like I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, like in a sense, what Israel is doing with this meat distribution plan is not even that much different from like Hamas, like using like civilian buildings to like hide their storage. Like they're just politicizing aid.
Yeah, but the question is like why again? Why does so? I don't think Hamas cares about it being illegal. Why do you think Hamas is not wanting people to go to those aid depots?
Yeah, like in my opinion, I think like it just provides Israel with like a military advantage or something like with intel. I don't know.
What's the military advantage? What intel from the people picking up the aid?
I have no like it's something about the laws of neutrality. If I had to assume, like I don't know exactly what.
Yeah, but obviously, if Hamas is caring about a law of neutrality, it would be for a reason. They're not going to care about a law if they don't benefit from it.
Yeah, like obviously they will not benefit from like Israel being like having like they could use that depots to like supply militias or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Like I have no idea. I have no idea. That's just my opinion. Like I know if like it sounds like a rhetorical question. I'm not sure like what else you're gonna say, but that's what I think.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking rhetorically. I genuinely don't know. I need to look into why they're so against Palestinians going to get aid from that area. My guess is maybe there is a fear that they will talk to the Americans who are there and give them intel, maybe in exchange for more aid, like perks and things like that.
I think so.
I think it could also be that Hamas wants to control the aid situation in Gaza a lot more than this thing allows them to. I think it's also because if this works, then it might mean that Hamas will have a hard time getting aid for themselves, and they might just starve out as a force. But yeah, I don't know. But
also,
I do know
read
they don't
some
want people to
reports.
get it. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to say. Yeah, like I read some reports from like NPC like a long time ago. I don't know how long, but it basically said that Hamas was like cracking down on like militias and like gang members who like divert aid, and like it seems like a good faith attempt of them like distributing aid, but like I have no idea if like that is actually something like if they do have like a long track record of like distributing aid or not. Like I don't know. Like I was wondering if like you knew a little bit more about that.
No idea.
Because I also heard like some like I heard like someone that I know like who is from or like who is like related to Gaza. Like I think like he lives in America right now, who said something about like Hamas like cracking down on people who like divert aid. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they say that. Yeah, in some cases it will be. There will be gangs who are just trying to take it for themselves. In other cases, it might be people who are just trying to take aid because they're hungry, right? Or it could be Hamas shooting people who they see as collaborators or enemies, but they just call them aid thieves because it's better. Yeah, there's a million reasons I think Hamas would have to kill people, right? It's not like they go soft on suspected collaborators, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Here, let me see what other questions I have.
Okay.
Or like, unless if you're busy or you want to move on, then like I'll just.
That's okay. I can do one more. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So just one more.
I'm having a fairly relaxed evening, so. What's your story, Spider?
I was reading about the Leahy. Bro, they're probably the most dumbest motherfuckers I ever read about, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're pretty insane, eh? They had a good song though. They have a good anthem. But usually, usually for these military groups, the better the propaganda and the better the music, then the worse the military. If you make good propaganda videos and you have good songs, then you're probably a shit army. That's usually how it goes, and the other way around as well. Russia has amazing, hyper-masculine military videos. Hamas does as well. Yeah. Hezbollah does. ISIS had good songs, right? Like the Nasheeds and shit. But, they're shit. Whereas, American military videos, it's like a fucking black woman talking about how she's intersectional and the army is very inclusive and she's very competent woman. Like, it's just like... And then there's a non-binary person in dungarees talking about how she's a drone operator. Like, it's just fucking, yeah, it's cringe. But they're a very good army, obviously, the Americans. Like, they got the best military in the world. So, yeah, that's the rule.
So, Is the Stern guy? Did he founded both the Leahy and the Erdogan, right? Or was it?
No, I don't think he founded the Irgun. I could be wrong. I thought Leahy were a spin-off from the Irgun. I might be wrong.
Yeah, they're sort of from the Erdogan.
Yeah, so did Stern start the Irgun and then start the Leahy afterwards, or did someone else start the Irgun?
It says the Erdogan policy was based on what was then called revisionist Zionism, founded by Zev Jabotinsky.
Yeah, Jabotinsky.
Oh, wait, question about like streaming shit. What media player do you use? To like
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, to play files, VLC.
VLC, what the hell? Wait, when you do you like copy the link and put it inside the URL, or
for what?
For you to you like gaming and shit?
Oh, this thing, the overlay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just picture in picture. You just right click the YouTube video twice and it does that.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
It's much easier
The
to use
VLC
than...
is still alive.
What?
I'm just reading chat.
Yeah, VLC is still alive. VLC is powerful.
I think get more quotes from Benny Moore's book. I think get more quotes from that.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you've been productive today, learning about the Leahy. Fucking nutcases.
Yep.
Have you heard about their proposition to Hitler?
No, I'm reading a wiki. They said like they thought like they think that the Third Reich was like better for Jews, some shit, right?
They
Like
thought
better
that they had
overall.
a mutual understanding or mutual goals with the Nazis because they both wanted Jews out of Europe, right? Like they wanted to get the Jews out of Europe so they can come to Israel to make their state. But also I think they wanted to propose as well like a joint invasion of mandatory Palestine, potentially. But obviously nothing came of it. And it was just like, yeah, they were like a shithead militia with like 300 people. So bit fucked up, bit cringe.
Yeah. Hamas. What the fuck is this? HAMAAS. What's this? Was a weekly publication of Leahy, an armed Zionist militia group. Okay. You think Zionism, like, come on, when like we read about like the Leahy, the Erdogan, you think like you can see why people don't really like Zionism?
Nope.
Like,
This is revisionist Zionism. This is like these guys were a minority. The Irgun was like 1,000 people. The Leahy was about 300, and the rest of the Yishuv kind of fucking hated them. They thought they were insane. They tried to rein them in a bunch of times. They failed, and then they eventually hunted them down. Yeah, in the 48 war, the Haganah literally fought against the Irgun and the Leahy. Like they hunted down their fighters and basically dragged them kicking and screaming to assimilate into the military. They sank one of their boats. Ben Gurion sank one of the Irgun's boats. Or they bombed it. I can't remember if it sank. Yeah.
So this is like what, the first time the IDF acted pretty base, right?
Yeah.
Pretty chill. Damn. You think they got like pretty soft on like their own like people or what?
They're soft on their own people.
Yeah, like the one guy who did like the massacre.
They used fucking measures against them that obviously you wouldn't use today. Like they literally fired on their own people, but they killed up a few of them as well. But yeah, they were probably relatively soft because I think when the Irgun and Leahy were pushing to attack Deir Yassin and the Haganah really didn't want them to, they kind of allowed them to do it anyway because they didn't want to feel like they couldn't have any control over them at all. So they thought at least if we say yes, then they won't just be going and doing it without us, which makes us like fragmented and we can't control the situation at all. Even though there were some people in the Haganah who wanted to shoot them, to fire at them. And then someone was like, no, we can't do that. They're Jews, you know, like they're still Jews.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm talking about now.
Now?
You think like modern times, yeah. Like they're pretty like soft on like the settlements and shit.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I think the way that a lot of them see it is that they are still Jews at war with a greater threat, which is obviously the axis of resistance, like the Palestinian militant groups. So that's probably why they do it. It's the same reason they're probably soft on army people, because they just feel like they don't want to have a civil war alongside a real war. But I don't know. I think it's a bit gupped. They should be harder on their criminals.
See what spires races take today. I feel like Israel. Oh, they gotta step it up. They gotta be like the Haganah, okay? They gotta be like the Haganah, okay? But against the settlers, okay? Shit.
Yeah.
They gotta step up the game, okay?
What are
They
you?
gotta crack down the settlements.
What are you reading? You're reading the wikis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like the militia groups.
They're all
Let's
right.
again. I think after the militia groups, I think I might just do the massacres.
Okay.
I think David had a disagreement. Me and David were yapping in the VC when you dipped out. I think David disagreed on like the Israel doing most of massacres.
Oh wow. You should probably get a hold of the fucking. If you're gonna do the history, you should probably try and do like major events and like what side says what about them, right? So you probably want to learn about the British Mandate and how that came about and what Zionists say about it and what fucking Arabs say about it. Then you probably want to look at the fucking pre-Ottoman or pre-British Palestine, what that was like for Jews, and or the birth of Zionism, like what was Herzl thinking and what did they actually want to do, like when Zionism started, what was their plan? You know? Would it be easier if I just gave you a list of phases of history? You can just like dive into each of them and think like, what's the pro-Palestine take on this? What's the pro-Israel side on this? What's the both sides take on this, right?
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be
Okay.
cool.
First of all, look up origins of Zionism. Okay, just learn about the origins. Learn about Herzl. Learn about fucking the Zionist Congress. Learn about Chaim Weizmann. Learn about the early Yeshuv, like the early settlers, the kibbutzim, all that stuff. Until like 1917.
I'm gonna give you like a list. I'm gonna give you a list what I currently got on my Google Docs. Okay. I got the Pelican Mission. Okay.
Yeah. Good.
I got the Jewish Agency for Israel. Okay. The fucking David Ben Gurion guy.
Yeah.
Looks like Larry David.
Yep.
I got the Knesset. Okay, that's like the government, right?
Yeah.
The current like the parliament shit. I got the United Nations partition plan for Palestine. I got that one.
Mm-hmm.
I got the historical background, and I got like there's like some key points like the 6-Day War.
Yep.
I like the settlements, the right of return, Jerusalem. I got like the recent developments, October 7th. I got like basic origins of Hamas. I got the first Intifada, the second Intifada. I got the 1982 Lebanon War, its impact. I got the Moses Hess.
What the fuck is Moses Hess?
I think it's like a yapper. I think he's like a protest against like Jewish assimilation. Interprets history as a circle of race and national struggles. He completed. I gotta read it. Fucking. Oh, idea of a Jewish national revival. Understand Germans will not. Okay, I'll fucking care. Fuck the guy. I got the how you spell his Jewish last name? Yafat Hakivi. The fuck is his name, man? Some like Jewish guy. He's like a military guy. I got General Allenby. Got that guy.
Allenby.
I got King. Yeah, I got King Abdullah.
Abdullah. Yeah.
Abdullah. I think it's like the king of
Jordan.
Transjordan, right?
Yep.
Wait, was it like Jordan trans or something or what?
No.
Oh, it's not that. What the fuck was it called? What was it called? Transjordan, bro.
I have no idea.
I got the Nash Habibi family. I got the
Shashibi,
yeah, I got the Hassani's and shit.
The Husseinis, yeah.
Yeah, I got the Young Turks.
Ottomans, okay, sure.
Yeah, I got the Jabotinsky.
Jabotinsky, yeah.
That kind of looks like a Jewish version of David. Okay, I got the
a Jewish version of David.
Yeah,
like a more Jewish version, probably. Okay.
I got the Kislev massacre.
Okay.
I think because that Kislev massacre, I think that's why he made his shit, right? The Zionist. Well, he joined the Zionist movement, but like he kind of crashed out.
The pogroms in Russia, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was in Hungary. I could be wrong though. I got Theodor Herzl.
Mm-hmm.
I got the Kahanas, the Kahanism. What the fuck is it called? I got the Mir David Har Cohen Kahin. Well, what is his name, bro?
Okay.
I still gotta put the Dreyfus affair, and I got the Ergun and Abram Stern guy.
Stern,
I gotta do
yeah.
like a wiki on it real quick. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Listen, I need to. Okay, if you're gonna learn a timeline, okay.
All right.
You need to do some broad headings, okay. And I want you to be able to understand each of these things and like what either side might say about them, okay? So I'll give you your first broad heading, and if you want to know what kind of details to look for underneath these headings, you can let me know, okay? So your first heading, okay? You ready? You writing this down?
Well, okay, good.
Okay, you need to look up Birth of Zionism, 1881.
Birth of Zionism.
Yeah, 1881
1881
until 1917, roughly, yeah?
to 1917.
Okay.
Yep.
That's your first heading. Next heading. Okay? Balfour Declaration, 1917.
Declaration. 1917?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Balfour Declaration
got
was just in that 1 year. Yeah, there's a lot to learn about that. That will include you learning a lot about World War I and shit like that as well, right? Okay. So next, what will be next? Probably you want to learn from like 1917 up until 1929. And this phase you could call... Yeah.
I got it.
And this is kind of where like anti-Zionism started to become like started to grow as a movement. Like birth of like anti-Zionist movements. Or it's like the mandate period as well. You can call it like start of the mandate period.
That was in like the Arab countries, right?
Yeah.
During that time first. Okay,
actually, let's instead of 29, let's go up to 36. 1917 to 1936. Let's make it simple.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Then go from 1936 to 39.
$1939. Yep.
Okay. That's the Arab Revolt. 36 to 39 is the Arab Revolt.
Yep.
Okay. Then you'll want to learn about 39 up until 45 because that is what? What happened in those years?
Fuck. It was the fucking the Arab fucking war and the Nakba, right? Correct.
Nope. 39 to 45. Come on, what's the big fuck thing that happened? Yeah.
Can't be it has to be like the 60. It can't be the 60 war because
no, it's not necessarily
right?
Israel Palestine, but it's connected to it.
The 48 war?
No, obviously the 48 war didn't happen between 1939 and 1945.
Shit. What the fuck happened in 1939? World War II, right?
Yes. Well done.
Oh,
hell yeah. Okay, good.
So should I just put the title as like World War II or what?
Yeah, World War II, yeah.
All right, World War II history.
And you can probably throw in the aftermath and put it up to 47, to be honest. Because the displaced persons camps is important there.
It's pretty crazy how like how quick like the Holocaust happened, and like after that shit happened, like they just put up to like the Palestine area, right? It's pretty crazy. Pretty fast.
A lot of them did, yeah. But a lot of them were going there already, and they were there already. Anyway, yeah, World War II, and we'll put it up till 47 because there's World War II plus aftermath, right?
Yep.
Okay. 47 to 49, you've got partition plan and the 48 war.
49. Partition plan. 48 war.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay. So from 49 until, let's say, fucking... Oh god, this period is annoying. How do you summarize this? 49 to... Do I want to say... Honestly, most of what happened after 49 to 56 is pretty boring. Okay, just go 56. Just go 56. you can do two categories here, okay? You can do 49 to 67, okay? And that's just like, I guess you can call it border wars. And yeah, border wars.
Was the border wars like with Lebanon and like the Palestine, right?
No, it was Israel fucking scrapping away with Syria a little bit, fighting a bit on the Gazan border, lots of fighting inside the country, consolidating their positions, lots of Arab Israelis getting killed because they're under military rule, like that kind of shit.
Damn.
Okay. For you want to do 56 because that's the Suez Canal crisis. You want to put a separate thing for that in between those.
56 Suez Canal.
Uh-huh.
Crisis.
Okay.
Yep.
Obviously 67, 6-Day War.
6-Day War. Yep.
Okay. From after 67 up until, say, mid-70s. What would it be? Oh, yeah. Sorry, wait. It's 1973. Sorry. Do that one.
Yep.
That's Yom Kippur.
Yep.
But before that, make a gap. Go 1970. For Black September.
I keep hearing that shit. 1970.
Yeah, Black September.
Was that bad?
Yeah. I mean, it's relevant to the conflict.
September. All right.
Okay, then you've got Yom Kippur. Yeah. Right, let's say 79.
1979. Yep.
Camp David Accords. This is like the peace treaty between Israel and Egypt.
Camp David and it's called Camp David, right?
Yep. Camp David Accords.
Okay, Camp David peace process.
Yep.
All right. Yep.
Okay. You can do a separate thing like 78 through to 82. Is the Lebanon Wars.
Two Lebanon Wars. Yep.
1987 to 93, I guess. That's the first Intifada.
Oh, 1993. Okay. 1993.
Yeah. 87 to 93.
Yep.
Okay.
Intifada.
Okay.
Yep.
93 to 2000 is Oslo Accords.
2007?
Well, say 93 to 1993 to 99. We'll say Oslo Accords.
Yep.
Okay. 2000 Camp David.
Camp David. Yep.
And then 2000 to 2005 Second Intifada. It's really more 2004, but you know.
Second Intifada.
Okay.
Yep.
2005 Gaza withdrawal.
Yep.
Right. 2006 Second Lebanon War.
Did you ever was you ever in Lebanon during the war or not?
Not during the war. I was there before.
Yeah. Okay, yep.
Okay. Oh fuck. Wait, what is this fucking quest? What? Speaking with.
Bro, holy shit.
Okay, so you've done 2006.
Yep. Second Lebanon War. Yep.
Okay. I guess if you want to, you can, for details. 2008, you could say Operation Cast Lead. It's the first Gaza war.
What can I help you with?
Yep.
2014 would be the second Gaza war, Operation Protective Edge. There's actually a few in, but there's one in 2012 as well, but it's not as big, I guess.
What was it? 2010, right?
No.
Second. Oh, what was the second one? The second operation?
Protective Edge, 2014.
2014, second Gaza war. Protective Edge. Yep.
Okay. Big one would be 2019, the Great March of Return.
Great March of Return. Yep.
Okay. And then I guess 2021, there's like a small Gaza war, you could say. Why not?
Small Gaza war.
And then 2023, October 7th.
Yep. 2023.
October 7th. And then obviously
7.
And then
Operation. And then 2023 probably, yeah.
Yeah.
2023. What was the operation called?
Operation Swords of Iron.
Some Minecraft ass name, dude.
Yeah.
Swords of Iron. Be what? Invasion of Gaza, right?
Yeah.
Yep. What's it?
I didn't forget the March of Return. Fuck you. Okay, so if those are your broad categories, okay, and then obviously, are there any of those where you look at that title and you have no idea where to start to look into it?
I feel like probably the Great March of Return and probably I'll say probably to like 1970s era. I'll say that time. Because like the Great March of Return sounds like what 1960s type of like.
No, Great March of Return is 2019.
What was that about? Like a protest or some shit?
Yes, border riots.
Like it went wrong.
Border riots.
Ooh.
Yeah, it did go wrong. It went very wrong.
Who was the what caused it? Like who was the main like yappers? On the
main
border?
yappers. Okay, so this is all about right of return. Okay, refugee right of return. Basically, Gaza, which is ruled by Hamas at this time. A bunch of people, like tens of thousands of them, are saying, we're sick of the blockade, we're sick of being refugees, so what we're going to do is we're just going to walk very slowly over a period of weeks up to the border, and then we're going to get over the border, and then we're going to go and set up tents in Israel to be like, look, we have a refugee right of return, we're going to return to our homelands, we're just going to walk in peace, right? That's the whole thing. So people very quickly realized that that's a fucking mental idea because it's a militarized border, and obviously there's two sides of an armed conflict on either side of the border, so...
Yep.
Oh, it's 2018. I'm so sorry.
2018, right? The March of Return.
18 to 19, yeah, because it lasted a while. But then, yeah, so they realized that was maybe not the best idea. So the organizers said that what we're going to do is we're going to stay. There's like a buffer zone between the wall and the road in Gaza. So there's a buffer zone where people, if they go, they might get shot. Basically, it's like a security zone. So the protest organizers were basically like, look, it's probably a really bad idea to go across the road. So let's just, for the first week of the protests, we'll stay on the right side of the road, the safe side, and we'll just do like symbolic stuff. We'll just do like festive things, events, maybe like a protest, maybe like wave gestures at the IDF and all this shit. So they do that. But then on day one, week one, a bunch of dudes went across into the buffer zone and started fighting with the soldiers. They started throwing stones. They started burning tires. Some people were accused of having IEDs, although I'm not sure that's true. But yeah, and then like 18 people got killed and like a few hundred got shot in the legs. So yeah, that's what happened. And then it just carried on like that for the rest of the fucking thing. It got more violent near the end. Like people started sending over incendiary kites and balloons. There were occasionally a few people firing gunshots. And yeah, all in all, I think like between like 150 and 200 people got shot and killed. Quite a few thousand got injured. I think it's like 6,000 plus got shot in the legs. So that was the March.
What was the like the average like pro-Palestinian like voice? Like what was their thought of it? Like they thought it was like a peace
Yeah,
protest.
they'll say it was a peaceful protest, and the soldiers just fucking fired on them because they were like feeling sadistic. Yeah. People who are more nuanced will say that yes, there was a riot, but the problem is that none of these people were actually posing any direct threat to the cops. And like, yeah, there was a riot, but like we don't really know. Like there was just so many injuries and so many people who were quite far away who were not doing that much who didn't deserve to be shot. And then the counter to that would be if you look at these obituaries for the Hamas website, quite a disproportionate amount of people who died were literally just soldiers. Like I think overall, I was able to count just under. I think between 28 and 30% of them, the people who died in that period were soldiers. They were Hamas soldiers. Okay, so that kind of suggests that the protest was mostly peaceful, but the mostly peaceful side generally didn't get shot. The mostly peaceful people who were on the right side of the road and didn't go into the buffer zone were generally safe. The people who were in the buffer zone, who were part of this Hamas project where people had literally made Facebook groups where they organized themselves into stone throwing units and fucking wait, am I going the right way? Yeah, into like stone throwing units and like kite throwing units and incendiary balloon throwing units and tire burning units. Yeah, these people were much more likely to get shot. Yeah.
Let's see. One of my take. It's my take. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the idea of it, kind of crazy. You go into like a militarized border, you know. The IDF, they're pretty crash outs, pretty unhinged.
They are pretty crash out, yeah.
I think the idea of it doesn't seem that bad. It seems kind of peaceful. I think it seems pretty chill for the protester side.
Yeah.
I think there's some bad apples, you know.
Good idea. Yeah. The other problem as well is like, what were they demanding? It seemed like they were demanding a right to return to Israel proper, as in like a bunch of people from Gaza, hundreds of thousands of them, just walk into Israel and like live there. Just make that their country. So that's kind of crazy, I think, especially in the context of armed conflict.
Wait, so I think we had a conversation about like Hamas being like the current government of Gaza.
Oh, that's the elections.
Does that make them like
2006 was the elections in Palestine?
2006 was the election. Okay, gotcha.
The Hamas takeover, which is 2007.
2006 Hamas election.
Yeah, and 2007 is
like,
Hamas takeover of Gaza.
2007 Hamas takeover of Gaza. You think like, do they fall into the category? There's like a state government falls under like terrorist group or what? Like an international recognized terrorist group?
Well, Hamas isn't really recognized as a legitimate state, or even they're not even recognized as a legitimate representative of the Palestinians. So yeah, they're just a terrorist group. Yeah, by most countries that are influential in the region, they're seen as a terrorist group. Yeah.
Why is that? Because Gaza's not recognized as like a country. That's why, or?
Because Hamas specifically is not recognized as the legitimate rulers, even of the Palestinians. So because the Palestinian Authority is seen as the legitimate head of the state of Palestine, right, in the UN.
The PLO, right?
Yeah. So they are seen as the legitimate leaders. They're recognized even by Israel, actually, as the legitimate governors of the Palestinians. But yeah, Hamas are not.
Oh, well, I'm gonna just recap it. So this is you can say if I'm wrong or not. So is the PLO they're not the current government of Gaza, right?
No.
So when Hamas won the election in 2006, they haven't made a new one like what, a couple years, right? A decade.
They had an election in a decade, you're saying?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, neither has the PA in West Bank, because West Bank is run by the opposition party, by the other party, which is Fatah. They're the main party.
What's Hamas thoughts on like the Fatah?
They've tried to have reconciliation talks every now and then, but they've basically been at war with each other. Hamas thinks Fatah are like pussies, collaborators, traitors. Yeah, that's generally. So if you look up the Hamas takeover, and there is a pretty interesting story about how the fighting actually started, because it seems to be the case that Fatah was attempting to coup Hamas, because Hamas won the election, but they didn't win enough to have like a absolute rule, right? There was supposed to be like a unity government, but they couldn't agree on shit. And then the suspicion was that Fatah were trying to coup Hamas. Hamas beat them to it, preemptively couped them, and then kicked them out of the strip and threw the Fatah leaders off of buildings. That's how Hamas took over Gaza.
Wait, so holy shit! Wait, so so Fatah was just in Gaza, in general, right?
They were in
Like
charge
this-
in Gaza, yes, until 2007.
But what about the PLO? They lost the election.
Fatah is the PLO. The
True
PLO
Fatah?
is a group of different political factions. Fatah is the biggest party in the PLO.
Sure. Wait, so the Fatah runs the West Bank, right?
Yes.
Damn. So are they pretty? What's your thoughts on like Fatah and Hamas? Like, who you think is like more not that bad overall? Who you think?
Well, Fatah
Probably
on
the
paper
Fatah,
has recognized Israel, right? And they're still on paper, they renounce terrorism. On paper, they are committed to a two-state solution. Obviously, they are not perfect in upholding any of these things, but yeah, they are actually like. The idea is that they are more likely to. They're seen as more likely candidates for like peace processes, for peace talks, because they've talked peace in the past, and they still kind of do extend that request.
So let me ask you like a question, hypothetical. So like, you wouldn't mind if like Fatah did like a October 7th style attack on like inside the West Bank, right?
It would depend on why they did it. It would depend on what their goal was. It would depend on, like, again, if you're going to do an attack, you can't just do it for no reason or just because the target's illegitimate, right? You do it because you've asked for something that's legitimate, you haven't got it, peaceful means haven't worked, negotiations haven't worked, and then you are like, okay, well, we have to use violence then. That's usually how that works. So if Fatah had said, stop expanding settlements, we want to come and sit back down at the table to discuss a two-state solution. We want to propose this for the refugees. We want to propose this for Jerusalem. We want to propose this for the borders. And then Netanyahu's just like, fuck you, not even talking to you. Then I think Fatah, after extending that olive branch, can be like, listen, we've got an olive branch in one hand, but we've got a gun in the other, okay? So if you keep expanding these settlements and we're literally offering you things to stop doing it, then we're just going to send a bunch of fucking hard pipe-hitting goons to the settlements and scuttle the people away ourselves with arms. Like, yeah, that would be justified.
Like a two-state solution, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know how like the West Bank would connect to I don't think Israel will let the West Bank connect to Gaza.
I mean, they've
You think
offered it in the
so?
past.
If a two-state solution happened.
So if you want to do
Who,
a history
Israel?
of the peace process, yeah, they offered it in 2000 and they offered it in 2008. Yes, both of these offers, they were different. They were different offers, but they both involved a connected Gaza and West Bank. I think it was a bridge. They would be connected by a highway.
I feel like
Maybe
I feel like a bridge or like a road or a tunnel wouldn't be that bad. Kind of like the Crimean bridge, but I feel like for security wise, I feel like maybe the West Bank should have like priests keeping people inside the West Bank, probably from like Jordan or like U.S. troops, you know,
Yeah.
or maybe from Syria, maybe.
Maybe.
That would be
Syria,
as bad.
probably not, but sure. I think U.S.
Probably
troops,
Jordan.
U.S. military presence has been seen as something that some Palestinian leaders would have accepted. Yeah.
I think so. I feel like the U.S. if the U.S. put up in like Israel, I think the IDF want to like I think the IDF want to like fuck with like U.S. troops. No,
Probably not.
probably like a DMZ. You wouldn't mind like a demilitarized zone, right? Like Gaza and the West Bank.
Yep. Demilitarized or
Okay.
partial militarized. It wouldn't be fully militarized. No, that'd be very.
You think? If a two-state solution happened, do you think Gazans and like the people from the West Bank have a right to like have like their own military? You think?
No. Not anytime
No?
soon. No, why?
Like let's say like 10 years down the road.
Yeah, down the road they can make requests, but right now it's like they're not going to be invaded by fucking Jordan, okay, or Egypt. That's just never happening. And again, I think Israel's been okay at showing that when they make a peace normalization deal with a country, they don't invade that country. Israel has never invaded Jordan. They've never invaded Egypt. So I think if Palestinians go that way, why do they need a military?
You think Sev is a Zionist?
No.
Does he think like Israel should like be chill? Well, not chill, but like have a right to exist or what?
Yeah, he does. But the problem with Zionism is that, like, in his in different social spheres, it means different things. So for Sev, someone like him, Zionism doesn't just mean the state of Israel being allowed to exist as a Jewish state. He's probably okay with that. The problem is that it also means like the origins of Zionism. It means like the wars, and it means like the fucking massacre where his grandfather survived, right? Like almost got killed. So yeah, to him, it means like his older people in his family living under military rule for 2 decades. So Zionism means a lot more to them than just like the basic principle of Israel existing.
See what Omar said. Box Live, what really pushed you to a more balanced view of Israel?
Just read more.
Information-wise. Interesting.
I can't remember what the first thing was that made me think UN reports were fucking mental, but probably that. I think it was maybe Goldstone report when I was like, okay, there's something going on here. We gotta figure it out. Figure out what's what.
David said in DMs, Box did not explain the March of Return well at all.
Well, David's retarded. I've read the report. He hasn't. Fuck him.
Damn.
Wait, hang on. What's he? Hang on. Sorry. Let's be man to man, okay? David, what the fuck?
Yeah,
He's deafened. He's deafened.
This motherfucker.
I'd be deafened.
David.
Fucking shitting himself.
Shabbat shalom.
Oh,
what you mean by that?
What did I say about the March of Return was wrong, David?
No. I didn't say it was wrong. I said you didn't explain it well. Like you didn't give enough info. You
Okay,
kind of
give more info.
just vibe. Yeah, you
Give more
you
info,
just, like,
David.
Okay, so for the March of Return, I would say
Wait, Spider. Describe the Great March of Return.
What? So I think people in Gaza was like, "Hey, man, let's we have a right to return to Palestine, right? So you know what? Let's set up some tents to the inside of Israel, and we know it's like a militarized zone, right? With the IDF, they put up to the they made like a protest inside like Israel, and then like some bad apples were in like the protests, like Hamas fighters, correct? And then that shit went kind of bad, you know.
Well, what happened? What went bad? What were they trying to
do? Hamas, you know, they're acting like Hamas, trying to like fuck some shit up.
That's what I'm saying. The big thing was they were trying to break through the border fence and end up going into Israel to do.
Isn't that literally just what Spider said? He said we got a right to return to go into Israel. That's what Spider just said.
Yeah, he didn't understand what that meant. He just said they did Hamas things. Like they fucked around. Like.
Yeah, okay? When I say Hamas things, what do you think? Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you think when people say Hamas?
I think you were just being vague because you didn't know what they specifically did.
Yeah, like
he said they were trying to go into fucking Israel, bro. What are you talking about?
No, he didn't say that. He said they want a right of return. He just said that they were trying to do right. They did a protest of right of return, and they made a.
I said a protest. What are you talking about?
Yeah, protesters. Yeah. But I'm saying he just said the protesters wanted a right of return, so they made tents. That's what he. And then a couple bad apples did Hamas thing.
Wait, okay, hold on. Let me ask you quick. Did they make tents inside Israel, correct? Yes or no? No. So it was like across from Israel, like near the border, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the big thing was that they tried to rush fence in cases and try to cut the fence open. That's like the big thing that made it a risk of like something like an October 7th happening, which is why Israel ended up having to like shoot to injure for 6,000, and then in some cases shoot to kill. Like I feel like that detail is like what makes or breaks the idea of like if you don't think that they're trying to charge in and they're just trying to do a peaceful like tent out, and then some people are just being a little rowdy. That doesn't make sense for like.
Sorry, Spider. Were you under the impression that this was a peaceful tent out?
I thought the ideal. I mean, my overall my overall idea was like, well, you know what? The idea of it sounds kind of unhinged because they're going to a fucking like militarized border and like how unhinged the IDF was. But I think the idea of it could be kind of. I think the idea of it was like kind of peaceful, but like there's some bad apples, like Hamas doing some dumbass shit, like throwing rocks and trying to like cross into the border, cross into Israel, like David said.
Yeah, that's what he thought. He thought it was just like some people throwing rocks and shit, and that mostly was peaceful people chilling.
Wait, did you not get
Lonebuck said? Huh? Didn't Lonebuck said they're shooting at the soldiers too? Like he said, the majority of people's death were soldiers, were Hamas fighters, correct?
No, 30% of them were Hamas fighters.
Well, 30% were just under. Lonebuck said. I think he's like he said like 30%, 3% of Hamas fighters got fucked up pretty bad.
Yeah. But the important thing to know is that even the people that were not Hamas were those that were rushing the fence in most cases. Obviously, some were I'm sure there was some mistargeting as well.
Would I call them? Would I call them unhinged? I say I wouldn't call them unhinged. I say probably like radicalized. I don't know about style like attacks. What were your thoughts of the idea, David? What's your thoughts of the martial return overall? What's your thoughts of it?
Pretty stupid because I don't buy the like the beginning part that they should have a right to go into Israel and claim that territory. That's kind of like an unhinged idea. If the methods, the original methods, were not necessarily that unhinged, the idea of just like camping by it, but I think their goal is kind of unhinged to basically end up at claiming territory in like a sovereign state and trying to like, and then obviously the actual actions that ended up happening were unhinged, like trying to rush the fence and trying to break through the border, including Hamasniks and non-Hamasniks doing that.
I mean, my argument can be like, well, what about like the settlers and shit? What about like the idea of like, Israel? I want to say the idea of what about the Israeli government? Like, what about
there hasn't been settlers in Gaza for like was that I guess 14 years at that time? Yeah, 14 years.
Isn't like the isn't like the Trump administration and like BB like pushing the idea of like taking over Gaza and like putting in settlement stuff?
They haven't spoken.
No, not in 2018.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so it sounds like I was.
Seems like okay. All right, fucking. Okay.
Both left. This guy.
Do you want to for each of these categories? Do you want me to give you like stuff to read or watch or what?
Bro, I just use it with you, bro. Fuck this like documentary. It's fucking. I'm not. You know what? Sofer. I'm not gonna ask Sofer sending me a fucking 1,000-page article just to get like a quote or like a quote that fucking Benny Morris said. I'm not getting like 1,000-page fucking paragraph. Like,
what's the thing that you would read? Like what's the longest thing you would read for one issue?
I'll probably just the wiki, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. Just the wiki, dude. I'll just do the wiki.
Okay.
Don't we do wiki? Why not?
No, you can. It's just that the wiki's fucked on Israel Palestine right now. But yeah, you still can. It's not like it's like so bad that you would have no fucking idea what's going on.
Who fucked up the wiki? Fucking David or Sev?
No, I'm pretty sure. Like, I know that pro-Palestine people went into the wiki and coordinated basically to make it very biased. I think it might have actually been Zay Squirrel and her fucking gang that was involved in it. I'm pretty sure that actually happened.
Yeah, she called me had some intel. Okay, some Lonerbox chatter gave me the Discord invite. Right, I joined the server. I was like, let me just ask some yappers. Okay, what's your thoughts on Lonerbox? They're like, Lonerbox, he's a piece of shit. He's a subhuman Nazi Zionist piece of shit.
Nice.
And then when they found out I was a Loner yapper because of my Loner Unbox channel and my Reddit post, they call me a Nazi, a subhuman Zionist. So yeah, pretty cool.
Pretty based. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want?
You gonna watch the video?
Is there anything else on that fucking?
Oh, so what?
What? Is there anything on that list that you want more? So yeah, if you want March of Return, there's probably like maybe one thing that you for I don't know, for March of Return, there's only really one document that you should probably read, and it's the UN report, which is like there's a 23-page version and there's like a 200-page version. So
I was the 23. Is there any quotes or sources I should use for that?
I mean, there's also there's like a few Israeli like documents on it, like for some Israeli intel org that gives a kind of like alternative story about the March of Return. Honestly, you know what? Fucking watch my video on it, because my video on it is based, and it makes Hamas supporters really angry.
Can you say you wanted me to like get on like the both sides you wanted me to get the Palestinians and the Israeli side on like these conflicts and like massacres, right?
It's good to have a general impression of what people think about each thing, of what both sides think.
You think for me, should I just get like the both Palestinians and Israelis like side on the conflict? Or
yeah,
like
So I can go for pick a random category that I just gave you, because there's categories from each period. Pick a random one.
Yeah. I'll do probably 6 Day War. Why not?
Okay. For the 6 Day War, Let me think. Okay. Do you know how to get books easily enough online for free?
I think probably Internet Archive, or I could probably just ask Sulfur from the book.
You can ask
I think
Sulfur. Yeah, you can
Sulfur
also
gave
ask me as well.
Sulfur.
Okay.
Yeah, Sulfur gave me like the PDF for the Benny Morris book too. So.
Okay, for the 6-Day War, you can probably look up the Righteous Victims chapter on it. That's a really good one. Benny Morris.
Victim chapter. Benny Morris. Wait, who's the guy in the video that you're currently watching?
It's this. I can't even remember his name. He's the guy who's trying to run for mayoral position in New York against Cuomo.
I think Hassan was glazing him.
Mamdani. Yeah, he seems cool. I don't know why Hassan's glazing him, because this guy thinks Israel has a right to exist, so Hassan should be fucking molding, but because he's confused, and this guy's.
Oh yeah, is it the is the book? Is the cover of the book like a red text and like a blue bottom, like a blue box?
For what?
The cover.
What cover?
For the righteous victim.
Send me a screenshot.
Victims. All right, I got you. Bro, why is Israel posting gotta be so fucking like confusing, bro? Oh my god. Should I just do DMs or just like or what? Or side chat? I suppose side chat.
In DM.
Okay,
or stream or side chat, yeah.
You got any critiques of any of the chatters in Motor Court? Like David, Signer, Sev?
No, they're
some
fine.
drama.
They're well behaved. Yeah, that's it. That's a good
David?
book. Yeah, that's the one. Get that book. Yeah.
Alright. Yep.
Just for that
using
chapter
the
on the 6-Day War, right?
Hmm?
Yeah, just for that chapter on the 6-Day War.
What page is it? Or
I don't know the page, but I can find you the. Okay, let's maybe risk dying in game for this. Hell yeah!
Don't die.
Don't die.
I'll look at the chapters.
Okay, where's my contents
Oh,
page?
there's
There's a chapter that starts at the 6-Day War, right? Like it's quite
clear.
clear.
302. It's I think it's page 302. Let me check. 302.
Yeah, chapter 7, 6-Day War.
Yep.
Yeah. So you could probably read that bit. That's a good. That'll
Yeah.
tell you quite a good bit about it. If you want an alternative on it, you could probably read. What's it called?
I wonder, does any of the yappers, like the BE guy and the Hassan guy, right? Did they read any books or
no?
The propulsion side?
Probably reads a lot of like propaganda books, but no, nothing.
So
definitely doesn't have a
let me,
rounded impression for sure. His Jewish history is just fucking fraud. It's mental, but yeah.
At least at least he read. Okay, I'm like some people.
I mean, I'm assuming he read something, but he might have just got like memes. Okay, wait. Before I forget.
What up?
Yeah, for the 6-Day War, if you want the alternative perspective on it, you can find a book called Ilan Pape, 10 Myths About Israel.
Myths about, yep.
And there's a chapter in there called The 6-Day War Was a War of No Choice.
By is the Ilan Pape guy is like a pro-Zionist guy or
No, he's a very anti-Zionist guy.
Yeah, base. Yeah, I got the book. Yep.
Yep, and you could probably read Rashid Khalidi's book on it as well, The 100 Years War in Palestine. There's a small chapter there in the 6-Day War, although I don't think it's that long.
Wait, you say you went to the UAE because you got bullied, right, in Scotland?
No. I went to the UAE because my dad's work. No, I went because my dad's work. What the fuck?
Bro, chat. Bro, if you were here, bro, I could have sworn. Motherfucker said, I went to the UAE because I got bullied in Scotland.
No. Well, I was 5 years old.
Right? Did you say you got like called like a senator or some shit and like you got bullied in Scotland and like went to the UAE for a bit?
So after 9/11, there was a group of people who gave me shit for being Arab, but that was when I was like
5 years old, bro.
No, 10. No, I didn't get
10.
Yeah, not when I was 5.
Wait, so let me tell you. So you never got bullied, and you never left the country because you got bullied.
Yes, I did not leave the country because I was bullied. Yeah.
Damn, bro. Wait, is the mom Scottish on your side, or not the dad,
My
but
mom is Scottish. Yes.
damn, your dad had that. Your dad had that Lebanese riz, okay?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I
So
think these people. Oh yeah, go
for
ahead.
the 6-Day War, the big debate question you're going to want to ask, and you're going to have to pick a side on, okay, was the 6-Day War provoked or unprovoked? Because we know that Israel fired the first shot, right? They bombed the shit out of Egypt's
Yes.
fucking planes. But
Yep.
there's a question about whether or not they were provoked or not, okay?
Let's see, where did they were provoked?
So that's what you have to find
was it
out after reading it. Yeah, what?
wasn't it kind of pre-planned though by like one of the Arab dudes general who's like, oh, he's like they're like having a parade in like Israel or some shit, or wasn't tripping?
They had a parade in Israel. What?
Am I tripping or what? They didn't have a parade.
No, they
in
didn't have a
Israel
parade.
like that. Like
How could they get into Israel? They're foreign countries.
what the fuck? I could have shown like some Saddam Hussein like looking motherfucker like was like in Israel like when the whole like 6-Day War popped off.
No.
And then like, oh, probably was Sideliners who was at the 6-Day War. Not gonna lie.
Maybe. But anyway.
Parade. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 6-Day War. You have to ask. So obviously, Ilan Pape's thing is him saying that the 6-Day War was not a war of no choice because Israel presents it basically as a war where they were surrounded on 3 sides by 3 fucking mad armies that hated them, and then they were seriously threatened, and they had to attack, otherwise they would have been in huge danger, and David versus Goliath kind of thing. Right, but you're going to have to look into that and find out whether or not it's true. Do you think so? That's a debate question when asked about the 6-Day War. That's like the thing people argue about.
So people argue if Israel started the war, the 6-Day War.
Well, everyone knows that they started by firing the first shots, but people argue about what the Egypt and Jordan and Syria might have been doing beforehand that provoked the war. So that's what you're going to figure out. Okay? I'm not going to tell you the answer. So, and also it's still debated to this day.
Oh fuck, man! Don't they got like Google and shit? What's David? What's your thoughts on it, little bro? Look up, little Jewish man.
Wait, what?
Little Jewish man. I wonder what's David's like thoughts of like this. Wait, I wonder, David.
David's gonna try to fucking sway your opinion. Okay, don't listen.
I know. He might be like, bro's gonna do the whole Ben Gvir. He's gonna be like, it was the Arabs. They attacked Israel first.
Yeah.
But I wonder why David is such a glazer of Israel, even though he's not Israeli. Okay.
Why do you think he's a glazer of Israel, even though he's not Israeli?
I feel like I think I could have sworn he went to Israel to find an Israeli wife. Okay. I think that's what happened.
Israel,
okay?
so he can get a wife.
He got radicalized. Okay.
Fuck.
Like imagine like being a Chinese American and like lazing the CCP, bro. Like what the fuck?
Well,
like doesn't that make sense though? It doesn't make sense, right?
All right, I have to say something, Loner, about
What
this phenomena happening in your community. Okay.
What happened?
What?
Remember when we would have conversations with crazy pro-palis where they would accuse of Israel doing things that weren't actually happening, and we would say, "Oh, if those things were happening, they would be bad." Even the pro-Israelis in your community would say it, right? And now we've gotten to the point where some of the things they claimed were happening are happening now, and a lot of the pro-Israeli people in your chats are now like swaying left and right, bobbing and weaving from admitting that it's bad.
Like what? Who? On what particular issue?
For example, the holding of withholding aid for like 3 fucking months or like 2 fucking months.
Yeah, the people who defend blocking aid from going into Gaza, they typically get banned. No, like who's saying that?
No, they're still circling in the community. Like they wouldn't fucking say it in fucking chat, obviously, but they are still in the community. Like they would have, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, where they would have these opinions where if Israel was doing this, it's bad, but when Israel does actually eventually do it, it's they start like finding defenses for it.
Right,
you
so
noticed that?
obviously, like, stopping it when you've got like a fucking 6-month stockpile in the strip is a bit different to we're 3 months down the line and it's very clear this aid's not getting distributed properly, and even Israel's saying that, and they still support blocking it. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, so obviously anyone who was supporting blocking it from like May onwards, yeah, they were getting kicked out. Unless you have someone who's, but now you think they're not admitting that they want that to happen, or?
Well, no, if obviously, for example, if they want to stay a part of the community, if they really think they would be openly saying their opinion if they've seen someone say it and get banned for it.
Wow. So we've suppressed free speech by banning people,
Yeah, exactly.
and now the crazies don't want to.
I do want to ask you something about.
I don't care if they're too scared to say it, then that's fine. That makes me. I'm satisfied with that.
I want to ask you about what Dave Smith said. Remember, if you are well aware that Hamas has stockpiled aid, what does withholding aid? Like, who does
I know.
it damage?
Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah. Well, it's because they basically think that they can fucking. Well, I guess that's why they did the American plan, right? Because they wanted to get the new aid that goes in to not get taken by Hamas. But yeah,
like no, I'm okay. Maybe you didn't get the point I'm trying to get to. Like, obviously, you wouldn't fucking be on the side of people saying, "Oh, well, we're trying to prevent more aid from going to Hamas." You wouldn't be the type of person to agree with that point. I'm saying, what is the thought process behind people saying that, even though they already know, they already claim that Hamas steals the food, already has stockpiles. What do you think of the thought process after that is like for blocking aid?
No, because if people are saying they block aid fully, right? Is that what you're saying? People who say that they shouldn't even be doing the American plan?
No, I'm talking about people that justify the 2 months where they didn't have any aid in.
Okay, the 2 months wasn't an issue because they stockpiled a shitload of aid before then, right? They had like multiple times more.
Hamas stole majority of it, no?
Yeah, but that's why like we didn't see any like sign that there was a huge fucking crisis looming until like May, right? That was when people were like, okay, now this distribution is so fucked that it's not likely that people will be able to hold on to the aid. So that's why it needs to restart. So it was clear from last month the aid needed to restart in that month, right?
And they restarted at the very last moment, right? Where some people have actually died from starvation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people who defended that, people who were like in May, because it was people in May who were saying, yeah, they should just keep blocking it because fuck Hamas. Yeah, those people were like unhinged. They just wanted Palestinians to die so Hamas could die.
Yeah,
you know
that is a good point. From that, by the way, that was like the only good fucking point I've never thought of that I heard from Dave Smith. Like, if you know Hamas's stockpile was prevented, like, who are you talking?
Excuse me, you haven't been watching the stream enough because I've been saying that fucking million times now already. Because I've said like the whole point is that these people are basically saying that they'll starve
Gaza
you out
so
they
when
can
you
starve
played
Hamas.
this dumb fucking game, okay? I told you out when you played this dumb fucking game.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Now I understand why you.
I agree with Sam, bro.
Wait, Spider. I also now know why you play this fucking shit game. It's because your PC can't run any fucking new games.
No, it's fine. That was my internet. That wasn't my PC. Also, if there are people in the community who are saying that they shouldn't have resumed aid, like that's fucking they should get banned. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
So if you find them, report them to me. Okay, send them my way.
Do you really think I'm the type of person to fucking tilly-tattle to you about someone having extreme opinions?
I mean, I feel like
no, I will. Okay, I'll crack it down. Okay, I'll crack
Spider
down.
will crack down. Okay,
I'll crack down. Even though I'm not mod yet, so like I need a mod. That's like hello, like mod right now.
Yeah, well, Loner was against me being mod because I make jokes about Jews.
No, it's crazy. How you gonna have fucking Sev, who doesn't even like watch his stream that much, become a mod, okay? Motherfucker, me,
I don't watch his stream enough. Wait, hold on. I pretty much watch every stream he has.
And Wiz,
don't watch it from start to finish.
Wiz, you can't even talk. You fucking Scottish fucking twat. You fucking dumb fucking wizard frog. You don't even watch the stream, bro. How the fuck you're a mod? Okay, you don't even mod. Okay, actually, you know what? Yeah, you don't even mod. The only person mod is probably like Sulfur. Okay, she's like the only like mod. Okay, holy shit.
Sulfur's the hall monitor. mod.
Holy shit, you don't like mod, bro. Holy shit, like what's the point, bro? At this point, it's mod David. At this point, like if I can't be mod, it's mod David, bro. Holy shit.
Wait, is David out of gay baby jail? I thought he's still gay baby.
Nah, he has. I think
He's
he is
still
still in
gay
Game
baby.
BJ.
Oh, Spider, you can look up a YouTube video called The 6-Day War by Kings and Generals. They're usually good. I would trust them.
But you've watched that on stream, right? You watched. I'm pretty sure you watched that on stream. I remember the Kings and Generals.
Yeah, but I don't think it was 6-Day War. I don't know. We'll see.
Wait,
I thought I was watching them for World War II stuff, for Operation Ossoaviakim.
No, I remember it was IP related. I thought it was IP related. I remember Kings and fucking Generals and Kings or whatever the fuck being IP related.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, Spider, do that. Do you want to do that then? Do you want to figure out, see if you can answer the question?
I'll do the King General.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, motherfucker, last time I asked you about your PC, you said you had a Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. I was like, you have a better CPU than I did.
Yeah.
Wait, what am I setup though?
You have a CPU that actually is like known. That chip specifically is known for overheating.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your graphics card?
It's a 2060 or some shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
How you like? How the fuck you got a 2060? Like,
by the way, if you're going to upgrade like CPU wise as well, you're pretty much gonna do a completely brand new computer because it's a different platform now.
If I get a new CPU, it's gonna be a new computer.
Yeah, a completely new computer. You need a new motherboard, new type of RAM, all of it. Because like it's a new chipset, so the motherboard is different, the CPU socket is different, the RAM type is different. All of it is different.
Well, I'm not gonna. I'll just wait 2 years before I get a new PC. Then fuck that, or 5 years.
Oh wait, what about? Okay, here's the idea.
Your PC's already like 5 years, no?
Yeah, it's doing fine. Look at it.
She's gonna die, bro. Is it even Windows 11?
Like, I still think you can run Baldur's Gate 3. The problem is you probably can't run Expedition 33.
Oh. Because of my processor or because of my graphics card?
Probably mostly a graphics card.
Oh, I'll just change
but
the graphics
easy.
card.
You can swap it out. It's really easy.
This processor doesn't need it, so I don't really need to change this processor, do I? It's fine.
Your processor is fine. It's just what's it called? If you're going to upgrade your processor, you need to know that you need to upgrade your RAM and your motherboard with it, because like it's a different platform now. You're on AM4, and now they're on AM5. AM5 is like a different chipset where the motherboard is the one with the fucking pins, not the CPU.
Well, that sounds fucking gay. Nice, thank you.
No, it's not, because your you have way less of a chance of damaging your actual CPU now. So if you damage the CPU socket in the motherboard, it's way cheaper to fucking replace than a fucking CPU itself.
Okay, someone in my chat's literally saying they've got the same card as me and they run it fine. So they're on EXP33 fine. So
are you talking about the motherboard or something?
Wait, Expedition 33? You can run it on two.
Are you like talking about the pen? Like if you damage the pins, like it.
Oh yeah, on the motherboard. Yeah, the motherboard.
Yeah. If you even like mess up like once, if you do it like slightly, like your whole motherboard is gonna be like become a brick. So
no, it's fixable. It's just like fixable.
How
by
is
people
it?
Who are,
oh wait,
no,
you're saying it's fixable?
Yeah, they can bend the pins back into place.
What?
No, that's actually
crazy.
true. No, they can. They use actual tools for this.
Nah, that's some like airtight shit, bro. Bro, like in the Western world, respectfully, Sev.
Bro, Spider, have you built a computer before?
Hell yeah, I did.
Yeah. Me and my dad built a PC together. That was a fun time.
Alright, well, listen, Wiz knows Loner in person. Wiz, I'll give you like 100 quid to force Loner to play a video game.
Probably Wiz, no?
That was scary.
Probably Wiz.
Because like I gave Loner like nearly 100 quid and he still ignored my request to play a game. So if I did not ignore it.
So would you request him to play?
Baldur's Gate
Fucking
3.
Baldur's Gate 3, bro.
It's definitely next on my
Fucking
list,
like-
though. I can't justify playing anything else other than that one next.
Bro, it's some like
I can't imagine you
Wait,
playing anything
Lorabug,
else.
is all you like? Is the only game just World of Warcraft, or you like play other games?
No, I'm just trying to. Oh, I played Elden Ring. Okay, played Elden Ring.
Oh,
That was alright.
okay.
I'm just trying to get this hardcore 60. Okay, I'm committed.
Because most of your live streams are like you playing World of Warcraft. I was
Yeah, well now it's because I'm on a fucking mission. Okay, I'm trying to accomplish this one thing. Okay.
You also remember when you said if you got to 59 and died, you wouldn't restart.
Yeah, but then it happened because I didn't expect it to happen, and I was like, okay, that's actually an unbearable fucking feeling. No way. And actually, it's worth it because now I'm at 41. Okay, we're doing fine. We're doing fine.
Wait, didn't Tally like? Oh wait, Dylan Burns, I got a question, Dylan.
Well, I'm just in here to tell Loner to play anything else. Like, when are we
Okay,
gonna
Dylan.
get anything out? Like, I would pick Destiny's Factorio streams over this.
True.
Why does it
Anything
fucking
else.
matter, bro? We're just like, do you even pay attention to the game? Most people, I
Why
swear,
would
some people.
I mean, like,
most people don't even know what's
I mean, it's
happening
like
in this
when
game.
I watch Subway Surfers and somebody's discussing something.
Bro,
I
like,
can't
play something
concentrate.
else,
I'll
bro,
click
like-
off the TikTok video, you know?
Wait,
Oh,
you
like,
can't.
Little Bucks,
Do you
I
struggle to
told-
concentrate in
yeah.
this conversation because there's a fucking game going on?
Dude.
FYI,
Yeah,
Loner,
let's see where you're at,
there is a new Elden Ring game that you could play as a co-op.
Okay.
Nah, it's too Jewish. Not gonna lie, it's kind of nah.
What? It's too Jewish.
What do you mean it's Jewish?
Like, I don't know, aesthetically, like, I don't know. It's giving like Israel vibes. Like, you have to like colonize the land and shit. Nah, too Zionism.
What game are you talking about?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring?
Wait, Dylan. The
What?
combo that we had on Crimea, I kind of won the conversation, huh?
Wait,
Kinda
Spider,
won the-
before you say that,
no,
wait, before you say that, Spider, so you know that for the Six-Day
Alright.
War, right, you need to answer, was the Six-Day War a war of no choice, okay? You write that down? Was it a war of no choice? That's your job. Okay, then you can talk to Dylan.
All right. Was the 6-Day War? You said what? Was the 6-Day War no choice?
Yeah, was it a war of no choice? Yeah.
A war of no choice.
Obviously for Israel, yeah.
And it had some Jewish people and some like and some Arab guys
Yeah.
that look like David and Sundowner. All right.
Okay. Question: Are you preparing really preparing the 50-50 guy to debate people?
No, I'm just helping him. I'm just
Sev,
helping him fucking learn. He wants to learn about the history. He wants to learn about the history, right? So I'm like, okay, the way you learn, the good way to learn about it is to answer and engage with a debate question on the topic. So for the Six-Day War, the big fucking question is whether or not Israel could have averted that war, right? Because they obviously fired the first shot. They told their people that they were David versus Goliath and they had no choice but to fire now, otherwise they might lose their
It was a
advantage. The Egyptians
preemptive,
would fuck them.
right?
Yeah, it was a preemptive. They call it a defensive war, right? Even though they fired first. And usually,
They fired fir- well,
there are very
that's the
few
thing,
defensive
they-
wars where
Oh, wait,
the
hold on.
defender fires
You
the first
said-
shot, right?
Didn't you say there was like new material out that showcases that Egypt was never planning on attacking Israel?
That's not new material. That's old material. That's
Well,
they
like older
capture those
material.
documents during the war. But yes,
Oh,
Egypt
okay,
was not
yeah.
preparing an attack. Egypt clearly did not want a war because they had
Oh,
all their
Israel
troops tied up in
didn't-
fucking
okay.
Yemen. But Israel didn't know that. Israel saw a bunch of troops lining up on their border and already breaking lines that Israel said were red lines and causes for war. So. Anyway,
know,
don't
this
spoil
is-
the debate for Spider though. He needs to know. He
This
needs
is
to learn
bad
about himself.
faith. This is bad motherfucker. This is
Who are you-
fucking bad
who are you
faith, Sev.
debating, Spider?
He's not
I'm
debating.
not debating
anyone.
nobody.
We're just.
That's the question, you fucking dumbass. You
That's
know,
a-
I'm
that's
tired
a-
of you fucking.
Do you know this?
I'm
Have
tired of
you
you,
ever
bro.
learned this as a
Tired.
way to learn these things? Is to engage in a two sides of a conversation on a particular issue to find out the
literally
points
how
of
I learned
contention.
anything I know. That's literally how I
Sev,
learned
Sev.
everything I know by fucking
Yeah.
talking to people on TikTok. I never
Sev,
read a
you're-
book. Do you think I read
Sev.
books?
Sev.
Hell yeah,
You're
that's
so
what you
bad
want.
faith, okay? Call me the 50-50 guy, motherfucker, okay?
You're
Aren't
the
you like a
50-50
Zionist?
guy.
Aren't you a Zionist, bro?
Yeah, yeah, I'm a
Aren't you a
Zionist.
Zionist? Yeah. Aren't you a Zionist? Yeah. Is it the basic definition of like, you know what? Yeah, Israel has a right to exist. Yeah,
Okay.
then one of us gave me that intel. Yeah, you're a Zionist, bro. You're
Okay.
a Zionist Palestinian. Okay, remember that. Motherfucker. Just want to fucking
What was what you answered 50-50 on? Was it like if the situation was bad?
It was the my Crimea take, and I told Dylan about my on stream, and it did not go well. It did not go well.
By the
I think
way,
I won first. I think I won the conversation.
About me being, I'm gonna steal a joke here from chat. About me being a Zionist, it's 50-50, Spider.
Oh my fucking god, bro! Oh my god, bro!
I also already explained before on stream with you in the fucking voice chat of what, like, oh my god, Two-Ton joined the waiting room.
Wait, you're okay, but the basic definition. Okay, loaner box. Okay, you're probably the smart.
Listen, it doesn't matter what the fucking basic.
Whoa, Seth. Seth.
People have different definitions for these type of words. Zionist means something completely different to a Palestinian than it does to an Israeli Jew. It means completely different things.
I'm talking about Google. Okay, I'm talking about Google. Talking about Google. Okay,
what do you say, Taco?
Oh, but I mean, like, that's kind of true. I mean, we're
absolutely it's true.
Raised differently how we like look at the world and whatever.
Do you guys view jihad, the word jihad, the same way I do? Absolutely the fuck not.
Well, how you wait, Sev, my Habibi, how you view jihad?
Jihad, it just means struggle because I can speak Arabic.
Ooh.
Lauren doesn't view it that way because he doesn't speak Arabic.
Oh, you gotta take that, Leonard Box? You gotta take that from a Palestinian, dude? How you get from a Palestinian?
He's Lebanese. He's on the bottom of the barrel after the Yemenis.
Oh shit!
Wait, isn't that a meme with Lebanese people? Like they kind of zesty?
Yeah, they're all gay. They're all gay.
No, I'm the fucking West Splinter who's like, yeah, jihad just means struggle. You know, just like struggle with your personal development. Like I'm jihading through this video game. You know, that's all it means. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry.
You're struggling on WoW. That's yikes, bro.
Dylan, what were you here for? Do you have a topic? Do you want to debate Two-Ton? Okay.
Oh my god,
dude. I do want to.
You just wanted to complain about the fucking video game. That's why you came here.
Well, that was 99% of it. But Spider messaged me back like last month and about like debating me on something. And then like last week he messaged me again about debating me on Crimea. And then he came to my stream to debate me on it, and it lasted 30 seconds. And I told him like take some time to like figure it out. And so I'm just checking in to see if he like took some time to figure it out or not.
Oh.
I mean, like we brought up, like the mass, like okay, cause like I can't defend like the massacres that happened like in Crimea, right? What the fuck? How the fuck I'm supposed to like
defend anything in Crimea? That's what I'm confused.
Well, no, he says that Crimea should probably like go to the Russians at this point. He says it should go to Russia.
Whoa, dude. You better chillax, okay? All right.
Well, no, I'm just saying what you wrote me in DMs. Did your position change?
Hold on.
He's 50-50 on it now.
Hold on. Let me just reread it in my head, and like I'll give you the confirmation if it was correct. Okay.
I can read it. I had a disagreement with Loner Box on Crimea. I feel like realistically, if Ukraine can't retake it, it's been already 10 years. I feel like it should be recognized as Russian territory. I said, sure, I'll talk to you on it. And then a fucking month later, you just say nothing to me. You like re-message me about it, and you say you want Loner Box to host a debate between me and you. Like we're gonna fucking have the WrestleMania in Loner Box's stream. You come onto my stream. I ask you one question, and then he said I didn't think about that, and so now I'm just checking if you thought about it.
You know what, Dylan? This is my take. Okay, I haven't thought about it. Okay, this is a very hot topic for me. All right, because Russia's bad. Okay, there's some fucked up shit. Okay. I'm currently trying to lock in on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay.
So why the fuck did you message me about this?
What? Oh,
you messaged me about this over like twice in a month. You messaged me last month, and then you messaged me out of the blue like a week ago. Like if you just concentrate on Israel-Palestine, I didn't message Loner Box. Hey, Loner Box, let's debate the fucking 6-day war. I want to tell you how actually fucking El Nasser is the shit. I didn't do that.
No,
I don't study that.
You gotta chillax, okay? Pipe it down, okay?
I am very chillax, man.
Oh no,
you gotta chillax. You gotta chillax, okay? All right. You wanna know why I asked you like a couple months later and a couple weeks now?
Like, hold on.
What do you mean a couple weeks now? This was 4 days ago.
Aren't you in Ukraine right now, dude? Like, aren't you trying to like lock in right now? Like, aren't you like locking in streaming? I don't know bar you getting shit.
I have no idea.
I can't even tell what's
better.
Okay, wait. Aren't you locked? Okay, aren't you in Ukraine right now, Dylan? Dylan Burns?
Yeah, I'm heading to the front. Why?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to bar you. Okay, I wasn't trying to like I thought you were like locked
that's
in.
why he's not
Okay?
replying after he messages you. He's not
I
trying
thought
to
you
bother
lock
you.
in because you're in Ukraine. Okay, I didn't want to bother you. Okay. Oh, wait, Dylan, I got a question though. It's a separate question. What's your thoughts on the Ukraine bombing the Russian planes and shit? Pretty crazy.
I think it's good. I think
something that-
you know, those type of aircraft were.
I think
loaded
Ukraine
with-
might have an advantage because of that bombing, maybe.
You think Russia might boost up their?
They're calling it a
Wait,
terror
wait.
attack because they have to demonize it because it was an attack that killed nobody, right? Like there was
Really?
no soldier deaths. There was no. The only death that came from it was a guy got into the back of one of the trucks to try to stop the drones with his bare hands, which isn't the smartest thing to do, and he ended up dying. But when it comes to like the targets they were attacking, like nobody died. This is the least terror attack in the history of terrorism.
I'm quite surprised that no one's made the perfidy argument because they make that all the time for shit like this in Israel.
What's the perfidy argument?
Perfidy is when you feign a protected status, like you pretend to have a protected status so you can get an advantage on the enemy, right? So when fucking Israel went in those aid vehicles to go into that neighborhood to rescue those hostages in Gaza, like last year, they went in aid trucks, but then they came out of the aid trucks, and when they went up to the building where the hostages were, they were all in military uniform and with guns. So the only people they fooled were not the combatants, but the people in Gaza as they went in with the truck. But people called that perfidy. People accused them of perfidy. Human Rights Watch people and shit.
Question about that: Would they do that? Like, if remember that case in the West Bank where they dressed up as medics in the hospital?
Yeah, so that would be like different because it's under a different like jurisdiction. So it's like it would be like a policing thing because police officers can do perfidy, right? Like it's not armed conflict, right? So it's like a fucking gray area. Yeah.
So if they did it in the so if they did it in Gaza, it would be something different.
Apparently, yeah. Or there's also like there's like a legal technicality. There's a legal difference between ruse of war and perfidy as well. Because perfidy is like someone waving a white flag as they go out to a soldier so they can go up and like use an IED and bomb them, right? Or shoot them. Or like wearing a fucking niqab, pretending to be a woman to go up to people and shooting them.
Wait,
but
have you ever
special
heard of the
forces
story?
don't really what?
Have you ever heard of the story about the Jewish woman that committed suicide by like checkpoint by just wearing a niqab?
What, she was suicidal, so she just dressed as a Muslim and went to a checkpoint?
Yeah, went to a checkpoint and like tried to attack the soldiers.
A Jewish woman.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, Jewish. Yeah, no, it was like something wild to hear about. It was a couple years ago.
Wait, hold on, I got a question. Wouldn't the pager attack be more of a terrorist attack than the attack by Ukraine on the Russian planes?
Neither of them are terrorist attacks, but it's probably closer because it killed civilians.
Probably
it took risks. So
for the pager attack, your source for the 1,500 injured is an unnamed Hezbollah official. So like
this is her sources for basically everything. Yeah.
How like that? I don't know. That kind of I don't know. Since it's obviously they're never gonna never and it's okay. So
Nasrallah also said like it's dealt a huge blow to the resistance and shit like that. It's like okay, why would it if it only kills random civilians?
Because then
imagine like in order to like work in like southern Lebanon, you gotta in some ways a lot of time if you want to work as a doctor or like in the public field in any way, you gotta kind of be associated with Hezbollah. So I imagine that like you could also use it to like blow up doctors and medical staff and a bunch of other people that would technically be within Hezbollah's ranks, but could easily be considered like civilian personnel. And that's going to discourage everyone, doctors, military personnel, like anything from working with Hezbollah. So I think that it could still end up killing like a lot of civilians, still end up like being not very careful about civilian casualties and deal a big blow to Hamas. I mean, not Hamas, Hezbollah.
Yeah, but it seems like if you looked at the breakdown of the deaths on the same day that like 37 people died from pagers, Hezbollah claimed like what 35 or something like that. Yeah, it was like a huge number.
33, no?
A huge proportion. I can't remember. It was like I think the difference was like 3 or 4.
On the website.
The difference in numbers was 3 or 4.
3 people that
it
were
was on their
killed
website.
were-
Yes. I can find them.
Three people weren't Hezbollah militants, right?
And it was like the military wing. It was
Yes,
like,
yes, the
what's the
military
name
wing.
of the military wing? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
can't
were all
remember the.
military, except for like 3 of the deaths and the reported number.
Yeah, because there were the
But we
2
don't
kids,
know
There's a
how
lot
and then I
of
think there were.
injuries. I mean, wounds, wasn't it? Like 1,000
Yeah,
wounds or
we,
something?
but, yeah, but we don't know how
3,000
many
injured.
like. Yeah, but we don't know how many of them were like civilians that were injured.
There were also
right?
there was two there were two
That's what I'm
IRGC
curious to
officials. There were 2 IRGC officials who told, I think it was Reuters or AP, that yeah, they themselves said that these pagers were for Hezbollah. They were not for the general population.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm talking about
yeah.
like these pagers being like at the time near someone that's like a civilian or unrelated to like not in Hezbollah or
Okay,
maybe
so-
related to the Hezbollah operative.
Oh, like what, near someone is in like a civilian next to them who
Yeah,
could
you
get
know
hurt.
how the same way the 3
There were
people that
reports of
were
that.
that
I
weren't
heard there
Hezbollah
was
operatives that
there
got
was a
killed.
kid who grabbed a pager for their dad, and then the pager blew up in their hand.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
were 2
that's one
kids.
of
There was an
those-
8-year-old and a
There's a
10-year-old.
girl
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm referring to. Like, we know that happened. We don't know how many of those instances happened that didn't lead to death, for example.
Oh, the injuries, you mean?
Yeah, injuries.
Yeah, yeah, because also the that Hezbollah person who said that they had 1,500 people out of action, those were only the people who were permanently injured. It didn't include temporary injuries. Because who's the
They
guy?
also probably didn't include civilian injuries, right? Like non-Hezbollah.
No, it wouldn't have. Yeah. So there's 1,500, which would have been people who were either fully injured, who were not Hezbollah, maybe, or like not fighters, or people who were temporarily injured, who were Hezbollah. But yeah, we don't know about the rest of the 1,500 exactly. There was, who was the guy? The guy who took part in the barracks bombing against the Americans. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Cool? I don't even know.
Was it the air? He's part of Aragoon, no?
No, not an
No,
you said bombing.
Listen, you're in
Like
early
the head
days.
of the rod one.
Oh shit!
He was like the head of the.
He was
head of
like the most
rod
wanted
one.
fucking dude in Lebanon from the Americans. What
Fayed
the?
Fayed Shukur. I don't even know. I forgot.
No,
It's
no,
like
no,
something
no,
like
wait,
that.
wait,
It's
I've
crazy.
got it. It's pager attack. I wrote a thing on this. I wrote a whole document.
Wait, Tutan, I have a question. Do you think the pager
Ibrahim
attack is a
Akil.
terror?
It was Akil. Ibrahim Akil. He was the one who was injured by a pager explosion, but then he was discharged like 4 days afterwards. So he wasn't
Wait.
permanently injured.
Are you sure it's Akil, not Akeli?
Akil, yeah.
Wait, can you send the page for it? Because it might be Akeli. Because that is a common name here.
Well, who the fuck is his email?
Ibrahim Akil.
Let me see. Okay.
Wait, why is there a Jelani email in our Discord? The fuck?
Because he's based. Fuck the leftist.
Okay, not gonna lie. Okay, so you gotta chill out on the.
I hate Jelani, man. There's a poster of
That
Trump
us?
in.
But it's
Wait,
hold
Tutan.
on.
Wait, Tutan. Habibi, you
Tutan,
actually hate
before you
Jelani?
continue, I need to tell Loner how to pronounce things in Arabic. It's Ibrahim Akil. It's the big Uk.
Akil. Fuck that,
Akil?
Bro, use your Scottish blood
Akil.
to pressure it. Akil. There you go.
Akil.
Aywa, good job. Good job.
I don't think bro's Spanish.
Mabruk. Okay,
Wait,
fucking.
okay. I got
You're too
a question
Lebanese.
for everybody. All right, Box. Do you think the pager attack that happened in Lebanon by the IDF or Israel, the government, or Mossad, you think it was a terrorist attack?
Nope.
Yes or not? Okay, what about you, Seth?
The numbers don't say so.
Okay, what about you, Tutan?
I don't know. I don't want to take on named Hezbollah official. It's Western media. They can lie. I don't care. So yeah.
Okay. That's a.
Well, you do care if you're not taking it at face value.
It's Hassan Nasrallah, Western media.
What about you, Dylan? Dylan Burns?
He didn't
What's your
say
thoughts?
how much people died. Or
No, he just
What-
said it
Pardon?
he said it dealt a crushing blow to the movement. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it dealt a blow because it made everybody afraid. Yeah, obviously.
Bro, I don't
You could-
here's what really fucks with me, okay? I'm not gonna go into a full debate about it. It just fucks with me so much that like there was also another Hezbollah official who said they lost like 4,000 guys as a result of the war from like permanent injuries or death. And even though the total death toll was like what 3,000 from the Lebanese Health Ministry, but in any case, like it just fucks with me so much that people can accuse Israel of like they're just targeting civilians or just killing whoever, but within a few months, Hezbollah are so fucking butt fucked,
We say
so
that
raped.
mostly in Gaza.
Yeah.
We say that mostly in Gaza.
Oh, so they just make an exception for Hezbollah. With Hezbollah, they fight like a normal army, and with Gaza, they just go
Shut
schizo.
up,
Like,
Teuton.
in any
Teuton,
case,
shut up.
okay, maybe not you then.
There could be a difference. I would dispute. I think there is a difference between southern Lebanon and Gaza. In Gaza, there's no media access. They don't let
No, but
anybody
it's talking
in.
about how
When it comes
people
to southern
accuse
Lebanon, I
Hezbollah
mean,
of-
Hezbollah and like the Lebanese want the media on the ground to watch and film everything, and they do. I know a lot of
No.
journalists down there.
Yeah, but he was saying that people accuse Israel of targeting civilians only in Gaza. But no, when they fucking strike back
No,
in
yeah,
Yemen,
in Lebanon as well.
they claim that they strike civilians only. And then when they strike in Lebanon, they claim they strike civilians mostly. And when they strike in Syria, they claim they strike civilians mostly. It's everywhere Israel strikes, they claim it's only civilians or like mostly civilians.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Same with the pagers. Most people think on like that side that they'll just say that it was like a random terror attack on the civilian
Most
population.
Americans did.
Yeah, and they're wrong.
Not even
like
leftists.
it's just, but again, it's
Not
like
even leftists. The most pro-Israel nation, Western nation.
yeah, and again, it's like it's a good thing I'm a
America,
Sigma.
yeah.
Okay, I don't follow the crowd because it just seems to be that after all these attacks, Hezbollah literally got so fucking unprecedentedly raped that they lost their fucking ally in Assad, and it allowed him to collapse. They couldn't save him, and then they also gave up and accepted ceasefire terms so harsh that it basically gave America the right to bomb them if they started trying to move south again. They got so fucking raped. So clearly, those strikes and those attacks from the IDF and the Mossad were probably targeted at Hezbollah and probably did a good job at it. Yeah.
Did you see the new Pew polling about like it did it of 24 countries and the views of Israel?
Probably quite bad, eh?
Yeah, like this. Yeah, it is bad. The
Oh my
median
god,
was 62.
people hate Israel. That means the war is over. Yeah, it does fucking nothing, dude.
Even Hungary, even countries like Hungary.
I
dude,
don't
like,
care. It does nothing
Wait,
for
Teuton, bro. Isn't Hungary
No,
like
it's
digged
good
down,
for you.
cucked by fucking Russia and shit? Like, come on.
What the
come on,
fuck,
Hungary,
Slater?
come on.
What does that matter?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's
Yeah, sure. All these countries view
The
Israel
Hungarians
very
do
neg-
have a very
surprisingly
high bar for barbarity.
Surprisingly, Nigeria is like the most pro-Israel nation on
Okay,
Nigeria.
Teuton, you're
Bro,
saying
nobody gives a fuck about Nigeria, bro.
what does this do for
And it-
Palestinians in Gaza?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's an interesting stat. Nigeria has a 59% approval rating.
What does
of
Nigeria have to
Israel.
do with
Who goes to Nigeria? What? Okay,
I'm
what
saying
motherfucker
even
from,
though
like, the Western
the
countries goes to
country's
Nigeria? Nobody gives a fuck
50%
about
Muslim,
Nigeria, bro. Come on.
even though the country's 50% Muslim, it has a 59% approval rating of Israel.
You know what? I'm going to take Teuton's side on this.
Favorable.
Fuck you. That actually is an interesting stat. I didn't know that. Thank you, Teuton.
What the fuck?
What?
the
I don't
fuck?
know if there's any. I don't know if there's any fucking
Teuton,
implication. That's
you know,
isn't that interesting? Are you not like what the fuck?
no,
Why
it's
is
not, it's
Nigeria
not.
a 50% Muslim country that's so supportive of Israel? That's
Nah.
crazy, chat. What the fuck?
I didn't realize Nigeria was
Probably-
involved in this. I'm just.
I'm just
I
saying.
didn't.
I'd
That's
be
just an
curious to
interesting
see
stat.
how it's broken down upon religious lines. Because if it's 50% Muslim and 59% support Israel, I wonder how much of the support comes from the Muslim population.
No, I think it mostly comes from the Christian
9%.
population, because they probably view Israel as like a savior of Christianity and stuff like that over there. I don't even know. That's what I'm guessing.
Hey, Loner, could you take out another crocodile? It's really enthralling.
That's the last one, unfortunately.
Well, I was going
Wait,
to talk about
Level 42, boys. High five. High five. Okay, sorry.
This bro about to die, bro.
Nobody
This guy
fucking
gotta die,
cares.
bro.
NATO.
Oh my god.
I'm going to talk about NATO. How can any leftist? Okay, first of all, I want to talk about how the Soviets treated Nazis and after, and how Western nations. First of all, Adolf Hindenburg.
Oh.
Hindenburg. What was he? Chairman of the NATO Military Committee from 1961.
Teuton, you're so okay.
Gonna
dude,
do
these
the
guys,
paperclip
fucking
meme.
Soviet Stalin fucking dick rider. Shook
general-
the hands of fucking Hitler, bro. I do not care. You're fucking Soviet Union, fucking communist, fucking bitch ass country.
Well,
Fucking had Nazi scientists, bro. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying, can you admit that the Soviets treated Nazis harsher than the West?
Isn't it pretty much confirmed that the Soviets did Operation Paperclip, but harder, where they brought in even more
the
Nazi scientists?
None of them. I don't care about scientists. Okay.
Okay, what about the
No.
generals?
I mean,
that
it's kinda
recruited in the
convenient,
Red
though,
Army?
no?
They also did that. I
But-
mean,
that was only like, but like overall,
It's only generals.
the
It's
West-
only scientists. It's only
No,
the government
generals do
bureaucrats.
matter.
It's only.
Generals
only,
do
you
matter,
know.
but like, did any of this guy became head of NATO and the head of the West Germany's military? Is there any equivalent on the Soviet side where a Nazi became the head of the Warsaw Pact or like anything?
What's your thoughts on East Germany? What's your thoughts on that?
You mean
Wait,
not
wait.
the head of the war?
Out of-
You mean like a top general?
So this guy was
this was not one guy. There's like multiple. There's like 10 of them. And I asked ChatGPT because I'm just an idiot. They said even ChatGPT, Western source said the Soviets treated Nazis, punished Nazis more harshly and consistently than Western allies.
They also treat
That's why I
communists
say
more
that's-
harshly than most countries do. Yeah, Soviets treat everyone more harshly. They treat ethnic groups more harshly than most countries do. They treat Muslims more harshly
But
than
there's
most
like
liberal
10
democracies do.
Nazis. There's 10 Nazis on public that I can find that became high positions in NATO and Western countries like military
Okay, what has
organizations
NATO
and-
done in
Wait,
the
wait,
last?
wait,
So what is-
wait. No, here's a really important. When you say Nazis, do you mean German general or do you mean dedicated Nazi believers?
Like neo-Nazis.
This guy was the head of the German army, so I am pretty sure helped Hitler with plans to invade Russia and like stuff.
The head of the
and
German
Spain
army
countries.
really gets scot-free? Like, get off scot-free?
Lots of people got off
'Cause here,
scot-free.
my-
Yes.
Nuremberg
Yeah,
was
but
fine.
not the head. He served as Operation.
Anybody that was useful got off scot-free.
Okay, so
basically.
you know my knowledge on this.
Well, for the West at least.
It's
For the
barely-
West.
Well, and for the
It's barely
Nazis, it's for
there.
the Soviets too. It's just that they didn't get as
It's
many
barely
useful
there.
people
All
as
I
we
know
did when it
about
comes
this
to
is
the
from
generals.
Inglourious
They did still
Basterds.
get some.
Yeah, the Stasi in the GDR was full of fucking Gestapo officers.
Oh yeah, they used, I mean, like top Nazis for the Stasi to run German society and like suppress communist opponents for
I
decades.
can't find any public names, but yeah, obviously, I don't know. That obviously doesn't need to. The Soviets probably kept on the more raps than this. That's why I say, yeah, that's why like NATO's a right-wing organization.
Well, I think what's
and, like,
more
that-
interesting is rather than doing this, what NATO action in
How's
the last
NATO a
75
right-wing
years?
organization? What
No,
the
no,
fuck does that
I just want
mean?
to ask what NATO decision in the last 75 years has been informed by Nazi ideology?
Okay, well, you should ask Hassan. You should ask somebody more. But I say what NATO has ruined Turkey, as what Hassan said. This they funded ultra nationalists in Turkey, suppressed the Kurdish leftist movement, like the MEP party, like the ultra nationalist party. They've done multiple coups against leftists. Yeah, these are all like fascist actions, like authoritarian and like installed authoritarian ultra-nationalist governments.
NATO
right-wing
did this.
government.
So NATO.
NATO or the Turkish
NATO?
government or the Turkish military.
MEP party. Well, it's with the support of America, so.
Oh, okay. So
wait,
it was
then why-
America,
wait.
not the collective. This is the problem. NATO is one thing. It's a collective defense organization. It doesn't have a philosophy. It doesn't have anything underpinning it outside of the fact, fuck the Soviets. We don't want to be the Soviets. That's it. That doesn't make them
Fuck
right wing. It doesn't make them
communism as
left wing.
well. Fuck
It's a collective
communism.
defense
Fuck
agreement. That's
communism.
really it. It
fuck
happened
communism
to oppose a lot of communist countries because the communists were the ones that were trying to expand westward. But that doesn't mean that they're right wing or left wing or anything. They're completely ideologically nebulous.
Okay, why don't you say the right wing, even though the fact that like Nazis were the head of it for like the 20 years after
mean-
World War II?
Okay, Teuton, why are Nazis bad?
Like,
Teuton.
I'm sorry, but at what point were they like, "Hello, NATO guys"? So
it's gonna
no
get clipped.
Jews, no Jews, no gays, no. They didn't do any of that shit. They took German generals. They had to rebuild the German armed forces because the Soviets were rebuilding the German armed forces on the other side to invade, and so they got the guys with military experience. I mean, they went through a whole process of denazification in Western Germany, and it was the Soviets who were doing propaganda for the Nazis about Dresden and about all this other shit to paint the West as evil, doing Nazi propaganda for them, trying to trauma farm off of them. And so, I mean, like, am I going to say, oh, the Soviet Union was creating right-wing propaganda? No, they were just demonizing the West because that was their opponent.
No, I'm saying the Soviet Union didn't do like any coups and like help ultranationalists.
What the fuck? What do you mean they didn't do any coups? What the fuck are you talking
I mean
about?
any coups that like funded ultranationalists that like helped ultranationalist movements and parties get into power, like they did in Turkey.
There were tons of
And multiple-
ultra-nationalist communist movements. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Right wing, I meant.
There were tons of them all throughout Africa.
So they can be
man.
I mean, does it matter
ultra-nationalist.
if they're right wing and not left wing?
So they can be ultra
If they're,
nationalist, they
like,
can be
bad?
authoritarian, but as long as they're not right wing, then it's okay.
No, probably not.
You're an asshole, loner.
Like, here's a question: do you think that guy saying "kill the Boer, kill the white farmer"? Do you think that dude is not ultra-nationalist?
Malema?
I mean, he thinks he's race, probably, no?
Malema? Well, I have criticisms of the ANC. That they didn't. I heard they didn't redistribute the land after apartheid ended.
Can you answer my
Like, they
question?
didn't
Do you think that dude is or is not an ultra-nationalist?
Probably is. Probably is. Yeah.
Okay, would you consider
I
that
don't know
dude
if he's
left
better-
wing as part of the EFF, or is the EEF?
Yeah, he's part
Either
of like
way.
the. He's part of a Marxist party, right?
So he's a Marxist ultra-nationalist.
Okay.
So the
But-
right wing left wing distinction does not matter.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, the Kurds, for example, are nationalists, but by definition, if they want to establish a
Yeah,
Kurdish
it's
state,
so I looked it up on Wikipedia. I think it's their ideology is communism, Marxism, anti-capitalism, black nationalism, pan-Africanism, left-wing populism, and I cannot pronounce this word. Sankarism? Is that how you pronounce it?
Sankarism.
Either way,
yeah,
they're
Thomas
Marxist
Sankara.
ultra-nationalists. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
so
It doesn't matter
Doesn't
if they're left wing or right wing. If you're like, you have this ultra nationalist belief, whatever economic wrap you put over it, it doesn't change whether you're an ultra nationalist.
Oh.
I mean, even the nationalism itself doesn't have to matter as long as like nothing immoral happens under it. In the end, there's probably forms of nationalism that are justified. There are a lot of Zionists, for example, here that think that Zionism is based, as long as you don't do genocide against Palestinians or something. So,
Where Zionists were? Sorry.
like, if you actually look at the actions taken by NATO or the Soviet Union, like both did fucked up shit. I personally can't tell you which one would be worse, but just to say, well, one was nationalist, right wing, therefore it's bad, and the other was left wing, therefore it's okay. It's just a bit weird.
I think a good example of this is like when you
one punished the Nazis, and one punished them like appropriately. One let them go. Let the head of like the Nazi military who were involved with planning directly with Adolf Hitler become the head of the
they punished Nazis in re-education camps and shit for all the good it did them. Where did far right extremism come back in Germany? Even under the GDR, it came up in the GDR in the East. Ever since, it's always been the case that the far right in Germany.
About now?
Since the mid 80s, since the 80s, even when the Soviets were still there, even when the Soviets were still present there. Yes.
I heard that East Germany had better Holocaust education than West Germany.
Wherever you heard that, but like the origins of these like far right, it started with football gangs, but that was under the Soviet Union. That was under the GDR. They were still like right wing insurgencies up in the East Germany as well, even before the Iron Curtain fell. So.
Right now as well.
Because obviously, I mean, any left winger would know that retributive justice doesn't guarantee that you're going to purge anything, right? Like, yeah, fucking. I guess like the main principle is like if a thing is bad. So if you're saying that NATO's bad because they had these Nazis in their ranks, then the question would be, what did they do that was informed by Nazism? So it's like when people talk about the Azov Battalion, right? People say they don't like the Azov Battalion because they're associated with like far-right politics or neo-Nazism or whatever. Well, it's like, okay, since the Azov Battalion have been in the Ukrainian military for the last 10 years, what have they actually done? When people say that Ukraine has a neo-Nazi element or they like Bandera, that's bad and everything. But what's the army actually done that's informed by fascism or Nazism? There are 1/3 Jews living in Ukraine. Have they been getting hate crimed or pogromed or genocided by?
They're focused on Russia now.
So the answer is they haven't done anything that's informed by. So really, your only issue with them
what
is
about
symbolic.
Like after the invasion? After the invasion, if they somehow like gain.
So my understanding is that Nazis typically didn't need to wait till the end of an invasion before they started taking action against their victims. The fact that they haven't done anything now, despite the fact that they have arms, they're armed to the teeth actually by the Americans, they haven't done shit to the Jewish population or to other minorities really in Ukraine, suggests that the issue with these groups, no.
To the Jewish population anytime in the future as well?
Not that I can see, because I don't think, if you look at polling on Ukraine, attitudes towards Jews are actually among one of the better in the region for Ukraine. So no, it doesn't seem to be the case that they're much of a threat to Jews, because again, and then you would also ask Ukrainians, like people who like Bandera and all that, you'd be like, why did you like him? And it's like, oh, some people would say because he was a Nazi collaborator who hated Jews, but other people would see him as like a national hero who fought against like occupying forces, and actually at one point there's occupying forces that he fought against and had run-ins with the Nazis as well, because he went to a concentration camp under the Nazis. So it's not enough to say, I don't like this person because they're connected to this thing. You have to find out why their connection to this thing actually like results in something. Because for the Azov battalion, the issue with them and the Ukrainian military and their right-wing aesthetics was just that. It was aesthetic. And that didn't really matter that much.
Okay.
Mic drop.
I just heard from leftists that,
Mic drop.
Yeah.
That was a
I
long
heard from
pause.
leftists that like America only fought fascism for a brief period of time, and then immediately turned back and used fascism as a tool to combat communism.
They did support right-wing groups that opposed communism in several countries. Yes, they did do that. Not all of these right-wing groups were fascists per se, but yes, they did do that.
Did they prop up ultra-nationalist fascist parties around the world, like NATO and the US?
I think Operation Gladio was Grey Wolves in Turkey?
Yeah, Grey Wolves, the MEP. I forgot what party it was. It was like that. And they're still in power now. Well, they still are in the coalition now.
Yeah, whereas also something that you're probably not noticing is that the Soviets propped up ultra-nationalist authoritarians as well, right? Like a lot of these pan-Arab leaders, what were they? They were authoritarian ultra-nationalists.
Yeah, but okay. On that side, they're anti-colonial. At least the Soviets did fund the anti-colonial movement and was anti.
What, like Syria?
And no, I'm saying anti. I'm saying in South Africa they were anti-apartheid. They were strongly anti-apartheid.
Yeah, and so was the Queen.
I'm saying much more than Western
our
countries.
Queen. That's
I'm saying
our
communists have always like been on the right side too early. You should have seen like the 1932 American Communist Party. I don't know, not like the MAGA communists now. It was like equal right for the other type of N-word. I'm not going to say I don't know the other type of N-word. I don't want to say it. So I am saying that the Soviet communists have been on the right side, but earlier than every other group on civil rights and everything. It seems like.
I mean, it's pretty selective. No.
Okay.
Because the communists also supported the communists also thought that the Nazis and the Enabling Act coming to power was a good thing because it would be the next step to revolution. I mean,
do you think the mass movement of Koreans by force was like in the long run like a good, honorable communist cause, or that with the Tatars or any of the ethnic, or like what the Poles did in the mass removal of 147,000 Ukrainians? 1947.
Wait, who did the mass removal of Koreans? Who did this?
The Soviets.
Well, I know one side did much more war crimes to Koreans, and that was fucking America. Fucking completely obliterated North Korea.
I swear to God, if you mention
that wasn't a response to anything I said, but
okay, wait. When did this mass removal happen? Where did they get relocated to?
Well, Stalin didn't trust Koreans. He saw them as a disloyal people to communism. And so he mass moved them into like Siberia and shit, like he does with all the disloyal ethnic groups.
Really?
Yes.
He
did it with Tatars. He did it with Poles. He did it with the Poles. Did it with Ukrainians. Polish
I don't know.
state.
A lot of people like. a lot of people are good if they God knows well, it depends. If they're Nazi sympathizers, they do deserve to get moved to Siberia.
Those Korean
and,
Nazis, that was really big over there.
No. I'm talking about Germans. I was talking about the Germans.
Were the Germans in the Soviet Union Nazi sympathizers?
Some of them were. Yeah.
Wait, but why did he get rid of 2 million of them? You notice how it's always like, we'll use most Soviet Germans barely spoke the language. They were just there because they were German in the sense that they're in name, like in their ancestry. Yeah, Stalin didn't care which ones supported Nazism or not. He just got rid of all of them. He thought they were a potential fifth column, and he put them to fucking
For
Siberia.
example, one of you guys like brought up like how a general, Red Napoleon. What was his name? God, Red Napoleon. He was like this Red Army general. Michele. I can't pronounce names.
It's okay. Just take your time, Tutan.
Where the fuck are these fucking artifacts?
Michele. This guy was a Nazi. This guy was a like full-on Nazi, and you guys people they say he's like testimony was fabricated, but like there's quotes of he was caught in Prague saying pro-German quotes. So then Stalin rightfully purged him with Yezhov as
Are you talking?
Wasn't Yezhov a German spy as well? The head of the MVKD. So that's a lot of German spies, but yeah.
Are you talking about people who were killed in the purges?
Yeah, I'm saying a lot of them were German spies. And like Trotskyites, and wanted to plan a coup, and part of the right opposition.
What do you think about the Japanese internment camps in America?
Wrong, yeah.
Based
from what they sounded.
No, dude, they're not fucking
like
bases.
supporters of Imperial Japan.
Of course, they're not fucking.
They're not supported. They're not. I don't know.
Do you see how it's a different answer, though?
Dude,
do you see how
what are you talking about?
See how when the Soviets do
man.
it, it's B. Must have been some of them were Nazi sympathizers. When it's America, it's A. It's just bad. Like you're doing the correct answer for America, but for some reason you choose B for the.
Tutan, do you believe that the
did you consider the fact that they had a cute little hammer and sickle uniform?
True,
supporting the Japanese Empire?
Hmm?
Do you think that the Japanese people like support the Japanese Empire? Tutan?
No.
No?
Some like I remember how someone went to like a samurai.
Oh my
training,
god! Just say no, dude.
And some do, and the guy had a picture of the imperial flag and the leader. So some do, but no. Most don't.
Other people who were killed in the purges. Heinz Neumann. He was someone who. The Politburo didn't like because he advocated for violence to stop the rise of Nazism. Hugo Eberlein, a former friend of Rosa Luxemburg. Herman Ramelli.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying mistakes were made due to Yezhov as well.
Herman Ramelli, who was someone who was in 33.
You know the guy who's like
in 33. This guy. Do you know why Stalin killed this guy, Herman Ramelli? Because he said that the Nazi seizure of power was a defeat for the working class. That was against the party line, so they killed him for it.
But I'm not saying mistakes weren't made, because like Yezhov, the head of the MVKD,
why is it a mistake? Was the Japanese internment camps a mistake?
They were put in there for like a reason, like because of.
So I guess. But like
So the reason why that the U.S. government decided to put internment camps was because they feared of spies. That's basically the whole point. They were afraid of espionage, so they had to build internment camps.
They didn't have to, but yeah.
They didn't have to? What? Are you insane?
Wait.
There was an executive. Okay, do you know what the Executive Order 9066? That was literally like the whole thing. Like the whole thing started with FDR and war too, because they were paranoid of like spies and this is not just the Japanese. It's also Germans and Italians as well.
Yeah, makes sense. When I said mistakes, I'm saying because a lot of these purges were done by somebody who later turned out to be a German spy as well, was and executed. The head of the MVKD, Yezov. You know that famous picture of like three people, Stalin, and the guy who gets edited out.
Yes.
And like the guy who gets edited out, yeah, that was the head of the MVKD, and he turned out to be a German spy, and he got executed as well in 1940. So I'm not
Does
saying
not
like
kind of be a mistake, right? Is like, oops, I made a mistake. I'll correct that after like an hour. But if you do like multiple years of mistakes, that leads to the deaths of like thousands of people. Like when people talk about the Holodomor as, so, well, it was a mistake of management, or well, it was really just. No, they kept them in Ukraine. They didn't allow them to leave. Those who
Like,
tried to leave, they killed. Like at a certain point, you can't say that's a mistake. That was them implementing a policy. It fucked everybody. They saw it was fucking everybody. They continued to do it. At a certain point, it's not a mistake. It's that they just accepted the consequences.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, Dylan. But like how is it like a mistake? They did it for a reason. Like, how is that like a mistake? I just don't get that.
Also, every purging operation had to be approved by Joseph Stalin. So if you're gonna say, well, it was one of his staffers,
Didn't
then
Stalin
he should've...
intervene? Didn't Stalin intervene in one of the cases with like the right opposition? What? He wrote a letter.
Does that not just prove my point that he had to approve them all?
No, he wrote a letter to say to not.
I'm not saying he never stopped. I'm never saying he never said don't shoot that child. Okay, I'm not saying that. But if you're saying that, well, see, he can stop. Okay, so he could have stopped them, and he chose not to.
Well, no, that guy still got executed.
So he couldn't have. If Stalin walked up to that NKVD dude, said don't kill them, he would have been, oh, sorry, Mr. Stalin, I'm really in charge. Who was in charge of the Soviet Union?
I was talking about the court. I was talking about the court. The court ordered that guy to die anyway. It was, I don't know, was it Zenov? I can't say names, but one of my leftist friends.
So you're saying that Stalin could have interfered with the Soviet courts and stopped killings, and all those killings happened anyway.
He wrote a letter once, and they still executed him. It was the guy who's a part of the right opposition, one of the people part of the right opposition, I think.
So you think that the killings were out of Stalin's control? They were just kind of.
Well, no, I think Did Stalin like go approve every single killing, like every single one, all like how much ever 800 people. Stalin
is obsessed with power. He wants full control of everything.
It's not that he approved every single killing, but he approved the operations that led to the batches of killing. It's like if I say burn down that field of trees,
and I'm saying it was
that doesn't mean I went up to every tree and said cut this one down, cut this one down.
I saw a comment in the one of the leftist subreddits, and I think this is
that's a great source. Could you send me that, by the way? I wanted to do more research.
No. I'm saying what leftist thinks of Slavs and Balts. It says Slavic and Baltic countries hate on the USSR because it dared to make them literate. So that's what so I feel like that's
holy shit.
Do you
literally racism, by the way?
Do you believe that?
It seems kind of racist. So,
it's extremely racist. The reason that they hate them, and this is the same problem a lot of people who don't know this history is, they had their own independent countries. The Soviet Union invaded them, killed all of their intelligentsia, then tried to rebuild their intelligentsia from the bottom up with their communist Bolshevik viewpoint. And then after delaying their development for decades and servicing the Germans that would come in and then burn their countries to the ground with material and deals and agreements, they then got to claim the victory that was mostly paid by their blood.
They didn't service the Germans. They were pragmatic.
Yes, they did. They gave them tons of material. They killed all their opposition. They did all types of stuff.
What, they pragmatically serviced the Germans?
Of Europe to hammer down, don't resist.
There was an anti-fascist committee, from the 1930s.
I don't give a fuck. Okay, if I said, guys, okay, I'm very anti-Israel. I just think we should give Israel tons of guns. I just think we should support Israel. I just think we should not do anything to oppose Israel. At a certain point, you can't say, Dylan, you're helping Israel. You're not, come on.
They didn't give them guns, so they have to.
Yeah, they just gave them materials to build the guns.
Yeah, sure, part of. But he was.
What do you mean? Sure, that happened. How did?
Okay, well, he did that so Hitler wouldn't invade. He did that so Hitler wouldn't, so he could delay.
Oh no,
the
Hitler would have
invasion.
fought the Soviets, the Poles, the British, and the French all at the
Yes,
same time.
yes,
What a disaster
the
that would
Soviet
have been.
military. Yes, and he didn't relocate
don't
the
forget the
Soviet
Netherlands as well,
industrial base
and Denmark.
until like he started relocating the Soviet industrial base in like the
Who
mid 1940s.
gives
To the
a
Euro.
fuck? If it was the
Who gives
Soviets
a fuck?
and the I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck. Okay, if the Polish and the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Estonians and the Latvians and the Lithuanians, the Soviets spent the time they could have been opposing the Nazis, conquering land with them. The Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians,
Good, it
they
made a
agreed with them
buffer
to conquer
zone.
those
Good,
lands.
I'm happy they did. Good, it made a buffer zone. Good, it fell on the Soviet hands instead of Nazi hands.
Yeah, the
And
buffer.
the
Yeah,
reason
it's
they-
all those people. The buffer zone or a bunch of corpses. Hey, Estonians, I'm so happy you're a buffer
Well,
zone
they're
and
the-
your grandma's dead. You fucking moron, retard. Why don't you go play in traffic?
Okay, well, think. The reason the Soviets gave for annexing the Baltic states was to because if the Germans got the Baltic states, they'll be dangerously close to Leningrad. That's the reason that's
Then
the
why not,
justification.
if the principled position is to fight fascism and not to expand your godless ideology, not work with them to stop the Germans from conquering them? Why not say, hey, look, we all are in the same interest, just like we did with the just like they did with the Americans,
saying if
just
they
like they
didn't
did
do
with the
that,
British, just like they did with all
the
these other
Germans
powers.
might have-
Why do they have to conquer them? Why can't they just not conquer them? Why not, when they invade Poland, say, you know what? If it's Poland and the Soviets against the Germans, plus the British, plus the French, plus the Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, plus all these other powers, it would have been a lot more trouble for the Germans, wouldn't it?
Preach, Dylan, preach.
Or do you think that the Germans could have fought the Soviets, the British, the French, could have fought this two-front war? You know, the same two-front war they failed last time.
I'm saying they could have. First of all, Stalin was paranoid that the West was trying to push the Germans eastwards, and it was trying to push, and they would have to face they had no military assurances that anybody would help them if the Germans invaded them.
They were going, if they invade Poland.
Who
the
gives a
Soviets
fuck? They
know,
did.
The Soviets know that the British have to fight the Germans at that point, that the French have to fight the Germans at that point. They declared war. At that point, any agreement they made with the Germans should have immediately been null and voided. And they could have just said, no, we're not doing this. We're going to arm the Soviet Air Force. We're going to intercept these German planes because fascism and communism are so impossible to work together that we have to fight them immediately before they get to our shores, before they come to our land, before they burn down Kiev.
Okay. That would have been a stupid decision.
Well, no, it would be a stupid decision because the communists don't get to stand on the ruins of everybody's
No,
home.
I'm just saying.
We
I'm
built
just saying.
communism, yay!
If they didn't get the Baltics, and half of Poland or whatever, then the Nazis might have gone all the way to Moscow and fucking captured Moscow and Leningrad, and they
Really, if the
could have
Soviets
captured
and the Poles and all these people fought the Germans at the same time at the start of the war, then the Nazis would have done better.
Yes, the Soviet military
You're a genius.
was devastated.
Please
The
espouse
Soviet
to me
military,
how them fighting
the Soviet
more people
military
in a
was
two-front
devastated. The Soviet military was devastated. Stalin didn't begin moving the factories eastward.
Why was the
to
military
Ural Mountains.
devastated, by the way? Could you tell me why the military was devastated?
Yeah. Well, a lot of reasons. The purges.
A lot of reasons, huh?
The Great Purge. The Great Purge.
Yeah, a lot of purges and stupid invasions that were pointless, like the invasion of Finland.
Wait. Before we go, I just want to bring us back to one other consistency question. What's our thoughts on Jelani not fighting with Israel right now?
Can't fight with Israel.
I'm
asking Twitter, obviously.
Right now, probably a smart decision, but actually, Israel's bombing them, so I don't know if it's smart. But right now, they're weak, so probably should. And
because a lot of lefties kind of fucking hate Jelani for not attacking Israel right now.
Well, no, I hate Jelani because he's an American puppet. Because there's a picture of there's pictures of fucking Donald Trump in Damascus. They're praising him.
He's an American puppet.
I mean, he was accused of that even before the meeting with Trump, no? So that can't be it.
Why would an American puppet
I'm just
have
saying.
a bounty on his head from American?
I know so
government?
many American puppets that
removed the
cheered
bounty.
9/11, dog. All of
He
them
was-
do.
They
All my
removed-
favorite American puppets
the
cheer on
bounty,
9/11.
bro. Israel funds ISIS. Israel's funding an ISIS-like group in Gaza right now that steals AIDS. That steals
What are you
aid.
talking about, bro?
What are you talking
you have a
about?
source?
They're
You have a source?
funding
accurate.
gangs. They're funding gangs
Tutan,
in
Tutan,
fucking
give me a
Gaza.
source and
What,
Okay,
what
hold
about
on,
you?
hold on.
Fact check that because
That
that's
still
a
aid.
little-
Taco, they
I've
gave
seen
weapons,
this too, but
they
I don't know
gave
how true it
weapons-
is.
They gave weapons to some, what's it called,
Oh.
clans.
Hang on, I'm gonna.
That's
fact
still
check
aid. That's still aid. That organizing still aid. That
Okay,
looks right.
here's my one question, Tutan. What should the Syrian president do after 13 years of brutal civil war when given the opportunity to re-enter world markets that could give their people that have known nothing but bloodshed, death, and slaughter a
I rebuild
chance?
the country.
What should he have done? Should he have said, no, we hate America, death to America? What should he have done?
Well, no,
yeah,
they
they
should
did.
say death
Oh,
to
never mind.
America. Any Arab country that does not say
Why?
death to America is a fucking
Good. So
is,
death
is
to
a
the
kid.
Syrians. That's your position. Death to the Syrians.
Okay,
They should
I
fight
just-
endless
No, I'm not saying
wars,
they
they
should
should
take
starve.
military.
This is silly, man.
I'm not saying they should take military action. I'm saying that what they're doing now is
Okay.
is
I just
What about the
fact checked
Turks?
it. So yes, it is true that Israel gave weapons to ISIS.
no like ISIS like.
I mean, allegedly they're ISIS linked. I don't know
they're
what
like,
that
he
means.
said they're like ISIS, Abu Shabab.
Oh,
My
like
question is,
ISIS?
how by what standard do you get to call Abu Shabab like ISIS but not Hamas? That's just so weird to me.
I thought they were like kind of related or in contact with them because I often saw the term ISIS linked mentioned. So I don't know what
Or
that
it could
means.
also be. It could also be.
I mean, that was the
propaganda.
name of the Times of Israel. Out of
Hold
what I
on.
read. I think
So,
they changed the title.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Can
but we
you
don't
check
trust the Times of
fuck-
Israel in this house, do we? Tutan?
Yeah,
I mean, I do,
exactly.
but I know you don't.
It goes
So
against the interest.
Hold
It goes
on, but
against the
here,
interest.
Lona, you need to also like remember that Times of Israel also sometimes quotes Hamas. We might just think these people are linked to ISIS because Hamas wants us to think they're linked to ISIS because they don't
still
want them
aid. It's
gaining.
confirmed they still aid. They
But
steal aid. They,
wait, do you believe Hamas steals
looted
it?
trucks.
Do you believe Hamas steals it? Okay, shut
Not
the
on a
fuck up then,
systematic level.
because the evidence for Hamas stealing aid is way larger than any of these groups stealing aid.
No, not like this group. Not on a systematic
What the
level. This
fuck?
guy has looted.
It's here. My eyes blind right now. Hamas steal the aid. Okay, now I can see. Let me fucking see all these clans.
Is there
stealing
any
aid.
proof that Hamas
Do you
is
just cover?
systematically
Yes,
stealing aid?
yes. They have stockpiles and
No,
stockpiles
there
and
isn't.
stockpiles.
No, that was a lie. That one that said that was a Hamas warehouse.
No.
Tweet that
Hamas didn't.
Everything.
Hamas themselves just last week published a video of one of their own operations when they are literally firing RPG shots from inside a warehouse full of aid. Did you see that? They filmed it and showed us themselves. You can see like the blue tape that they have.
No,
on
I'm
the
talking
aid
about
trucks.
like the warehouse controversy that people said that the IDF said that it was a Hamas warehouse.
Yeah, you're talking
but
a video.
it was
You're talking about a video
revealed-
that wasn't a Hamas warehouse. But I'm saying, you know that Hamas themselves have published footage from last week of them firing at Israelis from inside of warehouses full of aid.
Really?
Yes.
Like what? Food?
Well, no. Hey, hold on. 2 ton. It's a lie. Don't believe him. All right, don't believe him.
Yeah, look, I'll get
He
you the
still
video.
can't get over his
It's not
position that the Syrians should just be in endless poverty.
It's,
and
you want some
electricity outages?
I'll put it in the.
Well,
I'll
I'm
put it
saying
in the side
I don't
chat.
want any. I don't want
That's
them
the
to
most
be
Lebanese he's
pro-Western.
ever been.
Look, I'll,
I
don't
know
want them
you
to be
don't want them to have
pro-Western.
electricity outages, but if you want their position to not, they don't have to be we love America. But if their position
Well, they
should
are
be,
doing that. They are doing
their
that.
position.
They're
Well, to be clear, their
Yeah,
position
because they're
is no. Their position is we will do business deals with you, and we will not host terrorist organizations. Those were the demands made of the Syrian government. And the Syrian government looks like they probably placated those demands. And so unless you are of the position that Syria needs to host Al-Qaeda for them to be truly Muslim,
Not
right? For them to
Al-Qaeda.
be truly of the
Not
Arab
Al-Qaeda.
world or some
When-
shit, then
when
of
did I
course
say
they're going to
Al-Qaeda?
fulfill those demands
Did they
in order
kick
for the
out
people not to
Hamas?
starve after 13 years
Did
of
they
death.
kick out
Hey,
Hamas?
Laura, you follow the video right
They
now?
kicked
Did they
out
kick
like a
out-
Hamas allied faction that was pretty much working for
my
the
God.
Iranian government and
Oh,
inciting, or rather
That's why I
instigating
wish.
Israel in the south.
That's
they're
why I
concerned
hate
with-
Gorbachev.
They're concerned with getting Iran
why
out. They're concerned with getting Iran linked people out, not necessarily Hamas and Islamic Jihad specifically. That's why it's specific people who are linked to Iran.
That's why I wish the USSR was still around. That like a country that could like a superpower that can actually like fund like that can actually like act as a counterweight towards.
They
America.
funded 3 armies to the teeth, and they all attacked Israel at the same time and still lost. Okay.
So like countries. No, I'm not talking about funding Israel. Like a country, like I wish there's like a superpower that like the USSR, so like these countries don't have to fucking suck up to the West. So that.
Wait, are you aware that you're like advocating for more war and conflict, but you're just upset that it's not your side that's winning? If you want to like distribute weapons to other countries,
I'm so tired I didn't even realize he was actually doing that. Oh my god.
I'm saying it said that like these countries have to suck up to the West just so that like they can
people that live in these countries, aka me, one of them. You know, I'm okay with sucking up to the fucking West if it means there's no war.
Well, you're the minority of
Really, I'm the minority. Then why is majority of Syrians okay with what's happening with Giuliani?
Yeah, it's like literally 95% of Syrians having a party right now.
Majority of Syrians do not support America or like being friendly towards.
They
Israel.
support the idea of working with America because it means there's no fucking conflict afterwards. That
Majority
means
of
they can
Syrians
get back to regular lives.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about your East versus West bullshit.
They really don't. None of us do.
They just want to rebuild the country like my...
Oh, he deafened his fucking, like, whatever, someone walked into the room.
Oh, okay. My cousin has been living in a fucking bombed-out basement for 14 years now.
Can Daniel Cooper in chat... Let's not do the personal insults, holy shit. Can Daniel Cooper in the chat tell me what your name is in the Discord? Because I can't see it. Oh, it's Epic Fail, isn't it? Oh, thanks for the $9.99. It's Epic Fail, isn't it? But Epic Fail needs a better microphone.
Isn't Epic Fail like a US Glazer or some shit?
He's a
big
US
US
Glazer. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, he's a knowledgeable person.
Wait, does Sultan think that people in the Middle East give a fuck about like communism versus like capitalism?
I mean, they didn't really care about communism even when they were like
communists.
Allied with communists. Yeah, even when they were communists, they didn't care about communism.
They never did. It's never been like a concern.
Like the sad thing is, majority of Syrians are still very much like pro-Palestinian, even right now. Like while negotiating with the USA, so accusing them of having this weird pro-West shift is kind of weird.
Yeah, I heard that. Like, I mean, like the comparison of after they toppled Assad and whatever, the guy who took over did like a makeover or something like that. They invited
even way before that, because like a lot of people don't seem to realize, but he was part of ISIS and Al Qaeda or groups associated with them, but he switched sides and pretty much started fighting them even while they were still active, which is arguably better than what a lot of Western figures have done. Like Begin, for example, I don't know too much about him, but he was part of a terrorist organization, and he was like never hostile towards them.
Was he wanted, like internationally?
Do you mean Ashara or?
Yeah, Ashara, the guy.
Yeah, he had a bounty on him by the United States. He had a 10 mil bounty that was dropped recently.
Oh, really? But now he's like president now, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
I mean, the bounty was already dropped when he pretty much took over.
Yeah. I think they dropped him out. So after he overthrew Assad.
Yeah.
So. Oh hey, Lonerbox. I just want to give a reminder. The donation I made yesterday about like Noah Samson. It wasn't his allies. It was his supporters, like in that support Noah Samson, not like the big creators.
Oh, it's chatters. Okay.
Yeah, it's chatters. That's
community gave you shit. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. And I can like read one comment that probably a nuanced comment, but yeah, I had to delete the comments and because mental health reasons. I don't want to get too stressed over it. And I made some like comments, like giving like some questions, like, oh, it was hang on, I'm trying to find like what the video is called. No Samson.
I need to
It was
ask a ton of questions.
It was a
before we go to
DC
bed.
shooting, I think. It was. Hang on a second, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, it's the truth about the Israeli diplomat shooter. And I asked him, oh, so why did he target a Jewish museum? And, oh, why would you omit that Sarah Milgram is Jewish? Like, that makes no sense. Why would you omit that?
Mm-hmm.
That literally makes... And this is not just...
Sam seems to have said and done nothing wrong. Like...
Yeah. And they're like, what they're doing is that they're trying to paint this guy as a victim. Like, bring up, like, the text messages, like the posts, and the interviews with the people who interact with Alicia, is it Rodriguez?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rodriguez. And if you go deeper, I don't think Noah has did any research on. I don't think he has read.
Has he ever?
Hang on. Yeah. I think it's this one here. Hang on, I can read it out loud here. Hang on, I have it somewhere. Yeah, there it is. There you go. Here it is. His hatred of Israel was evident in his posts he made the day of Hamas attack on October 7th, 2023, including, just saw an incredibly gory video of the aftermath of Israeli troops trying to get dressed for the ambush absolutely massacred by Hamas. It's like fighters, Lamau. Second comment. Love checking back with the news every few hours, like, I wonder if Israel still exists. And asked if he loved it. Rodriguez replied, you don't often get incredibly wonder if Israel is over yet today or not. So, yeah, he has a lot of, like, and this is also not as, like, his posts. It's also in his manifesto. He has anti-Zionist and also anti-Semitic tendencies that led him to commit violence. Directly.
Yeah, because people like Noah will just say, well, he didn't say Jews ever. He just
yeah,
said Zionists,
like,
that's not a big deal.
They're painting him as like, oh, this guy's not anti-Semitic. We found like we found people who think that, oh, this guy's not anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, like, you're literally omitting the biggest, like, the important detail that he targeted a Jewish museum. That makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it's pretty gut.
This is not just Noah Samson. It's also Bada Panada as well. They're doing the same exact thing, saying that that there's no evidence. Meanwhile, they're like omitting the most important detail, like the major detail is that he targeted a Jewish museum, and they also admit that Sarah Milgram is Jewish. They're only bringing up one of the victims who was a devout Christian. I don't think he's a devout Christian. He's like mixed Jewish or Christian, whatever. Oh man, it's oh god, it's a mess. I
just wanted to quickly say, Tucson, I'm sorry that I called you retarded earlier and told you to kill yourself. I just it's just
kill myself? I didn't even hear that.
It's just that it's very difficult sometimes to hear somebody be retarded and not say it. So I just wanted to apologize.
I need to hold on. I need to ask Teuton something before we go to bed. Teuton, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think people in the Middle East care about communism versus capitalism?
Thanks for the $10, Daniel. Appreciate that. Thanks for the source.
2, just like your name. Thank you for fucking. Actually, closer to 1. Maybe some people care about it enough to label themselves it, but would never actually pursue any fucking way of changing the ways that
there is no communist movement in Middle East.
Yes.
No communist.
Yeah, there is.
Can you stop viewing our conflicts, our issues, our problems that happen in the Middle East with that fucking lens where it's Eastern versus Western, or Soviets versus America, or America versus Russia, or fucking capitalist versus communist? Because it's really fucking annoying.
Did I say I analyze if you like capitalist?
But that's the lens you're using when you're talking about us.
I mean, just to put this into perspective, when like a lot of leftists always talk about the Israel-Palestine conflict and look at the entire Middle East just through that lens, it almost sounds like you're asking Syrians to all kill themselves at Israel just so your team can win and you can talk about it in the West.
No, I'm not saying kill themselves. I'm just saying don't be pro. I'd rather you not be pro-Western. I'm not saying like you have to get into a war.
Are you okay with Jordanians as they are now?
With the Jordan with
their
like
relationship with Israel right now?
No, I'm not okay with it. No, they should have.
They have peace with Israel, but Jordanians are normally not like
exactly.
positive towards Israel. Are you okay with Jordanians doing
and
that?
they don't.
Okay.
Are
you okay with Egyptians doing the same thing? Are you okay with
Jordan's not a democracy. Jordan's not a democracy. If the Jordanians got to choose, their country would.
Hey Noah.
Their country would operate differently.
Here.
What?
Okay. Let me ask you again. Does not matter if it's not a democracy or not. If their leader wants to make peace with Israel.
No, the leader. I don't care what the leader thinks.
Wait, there's still people talking. I can only be like.
I know.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm trying to mute people.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, we can't do that on stream. That doesn't work. I'm gonna do like a recycling actually because I need to keep things fresh. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of some people.
Enjoy. Bye.
Okay, I'm leaving too. Good night.
All right, let's do this.
I was gonna talk about like, the comments.
Wait, what?
I deleted.
Wait, fucking hell! Spider didn't have to go. Hang on. Okay. Jesus Christ.
What?
Yeah. Okay, but to go back onto the Soviets, so Dylan thinks that the Soviets should have got into a war with Nazi Germany in 1939. Well, good luck on that.
I think that all of Europe should have gone to war in 1938, but if that failed, then 1939 is the best next case scenario.
Oh man, that would have been great if only the Allies did not fucking distrust communism so much and fucking sent low-level delegations that were never interested in.
I believe Neville Chamberlain was a coward. I believe that they should have acted sooner. All of the critiques you'll make of the Western powers and their inaction, I'll probably agree with. But by 1939, there was no more questions that the Nazis were, starting the war, the Second World War. They were popping shit off, and the Soviets decided that they would enjoy the spoils. Okay. And so they went into Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all sovereign countries, conquered them, which you think is the correct thing to do. And then they went into half of Poland and backstabbed them during their defense against the Nazi invasion, killed a bunch of German communists to please the Nazis, gave them a bunch of resources for their war machine, as they fought a now one-front war with France, conquered the country, and then dominated all of Western Europe. If the Soviets decided not to split the spoils, or just tell the Germans when they say, hey, do you want to have this Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact? They could have said, no, because we don't trust you with all this land. We don't trust you to conquer this and that because you're fascists, and we don't trust fascists. But Stalin, I think, had much more interest in dominating Europe as a communist power, and he saw Hitler as a tool to get to that end. And then he ended up, getting played with pretty rough by the Nazis. Weren't good people to trust.
Okay. I'm as you know, I'm more. I came in here because I initially got into the loan boxing because of the Ethan Klein journal because I'm a dumbass and that's really the only thing I'm somewhat educated in. Not educated.
I'm aware.
I kept up with.
I kind of got the inclination.
But for okay, what do you think about the fact that the Soviets tried to make an alliance with the Western powers? And the Western powers from the start.
Their alliance they wanted included their troops moving into Poland instead, right? Which the Poles were never going to accept.
Moving into Poland in case of a German.
Well, if you trust Joseph Stalin and his word, and that he would never, there's nothing stopping the Soviets from saying, look, even if we can't move our troops into Poland, we will still act if the Nazis
do. You think the Allies would have accepted?
Our Air Force would do X, Y, and Z.
Allies from the start sent low-level delegations.
The Poles weren't
I don't
going
think
to
they would have
accept.
accepted.
So, I mean, it was not going to be accepted.
No, I'm
because
talking about France and the UK.
The Soviets, because the Soviets had, I don't know if you know this, but they tried to conquer Poland like they conquered Ukraine, and they didn't want to feel the same purges. Wait, that's not a problem. What? Wait,
They didn't try
what?
to-
They didn't do
The
that.
Polish-Soviet War. The Polish-Soviet War started when the Polish helped the Ukrainian nationalists and tried to march to Kiev and take take areas controlled by the Soviets. The
Okay,
Bolsheviks.
so the Soviets
So,
invaded Ukraine and the Ukrainian People's Republic, and they wanted to dominate
because they were
Ukraine
trying to,
because they
because
wanted
it
to
was part of the
control
Russian
Ukraine.
Empire. They
And
had
that
no
doesn't
right to
matter.
split.
Who? Yeah, no, they
They have
don't.
no
They do
right
not
to
claim
split.
the. I'm sorry. I thought we were getting rid of czardoms. I thought we were getting rid of kings. I don't know if you like the Russian czardom or not. But just because the Russian czardom conquered a people does not mean now the communists get to be the new conquerors.
Well, do you know the
Sounds like
Ukrainian
you care
nationalists
about
that
humanity
that
for
tried
all
to,
and more about just replacing the boot on
do you
somebody's
know
neck.
that do you know that the Ukrainian nationalists were like the people that were trying to fight for the separation of Ukraine were like fascists that committed pogroms? Like said they were like the notorious pogrom committer.
Shut the fuck
They-
up. You don't know anything you're saying, dude.
Yeah,
Ukraine
what
is a
were they
socialist
motivated
state.
by
The Ukrainian People's Republic was one of the first socialist states in all of Europe, you fucking moron. The Soviets invaded a socialist state, but it was a different type of socialism. It wasn't a Bolshevik state. And so they conquered it, did pogroms all across the country, then killed the Ukrainian
the Bolsheviks
intelligentsia.
were the only anti-pogrom, like only pro-Jewish.
Bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look
I'm not
at
even gonna
Lenin's
respect you
speech on
because you're just lying out of your
anti-Semitism.
fucking teeth.
Look
Bullshit.
at Lenin's speech.
Bullshit. I
speech on
remove it. You should go play in
anti-Semitism.
traffic again. I take back my
Okay.
my apology.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, but
Look at
when you're
Lenin's speech
looking
on
at the Soviet,
anti-Semitism.
I don't give a
because
fuck
when you're
about.
looking at the
Okay. One
legacy of
second,
these
guys.
people, you can't-
Hey, you know, I as a leader of the anti-Semite brigade, I just condemn anti-Semitism. Ignore all my men doing all these pogroms. What if they did pogroms? The Red Army did
It
pogroms.
was the White
in
Army.
Ukraine.
It was the White Army and the UK and
The White Army,
Ukrainians,
the Red Army, and the Ukrainians all did pogroms across Ukraine. All of them did pogroms
but
across
the Red
Ukraine.
Army did the least. But okay.
See how that changed? They didn't do pogroms. Actually, when they were doing group Jew killings, they were the least excited about it, sir. They were very good communists.
Wait.
They were very good
You guys are
communists.
talking over Jewish women. You're silencing Jewish women voices. Hangnails.
Was she Jewish? Okay.
Thank you. What I wanted to say was, Dylan, I love that you are. I love your pro-Ukrainian advocacy, but I do want to say that the Banderates. You're correct. You guys are talking about two different periods of history. First of all,
I'm talking about the Ukrainian
Tuchel's talking
People's
about World War
Republic.
II. You're talking about You're talking about the pre-war Civil War, Russian Civil War period. Just to make that clear, you guys are talking about two different things. Second of all, the Banderates were definitely fascist, but when you talk about the Banderates, you have to keep in mind that they allied with the Nazis because they were primarily motivated by fighting against the Soviets because the Soviets were oppressing Ukrainians. So no, that's not me doing, as a Jewish woman, that's not me doing fascist apologia. That is just pointing out that it's a little more of a complex narrative than the Banderates were just fascist. They were just Nazi allies. So
This is all true. Well, my point is more about during that period when the Soviets invaded Ukraine in 1918, 1919, after World War I, that was completely unnecessary. And when somebody like this guy, who I assume is a communist of some sort and is doing all this legwork because he wants to defend communists, when they come out and say, well, no, the Russian Empire existed, so the Soviet Union gets to lay the claim to all of it. They dominate. The Tuvans don't get a say. The Ukrainians don't get a say. They could just conquer it all because, you know, it used to be part of the Russian Empire. I think that's bullshit. I think it's trying to grab the crown of the Russian Tsardom and place it on the head of Karl Marx. And I think it's anti-humanitarian. I think it's anti-human. And I think it's anti-Ukrainian. And that's why I think it was wrong. And when he tries to deny that the Soviets did pogroms and stuff, that's when I just see somebody polishing up the image of a bunch of brutes.
Okay, pogroms during the Russian Civil War. Ukrainians people army, 25 to 54% of the killings. Of the 35 to 200.
25 to 50. That's a wild range we're working off
Well,
of.
and the Red Army 2 to 9%. But okay, we Ukrainians. So they did not seem to. How are these guys communists? They seemed really anti.
I'm sorry to tell you this. There were a lot of communists who hate Jews.
Anyway,
communist?
these.
And they weren't common. They were the Ukrainian People's Republic was a socialist-ite state. Or at least it was they had principles that were socialist-ite.
Well,
but it was a coalition of all sorts of people who didn't want to see the Bolsheviks take over the army. I mean, take over the country that coalesced.
Well, these guys did not act socialist. They acted like.
Oh, but the Soviets did when they killed their Jews. It was just they didn't hit the 10%.
No, the party line was.
You're allowed to kill
9%
9% of the Jews.
pogroms.
9% is fine, but 10% that you're getting out of control. It's like a DUI limit. You need to have the Jew killing breathalyzer.
I have a question. What would a state behaving as a socialist state mean to you, Tutan? Like, what would that look like?
I said that like there would be a social state would be against anti-Semitism, as Lenin was. You guys should play the.
Why is anti-Semitism core to socialism?
Being against anti-Semitism, because being anti-Semitic is reactionary, and
Sure, but like why? But like what about the ideology behind anti-Semitism would make it incompatible with socialism?
If I'm going off the top of my head, is that socialists do not believe in ethnic divisions and do not. I wish.
Yeah, you're on the right way. Yeah, carry on.
Do not believe in ethnic divisions.
There are arguments behind this, yes.
Do not believe in ethnic divisions, and I'm just saying socialists are anti-reactionary, and being as they say, anti-Semitism is a socialism for fools, and it's a reactionary position, and yes, and we can see that
it's because I'll just
Have you ever
summarize.
heard the quote,
Wait,
in the
fuck
final
off.
analysis?
Fuck it. I'm just summarizing what he's trying to say. Right? So he's saying that yes, socialism typically does not believe in ethnic divisions; they believe in class divisions. So any other division on sectarian or religious or ethnic or national lines is a distraction from the real conflict, which is the class conflict, which is the thing that people should be focusing on. You're supposed to have everything in common with your working class comrades and nothing in common with like your ruling class opponents. That's the whole point, right? But the question I would ask is why did the Soviets literally fucking ethnically cleanse and assault so many different groups on ethnic lines? Tatars, fucking Chechen, like it's fucking crazy.
That was on the we were talking about when it was under Lenin. I'm talking about when it was under Lenin. You should play on
under Lenin.
I'm saying Stalin was. Wait, can I first read out Lenin's speeches on YouTube? Anti-Semitism means spreading enmity towards Jews. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living its last days, it tried to incite the ignorant workers and peasants against Jews. The Tsarist police in alliance with the landowners and the capitalists organized pogroms against the Jews. The hate of the workers and the peasants. The landowners and capitalists tried to divert against the Jews. In other countries too, we often see the capitalists fomenting hatred towards Jews, against the Jews. Sorry. In order to blind the workers, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital.
It's like what I said.
Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists has created abysmal ignorance among the workers and peasants. So it goes on longer. So it seems that's Lenin on it.
But who in the Communist Party was in charge of running nationality policy during the Leninist era? Was it Lenin himself?
I'm saying like the official party line at that time was not just Lenin, was that they condemned any pogroms and they condemned anti-Semitism. I think they made anti-Semitism a crime as well under Lenin.
Okay, but a political party can say that they're gonna say something and then do something else, right?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And we have the historical hindsight to say that, like, pogroms definitely occurred during the Soviet period, right?
Yeah, they occurred during the Soviet period, mostly by the White Army and
So
the
why are you trying to push this completely untrue narrative that there wasn't anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union?
I'm saying they were.
That's
I'm not saying there
genuinely
wasn't.
offensive to a lot of people to say that.
I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm saying that they were like the. I'm saying that they were the least anti.
He's saying they were less so than their opponents. They were less so than the Ukrainian People's Republic, and they were also less anti-Semitism than the White Army, right?
Yeah, just because a few, and it was against, like, the White Army did not condemn pogroms, and the Ukrainian People's Army, I don't think they condemned pogroms as well.
Yeah,
but
like how Churchill was less racist than Hitler.
No, I
right?
just want to know. Did you just say that because you're just guessing, or do you actually know that because you looked into it?
I said I think, so I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I did not say that.
You
as a
did say
matter
I
of
think.
fact. So, but from the amount of pogroms they committed,
Because I'm pretty sure
they did.
Petula did condemn pogroms.
Then how the fuck?
Even though he was assassinated over the pogroms.
How did they kill 125,000 Jews then? Up to 120,000 to 125,000 Jews.
See how it changed. But look, it's the problem is that the Ukrainian People's Army, due to the state of when it was founded in 1917, towards the end of World War I, it was formed out of a lot of former Imperial Russian Army units, and a lot of people who had prejudices towards Jews. A lot of people blamed Bolshevism as like a Jewish thing. It was, of course, wrong, but that's what people did. And then they engaged in a lot of horrible killings, just like the White Army did, and just like the Red Army did. It's just anytime I bring up the Red Army, you need to be like, well, they killed less Jews. Like, okay, they all killed.
I'm
Jews.
saying they're the best of the.
And then after it was over, what did the Red Army do anyway?
Of the West. After what? The Russian Civil War?
Yeah. How did they treat the Jews after the Russian Civil War?
Up until the 90s, up until let me see, did they make anti-Semitism a crime?
The Soviets treated the Jews well after the Russian Civil War.
Well, Jews got into high positions. Was there systemic anti-Semitism on the up until? I know that like in the 1950s, Stalin went crazy. Like he went crazy.
Well, it's not. No, it's not even Stalin's. Marx himself believed that as communism developed, there would be no more Judaism. He thought he envisioned a world without Jews, right?
Wasn't there? I'm pretty sure that was quoted out of context. Him being him being anti-Semitic.
Susan, have you ever spoken to a Jewish person who grew up in the Soviet Union?
Not who grew up in the Soviet Union. No.
Okay. Well, if you talk to them, they will tell you that they felt anti-Semitism while they were living in the Soviet Union.
Okay,
and that they were discriminated against, and that being Jewish made them feel less safe in Soviet society.
Okay.
And there were also additional things. Like there were reports of Jewish families being surveyed up into the 1990s, into the Gorbachev era, specifically because they were being Jewish. Jewish people, there were specific immigration restrictions put on Jewish people,
to Israel? I remember it was something. I'm pretty sure they did.
It was to Israel and also elsewhere.
Like they couldn't leave.
Yeah, they could not leave.
That's why so many of them left after the fall of the USSR, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. It was also partially because of anti-Semitism, partially it was because they were restricted from making Aliyah prior. It was far more difficult during the Soviet period, and partially it was also because of the economic problems that arose with shock therapy and the collapse. Yeah. But I don't know. This idea that the Soviet Union was not an anti-Semitic society is just completely.
Even under Lenin, even when Lenin was.
Yes, even under Lenin. Okay, anti-Semitism did not just disappear, right? It was still it's an idea that's deeply embedded in no offense to Eastern Europeans, it's like anti-Semitism is pretty deeply embedded in their society. The way anti-Semitism was justified changed. Certainly, you can see.
Did it get better?
No,
Did the treatment of Jews get better after compared to the Tsarism? Like, did it yeah?
In some ways, sure, but like there were still a lot of problems. There were still deportations. There were still all of these things. Tutan. And like Jews were also not allowed to practice their religion openly. Like, I don't really understand what this is in service of. Like, why? Like,
I'm not saying they weren't they weren't anti-Semitic. I'm saying that like compared to the other armies, they seemed like the lesser of the other evils, like by far. But yeah.
Right, but sure, relative to the Nazis.
No, to the White Army and the Ukrainian people's army in the Civil War.
I would disagree with the second, but maybe the white. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry to say this, but Ukraine was a terribly anti-Semitic place at the time, okay? It was horribly anti-Semitic. Any army that was born of it was probably going to end up being anti-Semitic. The only ones that weren't really were the Green Armies, you know, Nestor Makhno, who, like, famously shot a guy because he was an anti-Semite and he saved. Like, but, hey, I mean, you've got, like, some really good, credible history on that. Remember how the backstabbed Nestor Makhno's army, killed all the anarchists after they took Crimea for them and won them the war? Remember when the anarchists won the communists the war and then they murdered them all? Wasn't that a great, proud moment in Soviet communism?
Wait, the party were these guys weren't was this the party that like won the election, like won the first election?
I'm talking about Nestor Makhno, the anarchists. You know who I'm talking about? He.
Yeah, I see his Yeah, no. I see.
Why do you think the UPA was less anti-Semitic than the Red Army, like specifically?
Ukrainian People's Army? Oh no, I didn't say that they were less anti-Semitic than the White Army. Largely because they were made up in large part by former White Army soldiers. But I do think that in the long run, the Ukrainian People's Republic probably would have ended up being a better place for religious minorities and such.
Based on what?
Because of the people who were at the helm. The people, the part of the reason the violence was so horrible is because there were so many irregular forces and random militias with guns, where anybody that picked up a rifle ended up being a soldier. And you combine that with a lot of former White Army soldiers, horrible anti-Semitism in the White Army. This period of chaos made it very easy for people to not only just kill Jews out of anti-Semitism, but to use anti-Semitism as a weapon to like loot their property, steal their shit, XYZ. And so I do think that as things stabilized, it probably would have gotten better than Ukrainian People's Republic. And I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that it would have been any worse than how the Red Army ended up running Ukraine when it comes to the treatment of religious minorities.
I mean, I think this is kind of
this is weird brain
today.
games, but I mean, it's like it's all like
yeah,
hypothetical.
Because like ultimately, the reality is none of them would have treated like
of course,
nobody.
Of course, but this idea that the Red Army was like this bastion of like Jewish love and would have and is so much better than the Ukrainian People's Republic when it comes to the treatment of Jews and how they would have administered the Jewish community after the war. I won't give up that fact.
Another thing I wanted to say is that after what was I saying? Where was it? After seizing power in the October Revolution, they did abolish like a lot of the anti-Jewish laws. Like the Bolsheviks didn't have like any anti, like on like The reason why I said I don't think that initially why I said I don't think they're anti-Semitic is because of Lenin. It was under Lenin because of their party line where they made I think they made anti-Semitism a crime. So that's why I said initially that I thought they weren't anti-Semitism.
Yeah, but
they weren't anti-Semitic.
Made a lot of policies at the start that they didn't stick to. They abolished money at one point.
Whoa. I didn't know that.
Damn. No, yeah. Wait, and then
it failed
was
so,
that before?
so massively.
That
they
was,
had to bring it back
and
really
then
quick.
and then he was that. And then after that, he introduced the NEP. I don't even know how it worked yet. Yeah, wartime.
Yeah, the NEP was a response to war communism. It was like the NEP was meant to like rebuild the country after like the destruction and chaos of the Civil War.
Yeah, and I search here, it says the Bolsheviks made anti-Semitism a crime. So, like, I don't know any other faction which would do this. Like, that would make...
Yeah, but, like, what else? But what else have the Bolsheviks said about Jews? Is my thing. Like, are you familiar with how...
I read the decree. The Council of the People's Commissaries considers the anti-Semitic movement and anti-Semitic agitation as extremely dangerous and counter-revolutionary and declares determined struggle against anti-Semitism.
Yeah, but do you know what their solution to this was?
It was
to send the Jews to Siberia.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was the solution to just about everything.
That's true.
How did Siberia not become like a fucking booming metropolis then if there's so many people there? I feel like Siberia that big? Wouldn't...
Yeah, Siberia is fucking massive, bro.
How do you get so many people in Siberia, though? Fucking every time, like, oh yeah, they put 2 million more people in Siberia. Like, at some point.
13 point.
I think it'd warm up in the body heat.
Why don't they just make a little... Yeah, why do they huddle? That many people in Siberia.
13.1.
Let me ask you something, Tuton. Do you think it was correct for the Soviet Union to invade Ukraine in 1919? Like that was a good idea.
Yes. I want communism everywhere. Yes.
The communism was already in Ukraine, wasn't it?
So
I want it everywhere.
So to be clear, if
And
the
under the
people don't
Boswell.
want it, it's not like a debatable thing. It's like we will bring communism to you by force. We'll kill your intellectuals.
Spread
They're
democracy.
non-communist and non-Bolshevik.
Yeah, like George Bush, but for communism.
We're here to help. Please don't resist, or we will shoot you.
I
Dude,
don't
can
know
I
what
ask you
the
a question?
people... Oh God, I should get more.
Would you call yourself an
Holy shit,
anti-imperialist?
Before I go there, I wish I was read up on the Russian Civil War. God, I fucking have so much cool stuff. Yeah, I do consider myself, as every communist should, anti-imperialist.
Okay, if you consider yourself an anti-imperialist, how can you be defending the Soviet invasion of Ukraine?
No, I'm saying
No,
I say
explain
that
to me how
I'm
that's
in
an
support.
anti-imperialist stance.
I support this the spreading of the proletariat revolution everywhere.
Because
Even,
imperialism to a
that-
Marxist is it's the highest contradiction of capital. So it's only imperialism when it's done in the name of capital. That's why they say that. If you conquer a country to spread Islam, that's not imperialism. Or if you conquer a country to spread communism, that's not imperialism.
And these
right?
guys,
that's what you should be saying, Tuton.
Wait.
Just giving you just ahead of you reading Lenin. But yeah.
Okay, Tuton, is it acceptable for the Bolsheviks to come into Central Asia and forcefully tell those people that they can't practice Islam?
well, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and like all those countries.
Yeah, was it that acceptable? Was that anti-imperialist?
Well, like the crackdown on religion, like they did it to, like they destroyed like thousands of churches, mosques, synagogues.
Yeah,
Especially
and like
under Stalin.
jailed and killed tons of religious leaders. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
especially under Stalin.
anti-imperialist?
Yeah, Stalin was nuts with that.
But no, this began under Lenin.
No, I'm saying it intensified extremely under Stalin. Like Stalin went.
Yes, but it
went way
began
further
under
than that.
Lenin.
Yeah, Marxists are anti.
These policies began under Lenin. Was it anti-imperialist for the Bolsheviks to implement Slavic Russian leadership in Turkmenistan and tell the Turkmens how to run their country? Was that anti-imperialist?
Not Slavic, not Slavic. Not in making a Slavic person the leader of Turkmenistan. But I'm not like against like a crackdown of like a religion and radical religion. No, I'm not really.
Like closing mosques
Would you
and
call
synagogues and not letting
celebrating?
people. Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, yeah. Would you
Not
call
closing-
celebrating Ramadan? You're Muslim, right? Would you call celebrating Ramadan radical Islam, like just fasting?
No, I'm saying that the people in Central Asia at that time were probably pretty religious. Were really religious. Just when the Bolsheviks
I don't
took
deny
over.
that, but
So I'm not
But-
against like pushing secular.
no. But is it? Can you acknowledge that it's not a Russian person's place to come into Uzbekistan and tell an Uzbek how they should and shouldn't practice their religion?
They weren't saying that you have to practice Christianity. They were like promoting atheism.
But you have to understand that the Bolsheviks treated their ideology, their version of communism, as akin to a religion. It was almost a spiritual fixation for them. So it almost like Bolshevikism was, in a way, a conversion, right?
Yeah, I can see how people can see.
No, you wouldn't say that. You would say Marxist-Leninism is scientific analysis and material analysis of the capitalist and imperialist world. Don't seed that ground. Karl Marx ain't a fucking religion. It's full of numbers.
I'm saying these states have no right. These states have no right to succeed from
Maybe page numbers.
These
No, it's
states
full
have
of
no
fucking
right to
numbers.
Have no
Full of
right to
data.
succeed. Who
Yes,
gives
they
a
have no
right?
right
Who
to
gives the
succeed.
people the right to rule themselves? The communists do.
Like, okay, for example, why does Crimea not have a right to succeed, even though the people in it in 2014, even by Western polling, majority we can all agree that the majority of people
Western
wanted to
polling
join
was
Russia.
mixed before 2014 on Crimea.
Okay, but still, majority.
No, it was mixed. Not all the polling showed a majority. Polling fluctuated like fucking mental.
Whoops, you fell on the first point. You want to try again, buddy?
Okay, but
Okay,
what happened?
Ukrainian.
What
It was a
happened to
Ukrainian
the indigenous
centaur.
population of Crimea that might change the demographics of Crimea to make it more pro-Russia?
1941, they were like deported, they were deported.
Right, but what happened before before that? It started well before that. It started with the Russian Empire and Russian colonialism. You can't talk about the Soviet Union in a lot of ways, despite the fact in some ways that it was a clear break. If you ask people from non-Russia, from outside of like ethnic Russian areas, they largely see the Soviet Union as an extension of Russian imperialism, and the fact that you don't just shows your ignorance on the issue.
Well,
If
yeah,
you don't,
I know,
like,
like
don't
the
talk about
average modern day Ukrainians and like Polish people and like Baltic people.
No,
from
not
the
just
Baltic states.
not just Ukrainians or Poles or people from the Baltics. So certainly, people from the Baltics are very anti-Soviet. Everywhere that the Russia touched, Russia did so by imperialist, colonialist means. Like, Russia should just be the area around Moscow, but because of imperialism, they've expanded from coast to coast. You understand that, right?
Yeah, under the Tsar. But first, why does it have to be from coast to coast? There doesn't need to be a class. There doesn't need to be an ethnic division in like a state. The state shouldn't like. It doesn't need to be based off ethnic lines.
Well, why do people divide themselves on culture and traditions and beliefs? I mean, all sorts of reasons. Because they want to live a certain way, because of the way that their people collectively arrived to this point. The reason that the Ukrainians don't want to be communist is because of the trauma that they suffered under communism. The reason they want to be democratic is because of the experiences they had in 2014 in the early 90s. Like, these all their language came from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth plus Russia plus all these different places that led them to where they are now. You're basically asking, why do people live the way they do? Well, for a lot of reasons, man.
Did you know that, Dylan? Are you familiar with the Pereslav Agreement?
I'm bad with
Pereslav, what? Russia, the Russian Empire in Ukraine from the 1600s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. But remind chat because they don't know.
Okay, so so basically there are these Cossacks in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth who had rebelled against the Poles and wanted more autonomy for the Ukrainians. So what they did is they went to the Russians and signed an agreement with the Russians that ceded their territory to Russian control, thinking that they would still have some sort of autonomy. But obviously, over time, the Russians betrayed them and then assimilated that territory into the Russian Empire more completely. And it's kind of remembered as like the first of like this great mistake of Ukrainian history.
Why many Ukrainians are like never trust the Moscow. It's because it's like they keep getting betrayed. That's why they scoff at the like a brotherly nation idea.
Yeah.
And like when you look at that, like hundreds and hundreds of years of abuse, and you say, "Oh, we don't need to have ethnic divisions." It's, I mean, maybe you don't need to, but I mean, these people have decided due to their localized conditions and not living 10,000 years in the future when we all are just gray and we eat like pills for breakfast. Yeah, before then, I think these ethnic divides kind of matter.
Yeah, why do you think Palestinians don't want to share the country with Israelis, right? They want to live their own culture.
They should thank the Soviet Union. Like, I don't get like how people...
What I would ask you next
They should thank the Soviet Union for the reason they have 90% plus home ownership rate.
What?
You're a fucking idiot.
What?
Sorry, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No, he might have an idea. Please tell me how the Soviets invented the home.
That was a bad point.
Especially if you're a communist, home ownership's a bad thing if most of the nation is home ownership.
Are you talking about gachas?
No, that was a bad point.
Are you talking about the fucking village shacks that most Ukrainians have? That they use as summer homes?
I disagree with the modern day. I disagree with what most Ukrainians think, and most Poles today are like insanely reactionary. They hate the last occupiers or the last people they consider occupiers more than the person that came before.
Would you consider them ungrateful?
Huh? What, Ukrainians?
Yeah, would you say they're ungrateful?
Not necessary.
Listen, if you want people to be grateful for your fucking rule over them, just do better. Indians, actually a lot of Indians love fucking Britain. I very seldom have met Indian people who are like, oh, the fucking Bengal famine. Like, I don't hear that very often at all. They fucking love the Brits.
Hold on, I have a question.
Skill issue. That's all it is, a skill issue.
Hold on. Why did self-determination... What is self-determinationism and why did it emerge?
I don't know why the fuck it emerged, though I can guess why.
What is self-determinationism?
What is, like, you want me to define self?
Yeah? What is it?
How I have a general sense. I don't really know how to put it in words. Can you say?
I'm asking you, right?
Well, I get what it is like I could speak in terms of like Palestine, Israel. It's like the Palestinians want to have like a choice in like how they live and like what law like in the West Bank.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's the worst example. The whole point about Palestinians having self-determination in Gaza and the West Bank is because they specifically don't want to be assimilated into a Jewish state, right?
Yeah,
they want to self-determine because the only way they can self-determine is if they're the majority, right? Like, yeah, it's on ethnic lines, yeah. They want an Arab state.
She would say, I was just saying like that's what, I was talking,
Okay, I'll tell you. Self-determinationism is the belief that a national group should have the ability to determine their own political trajectory, right? So whether that be through a state or an autonomous territory. So a nation state, essentially. And this idea actually emerged in the region that Ukraine is in. It's emerged in Central and Eastern Europe. Or technically all of Europe. It was bigger there.
Was it with the Kievan? No, it wasn't with the Kievan Russ.
The Kievan Rus? No.
That's a long time ago.
Hey, here's a pop quiz. I just want to throw at you quick. Can you name one other civilization besides Kiev and Rus from that same time?
from the exact same time, like around the thousands.
I mean, from the from the time of the Kievan Rus.
Okay. In the Middle East, I can probably name.
Okay.
Safavids. Is the Safavids? No, that came around later. That came in like the 1600s.
Wait, who was the major Who was the major empire in the Kievan Rus neighborhood? Who were they? Who were they trading with? Who was the big deal to them?
It wasn't the Russians, because it wasn't the Russians.
No, it was not the Russians. Think for a little while. Who's on the Black Sea? Who's next to them on the Black Sea?
Mongol Empire? Was it because they were around during that time?
Well, the Mongols ultimately led to the destruction of Kievan Rus, but before the Mongols.
Yeah, but did they okay, the the Roman Empire was fucking destroyed long before that.
You're closer. You're in the ballpark. What did the What did the Roman Empire split into?
Byzantine.
There you go. Good.
Yeah, the Eastern Roman Empire, basically.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like the Bolsheviks rejected ethnic division, so that's
his amazing speech where he decides what religion he's going to convert to.
Yeah.
Would you have a debate with Richard Wolff? That would be entertaining.
Yeah.
Who's Richard Wolff?
I'd probably rather talk to him about foreign policy, but yeah.
Same, actually.
Because his foreign policy is fucking mental.
I don't know.
It is polluted.
Well, like, he's pro-Palestine, obviously. I think he is. On Russia, I don't know. He was on Leftovers with.
He's Russophilic.
I don't know if he's like fully pro-Russia like Jackson.
He's not pro-Russia, but every single fault of the war lies with the West and NATO expansion.
Yeah, he's like a typical
can't
fucking
really do anything wrong.
Boomer fucking campus kind of thing. Yeah.
Like, they shouldn't have invaded, but, and then that's the rest of the discussion. Is the but.
What's the experience like to talk to somebody like Jackson Hinkle?
I debated him twice. I debated him on Syria back in the day when he was like a baby streamer, and he and his own audience like mass disliked that video. You can go back and find it somewhere because he knew nothing about Assad. He knew nothing about. As for the Ukraine stuff, it's just the same. It's just the same talking point shit. He's somebody who doesn't really do these debates anymore though, because if he does these debates now, like all he can really do is lie, because he doesn't really make arguments. He just kind of like posts propaganda for the Russians. So at this point, like debating him would be like debating the news broadcaster in North Korea. It's no different at this point.
That was you and Destiny against it was like him and Haas, right?
Yeah, Haas Infrared.
That was a very fun
Haas did have that incredible Mongoloid crash out though.
Burr was hanging out with the Houthis as well.
He was.
Yeah, I swear Burr has to be like a Russian agent or something like that. They won't allow him back into America.
Didn't he have like a Russian handler wife for a while?
Yeah, no, he's definitely a Russian agent, 100%. There's no fucking...
soldier.
And he wouldn't be allowed, but he used to be a Bernie bro. Which is like...
Was he did?
Typical Bernie bro.
But then he found he didn't make enough money doing that, so he decided to cover war crimes.
His trajectory was a typical Bernie bro thing as well, right? Because they've just been in a permanent crash out since 2016. The Bernie to fucking Hezbollah pipeline.
Son was a Bernie bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. The Bernie to Hezbollah pipeline. It's a fucking very strange thing.
I wouldn't characterize it as that. But yeah, Bernie's a great man. Revitalized the leftist movement, and now we have people like Hassan.
Do you think Bernie would have invaded Ukraine?
Yeah, and Bernie literally had to apologize for
Do you
fucking...
think Bernie
literally
would have killed the Ukrainian intelligentsia? Put him on the wall, the top 1%.
Wait, well, Bernie... No, I wouldn't. Bernie wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. When did I?
Yeah, because everyone because so many of these because the only thing they really had in common was they were aesthetically socialist, and all these fucking tanky retards just listened to Bernie's rhetoric, didn't care about his policies, and just projected all that onto him, and then he had to literally apologize in public in 2016 for his own voter base because they were so toxic and so abusive to his political opponents. It's fucking hilarious. Poor Bernie.
Well, but again, most Hassan doesn't support the invasion of Ukraine. Most leftists don't support the invasion.
He does support the annexation of Crimea, though, which is an invasion. But,
yeah, I don't care. Nah, the people supported it, so it's like.
Well, you don't know that, do you? Because
you don't even know that. You backed off of that earlier, man.
The polls fluctuated all the way throughout.
There was one by a Ukrainian institute.
Yeah, because one of many polls which were fluctuating for years up until 2014. Some of them had a minority supporting it. Some of them had a majority. Also,
the vast majority showed.
Okay.
Showed.
Okay, the majority the majority of Scots voted to stay in the EU. Should the EU annex us, Teuton? Should they roll tanks in and hold a referendum at gunpoint?
Okay, now let me speak. Then why do you support the Ukrainians trying to succeed from the Russian Empire? From the Russian Empire?
How is that all the same?
1970. How's that all the same? They were trying to succeed from the Russian Empire because the
Russian Empire was dead. There was no Russian Empire to succeed.
Yeah, the empire collapsed.
Collapsing Russian Empire. Also, what's wrong with an ethnic minority group wanting autonomy from an oppressive imperial force?
Seceding from an empire is not the same as seceding from a liberal democracy with a constitution. You know that the reason Crimea stayed a liberal one where you know what liberal countries can do if a region wants to secede or they want more autonomy is they can ask for it, they can campaign for it, they can lobby for it. If you look at Crimea, the reason Crimea is
would the Ukrainian government ever allow that? Would the Ukrainian government ever allow?
I don't know. How autonomous was Crimea before 2014? You realize that before 2014, Crimea was like a playground for pro-Russian fucking politicians, media, for businesses, Yes, it was quite autonomous, yeah.
Cultural institutes.
It was autonomous on behalf of the Russians. The Tatars were still fucked, obviously. They didn't have had no path to restitution or anything like that, but, you know. And obviously now they even have less rights.
I see a new video every day of a Tatar getting dragged out of their home because they called Putin gay on Twitter or something.
Gay.
Really? Really? And are these videos it wouldn't.
They're publicly available, posted by the Russians on their own social.
Yeah, there was that guy during the annexation when he protested against Russia's actions, and they kidnapped him and fucking gouged his eyes out and left him in a forest.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Fuck. Damn. What the fuck?
Those Ukrainians should be more onto a ton.
Russia fucked up. Russia's the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, but this is why it's so fucking insane that a leftist managed to get away with supporting the annexation of Crimea, because even
DSA supported it as well.
Yeah, they're retarded as well. They should fucking eat glass. Yeah, what the fuck? It's a mental position to have.
I stopped paying those DSA dues a long time ago.
AOC until very recently was part of the DSA.
Yeah, well,
are you saying AOC supports the annexation of Crimea?
Probably not for their foreign policy decisions, right?
I don't know what AOC spent. It probably is definitely.
Sasha
AOC planted the bomb that killed Daria Dugina. That's the truth.
Anyway,
last thing that went through her head before she died was her steering wheel.
Anyway, Zoran, Hassan met Zoran, by the way. Met Zoran and sat down with him for a full day. He seems I really want him. I really want him to win, better than Kuma.
I want him to win so he can start moderating, and then all the tankies will get really fucking angry at him. That'd be really funny.
Isn't he saying that he's gonna put rent control and stuff like that?
Yeah, he'll either fail or he'll moderate. So it's just one of those things.
Why do you think he'll fail?
He'll either fail or he'll moderate, because trying to do rent control is stupid. Rent control doesn't work.
That's not the problem in New York.
Anyway, we've seen how socialist housing projects have worked.
Yeah, but rent control is not socialist housing projects. Rent control is.
We've already talked about how the Vienna model is not a socialist housing project.
Yes, it is. It was built by socialists, and it was built by socialists.
Yeah, but Israel was built by socialists. Doesn't make Israel a socialist project, does it?
You have ants for
Israel's
brains.
not built by socialists.
It was.
Okay.
They had the label, they had the aesthetics, they had everything that you would call socialist. Yeah. The kibbutzim are actually probably one of the most socialist projects, like in terms of actual like socialist theory and relationship to production and ownership. Yeah, the kibbutzim were probably the most communal lifestyles that you
Were
could
the
get.
people there actually like pro-Palestinian, like the majority of the people in the kibbutzim, or was it like what would their stance have been like?
They're more left wing. A lot of the people in the kibbutzim were people who had campaigned to get work permits for Gazans, and they'd also people who drove Gazans from the strip, from the border to Israel to get them to hospital if they needed care that they couldn't get in the strip. So, yeah, they are left wing. Yeah, they're more left wing than the average Israeli.
Yeah, that's sad that they died. Okay, well, there's no point on fucking. I'm just like clueless hack. The only thing I'm educated in is fucking Ethan fucking Hassan drama. All this like Russian like fucking war. I wish I was more educated, then it could fucking be an entertainment.
Well, then why don't you just like when we ask you like think like when
Yeah.
you say it was right for them to invade Ukraine, why don't you just say it instead of say something like that, which led? No, you said it was right for the Soviets to invade Ukraine. You thought that was right, even though it led to the mass starvation of people, the execution of the intelligentsia.
Oh, Soviets. Oh, you said Russia, modern day Russia.
Yeah, I do kind of want to go back to how you think that the Soviet Union was not an imperialist power.
Yeah, but it's because of the answer I gave. It's only imperialist when it's in it's as a function of capital, like a capital expansion. That's what makes it imperialist.
Retarded.
Yeah, it is, but this is leftist theory, right? Like Lenin, imperialism. Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, right? Isn't that the whole thing? Am I wrong, Teuton? Am I got my leftist theory correct? It's been a while.
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds great. The thing I'm confused with, like socialism and stuff like that, is like Noam Chomsky says that like the USSR, like he hates the USSR.
Yeah.
And like there's like, and then like I hear like such varying stances, like the USSR was not socialist at all because like workers had no control, and yeah, I'm just like confused because like I'm getting like all like these bursts of like different Does that mean so? Was Chomsky a Trotskyite if he thought like? No, he didn't necessarily.
Well, Chomsky is the problem with the Soviet Union. The problem with the Soviet Union is, I think Chomsky articulates this quite well, because I think, the Soviet councils, they started closing under Lenin, right? They started closing before Stalin. The problem is that, like, think about the name, right? The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, okay? It wasn't a union. Most nations, the other nations weren't there by choice. They were not really socialist in the sense of that relations of production, it was not worker-owned, it was state-owned. The Soviet councils were all gone, right? Okay, and it wasn't there weren't republics. So it's like none of the things it claimed itself to be. The problem is that what you'll notice when you start to get into politics is that most people don't actually do politics. Most people don't have a consistent like moral framework and a political ideology that they adhere to, and they apply these consistent moral ethical standards to the world in that way, and then they might support like a party or a movement or a on the ground thing that will try to advance those goals. Most people end up finding a little camp, a little aesthetic, a club that they like, and they will just dogmatically align with that club. That's what most people do when they do politics, especially online, right? So that's probably why you'll have people who like Chomsky who have very good reasons to despise the Soviet Union, but I don't think you seem to understand it, because I think with what's happening with you, for example, when I asked you about the internment camps by America, it was immediately, yeah, they were wrong. They were wrong. They shouldn't have done it. But when I asked you about Stalin deporting Germans from the Soviet Union, it was, well, I don't know, were some of them not Nazis? Well, yeah, some of the Japanese in the internment camps were pro-Imperial Japan. But obviously, the Soviets are your club. So you're going to use the softer answer to them and the harsher answer to America, because America's not in your club.
Loner, you can make an even better argument, I think, if you argued when the Japanese did attack us, there were even some Japanese that cooperated with them. There was a Japanese pilot that landed on an island and recruited a few Japanese locals in Hawaii to like kill Americans and shit. And there was like a few instances where that shit like happened. That doesn't justify it. But if this was reversed, he would be bringing up that pilot and saying, well, this shows that the Japanese people, just be a little reversal.
Time.
Yeah.
I put some books in stream chat that go over
I can see in stream chat.
nationality policy in the Bolshevik period. Maybe you
put in
should.
gay baby Joe. 'Cause I can't
No,
see
are you in gay? Is that why I can't tag you? Are you in gay baby jail?
Yeah, I am. No, yeah, please put in gay baby Joe.
Gay.
Was that your decision, gay baby jail, Loner Box?
Nope. That was one of the. I think it's one of the original mods. I think they're probably still a mod.
Here's a question. I do want to know an answer to this. We know that Soviet mismanagement and I would even say purposeful policy led to the deaths of about 5 million Ukrainians during the Holodomor, where they were not allowed to leave. They put them under completely unfair grain quotas. They stole their livestock. Of course, anybody that hid grain to feed their families was brutally repressed. And this is something we know the Soviets did like a decade after the Soviet Union took over Ukraine. Not even a decade after the Soviet Union took over Ukraine in that invasion. You still think that was the right move? Do you not think those 5 million dead people, if they took in that British aid, or if they allowed the Ukrainians to leave the places that had food, like, do you think that that's worth it for like Stalin's 5-year plan, those deaths?
No, unless like the industrialization that happened through that is like, unless if that didn't happen, like they would have been like even more unprepared and fully lost to like the Nazis 10 years later. Then no.
That's the argument. I mean, the Soviets made the argument is that yeah, we had to like take all this wheat, and you know a lot of people starved. They still didn't need to keep them in Ukraine, by the way. They could have let them leave or run away, but I guess it would have been harder to make them farm. But that they used it to industrialize. And so from a Ukrainian perspective, they're starving to death, so the Russians can build factories in Moscow.
Russians
Not anywhere on the Russians were allowed to go wherever the fuck they wanted. The Ukrainians weren't. It's not comparable.
Okay, well, yeah, unless there was like the deciding factor, and like if they didn't do that, if they didn't do that, they would have lost, and like the Nazis would have taken over all of Russia. Then no, it wouldn't have been. Like,
so if the empire was the thing that saved the Allies in World War II and saved Britain, that's okay then, because obviously the empire was instrumental to keeping Britain standing during World War II. You know how many fucking Indians they had in the army, and how many like North Africans and like Jamaicans and shit.
Yeah, and like all the resources they got from like
Yeah. So does that mean the empire was like good because it helped Britain defeat the Nazis? Because otherwise it would have been a German empire, Nazi empire.
No, it wasn't necessarily. No, I don't.
See the club again. The club's coming back to haunt. You see
Yeah,
what happened there?
that's how
This is the club
so
talking.
like what so Lonerbox, like, so if you had go back in time, so like go back in time, it says would you do it but like if you didn't do it, like the Nazis would have taken all over Russia, captured Moscow and Leningrad, so like or could you have still managed to not do it? And because like Russia was like
but
a
the fact is
semi-feudal
that's not really
country.
that's because this is hindsight, right? The choice you're faced with at the time is not that. Like with the British and the Empire, the choice they were faced with at the time was like, well, we can conquer and oppress these people and extract resources from them, but they're probably thinking as well, there are other empires emerging. If we don't do it, some other bastards are going to do it. They might even do it worse than us, so why don't we do it? You can. You have to think about what information people had at the time. World War II hadn't happened yet. All of Europe was basically shitting themselves at the thought of a new war because we're just after World War One. So far, World War One is the Great War. That's as bad as things get, as far as everyone then knew. So, yeah, the idea that like the industrialization and that led to the fucking and the collectivization led to the Holodomor was then to do with preparing for a Nazi invasion. Like, no, the Nazis weren't even in power in 1932, and that's when the famine started.
I'm not saying they were in power. I'm just saying that like Russia was like on the like a semi-feudal.
Yeah, but they were not thinking that like in 1 year.
Yeah.
Well, they knew that they needed to unjust. Yeah.
They'd already fended off an invasion of 25 armies in the revolution, so they probably weren't expecting anything like that anytime
25 armies now. Well, 25
The
armies.
Holodomor, there's not really any evidence to say that the Holodomor was like in pursuit of like industrialization, though, right? Like
Was it not?
Like at best, it was the result of like
collectivization?
agricultural mismanagement.
Well,
Yeah,
it was a
I-
combination because they wanted to continue to, because people were starving, and instead of allowing people to keep their wheat, they were like, well, we still need factories, so we're going to take your wheat, you're going to die, and that's just the deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, this is why Ukrainian, because the idea of, like, Ukraine sacrificing its millions of people so the Soviet Union could industrialize more, and this is all necessary because of a war that's going to come, like, 10 years later. Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe industrialization should take time. I don't know. Maybe, you know, when you evolve as a society, that takes time, it takes development, and when you try to rush things with, like, with crazy proposals of we must have these many factories by this much time, yeah, it's going to lead to a lot of people dying. And it was the Soviets that did that. And here's another question I have for Teuton. How do you know that if the Soviet Union didn't invade Ukraine, didn't invade all these territories, that it wouldn't have just, you know, ended up better for Europe? Is it not possible that, you know, if the Nazis had to invade 5 or 6 independent states that didn't go through crazy military purges and mass starvation of their own people, like if there was 5 million more Ukrainians to maybe stop the German war machine, that could have been helpful considering that was the center of German Lebensraum. I mean, they wanted to replace all these people that had died from famine with German settlers.
Yeah, and also kill them.
Wait, Dylan, are you saying
just
that
say
it's
kill
bad
them?
that they?
Well, I said the Germans would have killed them as well, and like killed like the remaining.
They would have steamrolled them all.
You keep
all, but,
deflecting
like,
to this argument, Teuton, you keep deflecting to this argument that, like, well, there were other bad actors.
No, yeah.
Like, can we not just criticize the Red Army and the Soviet Union
Okay,
for
the
things that the
Holodomor was
Red Army and the
bad,
Soviet
yes.
Union did? Do we have to talk about them in comparison to the fucking Nazis or the White
The
Army?
Holodomor was bad.
Like, and
I
there's
don't think
also
it was a
plenty of things that
genocide.
this.
I don't think it was a genocide, but
What?
it was bad. I don't think it was a
You
genocide.
don't think
but
what
it
was it?
bad.
The Holodomor? You don't think the Holodomor was a
Yes.
genocide?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's how what most
Okay.
historians think. Most historians think the same.
No,
Modern day
there's not a
historians.
historical consensus on that, to be clear, but it's disputed historians
Yeah.
of the region.
Yeah, it wasn't
So
done
don't say
like 'cause,
most,
like
say some.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some. It's like 50-50. I don't even know. Yeah, it's bad.
Speaking of which, can you name a single historian on Ukraine?
On Ukraine? On just Ukraine? No.
Okay, you can't name one historian
What about one that
of
touches Ukraine? Not even just on Ukraine, but touches Ukraine.
Yeah, or
in
like
detail.
name a historian of the Soviet Union. Yeah.
I am.
Amy. Well, there's what was her name? She's in like she actually speaks at place. Amy Knight, I think, is one that touches on Soviet Union. Amy Knight. Let me search her name.
I'm pretty sure
Amy
that
Knight.
most historians